Hey guys, how are you? Like this video for more interesting daily updates.
Chapter 1 Huahe City Huahe Yuan. Today is the beginning of a new semester. A handsome young man came to the gate of the Martial Arts Academy early in the morning, looking for the reception desk for freshmen alone, and started his brand new university life. Fang Yan is the #1 scholar in the college entrance examination in Huahe City. He could have gone to a better martial arts academy, but Huahe Martial Arts Academy gave too much, so Fang Yan stayed in this native place. After the college entrance examination, Fang Yan began to practice martial arts. And people of the same age, especially those from rich families, have already started to practice martial arts when they were in junior high school. Fang Yan is a time traveler. This is a world of high martial arts. Hundreds of years ago, this planet, like the Earth, was a very ordinary planet. Until one day, a cosmic storm swept the blue planet, causing hypermutation. All living organisms such as humans, animals, and plants have undergone tremendous mutations. A mysterious building named Wu Pagoda quietly stands in the center of the Pacific Ocean, pointing directly at the sky of the universe. Humanity has since embarked on the era of high martial arts. A powerful warrior can move mountains and seas without any difficulty. 300 years ago, Qin Tianhai, a proud generation of heaven, passed the trials of the high-level Wu Pagoda, achieved the position of Emperor Wu, and eventually ruled the world. Practicing martial arts often requires a lot of resources. Common people can only rely on time to accumulate, and the speed of cultivation is naturally not as fast as the children of rich families. In the college entrance examination, there are also the literary and martial arts examinations. Relying on the advantage of time traveling, Fang Yan easily won the #1 scholar of literature and got off to a good start. He also has a secret. When he traveled to this world of high martial arts and was still in his mother's womb, Fang Yan awakened the super black hole clone. But at that time, Fang Yan's consciousness was fuzzy, and he didn't feel anything at all. Even when he was an adult, Fang Yan still felt the existence of the super black hole clone, but it had nothing to do with him. He just had an extra pair of eyes in the universe, gazing at the boundless darkness. Until the day after the college entrance examination, Fang Yan began to practice martial arts. At that moment, the super black hole avatar finally reacted, sending a steady stream of berserk energy over, making Fang Yan's martial arts practice as fast as a rocket, unable to stop even if he wanted to break. Even a genius with very good martial arts aptitude needs to practice for a year to reach a one-star martial arts student, but Fang Yan only spent 1 month and did not need any resources. However, here comes a new problem. Fang Yan felt that if his physical body could not bear the violent energy sent by the super black hole clone, he might explode and die. Logically speaking, the super black hole clone should be controlled by Fang Yan, but he found that this is not the case. His weak soul couldn't control the mysterious and terrifying super black hole clone at all. The super black hole clone is like a vegetative person, the huge energy flows down like water, passively sending violent energy to Fang Yan. To put it bluntly, Fang Yan couldn't resist this violent energy. Fang Yan estimated that only when his soul becomes strong enough can he truly control the clone of the super black hole. For the current plan, he needs to constantly strengthen his body to make his physical body stronger enough to withstand the violent energy. In other words, Xiu Wu couldn't stop. Fang Yan also conjured up an eerie, ultra-miniature black hole. This was discovered by Fang Yan when he was dreaming. When he woke up from the dream, Fang Yan thought it was a dream, but found that there was really an ultra-miniature black hole around him, about the size of a baby's fist, surrounding Fang Yan like a satellite. Except for Fang Yan, no one else can see ultra-miniature black holes. At the beginning, Fang Yan didn't know the function of this ultra-miniature black hole, that is, it didn't absorb anything, and it didn't have any influence on the surroundings. Until the day Fang Yan began to practice martial arts, this mysterious ultra-miniature black hole spit out a strange book without a cover or any text. The strangest thing is that Fang Yan actually understood this strange wordless book. It is a practice. It is fundamentally different from the existing exercises in this world. Fang Yan called this weird exercise wordless heart Ju. On the day after the college entrance examination, Fang Yan received a basic exercise that all people can practice. Children from rich families can practice more advanced martial arts in the family, and the starting point of martial arts is naturally higher than that of ordinary people. Fang Yan has carefully studied wordless heart formulas and basic exercises, and found that the two are really not the same thing. In other words, practicing wordless heart formulas does not hinder the cultivation of basic skills, and can even promote the cultivation of basic skills. Since the wordless heart formula is helpful to his own cultivation, Fang Yan is too lazy to think about it. Practice and you're done. He just needs to get stronger. Wow! It's Mirong Fifan. Suddenly, there was a scream from the sparse crowd, and the eyes of the surroundings instantly focused on it. He was a young man with a tall stature, but this was not his most striking feature. There was a silver flying sword under his feet, like a legendary sword fairy. As expected of Mirong Fifan, one of the 4 young masters of Huahe, so handsome. The man is handsome, the sword is also handsome. When can I have my own flying sword? You? Don't even think about it in this life. You won't be able to buy this flying sword in 10 lifetimes. Eh? No. Why did Mirong Fifan also come to Huahe Weiyuan? Do you still need to ask? It must be because of Feng Yongzi. Mirong Fifan has fallen in love with the Valkyrie Feng Yongzi since high school. It's strange to say that, as the champion of martial arts in this year's college entrance examination, how could Feng Yongzi choose the second-rate Huahe Martial Arts Academy instead of the super-class Bailin Martial Arts Academy? It's really strange. The people around were discussing in low voices, with a hint of envy and doubt in their eyes. Mirong Fifan was no stranger to the discussions and stares around him, and it was only these ordinary people who made a big fuss as if they had never seen a big snake. Mirong Fifan controlled the extremely flamboyant flying sword under his feet, made a sharp turn, then returned to the side of a pretty woman behind him, and said with a smile, "Yongzi, why did you come here so early?" The pretty woman was extremely good-looking, and it would not be an exaggeration to say that she was overwhelmed by the country. She was wearing expensive clothes and outlined her graceful curves. She coiled her long black hair, exuding a different kind of dignity, but the indifference in her beautiful eyes made people subconsciously shy away from her. In this world, the gap between the rich and the poor is very large. The pretty woman's name is Feng Yongzi, and she is the daughter of Xingai Group, the world's largest manufacturer of strong martial arts. Feng Yongzi is also the champion of martial arts in Huahe City this year. At only 18 years old, he became a 10-star martial arts student. In high school, Feng Yongzi was known as the Valkyrie of the Sea of Flowers. You know, many middle-aged people can't reach Feng Yongzi's level of martial arts. This is also one of the manifestations of the power of money. Although Mirong Fifan was born in a wealthy family and practiced martial arts very early, but now he is only a 5-star martial arts student, and the gap with Feng Yongzi is not ordinary. When Feng Yongzi saw Mirong Fifan flying over, she didn't react at all, as if she didn't see the existence of the other party. She also knew that Mirong Fifan was one of her many suitors, but she was not interested at all. There is only one thing in her mind. Pursue the pinnacle of martial arts. The relationship between men and women will only become an obstacle in her pursuit of the supreme martial arts. Sure enough, it's here. Feng Yongzi glanced ahead, her gaze fell on Fang Yan's back, and a rare smile flashed across her beautiful eyes. Chapter 2. As the champion of martial arts in Huahe City, Feng Yongzi has more choices than Fang Yan, but she still came to this martial arts academy. And Fang Yan is one of the reasons. Feng Yongzi and Fang Yan are in the same high school, but in different classes, and the two have never had much contact with each other. Even if they met at school, they never said hello. Feng Yongzi has been observing Fang Yan. There is no other reason. Fang Yan's results have always been the first, without exception. For such a talent, Feng Yongzi is naturally a little interested. To pursue the pinnacle of martial arts, it is a bit difficult to rely on one person alone. She needs strong teammates to form a team dedicated to hunting exotic beasts, and to hunt for more resources while conducting actual combat. Fang Yan is one of the candidates for Feng Yongzi's teammates. A team needs a brain. Fang Yan is the brain chosen by Feng Yongzi. Fang Yan is not familiar with Feng Yongzi, but Feng Yongzi knows Fang Yan very well. Feng Yongzi has done an extremely detailed investigation on Fang Yan. Fang Yan, wait! Feng Yongzi quickly caught up with Fang Yan, and shouted openly, she doesn't have much strength as the daughter of the Xingai group. Hearing this, Fang Yan stopped and turned to look at Feng Yongzi. He knew that Feng Yongzi was from a high school after all, but in a different class. He also knew that Feng Yongzi was a man of the school, a super talented girl in the martial arts class, known as the Valkyrie. High schools in this world are divided into liberal arts classes and martial arts classes. The martial arts class mainly focuses on practicing martial arts. Under normal circumstances, people who are not rich can basically not get in. It can be said that it is a gathering place for elites and nobles. However, Fang Yan's understanding of Feng Yongzi was limited to this, and the two did not have much intersection. I want to form a hunting team, I wonder if you are interested in joining. Feng Yongzi stood in front of Fang Yan, slim and graceful, and asked straight to the point. Obviously, this is a very straightforward beautiful girl. Hunting team. Fang Yan was a little surprised when he heard this. He naturally knew what the hunting team did, but logically speaking, Feng Yongzi shouldn't be looking for a poor kid like him who graduated from a liberal arts class, but should be looking for talents from a martial arts class. I need your wisdom. Feng Yongzi saw Fang Yan's doubts, and said unabashedly, 1 million yuan a month as a guaranteed salary. Fang Yan's heart was moved when he heard it, but he was still calm on the surface. You know, the average monthly salary in this world is just over 30,000 yuan, which is still a level that has been achieved for several years. With a monthly salary of 1 million, life will take off directly. You can seriously think about it. Feng Yongzi was not in a hurry, she knew very well that Fang Yan was very stable and cautious. If the other party agreed to her right away, she would look down on Fang Yan, saying, "This is my contact information." As she spoke, she stretched out the back of her hand. Seeing this, Fang Yan put the back of his hand on top of Feng Yongzi's without any hesitation, and with a beep, he took it back. Today's communicators are implanted directly into the skin, which is very convenient. The back of the hand is the most common place to store the communicator. Think about it, and remember to contact me as soon as possible. After finishing speaking, Feng Yongzi left casually and walked into the gate of the campus. She is very busy. Looking at Feng Yongzi's back, Fang Yan couldn't help smiling. At least this girl who was too beautiful gave him a good first impression. Hey! In this way, we can get the contact information of Goddess Feng. Who is this guy? Why is he so rude? He actually ignores Goddess Feng. He is Fang Yan, the city's literary champion. It turned out to be him. He looks so handsome. I wonder if he has a girlfriend. There were whispers all around. Fang Yan didn't stop, and walked towards the registration office for freshmen. Murong Fifan has been silently watching this scene. He really didn't expect that Feng Yongzi was interested in Fang Yan, a gentle but powerless liberal arts student, and even invited him to join Feng Yongzi's hunting team. Seriously, don't envy, it's fake. Murong Fifan naturally hoped to join Feng Yongzi's hunting team, so that he would have the opportunity to be close to the water and win the moon first. However, he is not a rich kid with a reckless personality. Threatening Fang Yan? As long as he doesn't want to die, he won't do it. Once Feng Yongzi knew that he was threatening Fang Yan, he would be directly blacklisted by Feng Yongzi. What Feng Yongzi hates the most is bullying others. However, some people just don't know this. The two little followers behind Murong Fifan naturally saw that the boss was in a bad mood, so they pointed the source at Fang Yan. It is impossible for the two to blame Feng Yongzi for ignoring Murong Fifan, so they vented their negative emotions on Fang Yan. Both of them were from the martial arts class, and they really looked down on those who were in the liberal arts class, even if Fang Yan was the #1 scholar in literature. You must know that today is an era where martial arts prevail, and it is no longer an era where people rely on their brains for food. A powerful warrior can ignore even mushroom bombs. The university no longer divides civil and military classes, but only has martial arts classes, only with other liberal arts majors. 18 years old is the age for all people to practice martial arts. Fang Yan chooses biology major. First of all, this is the most popular major, especially the field related to human body strengthening medicine. Second, he had no choice. The condition given by Huahe Martial Academy at the beginning was to let Fang Yan join the biology major. In addition to exempting all fees, there is also a monthly living allowance of 100,000 yuan. Finally, Fang Yan compromised. Ideal, that is built on the basis of being alive. Even life is not stable, let alone talk about ideals. As for Feng Yongzi's invitation, Fang Yan would naturally consider it. Once he joins the hunting team, it means that he needs to lose part of his freedom. Most critical. Fang Yan has two secrets. One is the passerby. The second is the clone of the super black hole. He had to choose carefully. After registration, after reporting, I got to know the new classmates in the class, and it was already noon. Fang Yan did not choose to live in school, but planned to find a house outside and live with her sister. This is also one of the reasons why he chose Huahe Weiyuan, and it is the most important one. Before Fang Yan left the campus, there was a little tail behind him. At first, Fang Yan didn't notice it, but the tracking ability of this little tail was too frustrating, or they didn't care about being discovered by Fang Yan at all. Soon, Fang Yan came to a small alley. He didn't want these people to disturb his sister's life. Today, Fang Yan is a one-star martial arts student, enough to handle most people. He naturally observed the little tail behind him, so he probably guessed what it was. It's not without reason that a beauty is a disaster. Fang Yan had seen the two people following him before. After all, the two brothers who followed Murong Fifan looked almost like twins, and they were not two brothers. It was really hard to understand. Fang Yan, you are very arrogant. A young man stepped out of the shadows. Chapter 3. The young man who came out of the shadows was named Zhou Qing. He was one of Murong Fifan's little attendants. He broke through from a trainee martial student to a one-star martial student not long ago. Behind Zhou Qing, another young man walked out, who looked very similar to him. He was his younger brother, named Zhou Ting. Compared with the big brother, Zhou Ting's figure is taller. From a distance, he looks like a hill. He also broke through from a trainee martial student to a star martial student not long ago. This alley is a dead end. Although the two brothers didn't understand why Fang Yan wanted to kill himself, they were going to give Fang Yan a warning. There are some women that Fang Yan can't touch. Wen Zhuang Yuan? Hee. What's the use of being smart if you don't fight? When Fang Yan heard Zhou Qin's words, he didn't intend to respond. He suddenly rushed forward, like a sharp arrow off the string, and came to Zhou Qin, who was 5 steps away. So fast. Zhou Qing was taken aback when he saw this. Fang Yan obviously seemed powerless, so why was he so terrifying all of a sudden? Boom! Before Zhou Qin could react, Fang Yan swiftly and mercilessly threw an inch punch, and saw Zhou Qin's body fly up high and land on the ground, passing out from pain. you. Zhou Ting showed a look of horror. This explosive force is as heavy as 1,000 caddies, at least for a 1-star martial arts student, or even a 2-star martial arts student. This is a huge gap with Zhou Ting's understanding of Fang Yan. Boom! Fang Yan threw another 1-inch punch, as fast as a swimming dragon. Zhou Ting's body as tall as a hill flew out, hit the goods by the wall, and passed out immediately. So unbeaten. Fang Yan couldn't help but glanced at his still clenched fist, a little surprised. This is also his first actual combat, and he didn't expect the effect to be better than he imagined. Before time travel, he practiced Jeet Kune Do and other various martial arts hard to keep fit, but he didn't expect it to play a role now. Afterwards, Fang Yan left quickly. Not long after Fang Yan left, a pretty woman walked out from the shadows not far away, wearing black-rimmed glasses. She looked like a reporter at first glance. Wen Zhuangyuan, is he still a 1-star martial artist? Hee. This is big news. Soon, the woman left quickly. You know, many rich kids in martial arts classes are still just trainee martial arts students until they graduate from high school. King Yi Flower Shop. Fang Yan walked into this small flower shop of only 30 square meters, and saw a girl who looked like a fairy, slowly moving in an automatic wheelchair. Her name is Liang Siking. She is Fang Yan's older sister, but the two are not related by blood. Although Liang Siking had a young girl's face and looked about 14 or 15 years old, she was actually 20, a full 2 years older than Fang Yan. Liang Siking was originally a normal person. But when Liang Siking was 14 years old, that is, 6 years ago, Fang Yan was only 12 years old and had just graduated from elementary school. An accidental car accident took away Liang Siking's father. It became what it is now, truncated at the knee. If there were no accidents, Liang Siking would have to sit in a wheelchair for the rest of her life. In fact, as long as she has money, Liang Siking can undergo regeneration surgery to make her legs grow back. Fang Yan and Liang Siking have always depended on each other, and it is impossible to spend 10 million yuan for this kind of operation. In order to make ends meet, Liang Siking dropped out of high school to earn tuition for Fang Yan. All of this is kept in Fang Yan's heart. Fang Yan swore that she would make her sister Liang Siking stand up again. As for Fang Yan's parents, when he was less than 1 year old, both of them died in battle in a foreign land. It was Liang Siking's father, the comrade in arms of Fang Yan's parents, who raised Fang Yan. Is everything going well? Before Fang Yan could speak, Liang Siking asked with concern, not only is she beautiful, but she also has a sweet voice, which is more than enough to be a singer. All the best. Fang Yan didn't tell the accident in the alley, so as not to worry her sister. You don't have to worry about tuition fees, I've already prepared for you. Liang Siking said a little proudly. This. Fang Yan smiled mysteriously and said, there is no tuition fee. Liang Siking couldn't help but startled when she heard this. Obviously, she didn't know that Fang Yan was exempted from all fees by Huahei Yuan. Is such that? Fang Yan told Liang Siking about this. It's not that he didn't speak out sooner, but that he was worried that an accident would happen, so that his sister would not be happy. Now, everything is settled. Real. Liang Siking looked happier than Fang Yan. Fang Yan nodded solemnly, then changed the subject and said, Sister, I plan to change houses. Ah. Liang Siking was a little surprised, and said, no need, it's fine now. Too crowded. Fang Yan said solemnly, I can't wrong you. Liang Siking was silent for a moment, then said, you decide. Fang Yan nodded. He was really worried that his sister would object. You know, the house he lives in is rented, and it is not as big as this flower shop. It is only 20 square meters, and it is almost like a birdcage. It was better when they were young, but now that both of them are adults, Fang Yan thinks that sister should also have a room of her own. Close the door early today. Fang Yan suggested. Hey? It's only noon. Liang Xiqing didn't quite understand. Go pick a house. With that said, Fang Yan began to tidy up the shop. You can just pick it yourself. No. Fang Yan tidied up the shop and squatted in front of Liang Xiqing. What are you up to? Liang Xiqing looked a little puzzled. I'll carry you on my back. Fang Yan said with a smile. Put me down. Don't let go. After finishing speaking, Fang Yan carried Liang Xiqing on his back. It's embarrassing to be seen like this. Liang Xiqing's face was blushing. I'm sorry. Fang Yan is a bit thick-skinned. Liang Xiqing fell silent, and quietly lay on Fang Yan's back, only to realize that the little boy she brought up with her own hands had really grown up. This generous back made her feel at ease. Dusk. With Liang Xiqing on his back, Fang Yan went to several rental agencies, but he couldn't find a suitable house. It's not that Fang Yan is demanding, but that he needs a suitable environment for Liang Xiqing's life. Now, with tens of thousands of yuan in savings, he can still rent a decent house. Along the way, countless people stared at her, making Liang Xiqing dumbfounded. This is she knew. When seeing Fang Yan carrying a beautiful woman on her back, many people were still very envious. Even though they knew that Liang Xiqing had lost her feet, she was really pretty. Fang Yan wasn't embarrassed at all. If Liang Xiqing hadn't sacrificed his feet back then, perhaps he would have lost his life. Not to mention, from childhood to adulthood, Liang Xiqing took care of him. Fang Yan will never forget this kindness. Now that he has the ability to give Liang Xiqing a better life, Fang Yan will naturally not neglect. In fact, Fang Yan wanted to rent a villa, but Liang Xiqing firmly opposed it, saying it was too wasteful. It's a bit wasteful for two people to live in a house with hundreds of square meters, even if Fang Yan doesn't care. Let's look at it tomorrow, and you will always find it. Fang Yan turned his head and glanced at Liang Xiqing. Liang Xiqing didn't object. She naturally understood Fang Yan's intentions, and while being moved, she felt extremely warm in her heart. Fang Yan. On the side of the road, a powder blue super-speed car stopped, and a beautiful face was exposed from the lowered car window. Chapter 4. It's you. Fang Yan was a little surprised to see that pretty face. It was none other than Feng Yongzi. What a coincidence! Feng Yongzi smiled, but she seemed a little guilty. She had already received the latest news that Fang Yan was actually a one-star martial arts student, so she had to fight for this person. You must know that it is very rare for a commoner to become a one-star martial arts student at the age of 18. Obviously, Fang Yan is extremely talented in martial arts. For this reason, Feng Yongzi had to coincidence with Fang Yan. She knew very well that the headlines of the major news platforms in Hawaii tomorrow must be that Fang Yan, the #1 scholar in literature, turned out to be a star martial artist. Fang Yan naturally didn't know these things, and he wasn't arrogant enough to think that a rich lady like Feng Yongzi needed to meet him by chance. Is your sister? Feng Yongzi knew that Fang Yan had a disabled sister who looked younger than him, but deliberately asked if it was her sister. It's my sister. Fang Yan said with a smile, with a hint of pride. After all, his sister is really beautiful. If she hadn't lost her feet back then, Liang Xiqing would have been a long-legged beauty. Come up and talk, how about it? Feng Yongzi changed the topic. Hearing this, Fang Yan glanced at Liang Xiqing, then looked at Feng Yongzi, and nodded. Afterwards, Fang Yan put Liang Xiqing on the back seat, while he sat in the passenger seat. I want to change the terms. Feng Yongzi was still so straightforward, and said, how about this, I'll find someone to heal your sister's feet. Speaking of this, she didn't wait for the surprised Fang Yan to speak, and said, I can also advance your salary and bonus for a year, a total of 15 million yuan, how about it? Fang Yan was silent. He naturally saw Feng Yongzi's sincerity, but he didn't quite understand why the other party showed such sincerity. He felt vigilant. Feng Yongzi could see Fang Yan's doubts, and said, "See for yourself." After all, she sent a video to Fang Yan. After Fang Yan watched the video carefully, he suddenly realized. "Think about it again, how about?" With that said, Feng Yongzi glanced at Fang Yan meaningfully. Liang Xiqing listened carefully, but was shocked in her heart. She never thought that her sister still underestimated Fang Yan's ability. "Okay, I promise you," Fang Yan said without hesitation. For Liang Xiqing, he did not hesitate. He knew very well that Feng Yongzi had this ability, so he invited the best doctor in the world to heal Liang Xiqing's feet. Although technology can now regenerate broken limbs, there are still many risks, such as growing crooked. Fang Yan didn't want Liang Xiqing's feet to be crooked or disabled, even if Liang Xiqing didn't mind. "By the way, are you looking for a house?" Feng Yongzi changed the subject and asked a seemingly casual question. She knows Fang Yan's itinerary for the day like the back of her hand. Fang Yan nodded. "Keep the change, please." Feng Yongzi started the super speed car, soared into the sky, and said, "I have prepared a house for the hunting team, as the team base, your sister can live in together." This. Fang Yan was a little hesitant, after all, it was not in compliance with the rules. "Fine." Feng Yongzi said indifferently, "The house is very big." "That's fine." Fang Yan is no longer a mother-in-law. Not for a while. Feng Yongzi's super speed car landed in a rich mansion not far from Huaihei. It is an ultra-luxury independent villa with a huge back garden. The total area is as large as a football field. It is definitely a luxurious manor. "Here." Fang Yan got out of the car and asked in surprise. "Has a problem?" Feng Yongzi got out of the car, smiled faintly, and said, "It's just the three of us for now." Fang Yan immediately looked at Feng Yongzi. "Other teammates are still looking for." Feng Yongzi didn't hide anything. Her requirements are very high, even if she is a genius, she may not be able to catch her eyes. Fang Yan didn't say much. "By the way, I have already made an appointment for you with the best professor of regenerative medicine to help your sister heal her feet." Feng Yongzi changed the topic. "So fast?" Fang Yan was very surprised, he didn't expect Feng Yongzi to be so concerned about this matter. "Hurry up." Feng Yongzi smiled sweetly, and said, "Someone will pick your sister up tonight." Fang Yan nodded. "Do you need to go to accompany your sister?" Feng Yongzi asked meaningfully. "No need, I can go by myself." Before Fang Yan could speak, Liang Xiqing, who was lying on Fang Yan's back, said, "School has just started, so don't ask for leave." She worried that she would delay Fang Yan's studies. "How long will it take?" Fang Yan looked at Feng Yongzi. "At least a month." Feng Yongzi didn't know much about it either, she just heard about it. "Then let's decide." Liang Xiqing said a little forcefully. Liang Xiqing was absolutely unwilling to ask Fang Yan to take a month's leave to accompany her. Fang Yan finally agreed. "Don't worry, I will find someone to take care of her." Feng Yongzi added something. "Thanks." Fang Yan said gratefully. "Go in." After finishing speaking, Feng Yongzi led Fang Yan and Liang Xiqing towards the huge castle-like villa ahead. After dinner, a suspended medical military plane picked up Liang Xiqing. Fang Yan and Liang Xiqing waved their hands reluctantly. "Okay, your sister will be fine." Feng Yongzi looked at this scene, a trace of envy flashed in her beautiful eyes. She is an only daughter, and although she has many cousins, their relationship is not as good as Fang Yan and Liang Xiqing. Fang Yan smiled knowingly. Fang Yan was relieved when he saw the medical military plane. In this world, there is no stronger medical team than military doctors. Come, let me see your true strength. After finishing speaking, Feng Yongzi walked towards the training ground. The squad base is equipped with a state-of-the-art training field. This made Fang Yan very surprised. Fang Yan hurriedly followed. He still has a good impression of Feng Yongzi, the resolute captain. Training course. Fang Yan followed Feng Yongzi into this training ground full of sci-fi atmosphere. He was still a little surprised. It's so inhumane. Can't be more professional. Although it is a world where martial arts prevails, technology has not fallen behind at all. Especially those mutated animals and plants provided a lot of precious materials. The development of science and technology is actually the development of materials. When a large amount of precious materials are obtained, science and technology naturally begin to develop by leaps and bounds. It's like anti-gravity technology. A mutated land beast that can produce anti-gravity materials in its body, and now there are vehicles such as speeding cars and flying swords that require anti-gravity technology. As for what kind of superconducting material, let alone. The fundamental reason for the prevalence of martial arts is still people-oriented. No matter how powerful science and technology are, they are external objects after all. Powerful science and technology can better assist martial arts practice. Feng Yongzi first asked Fang Yan to do a series of physical examinations, so that she can better understand what resources Fang Yan needs to practice stronger martial arts. What's wrong? Seeing Feng Yongzi staring at his test report for a long time without opening his mouth, Fang Yan asked suspiciously. Chapter 5. Feng Yongzi came back to her senses when she heard Fang Yan's question, and slowly raised her head. A trace of shock flashed across her beautiful black jewel-like eyes, and then she recovered, staring at Fang Yan for a long time, said, "You really started to practice martial arts after finishing the college entrance examination?" Fang Yan nodded naturally. "It's not right." Feng Yongzi looked puzzled, stared at the report, and said, "Your blood gas value is actually 3.891, but the strength of your physical body is only 1.684, which is too strange. The blood gas value is 3.891. Fang Yan couldn't help but startled when he heard this. He knew what the two numbers meant. He is dangerous now. If the blood gas value is too high, but the physical strength is too low, it is easy to lose control of the blood gas and go crazy. As for why the blood energy value is so high, Fang Yan still has a good idea. It is the violent energy sent by the super black hole clone. Did you eat something by mistake? Feng Yongzi quickly thought of something. In normal practice, it is impossible for Fang Yan to be in such a dangerous situation. Generally speaking, the blood gas value is equivalent to the strength of the physical body, and there will never be a gap as large as double. Maybe it's the tonic my sister gave me before. Fang Yan naturally found an excuse. This should be. Feng Yongzi didn't delve into this question too much. A smile suddenly appeared on Qiao's face, and she said, "You're lucky." After a pause, however, "You must try your best to bring up the strength of your physical body, otherwise it will be very dangerous." Fang Yan does not deny this. "I'm going to buy some strengthening potions for you," Feng Yongzi suggested. "You make up your mind." Fang Yan knew very well that Feng Yongzi was an expert in this field. "If all goes well, you should be able to become a 4-star martial artist in 3 days." Speaking of this, a trace of envy flashed in Feng Yongzi's beautiful eyes. Adventurous encounters, rare encounters. Fang Yan smiled knowingly. The ranks of martial arts students are divided according to the amount of blood energy. When the blood gas value reaches 1, he is a 1-star martial artist. When the blood gas value reaches 2, he is a 2-star martial artist. When the blood gas value reaches 10, he is a 10-star martial artist. Once the blood gas value exceeds 15, he is called a quasi-martial artist. When the blood gas value reaches 20, one becomes a real martial artist. The growth rate of the blood gas value is closely related to the strength of the physical body. The stronger the physical strength, the faster the blood gas value will increase. The increase in blood gas value will also make the physical body stronger and stronger. For the vast majority of people, the blood gas value is difficult to reach 20. Becoming a martial artist will be the goal pursued by most people in their life. Fang Yan has a super black hole clone, and there is no problem with the upper limit of blood gas value for the time being. It would take several years for many people's blood gas value to reach 1. Because of this, when Feng Yongzi saw that Fang Yan's blood gas value was as high as 3.891, she was naturally shocked. You know, Feng Yongzi's current blood energy value is only 14.417, and to reach this level, she spent at least tens of billions of resources. She didn't think Fang Yan had so many resources. In particular, Fang Yan's blood gas value did not match the strength of his physical body. Next, Feng Yongzi bought various body strengthening potions that were most suitable for Fang Yan on her own online store. What kind of A-level strength potion, what A-level reaction type potion, she bought it without blinking an eye, and 100 million was spent in this way. A-level body enhancing potions all start at tens of millions. Many martial artists are reluctant to buy A-level body enhancing potions, after all, they are too expensive and cost-effective. The lower the level of body strengthening potion, the more cost-effective it is, but it often takes longer to absorb. Feng Yongzi is very clear that Fang Yan's current situation is extremely dangerous, and he must increase his physical strength as soon as possible. This is the most important thing. And money and so on are small things. Xingai Group, as the world's largest manufacturer of body-enhancing drugs, has its own express delivery system. Less than an hour after placing the order, the smart drone delivered all the strengthening potions that Feng Yongzi had purchased. Since the body-enhancing medicines Feng Yongzi purchased were all the fastest-acting injections, not oral ones, it was a bit complicated to use. Let me help you. Feng Yongzi really doesn't look like a young lady at all. Thanks. Fang Yan was not polite either. Fang Yan had never been in contact with these high-level body-strengthening potions, so he was not as familiar with using them as Feng Yongzi. Strength-enhancing type, reaction-enhancing type, bone-hardening type, etc., none of them are left behind, and the strength of the physical body is increased in all directions. When everything was done, it was late at night. Don't you need to go to bed? After Fang Yan injected 5 A-level body-enhancing potions, he asked curiously when he saw that Feng Yongzi wasn't feeling sleepy at all. Come with me to practice two hands. After finishing speaking, Feng Yongzi turned around and walked towards the dressing room. All right. Fang Yan smiled helplessly. He didn't really feel sleepy either. Although the body-enhancing potion takes effect quickly, it does not have obvious effects until it is used. It is estimated that it will take a day or two for the actual effect to appear. Fang Yan is also very interested in Feng Yongzi's strength. After all, the two are now a small team. If the captain's strength is not good enough, they will be very dangerous. Not for a while. Feng Yongzi put on a set of refreshing exercise clothes, showing a more heroic appearance, and walked out of the locker room. Fang Yan also changed into a loose practice uniform, standing on the training ground handsomely. You haven't practiced martial arts yet, have you? Feng Yongzi suddenly remembered something, and asked solemnly. Not yet. Fang Yan shook his head. He has been studying the wordless heart formula, so naturally he has no time to study martial arts, and he does not have so much money to invest in martial arts for the time being. After the military training is over, you go to the mall to buy some suitable ones. Feng Yongzi thought for a while, and knew that it was definitely too late to practice martial arts now. Fang Yan didn't object, and had exactly the intention. Come on, let me see your full strength. Feng Yongzi shouted expectantly. She didn't expect to pick up a super genius. Even if Fang Yan eats some precious natural treasures by mistake, whether they can absorb them is still a problem. At least Fang Yan does not have this problem. For example, using the same resources, some people's blood energy can only increase by 1, while others can increase by 2. This is the martial arts qualification. Obviously, Fang Yan has very good martial arts qualifications. This made Feng Yongzi even more happy. It would be great if the team's brains had extraordinary strength. Certainly. In Feng Yongzi's mind, the positioning of Fang Yan's team is still the brain. The brain of the team not only makes decisions when hunting exotic beasts, but also formulates the most reasonable planning for the team members in daily practice. It is precisely because of this that Feng Yongzi values Fang Yan so much. Then, Fang Yan and Feng Yongzi began to compete seriously. Chapter 6. The next day. Early in the morning, Fang Yan habitually got up from the big comfortable bed, and was about to take a shower when he noticed some obvious changes in his body. His strength has grown. Fang Yan looked at the toothpaste that was squeezed out of his hand, and was stunned for a while. Afterwards, Fang Yan left the bathroom, went to the training ground, and conducted a test. Half an hour later, Fang Yan was a little dumbfounded. Overnight, his blood gas value directly increased by 1 point, the total value was close to 5 points, and his physical strength more than doubled from 1.7 to 4.612. No wonder I suddenly lost control of my strength. Fang Yan murmured. With 1 point of blood gas value, it can explode with a force of 1000 jin. 5 points of blood energy, that is, a burst of force equivalent to 5000 katis. You need to strengthen your practice. Fang Yan knew very well that the current skyrocketing power must be grasped as soon as possible. Most importantly, Fang Yan had a guess in his mind that if the strength of the physical body becomes stronger and stronger, the violent energy transmitted from the super black hole clone will become more. Adding 1 point of qi and blood in one night, this is something Fang Yan never dared to imagine. Obviously, this exaggerated change now has something to do with the strengthening of the physical body. Today, Fang Yan is already a genuine 4-star martial arts student, and if nothing unexpected happens, he will be able to break through to a 5-star martial arts student tomorrow. What's wrong? A slightly tired woman's voice came from behind, containing a trace of natural coldness. Hearing this, Fang Yan knew that it was Feng Yongzi who came, so he turned around, smiled faintly, and said, I want to see how much the physical strength has changed after taking the body strengthening potion. Feng Yongzi was wearing a training suit, which outlined Lingling's curves, and there was a trace of heat from her body, and sweat dripped from her forehead. Obviously, she just finished training. Regarding Fang Yan's answer, Feng Yongzi only smiled slightly, with a hint of understanding in her beautiful eyes. She used to do this too. Body strengthening potions don't take effect so quickly. It usually takes 3 days to show some effect. Feng Yongzi said something casually, then turned and left without further questioning. Correct. Feng Yongzi thought of something, stopped, turned to look at Fang Yan, and said, Today you will become a big star. After all, she smiled mysteriously, and really left the training ground. Although Fang Yan didn't understand, he didn't care. He doesn't care about big stars or anything. He just needs to get stronger. Afterwards, Fang Yan quickly washed up and was ready to go to school. Since the military training started today, Fang Yan put on a brand new military uniform directly. Flower Language Forest. This forest with the Forest of 4 Seasons is the place where the military training of the Huahe Weiyuan will be held. The military training time of the major martial arts academy is more than 3 months. First, to strengthen the physical fitness of students, after all, this is an era that prides itself on martial arts. Second, through a series of military training programs, outstanding martial arts geniuses hidden among civilians were selected. The military training time of Huahe Martial Arts Academy lasted half a year, which shows how much the Martial Arts Academy attaches great importance to the military training of freshmen every year. From the moment Fang Yan appeared at the gate of Huahe Martial Arts Academy, all the eyes gathered around him, making him feel a little uncomfortable. This situation continued until Fang Yan stepped into the flower language forest, and it still didn't end. Did you read the Huahe headlines this morning? Our school's #1 scholar is actually a 3-star martial arts student. It's too scary. Is it Fang Yan? Wait for me to see. It really is. Both civil and military? It's been a long time since such a person appeared. And Fang Yan was born as a commoner, this is the scariest thing. I met Fang Yan yesterday, he is super handsome. I wonder if he has a girlfriend. Don't even think about it. How can a handsome guy with all-round talents in civil and military affairs not have a girlfriend? I wouldn't believe it even if I was killed. He really doesn't have a girlfriend. I'm in the same high school as him. I can guarantee this. You don't even know that his life is extremely simple. He is either reading in the library or on the way to the library. You think is Wen Zhuang Yuan so easy to get? Superficial. Indeed. Although this is a great era that prides itself on martial arts, the last literary champion with perfect scores in all subjects was hundreds of years ago. This year's question is still the most difficult in history. The average score is less than 300. You must know that the total score is 900, which is the lowest in history. Along the way, Fang Yan heard countless discussions, all related to him. Even if Feng Yongzi reminded Fang Yan, he was mentally prepared, but he didn't expect to cause such a big disturbance. Fang Yan even believed that the reporter would definitely add fuel to the story and exaggerate the facts, which is too commonplace. Times have changed, but some people's hearts remain the same. Obviously. Fang Yan is not so clear about what being both civil and military means to this era. Before formally practicing martial arts, Fang Yan's only interest was indeed to study and strive for a better life. Although martial arts are the pride of this era, people with super intelligent IQs can still do well, especially in the development of body-enhancing potions, which is also one of the reasons why Fang Yan chose biology. Feng Yongzi chose Fang Yan because of Fang Yan's potential in biology. Fang Yan, this way. On the square in front of Huaye Forest, Fang Yan just stopped, looked around, and was about to find where his class was, when he heard a gentle voice behind him, like falling cotton. Squad leader. Hearing this, Fang Yan immediately reacted and turned to look at a girl who was walking quickly. The girl was a bit petite. Compared with the tall and straight Fang Yan, she felt like a big brother and a little girl. The person who came was none other than the squad leader Xia Yufei. Xia Yufei stopped within 3 steps of Fang Yan, raised her head, and looked at Fang Yan with a little curiosity. This seemingly gentle boy turned out to be a 3-star martial artist. Believe. As the class monitor, Xia Yufei knew everything about the 23 students in the class, including Fang Yan. In her eyes, Fang Yan should not have the conditions to become a 3-star martial artist. You must know that many children from rich families barely reach the level of 1-star martial arts students after consuming a lot of cultivation resources. Although Xia Yufei has a good family background, she is not very rich, so she does not have the conditions to start practicing martial arts early. Like Fang Yan, she also started to practice martial arts after finishing the college entrance examination, but she has not really stepped into the threshold of becoming a martial arts trainee. Learn to control your blood energy. Controlling blood energy is the most fundamental basis for practicing martial arts. Fang Yan saw Xia Yufei's complicated eyes, guessed what she was thinking, and said with a slight smile, "Military training is about to begin." Chapter 7. Right. When Xia Yufei heard Fang Yan's reminder, she immediately came back to her senses, turned around quickly, and said embarrassingly, "Come with me." "Thanks." Fang Yan looked at Xia Yufei's petite back whose head only reached his chest, said something, and followed. When Fang Yan followed Xia Yufei and came to the place where the class was, those students who had come earlier all looked at Fang Yan in amazement, and their eyes were not only shocked, but also shocked. Who would have thought that Fang Yan hid it so deeply, and as the number one scholar in liberal arts, he was actually a 3-star martial arts student. Seeing this, Fang Yan didn't react too much. Gather! Suddenly, a female voice came from behind Fang Yan, full of irresistible majesty. Not for a while. Fang Yan and others lined up neatly. In fact, there was a 3-month military training in high school, so they all knew what to do next. Standing in front of Fang Yan and the others was a female instructor. Although she was very beautiful, the biggest impression was that she was heroic and aggressive, like a sharp knife, standing in front of everyone. So strong. Fang Yan looked at this beautiful female instructor a little bit, and felt a sigh of relief in his heart. He believed that the female instructor in front of him was stronger than Feng Yongzi. It should be at the martial artist level. Fang Yan had a little guess. Especially the female instructor looks very young, probably less than 20 years old. The female instructor first briefly introduced herself. Her surname was Yan and her first name was Shuangxiu. The content of the first day of military training is very simple. It's long-distance running. Jogging around the flower language forest. Until you can't run anymore. The instructor in charge of each class will follow along. Fang Yan's class is a bit special. As an intensive class of biology, including Fang Yan, there are a total of 24 students. Without exception, they are all special students. The only thing that made Fang Yan uncomfortable at first was that he was the only boy in the class, while the other 23 were girls. But Fang Yan figured it out quickly, so he didn't care too much. He won't spend much time with these classmates. With his current martial arts cultivation, he will definitely leave this class in a few days. The content of the first day of military training is long-distance running. The reason is very simple, just to see how a person's perseverance is. Although martial arts requires talent, resources, and hard work are equally important. Talent, after all, is a minority. Cultivation resources and one's own efforts are the most practical. A martial arts genius without perseverance can't go far. Because of this, the road of martial arts cultivation often values a person's perseverance. For normal people in this world, jogging for 10 kilometers is completely achievable. Unknowingly, Fang Yan's class has already run 10 kilometers, but this is just the beginning. It is about 50 kilometers to run around the Huaya forest. According to the requirements, on the first day of military training, at least half a lap of Huaya forest, which is about 25 kilometers, is considered a pass. If you can run a full lap of the flower language forest, that is excellent. At this time, except for Fang Yan, the rest of the students were covered in sweat and out of breath. If it wasn't for Yan Shuangxiu, a beautiful and cold female instructor, Xia Yufei, and the others would have already been sitting on the ground. 1 hour. Yan Shuangxiu glanced at the mechanical watch in her hand, and was quite satisfied with the performance of Fang Yan and the others in her heart, but she didn't show it, and just followed behind everyone without haste. At this moment, Yan Shuangxiu's glamorous face showed no trace of fatigue, not even sweat, let alone panting, as if jogging 10 kilometers was as easy as walking 2 steps. A 3-star samurai. Naturally, Yan Shuangxiu's eyes fell on Fang Yan's back again. She knew that Fang Yan was on Huahe's headlines, and she thought it was a bad reporter bragging about it, but she didn't expect Fang Yan to be so powerful. 10 kilometers passed without taking a breath. Not only Samsung. Yan Shuangxiu came to a new conclusion again. Even a 3-star martial artist can jog 10 kilometers at the current speed without breaking a sweat. Unknowingly, Yan Shuangxiu became curious about Fang Yan. It is too difficult for civilians to practice martial arts. This point, Yan Shuangxiu is very clear. She was born in a military family, and she has experienced this deeply. Ever since she embarked on the path of martial arts, she has never been short of cultivation resources, which is why she has such a powerful cultivation base. But most of the ordinary people of her age are still struggling on their way to becoming a 3-star warrior. Unknowingly, a red and yellow marking line, that is, the passing line, quietly appeared in front of Fang Yan and others, less than 100 meters away. After crossing that pass line, you can get a rest period. This moment, except for Fang Yan, Xia Yufei and the others were really unable to run because their legs were subconsciously swinging. The unwillingness to admit defeat in their hearts made these delicate girls persist until now. At this time, Fang Yan was already running ahead, leading Xia Yufei and other students. Seeing the pass line, Fang Yan subconsciously turned his head to look at Xia Yufei and the others, feeling a little emotional in his heart. For many people, jogging 25 kilometers is not an easy task. Subconsciously, Fang Yan glanced at Yan Chuangxiu. He always felt a pair of eyes staring at him from behind. Yan Chuangxiu didn't avoid Fang Yan's gaze, and looked at each other with a look of approval, although there was a hint of coldness in it. Hold on a little longer. Yan Chuangxiu clapped her hands, accelerated and ran forward, and soon ran to Fang Yan's side from the end. Yes! Xia Yufei and the others shouted feebly. 100 meters, whether it is far or not, whether it is close or not. Finally, except for Fang Yan, Xia Yufei and the others didn't know how they crossed the passing line. At this time, the area around the passing line was already full of students, either in a coma or on the way to a coma. 2.5 hours. Yan Chuangxiu glanced at the mechanical watch on her wrist, and rarely showed a smile. Obviously, she was very satisfied with the performance of Xia Yufei and other students, who basically ran 25 kilometers at a constant speed. At least in terms of perseverance, there is no problem at all. This guy should have done it on purpose. Subconsciously, Yan Chuangxiu glanced at Fang Yan's receding back, who didn't stop, and couldn't help muttering in her heart. Fang Yan has been leading the race since the 3rd kilometer. Obviously, Fang Yan deliberately controlled the speed. If it was soon, Xia Yufei and the others would have collapsed from exhaustion. At this time, there was still no trace of sweat on Fang Yan's face, as if he had jogged for 25 kilometers, as relaxed and comfortable as walking 25 meters. You guys rest here first. Yan Chuangxiu instructed Xia Yufei and the others, and quickly followed Fang Yan. Hearing this, Xia Yufei hesitated for a moment, but instead of sitting down, she chose to follow Yan Chuangxiu. More precisely, she wants to follow in Fang Yan's footsteps. Maybe she is a little unconvinced. Why Fang Yan can do it, but she can't? Obviously, Xia Yufei is a bit competitive and stronger. Although at this moment, Xia Yufei's legs were so tired that she didn't want to move at all, but she did not admit defeat. The rest of the students didn't have Xia Yufei's perseverance, they all collapsed, and some even fell asleep from exhaustion. At the same time, many medical staff went to the students who fell to the ground to prevent accidents. Chapter 8. Fang Yan knew that Xia Yufei and Yan Chuangxiu were following behind, but he didn't respond, and the pace under him became faster and faster. He also wanted to take the opportunity to see where his limits were most critical. As the jogging progressed, he found that his body had changed again, better absorbing the remaining medicine from last night. Could it be related to the black hole again? Fang Yan murmured in his heart, and quickened his pace a little. Accelerated again. Yan Chuangxiu was unhurried, and easily followed Fang Yan less than 3 steps away. Seeing Fang Yan speeding up again, a trace of surprise flashed in her beautiful eyes, but it was more of a surprise. Right now Fang Yan's speed is at least at the level of a 4-star martial artist 20 km per hour. No. Yan Chuangxiu suddenly realized something. Fang Yan's speed at this time was shown after jogging for 25 kilometers, which meant one more thing. He can go faster. Could it be a 5-star martial artist? An unbelievable idea appeared in Yan Shuangxiu's mind. Don't look at the 18-year-old Feng Yongzi as a 10-star martial artist, but there are less than 4 of them in the whole world. Even for true martial arts geniuses, at the age of 18, it is very rare to be able to reach 6-star martial arts students. People like Mirong Fifan, who are 5-star martial arts students at a young age, are already geniuses among martial arts geniuses. Because of this, Mirong Fifan has the confidence to pursue Feng Yongzi. As the son of a commoner, Fang Yan could not become a 5-star martial artist without the help of any cultivation resources. Yan Shuangxiu was very sure of this point. Without cultivation resources, it is basically impossible to become a 5-star martial student, or even a 1-star martial student. Careful! Suddenly, Yan Shuangxiu yelled instinctively, and rushed towards Fang Yan. I saw a figure, like a cannonball, flying from the front and bumping into Fang Yan head-on. Yan Shuangxiu instinctively judged that Fang Yan must have no time to dodge. However, before she finished speaking, Yan Shuangxiu stopped, and a look of surprise flashed across that slightly icy pretty face. Seeing that figure hitting Fang Yan's chest, Fang Yan stretched out his hand without hesitation, held the other's arm tightly, and turned around. The figure stood firmly on the ground. Fang Yan let go of the opponent's arm, as if nothing had happened, and continued walking. The figure was stunned for a long time without opening his mouth. She had no idea what was going on. There was a sound of surprise from the front. Fang Yan had to stop. 3 men stood in front of Fang Yan. The young man in the lead was tall and handsome, obviously a typical Korean. His name is Park Jinyun and he is from Koryo City. Fang Yan saw the other party's clothes clearly, and guessed the other party's identity. He should be an exchange student from Korea City. 300 years ago, a generation of Emperor Qin Tianhai ruled the world, and there are no countries anymore, only cities. Goryeo City was the original capital of Goryeo State. Afterwards, Fang Yan subconsciously turned his head to glance at the girl who was rescued by him behind him, only to realize that the girl was also from Korea. Who are you? Park Jinyun first glanced at Yan Shuangxiu, flashed a trace of fear, and then his eyes fell on Fang Yan again. His pupils were full of indescribable shock. Someone caught Lin's Hixie with one hand. Park Jinyun knew very well how terrifying the kick he hit Lin's Hixie just now was. Even a 6-star martial artist may not be able to catch Lin's Hixie who is flying. What's more, Fang Yan made Lin's Hixie finally stand firmly on the ground. For Fang Yan's move, Park Jinyun felt a little vigilance in his heart. Of course, as a 7-star martial artist, he naturally wouldn't really take Fang Yan to heart. Among his peers, his opponents will not exceed 10. In Huahe Martial Academy, the only thing that Pu Jinyun is afraid of is Feng Yongzi, the martial goddess. Passerby. Seeing that Park Jinyun and the others were Koreans, Fang Yan didn't have a good impression of these guys who originally came from stealing the country, and he didn't want to participate in it, so he responded casually, flew past Park Jinyun, and continued the military training project. He didn't want to waste precious training time on this kind of thing. Now, Fang Yan clearly felt that his blood energy was skyrocketing. Obviously, this jogging once again promoted the body's absorption of the body-enhancing potion, which rapidly increased the strength of the physical body, and the blood energy skyrocketed accordingly. This is something Fang Yan did not expect. However, some people don't want Fang Yan to leave. A young man next to Park Jinyun, named Park Jinyu, is Park Jinyun's twin brother, but his cultivation level is far inferior to that of his big brother Park Jinyun. Now he is only a 4-star martial arts student, and there is still a small distance away from a 5-star martial arts student. Park Jinyun has always been Park Jinwoo's idol. At this moment, Park Jinyu saw that Fang Yan dared to ignore Park Jinyun, which made him very upset. Most critical. Park Jin-yu thought Fang Yan ruined their good deed and saved Lim's Hixie. In fact, Lin's Hixie is Park Jin-yun's fiancé. It's never Fang Yan's turn to meddle in Park Jin-yun's affairs. Student is very skilled, let me meet you. Park Jin-yu yelled and rushed towards Fang Yan. He naturally knew that this was Hua Wei Yuan, but in the era when martial arts were prevalent, as long as no one was killed, there would be no problem in fighting for anything. Park Jin-yun could see what his younger brother Pu Jin-yu was thinking, and he was a little excited to see him, but he didn't expect Hua Wei Yuan to be so crouching, so he didn't make a sound to stop him. He also wanted to know how much Fang Yan's real strength was. As an exchange student from Korea, Park Jin-yun wants to prove that he is the strongest freshman in Hua Wei Yuan. Among boys of the same age, no one would be his opponent. Yan Chuangxiu had been watching this scene silently, but when she saw Park Jin-yu making a move and was about to stop her, she was completely stunned again. Before Yan Chuangxiu's lips parted slightly, she saw Fang Yan turn around without hesitation, and slammed a punch, like a thunderbolt, right in the chest of Park Jin-yu who had already punched. Last come first. Boom. Accompanied by a muffled sound, like the beating of a drum, Yan Chuangxiu saw Park Jin-yu, who had no time to react, flew out of a distance of more than 10 meters like a cannonball, and hit a tree that required 4 people to surround it. It stopped on the huge tree trunk it could get over, and finally slid down to the ground. Park Jin-yun passed out from the pain. This scene came so suddenly that everyone present couldn't react. In the end, they were stunned and just watched Fang Yan's back as he left without making a sound. Chapter 9. Is it really a 5-star martial artist? Or a 6-star martial artist? Yan Chuangxiu stared at Fang Yan's receding back, and found that her guess just now was a bit too conservative. As soon as she saw the girl who was rescued by Fang Yan come back to her senses and follow her, Yan Chuangxiu quickly followed her. Xia Yufei came to her senses when she saw Fang Yan's back disappearing among the trees, and immediately ran after her. She knew that she still underestimated Fang Yan. Originally, Xia Yufei was still a little unconvinced, but at this moment, she was convinced. Fang Yan is the real both civil and military master. Another young man next to Park Jin-yun gave a soft shout. Go and see Jin-yu's injury first. Park Jin-yun calmed down. Yes. The young man wanted to say something, but he didn't say it in the end, and ran to Park Jin-yu quickly. His name is Jin Dashan, and he is the accompanying student of Park Jin-yun and Park Jin-yu. To put it bluntly, Jin Dashan was the reason why the Pu family was worried about Park Jin-yun and Park Jin-yu and asked Jin Dashan to come over to protect the two brothers. Regardless of his appearance in his early 20s, he is indeed a genuine 8-star martial arts student. Soon, Jin Dashan carried Park Jin-yu on his back, and quickly left with Park Jin-yun. Although this scene happened for a short time, there were already many freshmen who were watching the show. Everyone has been shocked like a statue for a long time, and for a while, they don't know what to say to express their shock at the moment. Because of Hua Tao Xiao, many people already know about Fang Yan's existence, not to mention that Fang Yan is still the #1 student in liberal arts, so it's hard not to know about him. It's just that no one thought that the news about Fang Yan on Hua Tao Xiao was not exaggerated at all, and even seemed very conservative. As for who Park Jin-woo is, many people have already seen this playboy from Koryoshi. He is a rich and powerful exchange student. He has only been in Hua Wei Yuan for more than a month, and he has already harmed many vain girls. Park Jin-woo's reputation is even greater than Park Jin-yun's. Relatively speaking, Park Jin-yun seemed a little low-key. Seeing that Park Jin-yu suffered a big loss, many people were secretly happy. Who is that woman? She looks so beautiful. She seems to be Park Jin-yun's fiancé, named Lin's Hixie. Why did the two get into a fight? And that Lin's Hixie looks a bit powerful. Lin's Hixie must be amazing. One of the 4 overlord flowers of Hua Martial Arts Academy, although he is only 18 years old, he is a genuine 6-star martial artist. While everyone was still discussing, Fang Yan still maintained his own speed and rhythm, jogging all the way, trying to circle Hua Yusen Lin. He also knew that Lin's Hixie was following closely behind, but Fang Yan had no interest in the grievances between the Koreans, let alone adding trouble to himself. Fang Yan has heard a lot about Korean bullying. Although Fang Yan has become a lot stronger, he is not yet strong enough to get involved in the struggle of the Korean giants. Naturally, he knew about Hwae Yuan, and knew that there would be exchange students from Koryo City and Inazakura City every year, and these exchange students were without exception the children of wealthy families in the two cities. If it weren't for the children of wealthy families, the exchange students such as Park Jinyun and Lin's Hixie couldn't be so high in martial arts. The only thing that surprised Fang Yan was that Xia Yufei actually followed up. This was indeed beyond Fang Yan's expectations. At this moment, Xia Yufei was obviously exhausted, her feet were swinging mechanically, as if she was no longer under the control of her body, but she didn't stop after all. This perseverance far exceeded Fang Yan's expectations of Xia Yufei. As for Yan Chuangxiu, Fang Yan didn't care too much. After all, she was an instructor, and that was her freedom. What Fang Yan didn't know was that Yan Chuangxiu's heart had already set off a storm. It was so shocking. At the beginning, Yan Chuangxiu wondered why Fang Yan's martial arts cultivation was so high. He was obviously just a commoner, but he had cultivated to a 5-star martial arts student, or even a 6-star martial arts student. At this moment, Yan Chuangxiu can be sure that Fang Yan's martial arts cultivation is definitely above the level of a 5-star martial arts student. Tai Chi? Overcoming strength with softness? Beiji? The ultimate masculine fist. Yan Chuangxiu looked at Fang Yan's back silently, with countless thoughts, constantly recalling the scene of Fang Yan saving Lin's Hixie and Pu Jinyu flying away with a punch, and the two pictures intertwined quickly. Fang Yan rescued Lin's Hixie, obviously using the skill of 4 or 2 strokes. But Fang Yan's punch that sent Pu Jinyu flying was extremely fierce. Yan Chuangxiu believes that Fang Yan must have practiced his family, otherwise it would be impossible to have that kind of reaction and skill. Could it be the secret disciple of some hermit expert? A strange idea appeared in Yan Chuangxiu's mind. It must be so. This is the only reason she thinks can be explained. Even if Fang Yan had an adventure, mistakenly consumed precious resources, and his blood chi sword, those martial arts moves cannot be cultivated by mistake. Go back and check it out. Yan Chuangxiu suppressed the curiosity in her heart, and subconsciously walked a lot faster. The reason is simple. Fang Yan accelerated again. In fact, not only Yan Chuangxiu saw this, but Park Jinyun also saw this. With a trace of unexplained fear in his heart, he finally chose not to catch up. It is impossible to give birth to such a martial arts expert for no reason, and it is unknown. Park Jinyun firmly believes that there must be expert advice behind Fang Yan. As one of the heir candidates of the largest consortium in Koryo City, Juxing Group, Park Jinyun's vision is still very good. Thanks. When Fang Yan speeded up, Lin's Hixie immediately sped up to catch up and stood behind him, saying gratefully. Fang Yan didn't answer, but the speed of his feet continued to increase. The reason why he accelerated was to get rid of Lin's Hixie. He really didn't want to have too much karma with Lin's Hixie and other Koreans. This time, it was pure accident. Fang Yan saved himself. Although Fang Yan could have avoided it at that time, he didn't think it was necessary. His martial arts path is to go forward bravely. Even his previous life had a similar belief. Looking at Fang Yan's back, Lin's Hixie finally understood Fang Yan's mind, hesitated for a moment, and then gradually slowed down his pace. She could understand Fang Yan's approach. Her fiancé is Park Jinyun. As long as he is not a fool, he will never take care of her affairs. Soon, both Yan Chuangxiu and Xia Yufei ran past Lin's Hixie, leaving behind a lonely and desperate figure. Not for a while. Yan Shuangxiu caught up with Fang Yan. Do you know who the person was just now? Before Fang Yan could speak, Yan Shuangxiu asked first. Not interested in knowing. Fang Yan said, not too concerned. Chapter 10. Well. Seeing that Fang Yan did not pay too much attention to Park Jinyun and others, Yan Shuangxiu confirmed her conjecture in her heart that there must be a hidden master behind Fang Yan. In this era that is proud of martial arts, there are indeed some low-key martial arts masters, who live in seclusion in the mountains and forests, and feel the world and seek the way. By the way, what is your real martial arts cultivation? Yan Shuangxiu changed the subject and asked seriously. Fang Yan heard the meaning of Yan Shuangxiu's words, and couldn't help turning his head to look at Yan Shuangxiu's side face. Although Yan Shuangxiu is very beautiful, Fang Yan's eyes didn't linger, and he looked forward again, saying, I don't know. After saying that, he accelerated again, and quickly got rid of Yan Shuangxiu. Can you still speed up? Seeing this scene, Yan Shuangxiu couldn't help being startled. She could tell that Fang Yan was planning to circle Huayu Sen Lin Yi, and at the current speed, let alone a 5-star martial artist, even a 6-star martial artist might not be able to complete the run. At least, Yan Shuangxiu knew that when she was a 6-star martial arts student, she could barely finish a lap of Huayu Forest at Fang Yan's current speed. Interesting. Yan Shuangxiu suddenly smiled happily. It had been a long time since she had seen such a confident and low-key martial arts genius. The speed of 30 km per hour is already at the level of a 7-star warrior. Then, Yan Shuangxiu accelerated again, and followed Fang Yan unhurriedly, wanting to see what the limit of this little guy was. Seeing that Yan Shuangxiu and Fang Yan were still accelerating, Xia Yufei felt inexplicably complicated. They are all the same age. Why is the gap so big? Only. Xia Yufei still did not give up. For some reason, she instinctively began to speed up, even though her feet no longer belonged to her. Result. On the track of Huayu Forest, a strange scene appeared. One man and 2 women were overtaking crazily, giving the impression that the 3 of them were doing a 100-meter sprint. This scene naturally caught the attention of the first-year freshmen along the way, who were stunned, and felt a gust of wind pass by, and the 3 figures disappeared in front of them. The instructors on the road are no exception. What's wrong with Shuangxiu? She actually got involved with a freshman. Who is that freshman? Did he just start running? This speed is okay, but I just don't know how far I can last. He is Fang Yan, the protagonist of Huahe Tao Xiao today. He is Fang Yan? Huahe Tao Xiao is conservative. The blood energy exuding from his body at this time is at least at the level of a 4-star martial artist. I can't stop watching, it should be more than 5-star martial arts students. This year's freshmen are not bad. Finally, there are some seedlings worth seeing. Fang Yan didn't know that he had become a hot topic of discussion among the instructors. He just wanted to see how much of his potential he could still tap. Yan Shuangxiu followed Fang Yan closely, without any pressure, but the curiosity in her heart became more and more intense. Every time she thought that Fang Yan had reached the upper limit, she realized that this guy's upper limit was still breaking through. Xia Yufei was still following behind Yan Shuangxiu, but at some point, her eyes became blurred, as if she had fallen into a deep sleep, sleepwalking and running. Time passed bit by bit. Finally, Fang Yan finally stopped. 2 laps is the limit. Fang Yan bent down, panting heavily, the sweat on his face dripped down on the ground like a torrential rain. After finishing 1 lap of Huayu Senlin, Fang Yan felt that he still had more energy, so he ran another lap. This scene surprised Yan Shuangxiu for a while. Don't say that Fang Yan is just a freshman, even those martial arts experts who have been famous for a long time now, at Fang Yan's age, they will definitely not be able to do this. At least, Yan Shuangxiu couldn't do it. What's the matter with her? Yan Shuangxiu turned around and glanced at Xia Yufei, which surprised her even more. This seemingly weak girl followed Fang Yan and ran 2 laps of Huaya forest with her. Is there any special constitution? Yan Shuangxiu quickly thought of a key point. Before she finished speaking, Yan Shuangxiu's figure flashed, turning into a gust of wind, and appearing beside Xia Yufei, hugging the fallen figure. Passed out. Yan Shuangxiu thought of something again, and shook her head. This girl is going to die. The 2 circles of the flower language forest are a total of 100 kilometers long. Since Fang Yan rescued Lin's Hixie, his speed was basically maintained at 30 kilometers per hour, and he ran the next 70 kilometers. As a martial artist above martial arts students, Yan Shuangxiu naturally wouldn't have any problems. Only, she really couldn't believe that Fang Yan could do it, and now Xia Yufei could do it too. After all, Fang Yan exudes a strong blood energy, which shows that his martial arts cultivation is very unusual, but Xia Yufei's blood energy is very weak, not even the level of a 1-star martial arts student. This made Yan Shuangxiu puzzled. Get someone to check her body tonight. Yan Shuangxiu began to look forward to it. People with special martial arts physique, once they practice martial arts, their speed can be said to be like a whirlwind, and they can't stop even if they want to. Yan Shuangxiu herself is such an example. Including Feng Yongzi. According to Yan Shuangxiu's existing information, Feng Yongzi must have a very special martial arts physique to achieve his current achievements. As for what kind of martial arts physique Feng Yongzi has, Yan Shuangxiu doesn't know. This is Feng Yongzi's secret. After a while, several medical staff trotted over, took Xia Yufei from Yan Shuangxiu's hands, and carried her away quickly. Yan Shuangxiu looked at Xia Yufei's leaving figure, and soon her eyes fell on the back of Fang Yan, who was going away again. After hesitating for a moment, she chased after her. What is your cultivation level now? Yan Shuangxiu caught up with Fang Yan, and the 2 walked side by side, asking curiously. Logically speaking, she should be able to see through Fang Yan's martial arts cultivation. In fact, she couldn't. Because of this, Yan Shuangxiu became even more curious. Although curiosity killed the cat, Yan's Huang Sui is bold. Hearing this, Fang Yan didn't stop, turned his head to look at Yan Shuangxiu, and said, "Can I not answer you?" Well. When Yan Shuangxiu heard this, she was taken aback for a moment. She didn't expect Fang Yan to answer like this, which was a bit different from what she had imagined. Anyway, she is also a big beauty. Although she never cared whether she was a beautiful woman, after all, as long as her martial arts cultivation base is strong enough, it doesn't matter whether she is beautiful or not, but she was still a little surprised when she saw the reaction of Fang Yan looking at her. Fang Yan was not attractive at all, and a look of admiration flashed across her beautiful eyes. In her eyes, no matter men or women, there is a knife on the head of S*X. I'll know. Yan Shuangxiu said something lightly, and stopped dwelling on this issue. She changed the subject and asked solemnly, "Would you like to have a discussion?" Chapter 11. Now it was Fang Yan's turn to be startled. He never thought that Yan Shuangxiu would make such a request. So bullying. But Fang Yan is fearless. He has been looking forward to fighting with real warriors in this world, so that he can better understand the mysteries of martial arts in this world. Although Feng Yongzi is very strong, he is only a martial arts student after all, and has not really stepped into the realm of a martial artist. Only a martial artist can truly use the power of blood and true energy. Wushan is just a stage of accumulating blood. In Fang Yan's eyes, Wusheng doesn't even count as a step into the world of martial arts. Rest assured. Seeing Fang Yan's dazed look, Yan Shuangxiu gave a rare smile and said seriously, "I won't bully you, but I will suppress my own cultivation, which is comparable to yours." Can. Fang Yan said bluntly, then stopped. Soon. Both Fang Yan and Yan Shuangxiu took a stance. When the people around saw this, they immediately showed shock on their faces. They didn't expect that this year, some freshmen dared to challenge the instructor. It's not that there are no such things, it's just that it's rare in recent years. In particular, the person Fang Yan wanted to challenge turned out to be Yan Zhuangxiu. Anyone who has known Yan Zhuangxiu knows that this cold-faced beauty is one of the 12 golden warriors in the world. The so-called world's 12 golden warriors are the 12 strongest people under the age of 24. Although Yan Zhuangxiu is only 20 years old this year, she is the third seat of the golden warrior, occupying the Aquarius, and is the youngest golden warrior in history. Of course, it may be because Yan Zhuangxiu is an instructor in the first year, and many students don't know much about this golden warrior, so some arrogant people like Fang Yan want to take this opportunity to tease the cold-faced beauty. Who is this new student? How crazy! It seems to be called Fang Yan. It's Fang Yan, this year's liberal arts champion. It's just that no one thought that he is a guy who hides his secrets. I heard that he had fought against those exchange students not long ago, and he still had the upper hand. Really or not? There is a good show to watch now. Instructor Yan, I don't know if he will be merciful. I'm looking forward to it. Everyone couldn't help discussing. Xia Yufei has an abnormal physique and has never been ill since she was a child. Before the medical staff could give simple treatment, she had already woken up from a comatose state. She stood in the crowd at some point, staring at Fang Yan's back with surprise in her eyes. I feel that my brain is really not enough. What happened? Xia Yufei couldn't understand why the two who were running well just now suddenly started fighting. Although Fang Yan heard the discussions around him, he didn't take it to heart at all. He chose to fight, firstly because of his personality, his martial arts is like this, secondly because he wants to break through, and wants to take advantage of Yan Zhuangxiu's pressure to improve his cultivation to a higher level. Because of the existence of the super black hole avatar, Fang Yan feels that there will be no breakthrough bottleneck in his cultivation for the time being. As long as his physical strength can keep up, his cultivation can continue to break through. Even simple running, Fang Yan still benefits a lot. He estimated that at this time, he was at least the martial arts cultivation base of a 6-star martial arts student. This was indeed beyond Fang Yan's expectation. In order to further prove this point, Fang Yan chose to fight Yan Zhuangxiu. Even if he lost, it didn't matter. The growth of strength is the last word. At this moment, Fang Yan did not choose to attack by force, but made a Tai Chi starting move. He chose to wait and see what happened. As soon as Yan Zhuangxiu saw Fang Yan's movements, a trace of interest flashed across her eyebrows, proving that her original deduction was correct. Fang Yan must have practiced Tai Chi, and she was quite good at it. This guy is getting more and more interesting. Yan Zhuangxiu was like a hunter who found an interesting prey. She was secretly delighted. Invincible is lonely. Among her peers, Yan Zhuangxiu is synonymous with invincibility. Ever since she was a child, Yan Zhuangxiu has always longed for a peer who can rival her. It is a pity she hasn't met yet. At this moment, Yan Zhuangxiu saw Fang Yan, a piece of jade in the rough. After all, Fang Yan hadn't really grown up yet, but she saw Fang Yan's potential. Even Feng Yongzi did not attract Yan Zhuangxiu as much as Fang Yan. It's not that Yan Zhuangxiu underestimated Feng Yongzi, but her strong confidence in her own strength. Feng Yongzi has great potential, but Yan Zhuangxiu is confident that she can stabilize the opponent. The reason is simple. Yan Zhuangxiu knew Feng Yongzi very well. One of the reasons why Yan Zhuangxiu would appear as an instructor at Huahe Martial Arts Academy was to observe Feng Yongzi. As for Fang Yan, Yan Zhuangxiu didn't know much, only knowing that Fang Yan was the #1 scholar in liberal arts. Tai Chi. Before she finished speaking, Yan Zhuangxiu took a step, intending to test Fang Yan's reality first. Yan Zhuangxiu estimated that Fang Yan's martial arts cultivation should not exceed that of a 6-star martial artist, so she suppressed her blood energy to the level of a 5-star martial artist. Hey! Tai Chi! When Fang Yan saw that Yan Shuangxiu's attacking attack was Taijiquan, he felt a little surprised in his heart, and without any hesitation, he took a step back, still choosing defense as his main choice. So fast! However, Fang Yan still underestimated Yan Shuangxiu's strength. Before he landed on his back, Yan Shuangxiu quietly appeared in front of him like a ghost, with a slender and white jade palm chasing his chest and patting her up. There is no hiding. Boom! Fang Yan immediately raised his hand and slapped it. In a blink of an eye, it collided with Yan Shuangxiu's jade palm, and a dull loud noise erupted. Thump, thump, thump. Fang Yan took 3 steps back on the spot to stabilize his body. Yan Shuangxiu didn't move at all. So strong. Fang Yan opened his eyes slightly, staring at Yan Shuangxiu, who did not attack further. His heart became more serious. At this moment, he saw the gap between Yan Shuangxiu and Feng Yongzi. Fang Yan can be sure that Yan Shuangxiu's cultivation at this time is indeed suppressed to around the level of a 5-star martial artist, but the power emanating from that jade palm is even stronger than his. Fang Yan is confident that his cultivation must have reached the level of a 6-star martial artist. It's a matter of blood energy utilization. Fang Yan found the key point of the problem in an instant. Although Yan Shuangxiu suppressed her martial arts cultivation, her martial arts experience could not be suppressed, and it had even become an instinctive reaction of her body. Come again! Fang Yan yelled violently, no longer waiting for an opportunity, and chose to attack. It's still Tai Chi. Seeing this, Yan Shuangxiu had a rare look of surprise on her icy pretty face. She never expected Fang Yan to be able to take her palm just now. 6-star martial artist. Yan Shuangxiu took a step forward, like stepping on a whirlwind, and grabbed Fang Yan's fist. Soon, the two quickly wrestled together. Chapter 12. What's happening here? Everyone was shocked when they saw Fang Yan and Yan Shuangxiu's seemingly equal fight. Fang Yan, as the champion of liberal arts, was able to fight Yan Shuangxiu back and forth in Taijiquan. Even though Yan Shuangxiu had the upper hand and Fang Yan was the loser, everyone had a strange feeling that Fang Yan was invincible. This Fang Yan is so strong. Some students had practiced martial arts, and they could tell from the situation on the field that Fang Yan's attainments in Taijiquan were actually higher than Yan Shuangxiu's, but Fang Yan's physical strength was far inferior to Yan Shuangxiu's. In martial arts, physical strength is the foundation. Without this foundation, no matter how exquisite martial arts are, they will be useless. Brother Fang Yan is really hiding something. Xia Yufei stared blankly at Fang Yan, and couldn't help sighing. Although she is not even a 1-star martial arts student now, she has seen the strength of those 5-star martial arts students, and among her suitors, there is no shortage of such martial arts experts. After all, there are too many rich children who pursue her. At this moment, Xia Yufei felt that those 5-star martial arts students were far less powerful than the current Fang Yan. However, the ones who touched me the most were undoubtedly the Zhou brothers who wanted to teach Fang Yan a lesson, Zhou Qing and Zhou Ting. At this moment, the two brothers recalled the scene of being defeated by Fang Yan yesterday, with lingering fear in their hearts. This is obviously Fang Yan's mercy, otherwise they may lie in bed for several days. Boss, this Fang Yan is troublesome. Zhou Qing whispered something in the ear of the young man in front. The young man is none other than Murong Fifan. When Murong Fifan heard this, the sadness between his brows became more intense. Obviously, he was not regarded as a threat before, but now he has become so powerful, it is likely to threaten his pursuit of Feng Yongzi. When meeting Fang Yan for the first time, Murong Fifan didn't take him seriously at all. Because of this, Murong Fifan is very confident that even if a mediocre martial artist like Fang Yan stays by Feng Yongzi's side, he won't pose any threat to him. But now, things are different. The powerful strength and terrifying martial arts talent displayed by Fang Yan made Mirong Fifan feel an unprecedented sense of crisis deep in his heart. Fang Yan must not be allowed to stay by Feng Yongzi's side. This is Mirong Fifan's only thought at this time. Yes. Suddenly, Mirong Fifan saw Pu Jinyun and other good people standing in the crowd, and immediately had a plan. Borrowing a knife to kill someone. Mirong Fifan still has a little understanding of Park Jinyun and others. When Park Jinyun was in Koryo City, he was a proper school bully martial artist, but now he is in Hwahei Martial Arts Academy and becomes an exchange student to restrain himself, but his nature is hard to change. Mirong Fifan believed that Park Jinyun would not let Fang Yan go easily. At the same time, the competition between Fang Yan and Yan Chuangxiu has entered a fierce stage, and the fight is indistinguishable, and both of them have displayed a variety of martial arts that are dizzying. Finally, Fang Yan made a false punch, then quickly backed away and stood still. "Instructor Yan, I accept it." Fang Yan called out respectfully. He had to admit that Yan Chuangxiu was really strong, at least he had no chance of winning. If he continued to fight, he would definitely lose. Take it when you see it. After such a fight, Fang Yan felt that his blood energy had reached a limit value, and if he continued, his physical strength would really be unbearable. If there is no accident, Fang Yan is now infinitely close to the blood energy level of a 7-star warrior, that is to say, his blood energy value is about to break through to 7. However, Fang Yan's physical strength is estimated to be less than level 6. Most critical. Yesterday's body strengthening potion has been completely absorbed. Without taking the new body strengthening potion, it is impossible for Fang Yan's physical strength to improve qualitatively. In desperation, Fang Yan could only hold back. When I go back from training today, I will buy a batch of strengthening potions to increase the strength of my physical body. Seeing Fang Yan stop suddenly, Yan Chuangxiu didn't chase after her, and stood quietly on the spot, staring at Fang Yan's tired eyes in disbelief. She really couldn't believe that Fang Yan had practiced so many martial arts. He was like a master of martial arts. If it hadn't been for sure that Fang Yan's HP didn't exceed 7, and he was only a martial artist, Yan Chuangxiu would have thought that she was fighting a talented martial artist just now. In fact, it was not only Yan Chuangxiu who was shocked, but also everyone around. No one thought that Fang Yan could fight Yan Chuangxiu to this extent. Many people thought that Fang Yan would definitely lose within 10 moves, but in fact, the two had already fought hundreds of moves. Certainly. Everyone also knew that Yan Chuangxiu had reservations. Even so, it was still enough to show Fang Yan's strength. Many people don't even have the courage to fight Yan Chuangxiu. At least, Mirong Fifan, Park Jinyun and the others thought they couldn't do it. "Instructor Yan, the student has an unfeeling request, can I see your strongest move?" Fang Yan suddenly said seriously. Although he knew that Yan Chuangxiu was an extremely powerful martial artist, he still didn't have a real understanding of how powerful a martial artist was. He longs to be strong. Fang Yan once saw the strength of the martial artist on the video, but that was just watching, not experiencing it himself. Now, with such an opportunity in front of him, Fang Yan doesn't want to miss it. He was never afraid of failure. Or, he wants to be more clear about his martial arts path. The pinnacle of martial arts? So, where is the pinnacle of martial arts? Fang Yan needs a clear direction. Yan Chuangxiu was startled when she heard the words, and then she smiled. Her icy face was as if the spring snow had melted. While it was beautiful, there was a hint of chill. Can. Before she finished speaking, Yan Chuangxiu's figure disappeared. Not good. When several instructors around saw this scene, their hearts trembled suddenly, and they immediately roared. "Run away!" Before the words fell, many people turned around and fled away. Obviously, these instructors knew what kind of person Yan Chuangxiu was. Under the glamorous appearance, there is a heart of arrogance. Yan Shuangxiu has never been a strong person who knows how to be afraid. Only. Before everyone escaped a few steps away, the sky that was originally exuding heat suddenly fell with heavy snow, which looked extremely strange. Cold wind, come on Su. Among the people present, one, without exception, all turned into ice sculptures. Murong Fifan is like this. So is Park Jin-woon. Xia Yufei was even more so. Lifelike. Chapter 13. Although Fang Yan also turned into an ice sculpture, his eyes were piercing, fixed on Yan Shuangxiu who was standing in front of him at some point. Boom! There was a loud bang. The proud snow is like a tide. Yan Shuangxiu slapped Fang Yan, hitting his chest. A violent cold burst out from Fang Yan's vest, like a ruthless storm, swept towards Fang Yan's back, and finally covered Fang Yuan for several miles. Huayusan Linton suddenly fell into a world of ice and snow. Although Fang Yan got hit with a palm, nothing happened, as if he wasn't the one who got hit. Good. Yan Shuangxiu withdrew her icy cold hand and patted Fang Yan's shoulder lightly, causing the ice cubes on Fang Yan's body to shatter immediately. As for the other human-shaped ice sculptures, Yan Shuangxiu acted as if she hadn't seen them, and then walked past Fang Yan, disappearing into the cold wind like a ghost. Even though Fang Yan felt Yan Shuangxiu's departure, he still didn't recover, and was addicted to Yan Shuangxiu's palm just now. He knew very well that he had no power to fight back against Yan Shuangxiu's palm. This is the power of a martial artist. Fang Yan realized that the true strength of a martial artist was far beyond his understanding. At this moment, he became more determined in his path of martial arts. Hey! 7-star martial artist! Fang Yan clenched his fist suddenly, and couldn't help but be surprised. Perhaps it was stimulated by Yan Shuangxiu's palm just now, his blood energy value directly broke 7. As a result, he is now a genuine 7-star martial artist. Not good. Fang Yan suddenly felt a pain in his body, like an inflated balloon. As the blood gas value broke through to 7, the super black hole clone frantically sent energy over again, causing his blood gas to skyrocket rapidly. And his physical strength at this time obviously couldn't keep up with the growth of blood gas value. Then, without saying a word, Fang Yan immediately left Huahe Martial Academy. Huahe suburbs. Fang Yan came to a small town alone. This town with a population of 300,000 is called Suanhua Town, a three-way zone independent of Huahe City, and one of the famous underground worlds. Ordinary people would not enter Suanhua Town. Fang Yan came to Suanhua Town this time for only one reason, and that was to buy S-rank potions for strengthening the body. With Fang Yan's current martial arts cultivation, it would be impossible to buy various S-level body strengthening potions through formal channels. Fang Yan originally planned to ask Feng Yongzi to help, but for some reason, he could not get in touch with Feng Yongzi. However, he was in urgent need of an S-level body strengthening potion. In desperation, he could only buy S through the black market in the underground world. Super strong potion. When Fang Yan just stepped into the noisy Suanhua town, a sense of crisis flashed across his back. He is being watched. For such a sense of crisis, Fang Yan is still very careful. Although he could go directly to the underground black market, Fang Yan thought about it and changed his mind. If he didn't get rid of the tail behind him, he always felt a sense of restraint. He doesn't like this feeling. Not for a while. Fang Yan walked to a relatively remote place in the town alone. Is an abandoned warehouse. Fang Yan glanced around, then walked in through the dilapidated warehouse door. A musty smell rushed towards him immediately. Fang Yan simply held his breath, quickly scanned the warehouse environment, and found that there were not many places to hide, so he had a plan in mind. Just to see how strong my actual combat ability is now. There is no hiding place, neither oneself nor the enemy can hide. Just when Fang Yan walked into this old warehouse covering an area of over 1,000 square meters, 3 tall figures ran in like the wind. With a bang, the warehouse door was closed. Fang Yan didn't expect the other party to be so impatient, so he stopped immediately, turned around and looked at the 3 people who were walking quickly. Due to the dilapidated roof, sunlight can penetrate down, so Fang Yan can clearly see who is coming. Quick battle! The first to speak was the young man at the back. It is none other than Park Jinyun. Yes. It was his younger brother Park Jinwoo who responded to Park Jinyun. At this moment, Park Jinwoo rushed towards Fang Yan like a wolf or a tiger. He obviously knew that villains often died because of talking too much, so he didn't talk nonsense with Fang Yan, and even if he wanted to talk nonsense, he had to kill Fang Yan before talking. Regarding Fang Yan's strength, although Park Jinyoo was unwilling to admit it, he knew very well in his heart that he was really not Fang Yan's opponent. The previous battle between Fang Yan and Yan Zhuangxiu is enough to show that the martial arts champion of this liberal arts champion is at least a 6-star martial arts student. Certainly. Park Jinyoo is confident that he can kill Fang Yan at this time, because Jin Dashan made a move. At some point, Jin Dashan came first and appeared in front of Fang Yan. As an 8-star martial artist, Jin Dashan's strength is naturally beyond doubt. Especially speed. Fast as lightning. Fang Yan didn't even have time to see Jin Dashan's figure clearly before he felt a strong fist wind blowing towards him, like the cold winter wind, causing a tearing pain on his face. So strong. Fang Yan knew that it was too late to block Jin Dashan's punch. Even if he blocked it, Park Jinyoo behind Jin Dashan would definitely take advantage of it. At that time, Fang Yan may fall into a dilemma. Although Fang Yan thinks he is very strong, he is very self-aware. Avoiding the edge is Fang Yan's best choice. Call. With a piercing sound, Jin Dashan's fist passed through Fang Yan's head. Seeing this, Jin Dashan immediately frowned. His fist obviously hit Fang Yan's face, but it was not real at all, as if he hit the air. Wrong. Suddenly, Jin Dashan realized something. His fist did not hit Fang Yan. But, as far as the situation just now is concerned, it is impossible for Fang Yan to escape. How is this going? Jin Dashan couldn't understand it. Only. He didn't have time to think about it. Boom. Accompanied by a shock, Jin Dashan twisted his waist subconsciously to dodge, trying to avoid the fist that appeared at his waist at some point. However, it's too late. Boom. Jin Dashan flew up and flew a full 10 meters away before falling to the ground. Careful. Jin Dashan quickly got up and roared. Although Park Jinyoo saw this scene, he didn't know what happened at all. Fang Yan, who was clearly in front of him just now, suddenly disappeared, and at this moment, he suddenly appeared again, and he punched Jin Dashan flying. It's your turn. Before the words finished, Fang Yan disappeared again. Chapter 14. Brother, save me. Park Jinyoo had never seen such a strange scene before, and subconsciously yelled. Park Jinyoo naturally noticed such a strange scene, but there was nothing he could do. Ah! Park Jinyoo suddenly screamed out. A fist ruthlessly hit Park Jinyoo's temple, and half of his head sank completely. Park Jinwoo is dead. Can't die anymore. Obviously. Fang Yan didn't show mercy at all. Fang Yan had no intention of holding back those who wanted to kill him, especially Park Jinyoo and others. In fact, Fang Yan did not expect that Park Jinyoo and others would be so arrogant that they would kill him if they disagreed. In this way, Fang Yan felt even less guilty. No. Park Jinyoo rushed over, but failed to catch Park Jinyoo's body. Master, let's go. Jin Dashan endured the severe pain from his waist and ran to Park Jinyoo's side. He knew very well that Fang Yan was very weird and difficult to deal with. They are careless. Park Jinyoo understood Jin Dashan's words. Fang Yan is invincible, if he stays, he has no chance of winning. They couldn't even see Fang Yan's figure now, so how could they kill each other? Keep the green hills here, no need to worry about no firewood. If you want to kill Fang Yan, you have to think long term. They are really careless. They underestimated Fang Yan. However, Fang Yan did not intend to let Park Jinyun and Jin Dashan leave. Leaving Park Jinyun's background aside, Fang Yan just couldn't accept being cared about by such a person. Park Jinyun and Kim Dae-san must die. Fang Yan's technique of disappearing naturally relies on his ultra-miniature black hole. Fang Yan can hide in an ultra-miniature black hole. Except for Fang Yan, others cannot see ultra-miniature black holes. At this moment, Fang Yan has come out of the ultra-miniature black hole. I saw the ultra-miniature black hole about the size of a baby's fist, like a satellite, surrounding Fang Yan's shoulders. Fang Yan saw Park Jinyun and Jin Dashan abandon Park Jinyu's body and run towards the warehouse gate, and immediately chased after him. Only Park Jinyun is a 7-star martial arts student, and Jin Dashan is an 8-star martial arts student. In terms of martial arts cultivation alone, neither of them is weaker than Fang Yan, even in terms of speed. If this continues, Park Jinyun and Jin Dashan will definitely be able to escape. I don't know if Xiao He can teleport. A strange idea suddenly flashed in Fang Yan's mind. Xiao He is an ultra-miniature black hole. Although Fang Yan is not a great scientist, he has studied many black hole theories. Xiao He was transferred by Fang Yan's will. You can try. Fang Yan thought of something very quickly, and he had no chance to try it before, after all his martial arts cultivation was limited. Summoning Xiao He requires the consumption of mental strength and blood energy. But now, with the improvement of martial arts cultivation, Fang Yan has more ideas. With a thought, Fang Yan disappeared into Xiao He. Xiao He disappeared. The next moment, Xiao He appeared directly in front of Jin Dashan. Jin Dashan obviously couldn't see Xiao He. It's done. Fang Yan is hidden in the ultra-miniature black hole, so he can see everything outside. Call. Without hesitation, Fang Yan came out of the ultra-miniature black hole and punched Jin Dashan's neck. Impossible. Jin Dashan turned pale with shock. Fang Yan was obviously still behind him just now. No matter how fast he was, it was impossible for him to appear in front of him all at once. Only. It's too late. Boom. With a loud sound, Fang Yan's fist landed heavily on Jin Dashan's neck. Even though Jin Dashan had already reacted defensively at the fastest speed, it was still one step too late. Gala. Jin Dashan's entire neck was crooked. Broken. Jin Dashan, die. You are a devil. Subconsciously, Park Jinyun turned his head to look at Fang Yan, his eyes filled with endless horror. At this moment, Park Jinyun could be sure that Fang Yan was definitely at the level of a 7-star martial artist, otherwise it would be impossible to kill Jin Dashan, who was an 8-star martial student, with one punch. Before the words fell, Park Jinyun had to stop. Fang Yan, who had just killed Jin Dashan, appeared in front of Park Jinyun like a ghost. Who are you? Park Jinyun yelled out in horror, as if this was the only way to make himself less frightened. He kept backing away. You can't kill me. Before he finished speaking, a fist ruthlessly pierced Park Jinyun's chest. Bloody. You. Park Jinyun looked at Fang Yan in disbelief. This guy with no background actually killed him. Who is he? He is a child of the Pu family. He is one of the heirs of the Juxing group. However, everything is like a cloud of smoke. He died. Call. Fang Yan withdrew his fist and shook the blood on it. His eyes are still so indifferent. Afterwards, Fang Yan used the power of the ultra-miniature black hole to destroy the corpses, and the corpses of Park Jinyun and the three disappeared completely. Although Fang Yan didn't regret killing Park Jinyun and the other three, if he could save a little trouble, he would do so. As for the traces of fighting left at the scene, Fang Yan is also very clear that it is impossible to completely erase them, but they are not important. As long as he is strong enough, everything is not a problem. Next, Fang Yan left quickly. However, an exquisite unmanned aircraft hovered over the old warehouse at unknown time, watching Fang Yan leave quickly. Hey? Why did he come out alone? In the rich man's villa area of Huahe City, Murong Fifan looked at a holographic image, his brows were full of doubts. On the screen, it was Fang Yan who came out of the warehouse. What about the three Koreans? Murong Fifan thought for a moment. It was he who told Park Jinyun and others about Fang Yan's whereabouts. He also saw with his own eyes the three of Park Jinyun and Fang Yan walking into the warehouse. And now, only Fang Yan came out of the warehouse. Suddenly, a gleam of light flashed across Murong Fifan's eyes. No matter what the result is, it is what he wants. Next, he piloted the drone into the warehouse. Hey? Where are people? After Murong Fifan saw everything about King Curry clearly, the doubts on his face became more intense. Live to see people, die to see corpses. However, King Curry has no traces of people, not even ghosts, except for some traces of fighting. The three of Park Jinyun seemed to have disappeared out of thin air. How is this going? A bad premonition flashed in Murong Fifan's heart. Fang Yan is far more difficult to deal with than he expected. Chapter 15. Suanhua Town. The Underground Black Market. 100 years ago, Emperor Wu Qin Tianhai once again stepped into the mysterious Wu Pagoda, but he never returned, and his life and death are uncertain. As time passed, many people actually thought that Qin Tianhai had died in the Wuda. After all, the death rate of stepping into the Wuda was quite high. Then, the forces of all parties began to search undercurrents, eager to try. Maybe one day in the future, the Great War is about to break out, and it is not far away. The most active place is the underground world. When Qin Tianhai was still there, all the power in the underground world shrank, and no one dared to take the lead. But now, all forces in the underground world have long surfaced. This is the case with the underground black market in Suanhua Town. Since 30 years ago, the Suanhua underground black market has become a no-nonsense zone. This day, Lin's Hixie was wearing a black robe, which concealed her charming face, but still couldn't hide her graceful figure. When she walked into the underground black market of Suanhua, she still attracted the attention of many people. Of course, that's all. As long as you are not a fool, you will not make trouble in the underground black market. There is no other reason. The underground black market is extremely chaotic, and many people often die without knowing what happened. One less thing is worse than one more thing, this is the life-saving rule of the underground black market. Lin's Hixie naturally wanted to buy some potions from the underground black market to strengthen his body and improve his martial arts skills. Now, she is just a 6-star martial artist. Although Lin's Hixie is Park Jinyun's fiancée, she is very aware of her situation. On the surface, she seems to have a beautiful scene, but in fact she is similar to a female slave. She has to become stronger in order to gain more status. In Gaowu City, a place where Koreans gather, the status of women is very low. Especially beautiful women are often the playthings of the big chaebols. Soon, Lin's Hixie was familiar with the road, and came to the place where A-level body strengthening potions were sold. Logically speaking, it is best to purchase A-level strengthening potions through formal channels. But Lin's Hixie knew very well that her financial resources were not enough to support her profligacy. Although all kinds of body-enhancing potions sold in the underground black market have strong side effects, the price is quite attractive to Lin's Hixie. Like, a bottle of A-grade blood-enhancing potion purchased through formal channels can increase the warrior's blood energy value by about 1 point, and its price is 20 million yuan. A bottle of A-level blood-enhancing potion purchased in the underground black market can only increase the warrior's blood gas value by about 0.4, and has various side effects, such as severe pain in the body after taking it, but the price is only 4 million yuan. The price/performance ratio of the two is self-evident, and the difference is doubled. After some weighing, Lin Zixi would only choose blood-enhancing potions from the underground black market. Even if Lin Zixi is a 6-star martial artist, it will take half a year to earn 10 million yuan. Not everyone is as lucky as Fang Yan. Even though Lin Zixi's family is relatively wealthy, she does not have any family status, and the family cannot provide too many resources for her to practice martial arts. In the eyes of Lin Zixi's parents, this beautiful daughter is just a tool for the family marriage. Hey! It's him! Suddenly, Lin Zixi caught a glimpse of a familiar and unforgettable figure from the back. Why is he here? Lin Zixi stared at the back, and muttered something in his heart. It is none other than Fang Yan. Lin Zixi never thought that she would see Fang Yan in the underground black market. She was sure that Fang Yan was very powerful, and she believed that there must be a powerful person behind him. Logically speaking, he shouldn't appear in a place like the underground black market where there are a lot of fish and dragons. This place is too dangerous. If it weren't for the purchase of A-level blood-enhancing potions, Lin Zixi would never have wanted to come to the underground black market. S-rank potion for strengthening the body. Lin Zixi followed Fang Yan's gaze and landed on a small bottle on the shelf. A trace of surprise flashed in her beautiful eyes. Is he a martial artist? Lin Zixi had some guesses in her mind. Generally speaking, warriors at the martial arts level do not need to use S-level body strengthening potions. Probably not. Soon, Lin Zixi denied this conjecture. She naturally thought of the battle between Fang Yan and Yan Chuangxiu. Are you buying it or not? If you don't buy it, go away. A rude male voice interrupted Lin Zixi's thoughts. I saw a middle-aged man walking in front of Fang Yan, staring at Fang Yan in displeasure, and roaring loudly. Is the price really not negotiable? Fang Yan heard the middle-aged man's roar, but he didn't seem to care too much. After all, he had something to ask for. Damn poor, get out! The middle-aged man cursed without hesitation, his face full of impatience. He could see that Fang Yan was only a 7-star martial artist, so he naturally wouldn't take it to heart. Let alone 7-star martial arts students, even martial arts masters dare not make trouble in this underground black market. The middle-aged man's name was Song Rendi. He was a gambler, and he originally planned to quickly sell the S-level body strengthening potion in his hand, and then go for a big gamble. When Fang Yan asked about the price, Song Ronsui was naturally overjoyed, but he didn't expect that Fang Yan didn't have that much money to buy the S-level body strengthening potion in his hand. He didn't want to waste time with Fang Yan. Hearing this, Fang Yan still showed a calm face. If he had money, he would have bought it long ago. This is the cheapest S-grade body strengthening potion he has seen, even if the price/performance ratio is the lowest. If it is through formal channels, a 10 ml bottle of S-grade body strengthening potion will cost at least 100 million yuan. But now, the 5 ml bottle of S-grade body strengthening potion that Song Ronsui had in his hand only cost 30 million yuan. This price really moved Fang Yan's heart. Fang Yan only has 15 million yuan on him now, and it was Feng Yongzi who paid him a year's salary and bonus in advance. I'll help him pay. Just when Fang Yan was about to say something, a strange female voice came from behind him. Hearing this, Fang Yan immediately turned his head and glanced at the person who came, and quickly remembered who it was. It's you. Fang Yan never imagined that he would meet Lin Zixi here, and that the other party would help him pay for that small bottle of S-rank body strengthening potion. You sure? Hearing this, Song Rendi's eyes fell on Lin Zixi's face. Although he couldn't see it clearly, but with his years of experience in the underground black market, he believed that the other party must be a woman, and she was very good-looking. Surprise! Give! Without waiting for Fang Yan to speak again, Lin Zixi stood beside him and handed Song Ronsui an unregistered check, no more, no less, exactly 30 million yuan. Obviously. This is only the largest sum of money that Lin Hixie can afford, it is her entire net worth. Chapter 16. Make a deal. Song Ronsui took the bearer check from Lin Hixie's hand, and after confirming it was genuine, he took out the S-level body strengthening potion from the shelf and handed it to Lin Hixie, then glanced at Fang Yan with a hint of disdain in his eyes, said, "No." Lin Hixie took the S-level body strengthening potion, ignored Song Ronsui's gaze, handed the potion to Fang Yan, and said, "Just take it as my thank you." Then, "Thanks in advance." Fang Yan hesitated for a moment, then took the S-rank body strengthening potion, and said gratefully, "He really needs this bottle of S-level strengthening potion at this time." The previous battle with Park Jinyun and the other three made Fang Yan's blood even more violent. He had to break through again in order to suppress his blood pressure. It was precisely because of this that Fang Yan wished so much to buy this bottle of S-grade body strengthening potion. "Let's go." Lin Hixie is obviously very familiar with the rules of the underground black market. Now that he has exposed his fortune, it is not suitable to stay here for a long time. Good. Fang Yan understood what Lin Hixie meant. Soon, the two left the underground black market. Only. Song Rendi glanced at the backs of Fang Yan and Lin Hixie meaningfully. For such a rookie in the underground black market, they will be killed if they are killed. On the outskirts of Suanhua town, Fang Yan and Lin Hixie didn't stop until they were far away from Suanhua town. "I'll pay you back as soon as possible." Fang Yan looked at Lin Hixie and said gratefully. Although Lin Hixie said it was a thank you gift, Fang Yan doesn't like to owe others too much. No matter what, even though he doesn't like Goryeo Stickman very much, now Lin Hixie has really done him a big favor. Lin Hixie nodded without saying anything. When she helped Fang Yan, she naturally prepared an extra way out for herself. Lin Hixie believes that Fang Yan's potential is limitless, and she will definitely achieve something in the future. Maybe there is a way to help her break free from Park Jinyun's clutches. Obviously, Lin Hixie didn't know about Park Jinyun's death yet. "This is my contact information." With that said, Fang Yan gave Lin Hixie his contact information. Lin Hixie was not polite either. The backs of their hands touched lightly. "I don't think those people will just let us go like this." As soon as Fang Yan changed the subject, he swallowed the 5 ml bottle of S-rank body strengthening potion without hesitation. He needs to break through to the 8-star Wushan as soon as possible. Naturally, Fang Yan could see that Song Ronsui would not let them go easily. Fortunately, Song Rendi's martial arts cultivation is only an 8-star martial arts student. Certainly. Fang Yan knew very well that Song Ronsui would never be the only one who came to surround and kill him and Lin Hixie. Coming. Just as Lin Hixie was about to say something, Fang Yan turned around, squinting his eyes slightly, watching a black speeding car approaching at a high speed. Through the windshield, Song Ronsui was clearly seen sitting in the passenger seat. 4. Fang Yan saw clearly the number of people in the speeding car, and couldn't help smiling, giving off an indescribably strange and indifferent feeling. Song Rendi and the others looked down on Fang Yan too much, so they only sent 4 people over. Lin Hixie noticed Fang Yan's strangeness and was a little puzzled. Although there were only 4 of Song Ronsui, the 7-star martial students with the lowest martial arts cultivation level were all 7-star martial students, and Fang Yan was only a 7-star martial student. Even, a tall man sitting in the back seat, his martial arts cultivation is a 9-star martial arts student. Lin Hixie was very sure of this. The reason is simple. Lin Hixie recognized the identity of that tall man, but she didn't expect that this man was in the same group as Song Rendi. This tall man is none other than the young master of the underground black market in Suanhua town, known as Broken Head Mountain. This black market young master Broken Head Mountain, his favorite method of killing people is to directly twist the opponent's head off, and then kick it like a football, and his name has the word mountain, so he has another nickname. The reason why Lin's Hixie knew Broken Head Mountain was because Park Jinyun had a good relationship with Broken Head Mountain. Rumor has it that one of the benefactors behind the underground black market in Suanhua town is the Juxing group. You run away first, I will stay. Lin's Hixie thought of something, looked at Fang Yan, and said solemnly, I don't think they dare to do anything to me. As Park Jinyun's fiancée, Broken Head Mountain would not dare to do anything to her. Hearing this, Fang Yan subconsciously took another look at Lin's Hixie, but he didn't expect this Korean woman to be a bit loyal. But Fang Yan didn't intend to escape. He didn't have to run away either. Lin's Hixie didn't know Fang Yan's strength at all. You stay here. Fang Yan said something casually, and his whole body rushed towards the approaching black speeding car like the wind. Seeing this, Lin's Hixie was stunned. She really didn't understand what Fang Yan was going to do. In her perception, Fang Yan's rushing forward was undoubtedly hitting a stone with a pebble. Lin's Hixie didn't think Fang Yan was such a brainless guy. Fang Yan, as the #1 scholar in liberal arts, cannot be a brainless person. Lin's Hixie was puzzled. You have to ask the captain for a handy weapon. Fang Yan ran all the way, muttering something. With bare hands, it's still a bit tasteless. If he had a handy heavy weapon right now, Fang Yan would have planned to smash the speeding car of Song Ron Sui and others with one blow. While Fang Yan was thinking, he suddenly felt a violent fluctuation coming from the ultra-miniature black hole, just like a comet penetrating the sun. Before he could react, a silver-black spear landed in front of Fang Yan. May all your wishes come true. Fang Yan was startled for a moment, then with a smile on his back, he grabbed the silver-black spear, and a huge amount of information flooded into his mind like a flood. Disillusionment. Fang Yan couldn't help muttering. This silver-black spear has a domineering name. Disillusionment Star Gun. Most critical. This is a super weapon made of neutron stars. Is the weight a little off? Fang Yan subconsciously weighed the disillusionment gun, and found that it was as if it had no weight. It's just that at this time, he doesn't have time to think about these issues. The black speeding car was about to crash into Fang Yan mercilessly. Ha! Fang Yan yelled violently, and poured his blood into the vanishing star spear. The silver-black gun body suddenly burst into silver light, especially like a round of scorching sun rising from the night, and he couldn't look directly at it. Boom! Fang Yan brandished the Star Destroyer gun without hesitation, using an unpretentious blow to sweep away thousands of troops, and immediately there was a deafening explosion. The head of the black gun hit the front of the black speeding car. The black speeding car flew up high on the spot like a golf ball that was knocked into the air. With a boom, it landed heavily on an iron railing and rolled several times before stopping. As for whether the people in the black speeding car are dead or alive, Fang Yan doesn't know. At this moment, Fang Yan stared at the disillusionment star gun in his hand in shock. The scene just now seemed like a dream, a bit unreal. Chapter 17. Fang Yan can be sure that the moment the Mirage Star lance exploded, the spear's weight definitely exceeded 10,000 jin. You know, the burst strength of an 8-star martial artist is only about 8,000 catties. Breakthrough again. Fang Yan was full of doubts. Shocked, and Lin's Hixie. She didn't know where Fang Yan took out the disillusionment star gun, and she didn't know why Fang Yan could completely blow the black speeding car away with one blow. You know, the weight of this black flying car has already exceeded 5,000 catties, and including Duantishan and others in the car, it weighs at least 6,000 catties. Even a 10-star martial artist might not be able to blow up the black speeding car as easily as Fang Yan. The only explanation is that the vanishing star gun in Fang Yan's hand is extremely extraordinary. At this time, Broken Head Mountain and others climbed out of the black speeding car with difficulty. After all, they were powerful martial arts students. Even though the black speeding car had been severely deformed, none of Broken Head Mountain and others suffered fatal injuries. Seeing this, Fang Yan rushed over without saying a word, holding the Starbuster gun. Let the tiger go back to the mountain to save future troubles. Fang Yan would not do such a stupid thing. If you don't do it, you will never stop. If you want to kill, kill thoroughly. Don't want. When Lin Hixi saw that Fang Yan wanted to kill Broken Head Mountain, he was startled. As the young master of the black market, Broken Head Mountain represents a terrifying force behind him. If Fang Yan really killed Broken Head Mountain, what awaits Fang Yan will be the endless pursuit of the underground world. Certainly. Lin Hixi also knew very well that he was in a deadlock right now. Regardless of whether Fang Yan kills Duolingishan or not, in the eyes of Duantishan, Fang Yan must die. Finally, Lin Hixi chose to remain silent. Fang Yan naturally understood what Lin Hixi meant, but he was fearless. His martial arts is indomitable. What underground world, kill them all. Broken Head Mountain saw Fang Yan rushing towards him aggressively, especially when he saw that Fang Yan was like a fierce god. He subconsciously took several steps back, and finally turned around and fled without hesitation. Only. It's too late. A black shadow, like a sharp arrow, penetrated the back of Duantishan's head without hindrance. Broken Head Mountain, I can't die anymore. Until the moment of his death, Broken Head Mountain still did not believe that he would die by Fang Yan's hands. How humiliating! Don't come here. Song Ronsui climbed out of the car, and when he saw Fang Yan shot through the head of Duolingishan, he was frightened to death on the spot, and the ground was wet a lot. However, what Song Rendi responded to was a silver soft sword, like a silk thread, across Song Rendi's neck, and across the necks of the others. So far, Duantishan, Song Ronsui and others have been wiped out. And this is only a matter of less than a minute. When Fang Yan saw Song Rendi and others died, he subconsciously glanced at Lin Hixi. It was Lin Hixi who killed Song Rendi and the others. Lin Hixi wiped off the blood on the soft silver sword, wrapped it around her slender waist like a snake again, and then looked at Fang Yan, saying, "Hurry up and go." After that, she turned and left. Fang Yan probably understood Lin Hixi's approach, and couldn't help but smile in his heart. He didn't expect this seemingly weak girl to be quite loyal. Pot, carry it together. Fang Yan found the 30 million yuan bearer check from Song Ronsui, and hurriedly chased Lin Hixi, saying, "This is your check." Seeing this, Lin Hixi was taken aback for a moment, then took the bearer check and said gratefully, "Thank you. She really needs the money." Hearing this, Fang Yan just smiled silently, then thought of something, and said solemnly, "If you need anything in the future, you can come to me." After saying that, he stepped out and quickly disappeared into the distance. Now, Fang Yan has killed Park Jinyun and others, this karma is destined to be inevitable. Obviously. The 9-star group has become Fang Yan's enemy. In this way, Fang Yan intends to use Lin Hixi's power to deal with the Juxing group. Certainly. He wasn't sure if Lin Hixi would help him, but it didn't matter. He has a way to make Lin Hixi have to help him. Lin Hixi's status as Park Jinyun's fiancé is still very meaningful. Lin Hixi didn't know that Fang Yan had already missed her. It wasn't until she got back to Park's house that she realized something big had happened. Her fiancé Park Jinyun actually died. Lin Hixi hadn't thought about this at all. Sad? Obviously impossible. Even Lin Hixi was a little happy that he could finally escape from the clutches of Park Jinyun. However, Lin Hixi knew very well that as a tool of the family marriage, even if Park Jinyun died, she would not be able to escape from the clutches of the 9 stars Chaebol. Squad base. When Fang Yan returned to this luxury villa, he didn't see Feng Yongzi, so he came to the training room independently and took a simple blood gas test. Really? Fang Yan couldn't help laughing when he saw that the blood gas value on the test result was as high as 8.921, and the physical strength was also 8.123. Apparently, the S-class body strengthening potion has obvious medicinal effects. Not surprisingly, he will be able to break through to 9-star martial arts tomorrow. Such a speed of cultivation was never imagined by Fang Yan. Warrior level, here I come. When Fang Yan thought of Yan Shuangxiu's powerful strength, his heart suddenly became hot and longing. Above martial arts students are martial arts masters. The realm of the four martial arts, the emperor, the sect, and the master. Emperor Wu is the pinnacle of martial arts today. Only one. Emperor Wu Qin Tianhai. Under Emperor Wu, there is Jun Jing, known as Wu Jun. In today's world, there are a total of 13 martial lords on the surface. 100 years ago, when Emperor Wu Qin Tianhai stepped into the Wu Pagoda, the 13 martial lords have replaced Emperor Wu and managed the world. Generally speaking, only when you step into the realm of a teacher can you be considered as truly stepping into the path of martial arts. One of the most important signs of being a master is that one can truly use one's blood energy. Yan Shuangxiu's palm erupted with terrifying icy air, which was the use of blood energy. This kind of terrifying power is by no means comparable to the blood of a martial artist. Go and rest for a while. Fang Yan didn't think much about it. The side effects of the S-level body strengthening potion finally showed up, especially today's continuous fighting made his body exhausted. His whole body was already so sore by now, and he couldn't continue to practice. Then, Fang Yan took a shower, returned to the room, lay on the bed, and fell asleep. Only, not long after Fang Yan fell into a deep sleep, he found himself in a time and space as dark as night. Why are you here again? Fang Yan realized in an instant, knowing that this was a dream, but he couldn't wake up. He came to this place once, when he first dreamed of an ultra-miniature black hole. Hey? It's a little different. Soon, Fang Yan found that this place had changed. Chapter 18. Tree. Fang Yan looked towards the darkness ahead, and subconsciously squinted his eyes. At some point, a tall tree shadow appeared in the void, connecting the sky and the earth. Phoenix. Fang Yan walked over slowly and found that this tall ancient tree was shaped like a phoenix. From a distance, it looked like a lifelike phoenix flying high. Blood Phoenix Wu Tong. A strange message flooded into Fang Yan's mind, letting him know the origin of this sacred phoenix tree. 100 Flower Stars World Sacred Tree. Fang Yan murmured, a little in disbelief. He didn't know where Beiwuxing was. The only thing he knew was that that world was also a world of high martial arts, which was even more terrifying than the martial arts of this blue star. Are black holes really the cemetery of cosmic civilization? Fang Yan suddenly remembered some theories. He guessed that after the destruction of the civilized world of the 100 Flowers star, it was absorbed by the black hole, hence the present scene. Certainly. All this is just Fang Yan's guess. Hey? What is this? Suddenly, a gorgeous phoenix flower quickly bloomed on the blood phoenix tree. Someone. Fang Yan walked over slowly, only to see clearly that there was a graceful figure lying on the seemingly transparent phoenix flower. Obviously a woman. It was Fang Yan who knew him. How could it be her? Fang Yan was shocked when he saw the woman's face clearly. It was none other than Lin Zhixi. At this moment, Lin Zhixi was beautiful and fair, looking extraordinarily holy. Help me! A weak female voice came into Fang Yan's mind. Who? Fang Yan became vigilant. He couldn't tell where the sound was coming from, at least not from Lin Zhixi's mouth. Practice this exercise for this girl. The mysterious female voice came again. Before he finished speaking, a phoenix flower the size of a palm floated down in front of Fang Yan. Blood 100 Flowers Art. Fang Yan soon learned the name of this exercise. As for what level it is, he doesn't know. Who are you? Fang Yan looked at the sacred tree of the blood phoenix tree. Unfortunately, that mysterious woman's voice never appeared again. Let her practice. Fang Yan's eyes fell on Lin's Hixie. Although he was puzzled and didn't quite understand what happened just now, he made a decision instantly. He originally planned to use Lin's Hixie to deal with Juxing group. Most critical. If Lin's Hixie practiced the blood Yu Bei Waju, Fang Yan would also get huge benefits and increase his physical strength. There are 7 layers of Shui Yu Bai Huaju. Every time Lin's Hixie succeeds in practicing a layer, the phoenix flower of Shui Feng Wu Tong will drop a phoenix leaf. Fang Yan can strengthen his body by taking phoenix leaves, and the effect is comparable to that of a magic medicine. What Fang Yan lacks most now is physical strength. Faced with such an offer, Fang Yan naturally would not refuse. As for Lin's Hixie's loyalty, Fang Yan really needs to think about it. He doesn't want to cultivate a powerful enemy for himself. The next day. Jiangnan wealthy area. This community is basically a place where Goryeo Bangsa people live. Lin's Hixie naturally also lives in this place. In a room full of girly atmosphere, Lin's Hixie was lying lazily, her whole body was flushed, especially her beautiful face, which was as red as if she had a high fever, but she was extremely charming and her eyes were as charming as silk. After learning that Park Jinyun died yesterday, she was as happy as a child, and she had never slept so comfortably. Most critical. She also had a beautiful dream, which made her feel ashamed when she recalled it now, which was why she blushed. And the object of the dream was not her deceased fiancé Park Jinyun, but Fang Yan, whom she only met a few times. That's right. The man she was crazy about in the dream turned out to be Fang Yan. This made Lin's Hixie very embarrassed. She didn't understand why she had such a sweet dream when she was obviously still a big girl. In fact, although Lin's Hixie was Park Jinyun's fiancé, she never let Park Jinyun touch her body, not even holding hands. The reason is simple. Lin's Hixie knew very well that once Park Jinyun got her man, she would be completely finished. This is her final bottom line. This is also her last bargaining chip. This is one of the reasons why she was beaten by Park Jinyun in the first place. Not good. Miss. Suddenly, a delicate female voice came from outside the door. He is Lin's Hixie's servant. Soon, a young girl who seemed to have just grown up trotted in. What's wrong? Lin's Hixie immediately sat up and tidied up her messy pajamas. Miss, run away. The maid girl shouted in panic. Obviously. The relationship between the maid girl and Lim Ji-hee is good. Speak slowly. Lin's Hixie was in a good mood and said with a smile. Master wants you to complete the ghost marriage with Master Pu. Having said that, the maid girl paused, and said, maybe I will let you be buried with her. What? Lin's Hixie was taken aback. She didn't expect the Pu family to go too far. Then she thought of something and said, Father agreed. Accepted. The maid girl cried and said. Lin's Hixie was silent. Obviously, facing this answer, she was not surprised at all. This is the final fate of most Korean women. Squad base. Fang Yan woke up feeling good. After a night's rest, the side effects disappeared. Fang Yan stretched his waist. His whole body was sore last night, but now he is fine. But next time, I have to buy a better body strengthening potion. Fang Yan vowed to make a lot of money. Afterwards, Fang Yan went to Hwahei Martial Arts Academy after a series of regular training. As for Feng Yongzi's figure, Fang Yan didn't see it, but he didn't plan to ask too much. Fang Yan came to Hwahei Weiyuan again, originally planning to find Xia Yufei and inquire about today's event arrangements, but met Yan Shuangxiu on the way. Instructor Yan. Seeing Yan Shuangxiu standing in front of him, Fang Yan asked a little puzzled. Seeing Yan Shuangxiu's appearance, Fang Yan knew that the other party was after him. He didn't believe in such a coincidence. Follow me. Yan Shuangxiu didn't talk too much nonsense, she just yelled softly, then turned and left. Seeing this, Fang Yan immediately followed. Although he was full of doubts, he didn't ask any more questions. Not for a while. Yan Chuangxiu brought Fang Yan to a training ground. Fang Yan walked in, only to find that there were already many people standing in the center of the venue, waiting for someone to arrive. Chapter 19. Instructor Yan. When Yan Chuangxiu walked into the training ground, everyone present looked over and shouted respectfully. When Yan Chuangxiu heard this, she just waved her hand to signal that everyone was quiet. Who is this guy? Everyone's eyes naturally fell on Fang Yan, who was closely behind Yan Chuangxiu. Their eyes were full of curiosity. They never expected that instructor Yan Chuangxiu would look for this person in person. Obviously, except for Fang Yan, everyone else knew exactly what this place was. His name seems to be Fang Yan. Someone still recognized Fang Yan, but not sure. If it was the former Fang Yan, obviously it would be impossible for these people to take it to heart. But those who have experienced the military training scene yesterday, they are very clear that Fang Yan is by no means as simple as it seems on the surface. He is not only the #1 scholar in liberal arts, but also extremely high in martial arts, definitely at the level of a 7-star martial arts student. Certainly. The 7-star warrior was still a bit weak compared to those present. There is no other reason. The young men and women present were all in a row, with a total of 13 people, 9 men and 4 women. The weakest ones were all 8-star martial students, and there were only 2, or even 3 10-star martial students. One is at the level of martial arts, and the rest are 9-star martial arts students. This also surprised Fang Yan a little. Most critical. The people here look very young, they are the same age as Fang Yan, only 18 or 19 years old, never more than 20 years old. A military elite. Fang Yan quickly thought of something. Cough. Seeing everyone whispering, Yan Chuangxiu coughed immediately. The audience was silent again. Yan Chuangxiu glanced at the 13 people slowly, and then said calmly, "Let me introduce to you, he is your new captain, Fang Yan." What? Before Yan Chuangxiu could finish speaking, everyone present was shocked, including Fang Yan. Xia Yufei. Yan Chuangxiu didn't pay attention to everyone's astonishment at all, and shouted again. "Arrive!" Outside the door, Fang Yan heard a familiar voice. Soon, Xia Yufei stood in front of Yan Chuangxiu. "From today onwards, you are Fang Yan's assistant," Yan Chuangxiu said without a doubt. Ah! Xia Yufei was startled at first, obviously not expecting this scene, but quickly and respectfully shouted, "Yes." Military orders are like mountains. Xia Yufei understood this point. Not to mention, it never occurred to her that she could join the military, although it was her wish, but she knew what she was capable of. Fang Yan just watched this scene silently, even though there were countless doubts in his heart. It was obviously not a good time to ask. Afterwards, Xia Yufei stood silently behind Fang Yan. "Instructor, I refuse to accept." A tall young man took a step forward, raised his head, and shouted loudly, making everyone around him feel deafening. The tall young man's name is Zhou Dachuan, who is the same age as Fang Yan, both 18 years old, but his martial arts cultivation is already a 9-star martial arts student. Zhou Dachuan was one of the people present who knew Fang Yan better. He knew that Fang Yan was just a 7-star martial artist, so why should he be their captain? Zhou Dachuan was naturally very unconvinced. He only obeys the strong. Obviously. In Zhou Dachuan's eyes, Fang Yan is not strong enough, or too weak. When Zhou Dachuan spoke, the rest of the people also had a similar reaction, with the word unconvinced in their eyes. It's not that they underestimated Fang Yan, but that this is the way of survival in the world of martial arts. Especially those 3 10-star warriors, although they seemed calm, their eyes betrayed their unhappiness at this moment. This is like letting a dog lead a pack of wolves, and those wolves are naturally unconvinced. Seeing this, Yan Shuangxiu was not surprised at all. If Zhou Dachuan and the others didn't respond, she would still look down on these guys. Yan Shuangxiu also had to admit that the 13 people in front of her were indeed martial arts geniuses, elites specially cultivated by the Zhuquan military department in secret. Because of this, they can have the opportunity to join the Battle Lion Battalion, a super army composed entirely of martial artists. Obviously, whether it's Fang Yan, Zhou Dachuan, and others, they are all just reserve members of the Lion Fighting Battalion. As for whether Fang Yan and others can really enter the Lion War Camp, it can only depend on their own performance. In fact, Fang Yan and others only had this potential, but every year the selection of the Lion's Fighting Camp told Yan Shuangxiu a very cruel fact. Among the 10 people, only 3 can successfully join the Battle Lion Camp. In other words, among the people present, including Fang Yan, there may only be 4 people who actually entered the Lion War Camp, and no more than 5 people. As for why Fang Yan was the team leader, Yan Shuangxiu naturally had considerations. In other words, in Yan Shuangxiu's eyes, although Fang Yan is only a 7-star martial artist, his actual combat ability far exceeds that of Zhou Dachuan and others. In particular, Fang Yan faced Yan Shuangxiu's icy palm without showing the slightest bit of flinching. This made Yan Shuangxiu look at him with admiration. The difference between a 7-star martial artist and a 10-star martial artist is only 3,000 catties in strength. Yan Shuangxiu believes that Fang Yan can completely make up for this gap through his own martial arts and skills. At least, in Yan Shuangxiu's eyes, Fang Yan's martial arts foundation is not at the same level as that of Zhou Dachuan and others. Fang Yan's martial arts foundation is far superior to Zhou Dachuan and others, enough to bridge the gap between the 2 martial arts cultivation bases. Of course, this is only limited to the martial arts level. If it is a martial artist, the gap in martial arts cultivation is very difficult to make up. In a word, the higher the martial arts cultivation level, the harder it is to make up for it. Yan Shuangxiu never spoke, but just glanced at Fang Yan. This problem is naturally for Fang Yan to face and solve by himself. If you can't even solve this trivial matter, then it can only mean that Fang Yan doesn't have this ability, so he can't be the captain of Zhou Dachuan and others. Fang Yan saw a playful look in Yan Shuangxiu's beautiful eyes, and he could only smile slightly in his heart. He gave himself such a difficult test as soon as he came, and knew that this captain was not easy to be. However, this captain, Fang Yan, is definitely the one. No one can take it away. Being the captain naturally has advantages. Fang Yan is in urgent need of various training resources, especially those that can enhance physical strength. Naturally, it is impossible to miss this great opportunity, and how could he give up the captaincy? But since he is the captain now, it is natural to maintain the appearance that the captain should have. Not just any cat or dog can challenge him. Let Yan Shuangxiu solve this problem first. Seeing Fang Yan's indifference, Yan Shuangxiu immediately understood his intentions and couldn't help smiling, then took a big step back and glanced at Zhou Dachuan. Seeing this, Zhou Dachuan immediately reacted. Dissatisfied? Then hit the service. Put on airs? Then fight until it falls apart. Fang Yan, do you dare to accept my challenge? Zhou Dachuan stepped forward again, staring at Fang Yan closely, and shouted confidently and proudly, his voice was like thunder. Chapter 20. At the age of 18, he became a 9-star martial arts student. It has to be said that Zhou Dachuan is indeed a martial arts genius. Even though he has a powerful martial arts family behind him, his ability to stand out from the children of many aristocratic families is enough to show his excellence. Not everyone can become a reserve member of the Battle Lion Camp. As long as the children living on the land of Zhuquan are eager to join the War Lion Camp. However, every year, among the tens of millions of Zhuquan children under the age of 20, less than 300 can become reserve members of the Battle Lion Camp. In the end, only less than 100 people officially joined the Battle Lion camp. It can be said that the War Lion Battalion is the most elite unit in the Zhuquan Army headquarters, not one of them. It is his pride that Zhou Dachuan can successfully become a reserve member of the Battle Lion camp. Fang Yan naturally felt the fiery fighting spirit in Zhou Dachuan's eyes, as well as the disdainful provocation. However, Fang Yan remained unmoved. Seeing this, Zhou Dachuan gritted his teeth and shouted loudly again, "I am Zhou Dachuan, please enlighten me, Captain. Please." Hearing this, Fang Yan said a single word indifferently, then took 2 steps forward, and stood facing Zhou Dachuan. Since Zhou Dachuan first admitted Fang Yan's captaincy, then everything is easy to say. As the captain, he will not take the initiative to challenge, but facing the challenge of the players, he has no reason not to accept it. Fang Yan knows very well that the military headquarters is a place where strength speaks. Without enough strength, even the children of those famous families in the military department still have no status to speak of. Not to mention, when it comes to the real battlefield, no matter how powerful the background is, it will have no effect. To die is to die. Only with strong strength can we survive better. People may be afraid of the so-called background. But those extremely tyrannical beasts are not afraid of the so-called background of humans. In the mutation hundreds of years ago, not only humans mutated and began to practice martial arts, but also all life forms on the entire planet mutated, resulting in a powerful existence called alien beast. Most critical. With the disappearance of Emperor Wu Qin Tianhai, the forces on the non-Zhuquan land have already begun to move around. Human beings, a large-scale civil war will break out again at any time. The land of Zhuquan is likely to become the target of public criticism. After all, Emperor Wu was from Zhuquan. As a result, the people of Zhuquan ruled this planet for more than 200 years. Long divided must unite, long united must divide. Human desires are endless. The disappearance of Emperor Wu made the careerist no longer silent again. Fang Yan is naturally very aware of this truth. In order to meet the coming troubled times, he must become stronger as soon as possible. In troubled times, only strength can guarantee one's survival. "You're still a man." When Zhou Dachuan heard that Fang Yan agreed, he couldn't help but startled for a moment, and then said proudly. He was indeed the one who knew Fang Yan best among the people present, but facing a 7-star martial student, as a more powerful 9-star martial student, he had no reason to be afraid. "Is it over?" Fang Yan asked casually. "Need not." Before the words fell, Zhou Dachuan preemptively took the initiative and took a step forward. The 2 people who were 10 steps away from each other were already less than 2 steps away from each other. Boom! Zhou Dachuan swung his fist loudly, with the speed of a cannonball bursting out. The huge fist was accompanied by a piercing roar, and it hit Fang Yan's chest straight. It's an unpretentious punch. This is a punch of speed and power. Obviously, Zhou Dachuan is quite confident in his own strength. Zhou Dachuan is also very clear about his own advantage, that is, his advantage in martial arts. His speed and strength can crush Fang Yan, so naturally he doesn't need any fancy boxing techniques. Seeing this, Xia Yufei didn't quite understand it, but even standing more than 10 meters away, she still felt a violent fist blowing towards her face, and she couldn't help but feel a little worried about Fang Yan. Zhou Dachuan's punch was too strong. Looking at this scene, the rest of the reserve team knew that the outcome of this martial arts competition had already been decided, and it was impossible for Fang Yan to dodge, let alone block Zhou Dachuan's punch. The corners of Yan Zhuangxiu's mouth turned up slightly, knowing that Zhou Dachuan still underestimated Fang Yan, or in other words, he didn't understand Fang Yan's true strength at all. Just when everyone thought this martial arts competition was about to end, they all opened their eyes wide. Fang Yan was like a prophet, he easily dodged Zhou Dachuan's fist sideways, and at the same time, he threw a punch, which hit the opponent's chest first. Boom! Accompanied by a muffled sound, Zhou Dachuan immediately flew out more than 10 meters away like a cannonball fired from its chamber, and only stopped when it hit an iron frame of a weapon. Zhou Dachuan passed out. What a terrifying inch punch! When everyone saw this scene, they took a deep breath and came back to their senses. You know, many people need to store energy for their 1-inch punches, but Fang Yan didn't have any movements to store energy. Decisive. Fast. The punch was so fast that many people present didn't really see the moment when Fang Yan punched. Yan Shuangxiu laughed even more happily. Unexpectedly Fang Yan became stronger again, and his martial arts cultivation is definitely a 9-star martial arts student, otherwise the power of this punch could not be so terrifying. Although Yan Shuangxiu believed that Fang Yan would defeat Zhou Dachuan, she really didn't expect Fang Yan to win so cleanly. As for Zhou Dachuan, Yan Shuangxiu didn't care too much, at least his life would not be in danger. After all, Fang Yan was merciful. Are you a 9-star martial artist? A muscular young man stepped forward and stared at Fang Yan with a look of war in his eyes. His name is Tian Tingxian, he is a 10-star martial arts student with a martial arts cultivation base, and he is also the strongest among the reserve team members present. His blood energy value is about to break through 15 points, and he will enter the realm of a quasi-martial artist. Although Tian Tingxian looks more mature, his actual age is only 1 year older than Fang Yan, which is exactly 19 years old. Originally, Tian Tingxian was determined to win the captaincy position, but unexpectedly, Cheng Yaojin appeared on the way. Fang Yan. Regarding Fang Yan's strength, at the beginning, Tian Tingxian didn't know much, and he didn't even know that Fang Yan was this year's #1 scholar in liberal arts. Tian Tingxian is definitely a martial idiot, and he rarely understands non-martial arts. At this moment, Tian Tingxian had no choice but to pay attention to Fang Yan, without any intention of belittling him. Chapter 21. After watching the contest between Fang Yan and Zhou Dachuan, Tian Tingxian understood why Yan Shuangxiu gave Fang Yan the captaincy. Tian Tingxian had to admit that he admired Fang Yan's strong basic skills, and even thought he was not as good. But Tian Tingxian still has an advantage that Fang Yan can't match, and that is martial arts cultivation. Even if Fang Yan is a 9-star martial artist, his blood gas value is only less than 10 points, but his blood gas value is nearly 15 points, half more than Fang Yan's. This gap is very large. The strength of Fang Yan's punch was less than 10,000 jin, but the strength of Tian Tingxuan's punch was nearly 15,000 jin. Even, Tian Tingxuan's explosive speed is not comparable to that of Fang Yan. Generally speaking, the speed at which a 10-star martial artist erupts is about 5 seconds per 100 meters, which is equivalent to 20 meters per second. Obviously, Fang Yan can't reach this level of speed yet. Tian Tingxuan's explosive speed is 4 seconds per 100 meters, which is equivalent to 25 seconds per second. This gap is very large. To put it bluntly, blood energy can enhance an individual's abilities in an all-round way, naturally including strength, speed, and reaction. This huge advantage in physical fitness cannot be made up for by basic kung fu and skills alone. Yan Shuangxiu was also very aware of this point, but she still had great confidence in Fang Yan. No matter how powerful the power is, if you can't hit the opponent, it is equivalent to giving it for nothing. Obviously, Yan Shuangxiu didn't think that Tian Tingxian had a chance to touch Fang Yan's body. In Yan Shuangxiu's eyes, as long as the two are not martial masters, no matter how big the difference in martial arts cultivation between the two is, it will not have any impact. Fang Yan is the best candidate for captain. Yes. Fang Yan said, I am a 9-star martial artist. Although he is very confident, he will not underestimate the enemy. From Tian Tingxuan's gaze, he feels an unprecedented pressure, even stronger than when he was fighting with Yan Shuangxiu. Fang Yan was a little surprised that he had broken through from an 8-star martial arts student to a 9-star martial arts student after a night of sleep, and even his current blood gas value has exceeded 9 points, reaching as much as 9.812, which made him overjoyed. It can only be said that the effect of the S-class body strengthening potion is excellent. Not surprisingly, he can become a 10-star martial artist today. This still makes Fang Yan a little excited. Because of this, he will not give up the position of captain. Although Fang Yan is usually very low-key, he is by no means a humble person, let alone humble. It's his, no one can take it away. It's not his, and he won't force it. Very good. Tian Tingxian couldn't help laughing when he got Fang Yan's answer. As a Wu Qi, he has always longed to meet a real opponent. Although Tian Tingxian has always been eager to fight Feng Yongzi, he is very clear that he is really not Feng Yongzi's opponent for the time being. In Tian Tingxuan's heart, Feng Yongzi, a woman who is too beautiful, is really too powerful. As a Valkyrie, Feng Yongzi is definitely not a compliment from others, but a recognition of her strength. Even Tian Tingxian, a martial arts genius who is very proud, still dare not show any arrogance in front of Feng Yongzi. The world of martial arts is so real. Barehanded, it's not interesting. I don't know how about we have a weapon battle. Tian Tingxian is very confident, but he really doesn't dare to underestimate Fang Yan. He knows that even with bare hands, he can still defeat Fang Yan, but it will be very difficult to win, which is not conducive to his standing. If you want to be the captain and get back the captain's position from Fang Yan, you must defeat Fang Yan with an absolute advantage, so that other team members can trust him. Weapon battle. Fang Yan couldn't help laughing when he heard this. If it is with bare hands, he is sure to defeat Tian Tingxian, but he knows that it will not be too easy. If weapons could be used, the result would be completely different. He can easily defeat Tian Tingxian. Fang Yan is so confident. Can. Fang Yan showed a calm face, as if he didn't take it to heart at all, even though his heart was smiling at the moment. Weapon battle. Yan Shuangxiu couldn't help but frowned when she heard this. This guy is arrogant. Looking at Fang Yan's back, Yan Shuangxiu muttered something in her heart, but she soon relieved herself. All right, let him suffer a little setback. Although Yan Shuangxiu recognized Fang Yan's strength very much, she was more aware of Tian Tingxuan's attainments in weapons, especially the sword technique, which was extremely terrifying, and she was definitely the #1 swordsman among her peers. Especially Tian Tingxuan's sword technique is very domineering. Yan Shuangxiu was worried that if the contest between Tian Tingxian and Fang Yan was too intense, Tian Tingxian would not be able to hold back his sword skills, and it would be bad if he seriously injured Fang Yan. Still, she didn't show up. If Fang Yan wants to become a real captain, he needs to rely on his own strength after all. Not to mention, Yan Shuangxiu also wanted to know Fang Yan's accomplishments in weapons. Once the weapon is used, Tian Tingxuan's advantage will only become greater. Regarding this point, Yan Shuangxiu would not question it. As soon as Fang Yan finished speaking, Tian Tingxian pulled out a long knife from his back. Looking at the style, it was a typical Tang knife. On the silver blade, there was a dazzling cold light. Great knife! This Tang knife is actually very famous, named Silver Dragon, and it is a powerful fighter that has been passed down by the Tian family's martial arts family for 200 years. Tian Tingxian has cultivated to 10-star martial arts at a young age, so naturally he cannot be a child of an ordinary family. The Silver Dragon Saber is a true spirit-level warrior, the saber of Tian Long, the head of the Tian family. There are 4 levels of soldiers: elite level, true spirit level, Daijun level, and Tiandi level. Even the lowest level of fighters, the elite level, is not something that ordinary warriors can have. The price of elite fighters on the market is in the hundreds of millions, and the battles used by many martial artists are all elite. True spirit level warriors are elite level warriors cultivated through the true energy of a martial artist. In the same way, Daijun level warriors are formed from true spirit level warriors cultivated through the true energy of Wu Jun. As for the heavenly emperor level soldiers, in today's world, there is only one named Suane Shandi sword, which is the saber of Emperor Wu Qin Tianhai, but it disappeared when Qin Tianhai stepped into the Wu Tower and lost the news. Yan Shuangxiu was still a little surprised when she saw Tian Tingxian took out the silver dragon knife. She didn't expect the Tian family to attach so much importance to Tian Tingxian. Not surprisingly, Tian Tingxian is very likely to be the next head of the Tian family. Subconsciously, Yan Shuangxiu took a look at Fang Yan, and saw that this guy was still as calm as the wind. He probably didn't know the true power of the silver dragon saber, and the worry in his heart was even more aggravated. "Do you use a knife?" Yan Shuangxiu yelled at Fang Yan. Hearing this, Fang Yan turned his head and glanced at Yan Shuangxiu, a trace of doubt flashed across his eyes, and said, "A little bit." "Give." Before she finished speaking, Yan Shuangxiu took out a blue long knife from nowhere, threw it to Fang Yan, and added, "Use this knife to compare with him, it's fairer." "Thanks." Fang Yan immediately understood what Yan Shuangxiu meant. Chapter 22. Fang Yan also saw the extraordinariness of the silver dragon saber in Tian Tingxuan's hand, and he was hesitant to use the disillusionment star gun. After all, it was a bit too conspicuous to take something out of an ultra-miniature black hole under the eyes of everyone, even if there are already space devices in this era. Yan Shuangxiu took out the blue long knife out of thin air, and it was taken out from the space bracelet in her hand. However, space appliances have always had a price but no market, and they cannot be bought with money. Snow-drinking knife. Fang Yan didn't know Bilan Longdao, but Tian Tingxian and the others recognized it, and couldn't help but glance at Yan Shuangxiu, their eyes full of shock. You must know that Shuayan Dao is also a true spirit-level soldier, and it is Yan Shuangxiu's saber, which never leaves her body, but no one thought that she would lend Shuayan Dao directly to Fang Yan. In an instant, all kinds of strange thoughts appeared in everyone's mind. Could it be that Fang Yan is Instructor Yan's rumored boyfriend? Everyone's eyes fell on Fang Yan again, with strange glances in their eyes. It seems that only in this way can explain why Fang Yan can become the captain. As soon as Yan Shuangxiu met the eyes of Tian Tingxian and the others, she knew what these guys were thinking, but she didn't intend to explain too much. Anyway, some time ago, she didn't cause the rumors about her boyfriend. She is devoted to martial arts, so she has no time to care about these trivial matters about the relationship between men and women. Yan Shuangxiu is able to have such a powerful strength, precisely because she concentrates on Xianggu. Fang Yan naturally felt the strangeness in everyone's eyes, but he didn't intend to explain anything. After all, Yan Shuangxiu didn't intend to explain these things, so why should he join in the fun? Getting stronger is Fang Yan's most important goal now. The crisis has come. If you don't become strong, you will become a corpse. He doesn't want to be a fish on someone else's knife. He is going to be a hunter. He wants to be the one who wields the sword. Good knife. After Fang Yan caught the Swayan knife, even if he didn't draw it out, the blade was still in the scabbard, and he still felt the power of this true spirit-level warrior. In fact, he didn't understand the ranks of soldiers at all. However, as a warrior, Fang Yan can still appreciate the extraordinariness of soldiers. Simplest. Soldiers seem to be alive. Please. Tian Tingxian took a step forward, cupped his hands and said. Although he didn't understand why Yan Shuangxiu was willing to lend the Swayan knife to Fang Yan, it was not important, and the most important thing was that this battle was indeed much fairer, so that he would not be invincible. Tian Tingxian really needs to beat Fang Yan upright. Only in this way, the position of captain is well deserved. Please. Hearing this, Fang Yan cupped his hands and smiled, but had no intention of drawing out the Swayan knife. Seeing this, Tian Tingxian did not respond, believing that Fang Yan would soon pay the price for his arrogance. Drink! Tian Tingxian yelled violently, and the silver dragon knife that had been out of its sheath for a long time suddenly turned into a silver dragon, and as Tian Tingxuan's figure appeared in front of Fang Yan, the sharp blade slashed towards the top of Fang Yan's head. Obviously, Tian Tingxian did not intend to hold back. Showing mercy is the greatest disrespect to Fang Yan. He does take Fang Yan seriously. Seeing this, Fang Yan didn't panic at all. With a clever sliding step, he was 10 steps away from Tian Tingxian in an instant, and the silver dragon saber did not leave any trace on his body. So fast! Zhou Dachuan and others watched this scene intently, and were shocked. Facing Tian Tingxuan's knife, Zhou Dachuan and the others really didn't have the confidence to dodge it, so they could only take a bold move. No. Although Fang Yan's speed is very fast, especially the reaction speed, but he can do this because he has seen through Tian Tingxuan's moves a long time ago. Well, I think so too. After all, Fang Yan's martial arts cultivation is there. Based on speed alone, it is impossible to be faster than Tian Tingxian. This Fang Yan's basic martial arts skills are really terrifying. I guess this is the real reason why Instructor Yan made him the team leader. All of a sudden, all the reserve players started talking about it. The battle between Fang Yan and Tian Tingxian continued. Fang Yan hides, Tian Tingxian pursues. Just looking at the past like this, it seems that Fang Yan is at a disadvantage, while Tian Tingxian has the upper hand. Student Fang Yan is amazing. Xia Yufei didn't know much about martial arts, but it didn't hinder her understanding of power. Even though Fang Yan was being chased and hacked by Tian Tingxian at the moment, she still felt that Fang Yan was stronger. Maybe it was because of her talent, but Xia Yufei could see clearly what others couldn't see. Although Fang Yan avoided Tian Tingxuan's knife, Xia Yufei knew very well that Tian Tingxian was the most passive one. Tian Tingxian has been led by the nose by Fang Yan. The moment Tian Tingxian hadn't pulled out the knife, Fang Yan had already reacted. Obviously, Fang Yan didn't dodge Tian Tingxuan's knife passively, but he did it on purpose. Because of this, Xia Yufei lamented Fang Yan's strength in her heart. So calm. If it was her, Xia Yufei knew very well that she would have panicked a long time ago. The one who saw this was Yan Chuangxiu. At this moment, Yan Chuangxiu was in a very good mood. After all, Fang Yan was the one she had her eyes on, and his performance at this time was beyond her expectations. How could Yan Chuangxiu be unhappy? The only thing that Yan Chuangxiu couldn't understand was that Fang Yan never drew his sword. So far, Fang Yan and Tian Tingxian have fought for 30 rounds, but Fang Yan has no intention of drawing his sword. With the sword out of the sheath, Fang Yan is unable to defeat Tian Tingxian, who holds the silver dragon sword. At least, Yan Chuangxiu thought so. No. Yan Chuangxiu suddenly understood something. It wasn't that Fang Yan didn't draw the sword, but that Fang Yan knew very well that only when the sword was in the scabbard could it pose the greatest threat to Tian Tingxian. After all, Tian Tingxian doesn't know Fang Yan well. Tian Tingxian has to beware of the knife in the scabbard all the time. In general, Fang Yan is still at a disadvantage, whether it is martial arts cultivation or proficiency in fighting soldiers, he is far inferior to Tian Tingxian. This guy is quite cunning. Yan Chuangxiu couldn't help laughing in her heart. The strength of the two sides is not like a gap, it can still be made up by the brain. Obviously. Tian Tingxian failed to understand this. It is undeniable that Tian Tingxian couldn't understand why Fang Yan didn't draw his sword. Even if the opponent fell into a disadvantage at this time, Shuiyan's knife was still hidden in the scabbard, just like a shy girl in a boudoir. If it was him, Tian Tingxian would draw his sword at all. Even if he lost, he would not be so aggrieved. Aren't you drawing your knife yet? Tian Tingxian finally lost his composure and let out a loud roar. At this moment, he was very uncomfortable, with a kind of powerless aggrieved. It's so uncomfortable. Obviously he has all kinds of advantages, but he can't catch Fang Yan. After all, Fang Yan is like a dandelion in the wind, or a loach in the mud, no matter what he can't catch. Chapter 23. Draw the knife. It was rare for Fang Yan to reply Tianting Xian. Although it was not necessary, he was already familiar with Tianting Xuan's fighting style. Although Yan Shuangxiu's guess is correct, the knife is the most threatening to Tianting Xian only if it is in the scabbard, but there is another point that Yan Shuangxiu doesn't know. As soon as the knife is out of the sheath, the winner is already divided. This is Fang Yan's self-confidence. However, it is rare to have a strong opponent. Fang Yan is reluctant to end like this. Fang Yan still recognized Tianting Xuan's strength. Among the opponents Fang Yan has encountered so far, he feels that only Feng Yongzi and Yan Shuangxiu are stronger than Tianting Xian. Martial arts have always been achieved in actual combat. On this point, Fang Yan agrees. Although this is not a life and death battle, Fang Yan still feels that he should take advantage of it. In particular, Fang Yan's martial arts cultivation base has grown so fast that he feels a little out of control of his body, especially in terms of strength and body coordination. This is also the disadvantage of the rapid growth of martial arts cultivation base, and warriors cannot adapt well. But at this moment, Fang Yan felt that it was almost done, and there was no point in continuing. Most critical. Fang Yan felt that his blood gas value should exceed 10 points. Sure enough, for Fang Yan, fighting is the fastest way to increase his martial arts cultivation base. As you wish. Before Fang Yan could finish his sentence, there was a sound of jiang, like thunder. The Suiyan knife suddenly turned into a flash of cold light, and slashed towards Tianting Xian. So fast. Although Tianting Xian had been prepared for a long time, he was still amazed by Fang Yan's knife, and he knew very well in his heart that his own knife skills were inferior to himself. Clang! Without hesitation, Tianting Xian swung his arm, and put the silver dragon saber in front of him, ready to block Fang Yan's menacing and domineering strike. When there was a tremor, the two sabers collided, and a dazzling saber light erupted. No! Tianting Xian yelled in panic. Before he finished speaking, the silver dragon saber in his hand flew high like a shooting star. A sharp cold blade appeared on his neck, clinging to his skin, and the heart-warming coolness rushed straight into his mind. The breath of death is so close. Concession. Fang Yan said something calmly, put the Suiyan knife back into its sheath, threw it to Yan Shuangxiu at random, and said, "Thank you." "You're welcome." Yan Shuangxiu took the Suiyan knife subconsciously, was slightly startled, and then said with a smile. Fang Yan's knife just now amazed not only Tianting Xian and the others, but also Yan Shuangxiu. It was a knife with both strength and speed. Bajiquan. Yan Shuangxiu knew very well that Fang Yan's saber technique incorporated the essence of Bajiquan. Under the simple and unpretentious appearance, it appeared extremely fierce and extremely fast. Most critical. Fang Yan's martial art is obviously pursuing a one-hit kill. However, he broke through again. As the only martial artist present, Yan Shuangxiu saw far more things than Tianting Xian and the others. It was easy to see that the strength of Fang Yan's swing far exceeded that of the 9-star martial arts students. Or, he has been hiding his strength. Yan Shuangxiu couldn't believe that a person's martial arts cultivation could break through so quickly. But soon, she was too lazy to think about these irrelevant questions. As long as Fang Yan is strong enough, the position of captain is guaranteed. Tianting Xian was stunned a long time ago. Even though there were waves of soreness in his wrist, he still didn't feel anything, and his mind was full of the scene just now. The silver dragon knife in his hand was blown away by Fang Yan's knife. It's incredible. Fang Yan is obviously just a 9-star martial artist, so why can he do this? No. This strength should be a 10-star martial artist. Tianting Xian immediately stared at Fang Yan's back, thoughtful. So handsome. Xia Yufei was not interested in knowing what Tian Tingxian and the others were thinking, all she could think about was Fang Yan's handsome knife just now, and she never thought that she still underestimated Fang Yan's strength. Okay, do you have any objections now? Yan Shuangxiu took the Suiyan knife back into the space bracelet, walked up to Zhou Dachuan and the others, and glanced slowly. Her cold gaze made everyone shudder. Without. Zhou Dachuan and others immediately shouted loudly. Without. Tian Tingxian had recovered from the shock, and picked up the silver dragon knife lying on the ground. Although he was very unwilling, he did lose to Fang Yan. Very good. Yan Shuangxiu said something lightly, then changed the topic, and said, next, free activities, training camp will start in the afternoon. Yes. Tian Tingxian and others responded. Soon. On the training ground, only Yan Shuangxiu and Fang Yan were left. Is there something wrong? Seeing that Yan Shuangxiu asked him to stay on purpose, Fang Yan asked suspiciously. Follow me. After finishing speaking, Yan Shuangxiu turned and left. Fang Yan followed without hesitation. Not for a while. Yan Shuangxiu took Fang Yan into a basement. A heat wave came head-on, making Fang Yan feel as if he had walked into a crater. Here it is. Although Fang Yan guessed something, he still asked curiously, he really didn't expect such a place to exist in Huahe Yuan. The refining room. Yan Shuangxiu said solemnly, I'm going to build you a soldier. Fang Yan couldn't help being stunned for a moment, a little surprised. He has learned about the price of soldiers, even the elite ones are worth hundreds of millions, at least not what he can afford now. Certainly. The sooner you have soldiers, that is naturally the best thing, especially tailor-made. I send you. Yan Shuangxiu said without turning her head, as if she was talking about an unimportant matter. This. Fang Yan was stunned again before slowly saying, thanks. He really needs a soldier in hand. Although the Mirage Star gun was very powerful, it was his trump card and he didn't want to expose it easily. Fang Yan is not sure what level of fighter the Mirage Star gun is, but one thing is certain, the Mirage Star gun must be much stronger than the Silver Dragon knife and Snow Drinking knife. Not to mention anything else, just the materials used to make the Disillusionment Star gun are enough to explain the horror of this soldier. Fang Yan does not think that Blue Star's existing technology can use neutron stars to create a soldier. Because of this, Fang Yan needs another warrior that can be used anytime and anywhere. Thank you, I don't need it. Yan Shuangxiu suddenly turned her head to look at Fang Yan, smiled sweetly, and said, just give me a favor from now on. Okay. Seeing Yan Shuangxiu's smile, Fang Yan was a little surprised, as if he was on some kind of thief ship, but he didn't care at all. Sooner or later, he will be stronger than Yan Shuangxiu. Second Grandpa. When Yan Shuangxiu heard this, she just smiled, and when she saw an old man walking towards her, she immediately went up to her and gave a very affectionate shout. Chapter 24. Little girl, why are you here? Hearing Yan Shuangxiu's shout, the old man showed an extremely happy smile, and said, is your mother willing to let you out? It's been several days. Yan Shuangxiu said casually, isn't this here to see you? Look at me. The old man glanced at Fang Yan with a smile, then looked at Yan Shuangxiu again, and said, tell me, what do you need this time? Obviously, this old man knew Yan Shuangxiu's character well. His name is Yan Taiguo, he is the second elder brother of Yan Shuangxiu's grandfather, and he is also a very famous weapon refiner, who specializes in creating soldiers for martial arts geniuses in the army. Certainly. Not everyone can ask Yan Taiguo to build soldiers. Hey. Yan Shuangxiu knew that she couldn't hide it from Yan Taiguo, so she smiled slyly and said, I want second grandpa to build him a soldier. Yan Taiguo immediately looked at Fang Yan, and a trace of curiosity flashed across those piercing eyes. He never thought that this cold little granddaughter would ask him to help a strange man build soldiers. Most critical. Fang Yan is not yet a martial artist, and looks a bit young. Right. Yan Chuangxiu said, his sword skills are very powerful. After a pause, she glanced at Fang Yan. If there is no accident, there is no problem in joining the lion warrior camp. Oh. Yan Taiguo looked surprised again. For Yan Chuangxiu's eyes, Yan Taiguo had no doubts, but she said that Fang Yan's sword skills are very powerful, so he couldn't help but become more curious. Those who can be praised by Yan Chuangxiu are definitely not ordinary. Yan Taiguo knew very well that Yan Chuangxiu's vision was very high. Ever since she was a child, Yan Chuangxiu ignored many so-called martial arts geniuses. There is only one person Yan Chuangxiu worships, and that is Emperor Wu Qin Tianhai. For a long time, Emperor Wu Qin Tianhai has been the goal of Yan Chuangxiu. Junior Fang Yan, I have met Senior Yan. Fang Yan shouted respectfully. Obviously, he had already recognized who the old man in front of him was, but he didn't expect to meet him under such circumstances. Even the 13 martial lords, who now have power all over the world, will be polite when they see Yan Taiguo. There is no other reason. Qin Tianhai's heavenly emperor-level soldier, the Xiantian Emperor Sword, was made by Yan Taiguo. For a big man like Yan Taiguo, as long as they practice martial arts, they have basically heard of this name. For you. Without waiting for Fang Yan to speak, Yan Taiguo threw him a very ordinary long knife and said, "Whenever you use this knife to cut off that pillar, I will build you soldiers." Obviously, the face of the little granddaughter still has to be given. Most critical. He is also a little interested in Fang Yan. It can be regarded as loving the house and the house. A boy who can attract Yan Chuangxiu's attention, as an elder, he still needs to pay attention to it, so as not to make his little granddaughter suffer. Is this an ordinary steel knife? Fang Yan took the long knife and quickly realized what Yan Taiguo was pointing at. He saw an iron pillar as thick as an elephant's leg standing upright, which was 10 meters high. Very heavy looking. Yes. Yan Taiguo nodded. Then there is Grandpa Lao Er. Yan Chuangxiu knew that Fang Yan could only rely on Fang Yan for the next thing, and said, "I still have something to do, so let's go first." "You girl." Yan Taiguo couldn't laugh or cry when he heard the words. Yan Chuangxiu really just dropped by. At this time, Fang Yan gripped the steel saber tightly, had already come to high taiju, and swung the saber without hesitation. Clang! Accompanied by a loud bang, the steel knife was mercilessly knocked back, and Fang Yan almost dropped it. Fang Yan looked even calmer. Just knew it wouldn't be that simple. The black iron pillar is definitely not an ordinary black iron pillar, its strength far exceeds that of a steel knife. For the knife just now, Fang Yan felt as if he was cutting steel with a knife carved from tofu. Obviously, brute force alone will definitely not work. Good luck. Seeing this, Yan Chuangxiu couldn't help laughing, and was about to turn around and leave. Her mission is done, and it's useless to stay here. The most important. Yan Chuangxiu believed that Fang Yan would not be able to cut through the black iron pillar within a few days. It took her 2 days to do this. However, before Yan Chuangxiu took 2 steps, she stopped suddenly, turned around and looked at Fang Yan. An indescribable shock flashed across her originally indifferent eyes. With a bang, the black iron pillar in front of Fang Yan split into 2 at some unknown time and fell to the ground. Boom! With a crisp sound, the steel knife in Fang Yan's hand shattered and fell to the ground. Good! Yan Taiguo roared loudly, his voice like a bell was full of surprises. Rather than saying that Fang Yan's sword skills are very strong, it is better to say that his understanding is very high. Obviously, Yan Taiguo valued Fang Yan's understanding more. It's like Fei killing people. Many people have heard of it, but few people can do it. But Fang Yan did it. Did I really underestimate him? Yan Chuangxiu looked at Fang Yan's back, murmured, then turned and left. Then, everything becomes easier. According to Fang Yan's request, Yan Taiguo built a tailor-made sword soldier for Fang Yan, and it didn't cost a penny. This point really made Fang Yan a little flattered. However, this sword will take some time. After all, it will take a lot of time to collect materials and so on. Fang Yan is not in a hurry either. That night, when Fang Yan walked out of Huahe Martial Arts Academy, the moon was already in the sky. At this time, Fang Yan felt very tired. After all, the high-intensity special training in the afternoon was really not something anyone could bear, but he still persevered, including Zhou Dachuan and others. If you can't hold on to this kind of intensive special training, joining the Warrior Lion camp is tantamount to nonsense. This afternoon, I really didn't stop for a moment. It was full of high-intensity training programs, especially weight training, which made many confident guys overwhelmed. Everyone's hands and feet are tied with a special alloy weighing 1000 jin, and they also wear a 2,000 jin alloy vest. Lin's Hixie really didn't come today. Fang Yan originally planned to find Lin's Hixie and practice that mysterious exercise for her, but found out that she didn't come to school today, and heard from her classmates that she had asked for leave. Is that a coincidence? Fang Yan thought in his heart. After all, this is related to Feng Huangyizi. Fang Yan is still a little concerned about Lin's Hixie's safety, especially after Park Jinyun's death. I don't know if Lin's Hixie will be involved. Go and see. Soon, Fang Yan had a decision. Although he hoped to go back to rest as soon as possible, Fang Yan could only drag his exhausted body to Lin's Hixie's house when he thought of the phoenix leaves. Chapter 25. In this era, it is not difficult to find some personal information. However, when Fang Yan came to Lin's Hixie's house, he found that there was no one there, not even the servants. Hey? What's going on here? Fang Yan left Lin's Hixie's house and looked up at the crescent moon. Now that I have mastered the teleportation ability of ultra-miniature black holes, the distance is not a problem. Within 10 kilometers, one teleportation can be done, but it consumes blood and mental strength. Park Jinyun. Fang Yan suddenly thought of something. Soon, he ran towards Park Jinyun's house. Naturally, after finding an uninhabited place, Fang Yan once again carried out long-distance teleportation with the help of ultra-miniature black holes. As long as Fang Yan knows and has seen that place, he can teleport there. As a child of the Pu family of the Juxing group, Park Jinyun's residence is naturally unusual, and the security measures are even more unique. Only, Fang Yan directly ignored this security measure and used an ultra-miniature black hole to appear on the balcony of an ultra-luxury villa without anyone seeing him. Why is the atmosphere a bit weird? Fang Yan did not enter the house immediately, but stayed in a dark place on the balcony, glanced inside through the floor-to-ceiling glass windows, and immediately felt a gloomy atmosphere. No way! Suddenly, Fang Yan remembered something. This atmosphere was very similar to a game he had played. Ghost marriage. Fang Yan immediately understood. Park Jinyun is dead, and it is not impossible for Lin's Hixie, as his fiancée, to have a ghost marriage. Thinking of this, Fang Yan became even calmer. If the ghost marriage is really going on, the security inside must be even stricter. It is obviously impossible and not worthwhile to forcefully break through. Although the leaves of the phoenix are precious, their lives are even more precious. At this time, a graceful figure walked slowly towards the balcony. It was none other than Lin's Hixie. At this moment, she was wearing a snow-white wedding dress, looking bright and moving, but her eyes were dead, as if she had no hope of life. 12 o'clock tonight is the time for her and Park Jinyun's ghost marriage. Originally, Lin's Hixie thought it would be a few days later, but she didn't expect that the ghost marriage would be held today, which made her unprepared, let alone make any resistance, and was unable to resist. Even her closest relatives supported Lin's Hixie and Park Jinyun's ghost marriage, so how could she fight against it? She is not a martial artist. She is just a 6-star martial artist. Compared to most people, Lin's Hixie is indeed a genius, but in the eyes of a chaebol like the Juxing group, this kind of genius can be as much as there is. Lin's Hixie walked to the balcony, not noticing that there was a person hiding in the dark not far away. She raised her head and chest, looking at the bright moon in the night sky, hoping that the crescent moon at this moment would be still there. After all, time would never pass. Lin's Hixie knew that this was the last time she saw the moon. When the night wind hit, Lin's Hixie couldn't help shivering. It wasn't that she was afraid of the cold, but that an unexplainable loneliness spread throughout her body, making her feel even more desperate. Suddenly, she thought of a person, Fang Yan, and couldn't help laughing. A charming smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. She also knew that it was impossible for Fang Yan to appear here, let alone come to rescue her, and she didn't even know that she was about to perform a ghost marriage ceremony with the dead Park Jinyun. In fact, she didn't know why she thought of Fang Yan, as if there was an unknown cause and effect between the two of them. Shaking his head, Lin's Hixie shook off such unrealistic thoughts. Just when Lin's Hixie was about to return to the room, she found that her waist was hugged by a warm arm, and then her mouth was covered. "It's me." A familiar voice came to Lin's Hixie's ears. "Fang Yan." Lin's Hixie immediately recognized who the voice was. In the dream, she heard this voice countless times. In fact, she didn't intend to shout anything, since she was going to die anyway. It didn't matter whether she shouted or not. Not to mention, Lin's Hixie didn't think anyone would dare to come here to make trouble. "Close your eyes." Fang Yan knew that it was not suitable to stay here for a long time, so he shouted softly. Although Lin's Hixie didn't know why and how Fang Yan appeared here, but it didn't matter anymore. She knew that Fang Yan must have come to save her. As for how to save her, she was right to obey Fang Yan. The moment Lin's Hixie closed her eyes, Fang Yan's voice reached her ears again. "You can open your eyes." Before she finished speaking, Lin's Hixie felt Fang Yan's hand leave her waist. She slowly opened her eyes, only to realize that she had come to a familiar place. "Is a room. Hey? Isn't this my room?" Soon, Lin's Hixie looked at Fang Yan in disbelief. Fang Yan nodded, but didn't intend to explain anything. He changed the topic and said, "I need your help." Originally, Fang Yan planned to take Lin's Hixie to teleport to the base of the team, but in the end it was rejected, so the current scene happened. Anyway, there is no one in Lin's Hixie's family. Lin's Hixie was taken aback when he heard the words. Obviously he didn't understand what Fang Yan meant. "You passed tonight, do you want to be buried with you?" Fang Yan asked again. Lin's Hixie nodded. "Really?" Fang Yan suddenly felt a little sympathetic to Lin's Hixie, and said, "If I can help you break through to become a martial artist, you should not die." Lin's Hixie was stunned again. Breakthrough to martial artist. Although this is Lin's Hixie's goal, she knows very well that it is not so easy to break through to become a martial artist. For a long time, 10-star martial arts students can break through to martial arts masters. Of the 10 10-star martial arts students, only 2 of them broke through to the realm of martial arts masters. This is one of the reasons why it is so difficult to join the Warrior Lions camp. There are still more than 10,000 new 10-star martial arts students in the world every year, but they can finally break through to the realm of martial arts. On average, there are only more than 1,600 people. Just do what I tell you, and you'll be fine. Fang Yan said confidently. As long as the first level of Suiyue Waju is successfully cultivated, one can break through to the realm of a martial artist. Although Fang Yan was skeptical about this point, but at this time, in order for Lin's Hixie to practice this mysterious exercise, he didn't care so much. Not to mention, Lin's Hixie cannot die. A dead horse is a living horse, doctor. Okay, I believe you. Lin's Hixie hesitated for a moment, and finally nodded. Anyway, she was already dead, and now that she had a glimmer of life, she had nothing to worry about. For you. After finishing speaking, Fang Yan handed the palm-sized phoenix flower to Lin's Hixie. The phoenix flower contains all the information of the Blood Moon 100 Flowers art. Chapter 26. This is. Without hesitation, Lin's Hixie took the lifelike phoenix flower and asked curiously. Before the words finished, the phoenix flower turned into a streak of light, which impatiently entered Lin's Hixie's eyebrows. In an instant, Lin's Hixie's beautiful eyes shone with a dazzling blue light, making the dark room bright. Looking at this scene, Fang Yan didn't worry about anything. After all, Lin's Hixie was chosen by the Phoenix Sacred Tree, so there shouldn't be any danger. After a while, the blue light in Lin's Hixie's beautiful eyes dissipated, making her look even more beautiful. I want to understand. Lin's Hixie already knew that Fang Yan taught her a mysterious and powerful exercise. Then, Lin's Hixie sat cross-legged on the spot. Seeing this, Fang Yan turned and left, visiting Lin's Hixie's room. Now that he has such a cause and effect, Fang Yan also intends to get to know this beautiful Korean girl well, even though he didn't like Korean stickmen very much at first, or more precisely, he didn't have a good impression of this former country. The decoration and layout of a person's room can still reflect a person's personality. I don't know how long it has been. Lin's Hixie slowly opened his eyes, with a hint of disbelief in his eyes. This exercise is the strongest she has ever seen. Even for a chaebol like the Pu family of the 9-star group, their skills are far inferior to the blood Yu Bei Waju that Fang Yan passed on to her. Thanks. Lin's Hixie stood up, straightened her snow-white wedding dress, and bowed deeply to Fang Yan's back. She obviously understood Fang Yan's confidence, and even more so, Fang Yan's terror. Such a powerful exercise was given to her for nothing. This is what Lin's Hixie couldn't understand. After all, the two of them at this time are not even friends. Aren't you going to start practicing? Fang Yan turned his head and glanced at Lin's Hixie, and asked casually, thinking that she would take the opportunity to practice the first level. I've already practiced, but I can't rush. Lin's Hixie finally smiled, making that face look even more charming. For such a profound technique, it is not possible to practice it successfully in a short time. Good understanding. Fang Yan smiled knowingly, knowing that there was no rush. Thanks. Lin's Hixie felt a burst of joy when Fang Yan praised her, and said gratefully. Obviously. She finally saw hope. With this exercise, she will definitely be able to break through to become a martial artist. From now on, she just needs to hide. When she breaks through to become a martial artist, she must settle the account with the Pu family, including her biological parents and the whole family. Thinking of this, Lin's Hixie felt inexplicably sad. A stranger like Fang Yan actually cherishes herself more than her family. No matter what Fang Yan's purpose was, at least Lin's Hixie survived. To live is to have hope. Okay, I'll go back first. After finishing speaking, Fang Yan was ready to leave. Fang Yan would have left long ago if he hadn't been worried about what would happen if Lin's Hixie practiced Suiyu Bei Waju for the first time. Etc. As soon as Lin's Hixie heard that Fang Yan was leaving, she immediately yelled, as if she had made up her mind. She knew very well that no matter what reason Fang Yan helped her, she couldn't just accept this favor with peace of mind. Two people, there must always be some connection. Once this happens, Fang Yan will feel more at ease. Secondly, Lin's Hixie will feel more at ease. Is there something wrong? Hearing this, Fang Yan stopped the hand that opened the door, turned his head and glanced at Lin's Hixie, but couldn't help being stunned for a moment. I saw the snow-white wedding dress slipping to the ground. Don't reject me. Lin's Hixie's soft and watery voice, with a touch of shyness, echoed in the quiet and dark room. In the dead of night, Fang Yan lay quietly on the bed, staring at the dark ceiling, his eyes full of thoughts. He was thinking about something, rather than reminiscing about the scene just now. Although Lin's Hixie is very beautiful, every man's dream girl, but Fang Yan knows very well that as he becomes stronger and stronger, beauty is within easy reach. Fang Yan discovered that there was a strange pattern on Lin's Hixie's back, which was a lifelike blue phoenix holding a bunch of fiery red phoenix flowers in its mouth. Fang Yan didn't know what that pattern was, but he knew that this phoenix pattern was related to Lin's Hixie's Suiyu Bei Waju. When the two became quiet, the phoenix pattern disappeared. Fang Yan also discovered that Lin's Hixie didn't know anything about the phoenix pattern on her back, or even the existence of the pattern. Although Fang Yan didn't ask Lin's Hixie, he knew the answer when he saw Lin's Hixie's reaction. Most critical. When the phoenix pattern disappeared, both of them had a breakthrough in martial arts, especially Lin's Hixie, which was extremely outrageous. At this time, Lin's Hixie had successfully cultivated the Shuiyu Bai Huaju to the first level, becoming a real martial artist. From Feng Yongzi's mouth, Fang Yan has learned some information about the martial artist. There are 7 ranks of martial arts: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and purple. Because they match the colors of the rainbow, the realm of martial arts is also called colorful martial arts. Once breaking through to a martial artist, the warrior can condense blood energy into true energy. The true chi of a red-rank martial artist is scarlet red. The true chi of an orange-rank martial artist is bright orange. The genkai of a huang-rank martial artist is golden yellow. The true chi of a green-rank martial artist is emerald green. The true chi of a blue-rank martial artist is sky blue. The true chi of an indigo martial artist is indigo blue. The true chi of a purple martial artist is pure purple. This is also the true source of the name colorful martial artist. Among them, each level of martial arts can be divided into early, middle, late, and peak. After Fang Yan and Lin's Hixie had a good time, Lin's Hixie was too tired to rest, and she didn't even know that she had broken through to the early stage of red-rank martial artist. As for Fang Yan, he estimates that his blood energy value has exceeded 15, and he has become a quasi-martial artist. Moreover, what restricts his breakthrough in martial arts cultivation is definitely not blood energy, but physical strength. The blood gas value suddenly increased from 10 points to 15 points, which really made Fang Yan feel uncomfortable for a while. If Lin's Hixie hadn't helped him share a lot of blood gas, Fang Yan believed that his blood gas value should have exceeded 30 points at the moment, and it wouldn't be a surprise to explode and die. Obviously, Lin's Hixie's breakthrough not only benefited from the blood Yu Bei Waju, but also benefited from the black hole energy overflowing from Fang Yan's body. Chapter 27. What are you thinking? Suddenly, Lin's Hixie's gentle voice came from Fang Yan's ear, and then a soft and warm arm hugged him. You are now a martial artist. Fang Yan didn't answer, but just reminded him. Lin's Hixie has already noticed the changes in her body, especially the rapid improvement in martial arts, which shocked her a lot originally. She just wanted to repay Fang Yan's kindness, but she didn't expect that the biggest beneficiary would be her. You stay here and rest for the night, Fang Yan suggested. No, I plan to go back. Lin's Hixie shook her head, although she was a little tired, but it didn't get in the way. Is there time? Fang Yan glanced at the electronic clock not far away. It doesn't start until 12 o'clock, and there is still an hour. Speaking of this, Lin's Hixie suddenly thought of something, and Xiao Li couldn't help but blushed slightly. Fortunately, there was no light, and Fang Yan didn't notice this scene. She didn't expect that more than an hour had passed. Okay, I'll take you back. After speaking, Fang Yan got up. He believed in Lin's Hixie's judgment. When a person has enough strength, he doesn't need to be so timid about doing things. Martial masters, even the lowest red-ranked martial masters, and chaebol like the Juxing group have to weigh it. Soon, Fang Yan got dressed with the help of Lin's Hixie. When Lin's Hixie put on her wedding dress again, Fang Yan took her to Park Jinyun's home through the teleportation ability of the ultra-miniature black hole again. Although Lin's Hixie was very curious about how Fang Yan did it, he didn't ask any more questions, even though the relationship between the two had taken a step forward, but this was Fang Yan's secret, and it was useless to ask more questions. You go back. Lin's Hixie stood on the balcony again, staring at Fang Yan, with a trace of reluctance in her beautiful eyes. Then be careful. Fang Yan did not hesitate. He believes that Lin's Hixie can handle things here well. If something really happened, he was sure to take Lin's Hixie away. Most critical. Fang Yan must get the phoenix leaf to increase physical strength. Then, on the balcony, Lin's Hixie was left alone. Compared with before, even though Lin's Hixie was alone, she no longer looked lonely. A woman's revenge has officially begun. Squad base. Fang Yan returned to the small park not far from the villa with the help of the ultra-miniature black hole, and saw Feng Yongzi standing in front of the gate like a statue from a distance, motionless. What happened? Fang Yan was curious and walked over. Feng Yongzi sensed Fang Yan's arrival, so she turned her head and glanced at him, then made a silent gesture. Seeing this, Fang Yan saw something in Feng Yongzi's eyes, and quietly walked to Feng Yongzi's side, and looked towards the gate of the villa. Thanks to Feng Yongzi's reminder, Fang Yan realized that there were some unexpected guests in the villa. Obviously. Those who come are not good, and those who are kind do not come. Fang Yan thought for a while and said, I'll go in first. Hearing this, Feng Yongzi glanced at Fang Yan again, a trace of surprise flitted across her beautiful eyes. She never thought that Fang Yan had become a quasi-martial artist in just 2 days. This cultivation speed is too terrifying. Certainly. The shock in Feng Yongzi's heart was also fleeting. After all, she had seen this kind of cultivation speed before, and she believed that it would not be slower than Fang Yan's. The reason is simple. At this time, Feng Yongzi had already broken through to the realm of a martial artist, and was at the peak of a red-ranked martial artist. These days, Feng Yongzi disappeared, precisely for the sake of a breakthrough. Only. Feng Yongzi did not expect that after only 2 days of leaving, uninvited guests came to the house. The only thing that could not be determined was who these people were after. Feng Yongzi? Fang Yan? Feng Yongzi has no idea for the time being. Most critical. Feng Yongzi sensed that there were as many as 4 uninvited guests in the villa, and 2 of them were definitely at the martial artist level. There are 2 martial artists inside, be careful. Feng Yongzi did not deny Fang Yan's proposal, and even used the sound transmission of true qi. With her in charge, Fang Yan will be fine. Even though there were 2 martial artists in the villa, they were both early red ranks. Feng Yongzi didn't take these unkind comers seriously at all. But Feng Yongzi knew very well that once he started a war with those 2 early red-rank martial artists, this villa would definitely be wiped out. This is not the result Feng Yongzi wanted. That's why she hesitated and didn't walk into the villa immediately. True Qi sound transmission. Fang Yan was taken aback when he heard this, but soon returned to his natural state. He thought that his cultivation speed was very good, but he didn't expect Feng Yongzi's to be even more terrifying. It's just that he hasn't seen Feng Yongzi for 2 days, and this captain has already broken through from a 10-star martial student to a martial artist. 2 martial artists. Fang Yan's attention quickly shifted to this point. Facing the 2 martial artists, once the battle started, he would definitely have to die. Certainly. Fang Yan dared to make this suggestion because he has an ultra-miniature black hole that can be teleported away at any time. I will. Fang Yan responded, then walked towards the villa's gate, opened it and entered. As the door was slowly pushed open, the inside of the villa became more silent, even a little scary. Feng Yongzi looked at Fang Yan's back, and there was a strange look in her beautiful eyes. She never thought that Fang Yan would be so relieved to hand over his back to her, the captain. It is undoubtedly a happy thing to gain the trust of others. Soon, Feng Yongzi followed. As long as Fang Yan can hold one of the early red-rank martial artists for 2 breaths, Feng Yongzi is sure to kill the other early red-rank martial artist with 1 blow. Once the 2 martial masters died, the remaining 2 quasi-martial masters would naturally have nothing to fear. It should be the killer. When Feng Yongzi walked into the gate, she instantly had a judgment in her mind. The people here are very professional. If he hadn't walked into the villa, he wouldn't have noticed the murderous intent in the air. Someone is going to do it. Careful. Feng Yongzi still couldn't help reminding, worried that Fang Yan would not react in time. Only. The next moment Feng Yongzi realized that her worry seemed a little unnecessary. At some point, Fang Yan rushed towards a middle-aged man who came out of the kitchen. That middle-aged man, named Black Crow, was one of the 2 early-stage red-rank martial artists. The Black Crow's figure is not tall, even a little thin. In front of Fang Yan, he really doesn't look good enough, but Fang Yan doesn't dare to underestimate the place at all. Although the lights of the villa were not turned on, the red glow emanating from the Black Crow seemed a bit dazzling. Fang Yan knew that that red glow was exactly the true energy of a red-rank martial artist. Although Feng Yongzi had reminded Fang Yan, and Fang Yan was also prepared, but facing the attack of the red-rank martial artist, he was still a little excited. He even felt his blood boil inexplicably. Even if Fang Yan is only a quasi-martial artist, he is still a long way from a red-ranked martial artist. But Fang Yan is fearless. Chapter 28. Fang Yan knew very well that he didn't need to kill the Black Crow, he just needed to delay the opponent until Feng Yongzi came over. Heya saw Fang Yan, a mere quasi-martial artist, and even knew he was a martial artist but dared to rush over. He had to look at Fang Yan differently in his heart, and he also understood why his employer paid a lot of money for this martial artist. But soon, the Black Crow stopped. Fang Yan disappeared. The Black Crow opened his eyes wide, showing disbelief on his face. Fang Yan disappeared out of thin air in front of him, even his breath disappeared, it was too weird. Suddenly, the Black Crow's eyes rolled back instinctively, and there was a hint of vigilance between his brows. Boom! Accompanied by a loud bang, a fist hit Black Crow's vest like a cannonball. However, the crow remained motionless. Drink! The Black Crow yelled immediately. The figure behind him immediately flew up. It is none other than Fang Yan. Fang Yan knew that Wu Shi was very powerful, but he found that he still underestimated Wu Shi's strength. His strongest punch couldn't shake the Black Crow. Hitting Crow's body with his fist was like hitting an indestructible steel plate. Court death. The Black Crow had already turned around, staring at Fang Yan firmly, with a cruel smile on the corner of his mouth. It has to be said that Fang Yan is very powerful, even more so than Black Crow expected. He never thought that he would be punched by Fang Yan, an imposing red-rank martial artist. It's like an adult being slapped by a baby, it's extremely uncomfortable. However, what shocked Black Crow the most was Fang Yan's martial arts cultivation. When he received the task, the information above clearly showed that Fang Yan was only a 9-star martial artist, but now, how he suddenly became a quasi-martial master, the gap between the two is really too big. Certainly. Black Crow was just shocked, and still didn't take it seriously. In the eyes of the Black Crow, the 9-star martial arts student and the quasi-martial artist are all on the same level, so weak. Fang Yan is sure to die. Ah! Just when the Black Crow was about to shoot and kill Fang Yan, there was a tragic cry not far away, as if a person had fallen into the crater of a volcano. Before the words were finished, a pyroman rushed out from the dining room. Before the Black Crow could react, the pyroman fell to the ground and turned into a charred corpse. Died. Can't die anymore. A graceful figure, like the wind, passed by the charred corpse and appeared in front of the Black Crow. You. The Black Crow obviously failed to react, and instinctively showed shock on his face. As a professional murderer, this obviously shouldn't be the behavior of the Black Crow, but when he found out that Feng Yongzi was actually a peak red rank martial artist, the Black Crow couldn't keep calm. The target of Heiya and the others was not Feng Yongzi, but Fang Yan. As for the important people around Fang Yan, Heiya and others have investigated clearly, including Feng Yongzi. Because of this, before Feng Yongzi returned to the gate of the villa, Heiya and the others didn't make a move, and if they could kill one more person, they would not be rewarded. Especially Feng Yongzi's identity is extremely special. Heiya and others don't want to provoke an existence like Feng Yongzi. But at this moment, Black Crow found that his information was wrong again. The Feng Yongzi he knew was only a 10-star martial artist, and he really didn't know when he would break through to a peak red rank martial artist. The gap between them is ridiculously huge compared to Fang Yan's information gap. Unfortunately, Black Crow has no time to think anymore. Puff! A red light streaked across like a shooting star. At some point, Black Crow's chest was pierced by a fiery red spear, which directly shattered the heart, and immediately ignited a raging fire. In an instant, Crow turned into pyro. Ah! There was another horrific cry. With a boom, the Black Crow finally fell to the ground and turned into a charred corpse. Can't die anymore. There are two more, kill them directly. Before the words fell, Feng Yongzi left like a strong wind. Fang Yan had come to his senses, everything was too sudden, and then ran towards the second floor. There are only 2 killers left. After a while, Fang Yan came to his room, and saw a figure about to jump off the balcony, ready to escape. That figure was named Heiyu, he was Black Crow's junior, and his martial arts cultivation was only at the level of a quasi-martial artist. Heiyu originally planned to come down to support the Black Crow, but happened to witness the scene of the Black Crow's death, and suddenly lost his fighting spirit, so he planned to escape from the second floor, but he didn't expect Fang Yan to be so fast. When Fang Yan saw the black fish jumping down, without saying a word, he took a quick step and jumped down. Before the black fish landed, he appeared behind the black fish with the help of the space teleportation ability of the ultra-miniature black hole, and immediately threw a punch, boom. With a sound, it hit the back of Heiyu who had no time to react. Boom. Accompanied by a muffled sound, Heiyu's heart was ruthlessly shattered. Black fish, die. Boom. The body of the black fish fell on the lawn like a dead fish. Fang Yan made a volley flip and landed firmly. Finished. Feng Yongzi's voice came from afar. It's done. Fang Yan looked at Feng Yongzi who was running quickly, and said calmly. I've seen their identities, they should be from the underground world. Feng Yongzi said solemnly. Underground world. When Fang Yan heard this, he immediately thought of something. Have you offended them? Seeing Fang Yan's reaction, Feng Yongzi understood and asked seriously. That's right. Fang Yan didn't intend to hide anything, so he told Feng Yongzi everything that happened in the process of buying S-class body strengthening potions in the black market in the underground world. Are you short of money? After Feng Yongzi listened to it, she didn't care about what happened in the underground world. Lack. Fang Yan nodded. Don't go to the underground black market next time, it's a mess. Feng Yongzi said with concern, if you have no money in the future, tell me. I can't reach you. Fang Yan added a sentence. Feng Yongzi was silent. In the past 2 days, Feng Yongzi was focused on breaking through, so naturally he had no contact with the outside world, which is why Fang Yan could not contact Feng Yongzi. In 2 days, I'll go to the underground black market with you. After finishing speaking, Feng Yongzi turned around and went back. Fang Yan looked at Feng Yongzi's back, a trace of complexity flashed in his eyes. This captain is really good. Only debt of favor, not easy to repay. Next, Feng Yongzi called the community security to deal with the bodies of Heiya and others. Fang Yan returned to his room, took a shower, lay down on the bed, and fell asleep. Using ultra-miniature black holes to teleport too frequently consumes too much blood and mental power, and Fang Yan couldn't bear it at first. Chapter 29 Black Hole World. Fang Yan fell into a dream and came to the front of the phoenix sacred tree. Sure enough, a phoenix leaf has grown. Fang Yan saw a brand new emerald green leaf growing on the branch below the phoenix flower, about the size of a palm, and shaped like a phoenix's feathers. When Fang Yan was about to pick off the phoenix leaves fluttered down, from the top of Fang Yan's head, into the body. A red light erupted from Fang Yan's body like a raging flame. Fang Yan quickly sat cross-legged. At this moment, he felt a fiery force coming from his body, which almost made him feel like he would explode to death. After a few days, Fang Yan finally woke up from his dream with a smile on his face. He broke through. At this moment, he is no longer a quasi-martial artist, but an early-stage red-rank martial artist. This point really surprised him for a while. Originally, he thought that it would not be so easy to break through to become a martial artist, but the reality hit him hard in the face. Everything is so natural, it's a matter of course. After that, Fang Yan sat up, glanced at the calendar, and realized that he fell asleep for 3 days. Go take a shower first. Fang Yan got out of bed. At this time, his body was full of sour sweat. Half an hour later, Fang Yan came to the training ground, trying to get familiar with the new realm as soon as possible. Although he broke through from a dream, it also made him realize that this kind of dream is unusual, and the dream is actually connected with reality. Puzzled. Then, Fang Yan was too lazy to think about it. There are some things in this world that cannot be understood just by thinking about them. Is this true anger? Fang Yan raised his palm, an array of crimson light rose from his palm. He doesn't know much about the realm of martial arts. Instructor Yan's true energy seems to be icy cold, while Captain Feng's true energy is hot. Fang Yan recalled the 2 kinds of Genkai he had been in contact with. As for the true energy of the Black Crow, Fang Yan naturally remembered that it was as indestructible as steel. Obviously, the true Qi cultivated by each person has its own unique attributes. Then what attributes will my true energy have? Fang Yan became a little curious. However, after half an hour of the experiment, Fang Yan still had no idea about his true energy. The attributes of true Qi are related to exercises. Suddenly, a familiar female voice came from outside the door. A graceful figure came slowly. It was none other than Feng Yongzi, team leader. Fang Yan looked over naturally, and then remembered that he had an agreement with Feng Yongzi to go to the underground black market to solve some problems, but now, he obviously missed the appointment. What kind of exercises did you practice? Feng Yongzi came in front of Fang Yan, her beautiful eyes were full of curiosity. She really didn't understand that Fang Yan's martial arts cultivation had broken through too quickly. Certainly, Feng Yongzi's cultivation speed is even more terrifying, but she knows very well that the reason her martial arts cultivation speed is so terrifying is because there is the Xingai group behind her, which continuously provides her with precious cultivation resources, especially various panacea. And Fang Yan is just an ordinary person, and it is impossible to have the cultivation resources comparable to Feng Yongzi. As a result, Feng Yongzi suspected that Fang Yan had practiced some peerless skills. Among the factors that affect the speed of martial arts cultivation, Kung Fu is definitely one of the core. In the path of martial arts, talent, resources, and skills are indispensable. Basic exercises. Fang Yan said very naturally. Although Fang Yan has a good relationship with Feng Yongzi now, he still doesn't intend to tell Feng Yongzi about his practice of wordless heart formula. Fang Yan is very clear that his martial arts cultivation has improved by leaps and bounds. In addition to the super black hole clone, the wordless heart formula is undoubtedly the greatest contribution, so that there is no bottleneck in his breakthrough. This is also one of the important reasons why he broke through to the red rank martial artist so smoothly. He estimated that the phoenix leaf is also an important reason. Basic exercises. Feng Yongzi was startled at first, but didn't intend to ask more questions, so he changed the subject and said remindingly, "You first transform all the blood energy in your body into true energy. In this world, as long as anyone reaches the age of 18, he can go to the local martial arts association, receive basic exercises, and start practicing martial arts." Using exercises. Fang Yan asked a question. Feng Yongzi nodded, guessing something in his heart. Fang Yan must have eaten the treasures of heaven and earth by mistake, and this scene happened. In fact, Feng Yongzi suspected that there was a hermit master behind Fang Yan. But looking at it now, this shouldn't be the reason, otherwise, Fang Yan couldn't have been ignorant of the need to convert blood qi into true qi, otherwise he couldn't continue to increase the true qi in the sea of qi. "Thanks," Fang Yan said gratefully. He really didn't know this. Originally, Fang Yan planned to go to the Martial Arts Association to learn more about martial artists. "If you have any questions, you can ask me," Feng Yongzi said calmly. As a result, Fang Yan became impolite. Getting stronger through cultivation is related to his own interests, so Fang Yan naturally cannot ignore it. Gradually, a half-moon rose in the sky. This day passed like this. Fang Yan and Feng Yongzi were at the training ground. They didn't go anywhere. Even if they ate, they were brought over by the housekeeping robot. "You are very talented." Feng Yongxiang was dripping with sweat, standing in front of Fang Yan. She couldn't help admiring. She really didn't expect that it only took half a day for Fang Yan to transform the blood qi in his body into the true qi in the sea of qi. Although Feng Yongzi also spent half a day, but she has a famous teacher around her to guide, and Fang Yan really depends on herself. At this time, the two had been sparring for 2 full hours. Obviously, both were exhausted. "It's no match for the captain," Fang Yan said very modestly. Although he was still very happy in his heart, he was sincere. Feng Yongzi is indeed too perverted. Feng Yongzi has broken through to the early stage of the orange rank martial artist. Originally, Fang Yan thought that the gap between himself and Captain Feng Yongzi had shortened a bit, but unexpectedly, the gap widened again. Feng Yongzi just smiled, changed the subject, and said, "Get ready, I'll go to the underground black market later." "Okay." Fang Yan did not refuse. The sooner this kind of thing is resolved, the better. Now both of them are martial masters, especially Feng Yongzi is still an orange rank martial master, and he is already qualified to deal with the underground black market. Martial masters, in this world, are still a minority after all, not 1 in a million. The world's population exceeds tens of billions, but the number of martial artists is less than 1 million. Chapter 30. On the way to Suanhua town, Feng Yongzi was driving his favorite powder blue super speed car, and suddenly remembered something, so he set the car to automatic driving mode, then looked at Fang Yan, and asked seriously, "Which way are you going to take?" "Which one?" Fang Yan was stunned for a moment before he realized, "Let's do the way of the sword." "Knife." Feng Yongzi smiled knowingly, and said, "Do you need me to buy you a knife?" "No." Fang Yan smiled slightly and said, "It's already there." This is why he chose the Dao of the blade. Certainly. He doesn't intend to only practice the Dao of the sword. Fang Yan is very ambitious. In his previous life, he liked a manga character named Wu Wudi very much. Now that he has such an opportunity, Fang Yan naturally intends to give it a try, through practicing various martial arts, and then go to the top of the road. Not to mention, with a big killer like a super black hole avatar, I would be too sorry for myself if I didn't practice multiple avenues. Yes. Feng Yongzi showed a look of shock. Elite fighters are by no means something Fang Yan can afford right now. Instructor Yan gave me a hand. Fang Yan didn't hide anything, and told Feng Yongzi about being dragged into the Lion War camp by Yan Chuangxiu. Yan Chuangxiu. When Feng Yongzi heard this, a strange expression flashed across his face. This Yan Chuangxiu actually robbed her. Still grab it. Well then, after you go back, you can find a suitable exercise on the internet, and I will give it to you. Feng Yongzi said solemnly. After some discussion before, Feng Yongzi discovered that the exercises Fang Yan cultivated are indeed the basic exercises practiced by the whole people. This will definitely affect Fang Yan's martial arts achievements. A powerful skill is definitely worth more than an elite soldier. She didn't want to lose to Yan Chuangxiu. In Feng Yongzi's heart, Yan Chuangxiu was just one step ahead of her. Feng Yongzi was confident. He quickly caught up with Yan Chuangxiu's pace, and then overtook her. Although Feng's family and Yan's family have a long history, the two beauties, Feng Yongzi and Yan Chuangxiu, did not have much contact with each other, and they only met on a few occasions. Fang Yan was about to say something. After all, this gift was too expensive and he didn't need it, but Feng Yongzi's eyes stopped Fang Yan from continuing. Then, thank you in advance. Fang Yan immediately changed the topic. After all, Feng Yongzi is the captain, she has the final say. Fang Yan really doesn't need any exercises. He doesn't think there is any exercise on the blue star that is more powerful than the wordless heart formula. Fang Yan integrated the wordless heart formula into the basic exercises, but Feng Yongzi couldn't tell the difference at all. This alone is enough to explain the mystery of the wordless heart formula. Your current chi has no attributes. Once you fight with a martial artist who has cultivated attributes, you will suffer a lot. Feng Yongzi added a sentence. Fang Yan does not deny this. Fang Yan had this feeling when he was competing with Feng Yongzi before. His non-attribute true energy was severely suppressed by Feng Yongzi's fierce yang true energy. This is level suppression. Certainly. Feng Yongzi's martial arts cultivation is higher than Fang Yan's is also one reason, but it's not the point. Fang Yan was also surprised that Feng Yongzi chose the gun path. Although during the sparring process, Feng Yongzi never took out his soldiers, but Fang Yan already felt that the captain's spear skills were extremely powerful, and his marksmanship was even more incomparably sharp. The way of the gun is naturally one of Fang Yan's choices, but for the time being, he will focus on the way of the knife first. After all, it is impossible to take out the disillusionment star gun at will. Some hole cards, which should be hidden, still have to be hidden. Arrive. After a while, the super speed car stopped, and as the door slowly opened, Feng Yongzi walked down. Seeing this, Fang Yan didn't expect to come to Suanhua town so soon. Flying cars are also essential. Fang Yan had a decision in his mind. Although there are ultra-miniature black holes, transportation tools are indispensable. Especially in some occasions, the teleportation ability of ultra-miniature black holes cannot be revealed. If they resist, kill them all. After finishing speaking, Feng Yongzi walked into Suanhua town. Fang Yan watched Feng Yongzi's back for a long time before quickly following her. Obviously, Feng Yongzi at this moment gave Fang Yan a different feeling. At least, this is very different from Fang Yan's initial impression of Feng Yongzi. When I first came into contact with Feng Yongzi, this proud girl still gave Fang Yan a feeling of being easy to get along with. But for the people in the underground world, Fang Yan will not show the slightest mercy. Those people's hands were stained with blood, many of them had the blood of innocent people. Everyone is responsible for their own choices. Including Fang Yan is no exception. An office in the underground black market. A middle-aged man as tall as a bear sat quietly on an office chair, quickly looking at the documents in his hand, which were all related to Fang Yan. It shouldn't be. The middle-aged man put down the documents in his hand and murmured. He studied Fang Yan's information again to make sure that he was not wrong. However, he had long received news of the deaths of Black Crow and Blackfish. This is obviously not the result that the middle-aged man wants to see. The middle-aged man is none other than the overlord of Suanhua Town's underground world, known as Black Bear, and his martial arts cultivation is at the peak of the orange rank martial artist, much higher than Feng Yongzi's. It is precisely because the Black Bear has such a powerful martial arts cultivation that he can sit in Suanhua Town, frighten other people, and become the overlord of this underground world. However, He Xiong is also very clear that he can become the overlord of Suanhua Town because of his strong martial arts practice, but the most important thing is the two gold masters behind him, one of which is the 9-star group founded by the Koreans. With strength and funds, everything will come naturally. Although He Xiong didn't care too much about the deaths of He Crow and He Yu, even though they were brothers with him, He Xiong clearly puts his interests first. Even though his son Broken Head Mountain was killed by Fang Yan, He Xiong still kept his composure and did not seek revenge on Fang Yan immediately. He Xiong is the biological father of the young master of the black market, Broken Head Mountain. Originally, He Xiong, He Ye, and He Yu were all killers of Tianxia society, but He Xiong took advantage of the 9-star group, the financial master, and went out independently, resulting in the current scene. Tianxia Y is the largest assassin organization in the world. Could it be Feng Yongzi who made the move? Not far away, a beautiful woman came quietly and reminded. This should be. When He Xiong heard this, he nodded, and then glanced at a piece of information next to him. It was none other than Feng Yongzi, and it clearly stated that Feng Yongzi was a top martial artist of the red rank. Certainly. As an orange rank martial artist, He Xiong naturally doesn't take Feng Yongzi seriously. The only thing that makes He Xiong fearful is Feng Yongzi's identity. The big daughter of the Xingai group, that's not a joke. Although the Xingai group is not comparable to the Juxing group, He Xiong knows very well that the Xingai group has cooperated with the military department, especially the Juquan military department. The Juquan military department is the strongest among the major military departments, not one of them. Obviously, the fact that Feng Yongzi broke through to the rank of orange martial artist did not let too many people know about it, except for a few people like Fang Yan. The Black Bear's information is behind. Tianxia has a mission to kill Feng Yongzi. The woman added. Chapter 31. The woman looked like she was in her 20s. Her name was Lu Yezi. As her name suggests, she was as beautiful as a willow, and she was naturally charming. She was one of the Black Bear's lovers. He Xiong takes a fancy to Lu Yezi, not only because of her beauty, but more importantly because of Lu Yezi's ability to collect information, which plays an extremely important role in securing his position as the overlord of Suanhua Town. Know thyself, ever victorious. The Black Bear still understands this truth very well. Oh! He Xiong frowned immediately, then looked at Lu Yezi. If there is interest, then there is a reason to kill Feng Yongzi. However, the person who issued the task cannot be traced for the time being. Lu Yezi said seriously. Can't track it down. Black Bear frowned. This is not easy. The reward is a true profound pill. Lu Yezi said something meaningful. What? Hearing the words, the Black Bear immediately stood up, showing excitement on his face. Although Fang Yan has no breakthrough bottleneck for the time being, for warriors like Black Bear, there are bottlenecks everywhere. Even if it is a breakthrough from the early stage to the middle stage of the red rank, it is a huge bottleneck, and it takes huge resources to be able to make progress past this level. Each martial arts realm can be subdivided into the early stage, middle stage, late stage, and peak stage. One of the bases for subdivision is the form of true qi. Although it is called true qi, in the sea of qi, not all of it exists in gaseous form. If it is true qi in gaseous form, it is the early stage. When the gaseous genkai condenses into a liquid state, it is the middle stage. The liquid Genkai condenses into a solid state, that is the later stage. And the peak is when the sea of qi can no longer absorb true qi and reaches the maximum saturation. At this time, only the breakthrough of qi sea can further improve martial arts cultivation. The black bear is now stuck on this bottleneck, and it has been for several years. The function of the true profound pill is to expand the sea of qi and bring it to a higher level. However, now all the panaceas are not from the hands of humans, but obtained from the martial tower. Because of this, even the lowest level of panacea is still extremely precious. He Xiong never thought that in order to kill a Feng Yongzi, he would actually use the true profound pill as a reward. There are a total of 10 grades of spirit pills, which are divided according to the pill patterns on the spirit pills. The 1-grain elixir is the most basic, while the 10-grain elixir is the top. The reason why Qin Tianhai became Emperor Wu was that he obtained a 10-pattern elixir from the Wu Pagoda, and it was also the only 10-pattern elixir that had appeared in this world. The true profound pill is a 5-pattern profound pill, which is extremely precious. You must know that the 5-pattern elixirs obtained from the martial arts pagoda every year do not exceed 100, and basically all of them fall into the hands of major martial arts families and chaebols. As for ordinary warriors, especially martial artists, most of the time, they may not even get a single grain elixir. Even purple-rank martial artists, the strongest in the realm of martial arts, still attach great importance to Zhenxiandan. You said, could it be them? Lu Yezi was not surprised by the shock of the black bear. After all, she was shocked when she first learned the news. Them. The black bear stared at Lu Yezi immediately. Mirong's family. Lu Yezi said softly, as if worried that outsiders would hear her. How could it be them? Black bear didn't understand. I also only recently got wind of it. Lu Yezi explained, the core members of the Mirong family have been in frequent contact with people from the Juxing group during this period, especially those from the Pu family. The Park family. A trace of surprise flashed in the black bear's eyes. Black bear accepts the task of killing Fang Yan, and the person who issued this task is from the Pu family. Although the members of the Pu family did a good job of covering it up, Lu Yezi could finally see it. Isn't the Mirong family planning to marry the Feng family? Black Bear expressed his doubts. Hearing this, Lu Yezi shook his head and said, perhaps, there are some accidents that we don't know about. Black Bear fell silent. Things get a little more complicated. Back then, Emperor Wu Qin Tianhai ruled the world, and the Mirong family was one of the main forces, so the scenery is infinite, until now. The Feng family is also not simple, not only the sole shareholder of the Xingai group, but also has a good friendship with the Juquan military department. Most critical. There is a hidden ancestor behind the Feng family, who was already a peak purple rank martial artist back then. The ancestor of the Feng family wanted to challenge the realm of the martial lord, so he chose to abdicate and go into seclusion, and he has been hidden from the world ever since. Although many people speculated that the ancestor of the Feng family failed to attack the realm of the martial lord and disappeared, but no one can guarantee it. If the ancestor of the Feng family didn't die, he would definitely be a martial lord. The lifespan of a purple rank martial artist is only about 200 years old. Even if he swallows various life-prolonging elixir, it will not exceed 300 years in the end. You know, the ancestor of the Feng family followed Emperor Wu Qin Tianhai to fight the world, that is to say, he was a peerless strongman who existed 300 years ago. Once the ancestor of the Feng family failed to attack the realm of the martial lord, he would surely die. The most important. He Xiong is very clear that even though there are only 13 martial lords in this world, they are on the surface, but in the dark, there must be more than 13 martial lords. Those who were the most powerful people back then are very likely to break through to the realm of martial lords. Here they come. Lu Yezi suddenly changed the topic, revealing an imperceptible smile. Obviously. Lu Yezi hopes that the black bear will take over the task of killing Feng Yongzi. The reason is simple. Only in this way can the black bear have no choice. Lu Yezi is not an ordinary person, but a person sent by the Juxing group to monitor the black bear. Certainly. Black bears still don't know this. Fang Yan. The black bear was startled for a moment before realizing it. And Feng Yongzi. Lu Yezi added. In fact, Lu Yezi did not expect that Fang Yan would dare to seek his own death, but the most surprising thing was the appearance of Feng Yongzi. He Xiong showed disbelief on his face, and then glanced at the surveillance screen not far away, and sure enough, he saw the figures of Fang Yan and Feng Yongzi, who were walking into the underground black market one after the other. These two little guys are really bold. Lu Yezi couldn't help but mocked. She couldn't imagine how ignorant Fang Yan and Feng Yongzi were to come to Suanhua town in person. Although the information showed that Feng Yongzi was already a red-rank martial artist and Fang Yan was a quasi-martial artist, but such strength was not worth mentioning in front of Suanhua town. The fact that Suanhua town can become a no-nonsense area in Huahe City is enough to explain a few things. Since it's delivered to your door, I'll take it. The black bear said decisively. The slightly excited voice was full of cruel killing intent. Chapter 32. If Feng Yongzi didn't come over in person, He Xiong would really think about it. But now, there is no need to think about it. Just for the Zhenxian pill, He Xiong thought it was worth a fight, even though he knew very well what the consequences of killing Feng Yongzi would be. As long as he obtains the true profound pill and breaks through to the rank of Huang rank martial artist, even if the Feng family deals with him, he will have to weigh it carefully, not to mention the even more powerful 9-star group behind him. Becoming a Huang rank martial artist, He Xiong's status in the 9-star group will be even higher. Not to mention, now that Mirong's family has entered the game, He Xiong is ready to perform well. Obviously, He Xiong is more optimistic about the cooperation between Mirong's family and Juxing group. Troubled times are approaching, not only to strengthen one's own strength, but more importantly, to choose to hug one's thigh. When the major forces in the underground world are starting to move around, this also means that the world is about to undergo a major reshuffle. On this point, Black Bear is confident that he will not be wrong. We'll go out and meet them. After finishing speaking, He Xiong threw away the documents in his hand and left the office. Lu Yezi quickly followed. Never let Fang Yan and Feng Yongzi go. As long as two people die, there is no proof of death. The underground black market. Fang Yan stepped into a place he had been to once, and immediately felt that the atmosphere here had changed. Although the surroundings looked the same as last time, there was an invisible sense of sternness, and some people would glance at Fang Yan from time to time. Fang Yan also knew that from the moment he and Feng Yongzi stepped into Suanhua town, they were under the surveillance of the underground black market. He believes that the master of the underground black market here must know that he and Feng Yongzi are here. Feng Yongzi followed Fang Yan closely, feeling a little bit of surprise in her heart. She never thought that Fang Yan was really fearless and stepped into the underground black market. She had to admire her courage, and she deserved to be her chosen partner. But thinking about it carefully, Fang Yan was able to be favored by Yan Zhuangxiu and recruited to the Battle Lion camp, which is enough to show Fang Yan's excellence and uniqueness. Although Feng Yongzi is not very familiar with Yan Zhuangxiu, but he has heard some stories about this instructor, from which he knows what kind of strong character she is. Yan Zhuangxiu's vision is very good. In the past 2 years, all the martial artists who were recruited by Yan Zhuangxiu to the Battle Lion camp have performed very well, and now they have become powerful martial artists. Fang Yan kept walking in front, ignoring the unfriendly gazes in front of him, quickly found the place they were looking for, and walked towards an office ahead. In fact, Fang Yan didn't understand why he and Feng Yongzi came here openly instead of killing the black bear secretly. Fang Yan knew that the black bear was the overlord of this underground world. However, Fang Yan thought about it for a while, and didn't bother to ask any more questions. Anyway, it's not important, and the result is the same. Black bears must die. Perhaps, there is Fang Yongzi's own consideration in this. The people around saw Fang Yan and Fang Yongzi walking towards the office not far away, and wanted to step forward, but they didn't dare to stop Fang Yan and Fang Yongzi, let alone make a move. Anyone who is not a fool can feel the aura exuded by Fang Yan and Fang Yongzi at this time. Obviously, only martial artists have such a terrifying aura. Although there were hundreds of people present, there were only about a dozen people belonging to the underground world, and none of them were martial artists, so naturally they didn't dare to provoke Fang Yan and Fang Yongzi. The rest of the people are customers, and those who come to buy things naturally don't join in the fun, and they all look like they are watching the show. It has been a long time since no one dared to do anything in the underground black market in Suanhua town. Go straight in. Just as Fang Yan walked to the door of the office, Fang Yongzi reminded him. When Fang Yan heard this, he pushed the door open and entered. A tall figure appeared in front of Fang Yan, sitting quietly on the chair, watching Fang Yan walk in with a smile. It was none other than the black bear. Lu Yezi quietly stood behind He Xiong, but her gaze passed Fang Yan and landed on Fang Yongzi, her beautiful eyes filled with a hint of vigilance. She couldn't figure out where Fang Yongzi had the courage to come here with Fang Yan and appear in front of the black bear. Certainly. Lu Yezi is also very clear that once Fang Yongzi dies, Xingai Group will undoubtedly be in chaos. Only when the world is chaotic enough can their underground world gain the greatest benefit. As the world's largest pharmaceutical production company, Xingai Group has a great connection with the Jiuquan military headquarters, which will inevitably cause a certain degree of chaos in Jiuquan. Jiuquan is in chaos, and the world is bound to be in chaos. Many dark forces are waiting for this opportunity. In the eyes of many people, Fang Yongzi is just a martial arts genius and is known as a Valkyrie, but Lu Yezi has received a lot of news and information, which shows that Fang Yongzi has a pivotal position in the Xingai Group, even far greater than the head of the Feng family. Although Lu Yezi doesn't know why Fang Yongzi is so important, many people really want Fang Yongzi to die. If you can't get it, destroy it. This is the choice of most forces. Certainly. Lu Yezi admired Fang Yongzi's courage very much. With such an identity, she dared to act recklessly. In Lu Yezi's eyes, Fang Yongzi shouldn't be here. As for Fang Yan, although he has gained a lot of fame recently, especially when he became the captain of the reserve team of the Lions Battalion, Lu Yezi still doesn't take Fang Yan too seriously. If you don't become a martial artist, you will end up in vain. At least, Lu Yezi thinks so. Soon, Fang Yongzi followed Fang Yan into the office, and closed the heavy wooden door smoothly. Where's the map? Before the black bear could speak, Fang Yongzi stood beside Fang Yan, stared at the black bear, and asked coldly, as if there was no trace of human emotion. Hearing this, Fang Yan couldn't help but glance at Fang Yongzi, feeling that the captain in front of him had become so strange. That's right, he really doesn't know much about Fang Yongzi. At this moment, Fang Yongzi seemed to have turned into an empress, which was irresistible. He Xiong narrowed his eyes when he heard the words. Obviously he didn't expect Fang Yongzi to come here in person because of that map. Lu Yezi glanced at the black bear subconsciously, a trace of doubt flashed in her beautiful eyes. She obviously didn't know about the map. Are you from the Jiuquan military department? The black bear stood up abruptly. Kill. Before Fang Yan could make a move, Fang Yongzi yelled violently. Not good. He Xiong was about to attack, intending to strike first. When he heard Fang Yongzi's shout, he suddenly realized why Fang Yongzi dared to appear here with Fang Yan. An orange radiance erupted from Fang Yongzi's body, and immediately formed a crimson fiery storm, sweeping away in all directions. Chapter 33. Orange Step. How is it possible? The black bear quickly backed away, staring at Fang Yongzi, his eyes filled with disbelief, and he was extremely shocked. A few days ago, Fang Yongzi was a 10-star martial artist. The true energy of the flames swept past, and the table in front of the black bear instantly turned into ashes. Your opponent is me. When Fang Yan was about to catch up and was about to stab the black bear, Lu Yezi had already stopped him. Quick battle! Before he finished speaking, Feng Yongzi flashed his figure, leaped lightly, past Fang Yan and Lu Yezi, and chased after the black bear who was fleeing through the wall. Although this is an office, it is actually very large, covering more than 700 square meters. There is also an indoor swimming pool, which can be described as extremely luxurious. Seeing this, Fang Yan naturally wouldn't chase after him, and stared at Lu Yezi. Although Lu Yezi was a great beauty, Fang Yan didn't have the slightest thought in this regard. This is the first time he has really fought against a martial artist, so naturally he dare not underestimate the enemy and be careless. At this time, Crimson Genkai emerged from Lu Yezi's body, which was enough to show that she was a red-rank martial artist, and the color was obviously much darker than the Crimson Genkai on Fang Yan's body. Peek! Fang Yan stared at the steel whip in Lu Yezi's hand, probably guessing the other party's martial arts cultivation. As long as he is not an orange-rank martial artist, Fang Yan still has the confidence to defeat Lu Yezi. You turned out to be a martial artist. Lu Yezi saw the crimson true energy emanating from Fang Yan's body, and the shock in her beautiful eyes was like a huge wave, no less than the shock of the black bear just now. According to the information she collected, Fang Yan was just a quasi-martial artist a few days ago. How he became a red-ranked martial artist now, even though it was only in the early stage, still made Lu Yezi unacceptable. If it is said that Feng Yongzi breaks through to the rank of orange martial artist, there is still a reason. After all, Xingai Group has been secretly researching more powerful potions, and even hoped to decipher and refine the elixir. Although it failed, there must be a lot of gains. But Fang Yan is just an ordinary person, how could he have so many training resources, allowing him to cultivate from a quasi-martial artist to a red-ranked martial artist in one fell swoop? You must know that even with enough resources, many people still cannot enter the realm of martial arts in their lifetime. No wonder Yan Chuangxiu values him so much. At this moment, Lu Yezi realized something, but the steel whip in his hand was already dancing. Fang Yan must die. A single Feng Yongzi is enough to cause headaches. Lu Yezi didn't want another martial arts monster like Feng Yongzi among the enemies in the underground world. Fang Yan hasn't grown up yet, it's the best time to kill him in the cradle. The silver snake came out of its hole. In an instant, the steel whip turned into a silver lightning bolt and flew towards Fang Yan, intending to split him in two. Thunder! Fang Yan instantly judged the attributes of Lu Yezi's true energy, and he had a countermeasure in mind. He was never a coward. Not to mention, Fang Yan is extremely confident in his sword skills. Most critical. In Fang Yan's eyes, Lu Yezi's move of silver snake coming out of the hole is full of loopholes and flaws. Cut! Accompanied by a shout, Fang Yan swung his knife without hesitation, unpretentious, the sharp blade slashed against the steel. This steel knife is just an ordinary weapon, which was bought in Suanhua town not long ago. Although the steel whip in Lu Yezi's palm was not a powerful fighter, her martial arts cultivation was stronger than Fang Yan's, so Lu Yezi didn't take Fang Yan's knife seriously at all. Seeing the steel whip avoid the steel knife and land on Fang Yan's head, Lu Yezi couldn't help being stunned for a moment, feeling as if he was dazzled. Fang Yan's body flickered, as if he had known where the steel whip would fall, and dodged it well. Blade, still. You. Just as Lu Yezi was about to say something, she found that Fang Yan had already appeared behind her. A cold light flashed across her graceful figure, extending from her shoulders to her legs. The steel whip in his hand split into two and fell to the ground. Puff! Blood gushed out from Lu Yezi's body. Lu Yezi, die! Two corpses fell to the ground. Eyes wide open. Die with peace. Until the moment of his death, Lu Yezi couldn't believe that Fang Yan's sword technique would be so terrifying. Her infuriating body protection didn't even have any effect. Puzzled, Fang Yan's steel knife landed on her protective genkai, as if cutting through the air, without hindrance. Impossible. These are Lu Yezi's last thoughts. Obviously. She thought of something, but couldn't accept it. One of the hallmarks of a red-rank martial artist is to cultivate the body-protecting true qi. The strength of the infuriating energy for body protection far exceeds that of many special alloys, especially for purple martial artists. It is not a problem to resist non-mushroom egg missiles. At the same level, without using any martial arts, you can easily break through the opponent's protective qi. There is only one situation. Comprehend the legendary artistic conception of martial arts. Sword intent is one of the artistic conceptions of martial arts. Only. Fang Yan is only 18 years old, and he has only practiced martial arts for a few months, yet he comprehended the sword intent. It's incredible. Pity. It was impossible for Lu Yezi to think about this problem. Fang Yan subconsciously glanced back at Lu Yezi's body. A trace of doubt flashed in his eyes. He really didn't expect his steel knife to break through Lu Yezi's protective body so easily. Is this the attribute of my true energy? Fang Yan had a guess in his mind, but he couldn't confirm it. It is clear. Fang Yan was not aware of the fact that he had comprehended the sword intent. I don't know how the captain is. Fang Yan thought about it carefully, but still chased after him, rushed out from the broken wall, but stopped. Feng Yongzi already held the black bear's head and walked towards him. Finished. Before Fang Yan could speak, Feng Yongzi asked with concern. It's done. Fang Yan nodded, then changed the topic and said, have you found the map? Found it. Feng Yongzi nodded, and said, sure enough, there is an inner ghost in the military department. Hearing this, Fang Yan chose to remain silent. Although he guessed something, it was obviously not a good time to ask. By the way, after a while, the War Lion Battalion from the military headquarters will come over, and you and I will show up a little bit. Feng Yongzi changed the subject and said seriously. Fang Yan was stunned for a moment. Feng Yongzi didn't explain anything, walked past Fang Yan and left the office. The survivors will not be killed. A chilling voice came from outside. Fang Yan was about to follow out when he heard a rumbling sound in the sky, especially like thunder. Obviously, the battle lion camp that Feng Yongzi talked about has arrived. I see. Suddenly, Fang Yan understood why Feng Yongzi and he would come to the underground black market openly. It turned out that the Zhuquan military department had already planned to attack the underground black market in Suanhua town. Feng Yongzi and Fang Yan obviously came here in advance to check their military exploits. In the military department, the accumulation of military exploits is still very important. Chapter 34. At this moment, Feng Yongzi held the black bear's head in his hand, and stared coldly at the people in the black market, as if killing a god, making most people dare not look directly at her. It's scary. Especially Feng Yongzi was still holding the bloody head of the black bear in his hand. The black bear does not rest in peace, and the wide-open eyes are even more terrifying. People in the black market know exactly what kind of martial arts cultivation black bear is. Orange rank peak martial artist. Feng Yongzi beheaded such a powerful warrior. If they rush up, it's food delivery. Soon, many people raised their hands and knelt down one after another. However, there are still a few people who want to resist. Only. Before Feng Yongzi and Fang Yan could make a move, the entire black market was stained red with blood. A dozen figures surrounded the remaining people in the black market. A beautiful figure slowly walked in front of Feng Yongzi. It's you. Qianying looked at Feng Yongzi, a trace of surprise flashed in her beautiful eyes. This beautiful figure is Yan Chuangxiu. Not long ago, she received a secret order for the War Lion Battalion to come to support. Although Yan Shuangxiu had no interest in the underground black market, this was an order from above, so naturally she had no choice. Only, she didn't expect that the person she supported would be Yan Shuangxiu. "It's me." Feng Yongzi just responded lightly, then threw the black bear's head at Yan Shuangxiu's feet, and added, "You have an inner ghost in the Lion War camp." After that, she turned and left. Yan Shuangxiu heard the words and wanted to say something, but finally chose to remain silent. She understood what Feng Yongzi meant. In the underground black market in Suanhua town, there actually exists a mysterious group of mercenaries named Ghost Flame, with a total of 17 members. Without exception, they are all martial artists with extremely terrifying combat effectiveness. This is also the reason why the Warrior Lion Battalion came to support them. But now, Feng Yongzi and Fang Yan have not encountered Gui Yan, a mysterious mercenary. Obviously, Gui Yan heard the news and knew that the Battle Lion camp would come, so he withdrew early. As a mercenary, Gui Yan knew the strength of the Battle Lion Battalion very well. And Black Bear obviously didn't know about the withdrawal of the Guiyan mercenary group. The reason why Black Bear has the confidence to kill Feng Yongzi is because he knows the strength of Guiyan mercenary group very well. However, He Xiong did not expect that the Guiyan mercenary group had already left the underground black market in Suanhua town. He Xiong didn't even know that the Lion War camp was coming, otherwise he wouldn't have dared to stay and deal with Feng Yongzi if he had 100 guts. "You killed her." Yan Shuangxiu's eyes quickly fell on Fang Yan. Unexpectedly this guy was also involved in this matter. Her gaze passed over Fang Yan's shoulder, and landed on Lu Yezi's body in the office. Fang Yan nodded naturally. "You broke through." Yan Shuangxiu stared at Fang Yan in rare shock, and the sound of exclamation surprised all the members of the Lion Fighting Battalion around. Their captain actually had such a gaffe. Fang Yan still nodded naturally. Yan Shuangxiu smiled. She still underestimated Fang Yan's potential. "You have been absent from the special training for the past few days. After you go back, you will be punished." After finishing speaking, Yan Shuangxiu turned and left. Only, anyone who is an individual can tell that Yan Shuangxiu is in a good mood. Seeing Yan Shuangxiu leaving, those members of the Lion Fighting Battalion glanced at Fang Yan curiously. Although they had heard some news about Fang Yan, they never expected that this recruit was so fierce that he dared to bravely enter this place with Feng Yongzi. The underground black market. If the Guiyan mercenary group hadn't evacuated, both Feng Yongzi and Fang Yan's lives would be in danger. At least, that's what everyone in the Battle Lion camp thinks. Gui Yan's captain is an extremely powerful Huang rank martial artist, and his martial arts cultivation is equivalent to the level of the squadron leader in the War Lion Battalion. Fang Yan followed Feng Yongzi and left without paying attention to everyone's gaze. The members of the Battle Lion Battalion started finishing work. That's all. The underground black market in Suanhua town has since disappeared. This incident also completely alarmed the entire underground world. An inexplicable anxiety gradually spread to the entire underground world. A powder blue super speed car. Look. As soon as Fang Yan sat in the passenger seat, Feng Yongzi threw a broken animal skin map over. Map. Fang Yan stretched out his hand to grab it, then glanced at Feng Yongzi. "This is a map of a secret laboratory." Feng Yongzi explained. This laboratory was used by the Juquan military department to study alien animals. Later, due to a change, the military department abandoned this laboratory, but some materials were left there before they could be taken away. "Are you planning to go?" Fang Yan understood in an instant. "Not me." Feng Yongzi hesitated for a moment, and said, "If you want to go, you should make preparations in the next few days." After a pause, "There should be another person traveling with us." "Okay." Fang Yan did not refuse. "You are already a martial artist, so it should be no problem to join the Warrior Lion Battalion." Feng Yongzi changed the subject and reminded, there must be ghosts in the battle lion camp, you have to be careful. Fang Yan nodded. See if you can decipher the information on the map. Feng Yongzi said seriously. Wait for me to see. As he spoke, Fang Yan carefully glanced at the broken animal skin map, and said, Isn't this the original map? Feng Yongzi said, It was brought out by that inner ghost who made a copy. Where's the original picture? Fang Yan asked forcefully, It would be better if there is the original picture. There is no original picture. Feng Yongzi said seriously. No original picture. Fang Yan couldn't help but startled. Only memory. Memory. I see. Fang Yan nodded knowingly. Obviously, Feng Yongzi told Fang Yan that the ghost has the ability to obtain other people's memories. As for this broken animal skin map, it should have been temporarily created by the inner ghost, but I didn't expect it to fall into Feng Yongzi's hands so soon. Is this the task of the military department? Fang Yan thought of something. Well, it's good for you anyway. After finishing speaking, Feng Yongzi started the super speed car. Fang Yan quietly studied the 42-inch animal skin map. I understand. Before super speed returned to the team base, Fang Yan suddenly looked at Feng Yongzi, couldn't help sighing, and said, This ghost is definitely a talent. Feng Yongzi couldn't understand. See the dense dots on it. Fang Yan spread out the animal skin map, and on the broken skin, there were dense dots engraved, very regular dots, very obvious, and of different sizes. Because of this, Feng Yongzi couldn't understand at all. These are neuronal locations in the brain. Fang Yan continued to explain, if the hide is folded into the shape of a brain. As he said that, under Fang Yan's flexible hands, the broken animal skin turned into a three-dimensional brain. Very complete. Chapter 35. This. Feng Yongzi was surprised when he saw the animal skin brain in Fang Yan's hands. In fact, it's not that the hide is really broken, but it's intentional, more creases and the like. The size of the dot should be the order of neurotransmitter transmission. Fang Yan said with a little interest, it needs to be simulated with a supercomputer, and the memory in it should be able to be read. That's it. Feng Yongzi suddenly realized, and couldn't help but take another look at Fang Yan. She wanted to recruit Fang Yan back then, and it was Fang Yan who had a truly powerful head. Not everyone can be the #1 scholar in liberal arts. The liberal arts in this era are not only the liberal arts in the traditional sense, but also the traditional sciences are included in the liberal arts. Due to the need to use a supercomputer, Feng Yongzi took Fang Yan directly to the research room of the Huahe Martial Academy, and borrowed the supercomputer here in the name of the military department. As Fang Yan guessed, he quickly took it out. The memory information contained in the animal skin map. Leave in 3 days. After Feng Yongzi confessed, she took the animal skin map and left Huahe Martial Arts Academy. Fang Yan did not leave with Feng Yongzi. Since he came, he planned to meet Yan Taiguo to see how well he had completed his elite soldiers. Fang Yan is very clear that perhaps the biggest crisis in his life so far is coming, and he must take various countermeasures. A powerful warrior is undoubtedly the best choice. Feng Yongzi told Fang Yan that the monitoring system of the underground black market is very powerful, but they have not destroyed it, and the scene of Fang Yan killing Lu Yezi in the office will definitely be recorded. It is estimated that within a few days, powerful martial artists will come to find Fang Yan and Feng Yongzi. Feng Yongzi is obviously not worried. Fang Yan also knew that it was a blessing, not a curse, and that he couldn't avoid the disaster, so he just had to face it directly. Anyway, he had the teleportation ability of ultra-miniature black holes, so he could escape even if he couldn't beat it. Although the vanishing star gun is very powerful, but Fang Yan thinks it can be hidden, so he should hide it first. Soon, Fang Yan went to the underground secret room and found Yan Taiguo. You finally came. As soon as Yan Taiguo saw Fang Yan's arrival, before he could speak, he came face to face with an expression of excitement. "Senior Yan!" Fang Yan called out politely. "Hey!" Standing in front of Fang Yan, Yan Taiguo was stunned for a moment, a trace of surprise and shock flashed across his piercing eyes, and he asked in disbelief, "Have you broken through to the realm of a martial artist?" Fang Yan nodded. "Good boy." Yan Taiguo couldn't help admiring, but he didn't expect that girl Yan Chuangxiu's vision was as vicious as ever. When he found a martial arts wizard like Fang Yan, he changed the subject and said, "Here." After finishing speaking, he took out a brand new silver knife from his interspatial ring, and casually threw it to Fang Yan. Seeing this, Fang Yan quickly reached out to grab the silver knife, but his wrist sank. Fortunately, he reacted quickly, so he steadily raised the brand new silver knife, saying, "It's so heavy." Yan Taiguo saw Fang Yan lift up the brand new silver knife with ease, and smiled with satisfaction, further confirming the fact that Fang Yan became a martial artist, and said, "It's all according to your request, the Hantian Swanyan is refined and refined. Cheng, the knife is 1.46 meters long and weighs 3.75 tons. More than 3 tons. Fang Yan couldn't help but glanced at the silver knife in his hand, and said with a happy smile, "Although it's a little heavier now, it feels good in the hand." For red-rank martial artists, the strength is basically more than 20,000 catties, that is, more than 10 tons. Therefore, the strength of a martial artist is no longer measured in catties, but in terms of how much power he uses. A strength reaching 10 tons is the power of an elephant. The strength erupted by a red-rank martial artist is slightly greater than that of an elephant. Come up with a name. When Fang Yan was still admiring the brand new silver knife, Yan Taiguo said something meaningful. Fang Yan was stunned for a moment. Originally, he thought that the name of this knife should be Yan Taiguoki. "I'm looking forward to the growth of this knife," Yan Taiguo added. Hearing this, Fang Yan understood, and was a little moved in his heart. Then he thought about it and said, "Then call it Han Yu." Although Han Yu is an elite soldier, in terms of shape, it is actually very ordinary, just like an ordinary machete. This is also Fang Yan's request. It does not need to be too gorgeous, but it must be practical. Han Yu is refined from Hantian Swanyan, the blade is as cold as frost, and looks like a crescent moon from a distance, that's why Fang Yan called it Han Yu. Yan Taiguo nodded in satisfaction. This cold sky silver is very precious. If Yan Chuangxiu didn't ask, Yan Taiguo would really not be willing to refine soldiers for Fang Yan. But now, Fang Yan has become a red-rank martial artist, which can be regarded as truly recognized by Yan Taiguo. Compared with Yan Chuangxiu, this speed of cultivation is already surpassed and even worse. Need to get acquainted. Yan Taiguo added. Fang Yan has no objection. Then, Fang Yan walked to the training ground not far away, and began to get familiar with Hanyu Dao. This is the first elite fighter in his life, and it will even accompany him for a long time. Yan Taiguo did not follow, but went to a forge to forge a scabbard for Hanyu Dao. The suburbs of Huahe City. In an underground base, several figures surrounded a holographic projection screen. What was played on the screen was the scene of Fang Yan killing Lu Yezi. "Who is this Daxia pig?" a short man asked first, his voice full of disdain and arrogance. The Huxia pig in the short man's mouth obviously refers to Fang Yan. On the back of his neck, there is a pattern of black and white flames, like a will-o'-the-wisp, with a striking 7 in it, red as fire. This short man named Michio Yamamoto, from Inazakura City, looked very young, and was the number 7 member of the Union mercenary group. It seems to be called Fang Yan. A middle-aged man not far from Michio Yamamoto said uncertainly. The time traveling of the middle-aged man is very fashionable, revealing a strong waist, the abdominal muscles are clearly visible, and there is a pattern of ghost flames on the back, which is the same as the pattern on Michio Yamamoto's neck, except for the numbers on it. The number on the middle-aged man's union is 8, and his status in the union mercenary group is a little lower than that of Michio Yamamoto. His name was Kim Tae-hoon and he was from Korea City. Although he looked like a middle-aged man, he was actually in his early 20s. I'm going to kill him. After all, Michio Yamamoto was about to leave. Chapter 36. Stop. Before Michio Yamamoto could take a step, he shouted loudly like thunder. Michio Yamamoto stopped immediately when he heard the words, and turned his head to look at the figure in front. It was a young man, quite handsome, with blonde hair, a typical Western handsome guy. The young man was none other than the leader of Gian, nicknamed Balong, the strongest among those present, and the only Hwang-rank martial artist in Gian's mercenary group. His strength was unquestionable. And Yamamoto Michio and Kim Tae-hoon's martial arts are only in the early stage of orange-rank martial artists. Gian's people are very aware of Balong's temper, which is quite bad, and they are so powerful that none of the Gian mercenary group is willing to disobey Balong's orders. Liu Yezi's death, put it aside for now. Tyrannosaurus said without a doubt. Michio Yamamoto and others were startled when they heard the words, but they didn't speak. Obviously. Everyone understood the meaning of Balong, and concentrated their efforts to deal with Feng Yongzi first. Killing Feng Yongzi is the top priority of the Gian mercenary group now. As for Fang Yan, Tyrannosaurus didn't take it seriously at all. Although the underground black market in Suanhua town is full of surveillance cameras, only the battle between Feng Yongzi and the black bear was not recorded. According to the black bear's headless body and the information left by the head, Ba Long and others can conclude that the black bear was killed by Feng Yongzi with one blow. Then, Ba Long and the others had no choice but to fear Feng Yongzi's strength. You know, He Xiong is a peak orange-ranked martial artist. Breaking through to a yellow-ranked martial artist is just a matter of closing the door, even though this kick is very difficult, just like the national football back then. For the power of the black bear, Ba Long and others still know it well. In fact, Liu Yezi is also a member of the Gian mercenary group, codenamed 15. According to the original plan. After all, the Tyrannosaurus disappeared in front of everyone in a flash. The leader has become stronger again. When Michio Yamamoto saw the disappearance of Tyrannosaurus, he was shocked. The speed was too fast. In fact, Michio Yamamoto is good at speed, but he found that his reaction could not keep up with Tyrannosaurus. But that Fang Yan, you can't just let it go. Michio Yamamoto had a decision in his mind. Obviously. Michio Yamamoto and Liu Yezi have a close relationship. You'd better not mess around. Kim Tae-hoon quietly walked to Michio Yamamoto's side, guessing what the other party was going to do, and warned, the leader doesn't like other people spoiling him. Michio Yamamoto was silent when he heard the words. Kim Tae-hoon shook his head and said, you will have a chance to fight Fang Yan. After that, he turned and left. Kim Tae-hoon knew very well that Michio Yamamoto was a knife idiot, and seeing Fang Yan's amazing knife, he was obviously itchy. Revenge for Liu Yezi is one reason, but by no means the most important one. This point, Kim Tae-hoon can be sure. Fang Yan's knife is what Michio Yamamoto wants to see the most. Kim Tae-hoon also had to admit that Fang Yan's knife to kill Liu Yezi was too powerful. It seemed simple and unpretentious, but it showed the dominance of the knife in an unparalleled way. In fact, in a battle between warriors of the same level, it is actually not easy for one side to instantly kill the other, and it can even be said to be very difficult. However, Fang Yan did it. Obviously. Fang Yan's attainment in the Dao of the sword is very high, far surpassing Liu Yezi's martial arts, and it is possible to kill the opponent in one move. Certainly. One reason is that Liu Yezi underestimated the enemy. At least, Michio Yamamoto and others think so. But some are powerful, and only when you are on the scene can you truly appreciate it. For example, Sword intent. That night. Squad base. I've picked out a few exercises and sword techniques for you, come and have a look. Just as Fang Yan stepped into the gate, he heard Feng Yongzi's voice coming from inside. Good. Hearing this, Fang Yan immediately walked towards Feng Yongzi, who was sitting on the sofa in the living room. At this time, in front of Feng Yongzi was a huge holographic screen, which displayed 3 exercises and 2 saber techniques. Fang Yan carefully looked at the introduction of the 3 exercises. Xuanyu Ice Ju, a mysterious top-grade Kung Fu method, has 5 levels in total, and it can be cultivated to the ultimate perfection, and can break through to a purple-rank martial artist, making the true energy contain the ice breath. The Purple Fox Thunder Ju is a middle-grade Xian level Kung Fu technique with 4 levels. It can be cultivated to the extreme perfection and can break through to a purple-rank martial artist, allowing true Qi to burst out with the power of thunder. Lai Yang Huo Ju, a mysterious middle-grade skill, has 5 levels in total, and it can be cultivated to the extreme perfection, and can break through to a purple-rank martial artist, making the true energy as hot as fire. There are 4 grades of Kung Fu and martial arts: Heaven, Earth, Xian, and Yellow. The highest grade is the Sky grade, and the lowest grade is the Yellow grade. Once the Huang level Kung Fu is practiced to perfection, it will be able to break through to the Huang level martial artist smoothly. But even the Yellow level exercises are not affordable for ordinary people, and the price is around hundreds of millions. Obviously, Feng Yongzi attaches great importance to Fang Yan and plans to buy him a Xian level exercise. As for the price of Xian level exercises, they all exceed tens of billions. Feng Yongzi doesn't care about the price, she is not short of money. Naturally, Fang Yan also saw the price of the 3 mysterious exercises, and couldn't help but jump in his heart. It was really expensive. Money is not a problem. Seeing the reaction in Fang Yan's eyes, Feng Yongzi smiled inwardly, and asked seriously, "It's a pity that there are basically no Earth-level exercises in the market, otherwise I would like to buy one for you." "Need not," Fang Yan said gratefully, "just Xuanyu Ice Ju." After a pause, "I have already got Hanyu, this exercise is very suitable for soldiers." As he spoke, he took out the Hanyu on his back. Oh! Feng Yongzi had noticed the elite sword on Fang Yan's back a long time ago. When he saw the true face of this soldier, it was really extraordinary. His beautiful eyes lit up. Obviously it was not a soldier that could be bought in the market. But Feng Yongzi didn't intend to ask any more questions, so he changed the subject and said, "Okay, let's use the Xuanyu Ice art." As she said that, she looked at the remaining 2 sword skills, and when she thought that Hanyu Dao was a heavy sword, she said seriously, "It seems that Li Dao should be more suitable for you." 9 Dragon Saber Technique, Xian level low-grade martial arts, 1 sword strike, 9 dragons chant, forcefully pull mountains and rivers, open up the world. Fenjiun Saber Technique, a middle-grade Xian level martial skill, the sword is like the wind and like the clouds, erratic and unpredictable. Can. Fang Yan did not reject Feng Yongzi's proposal. The so-called strength sword is a sword technique based on the cultivation of strength, which obviously refers to the Kowloon sword technique. Although the level of Fenjiun saber technique is higher, but for warriors, the most suitable one is the strongest. Then I'll place an order. After all, Feng Yongzi has completed the transaction. A total of 170 billion yuan. Xuanyu Ice Ju is worth 110 billion yuan, while Kowloon sword art is worth 60 billion yuan. Fang Yan looked at Feng Yongzi's calm and breezy expression, and was even grateful in his heart, saying, "I will pay you back in the future." Feng Yongzi just responded casually, never thinking about getting Fang Yan to pay back the money at all, so he changed the subject and said, "I wanted to buy you a Shenfa at first, but the current Shenfa is not very good, check back later." Mysterious level skills, martial arts, and body skills, in fact, whether you can buy one that suits you or not depends on your face. After all, things of this level cannot be passed on indiscriminately, and it is also difficult to pass them on to others. Once it is passed on to others privately and is discovered again, the consequences will be very serious. Fine. Fang Yan is not a greedy person either. Okay, I'll take a shower first. After finishing speaking, Feng Yongzi turned around and left. Obviously, Feng Yongzi had just finished training and was still wearing training clothes. Chapter 37. Less than half an hour. An intelligent drone handed over the Xuanyu Ice Ju and 9 Dragon's Sword technique purchased by Feng Yongzi to Fang Yan. Fang Yan couldn't wait to come to the training ground. These are 2 exquisite photonic memory chips. Fang Yan held the 2 photonic memory chips tightly in his palm at the same time, and in an instant, the 2 photonic memory chips turned into a ball of soft white light like cotton, entering Fang Yan's mind. In his mind, he instantly possessed information related to Xuanyu Ice Ju and 9 Dragon's Sword technique. The photonic memory chip is a unique product of this era, which is formed by the condensation of photons. Next, Fang Yan began to practice Xuanyu Ice Ju, hoping to reach the first level as soon as possible, which is equivalent to getting started. As for the knife technique, we will talk about it tomorrow. Before he knew it, Fang Yan fell into the black hole of the dream. Did I fall asleep? Fang Yan suddenly opened his eyes and realized that he was in a dream, but he didn't expect to be able to fall into a dream by practicing exercises. Afterwards, he could only stand up and walk towards the phoenix sacred tree not far away. At this time, Lin's Hixie in the phoenix flower was still asleep. The second phoenix leaf has not grown yet. Obviously Lin's Hixie has not practiced the Blood Moon 100 Flowers art to the second level. Fang Yan also knew that the Blood Moon 100 Flowers Ju was definitely not easy, and it was not so easy for Lin's Hixie to cultivate to the second level. Hey! Suddenly, Fang Yan's eyes fell on a branch not far from Lin's Hixie, and at some point, another phoenix flower bloomed. However, there were no figures on it. I don't know if you can practice sword skills here. Fang Yan thought in his heart, and began to recall the information about the Kowloon sword technique, and then with a thought, the Hanyu sword appeared in his hand. There are 9 types of Kowloon sword art, without exception, the former type is the basis of the latter type. The first formula. Yuan Long is proud. If you can't even practice the first form, you don't need to talk about the second form. Then, Fang Yan began to practice the first form of Kowloon sword technique. Yuan Long is proud. This knife is pure strength, extremely domineering. Half an hour later, Fang Yan successfully cultivated into Yuan Long Hoki. So simple. Fang Yan glanced at Hanyu Dao, a trace of doubt flashed in his eyes, but it was more of a surprise. Then start the second formula. Hey? Is someone there? When Fang Yan was about to practice the second move, releasing the dragon into the sea, he noticed a graceful figure emerging from the second phoenix flower. He looked like a fairy in fluttering white clothes, but he still couldn't see the other's face clearly. But Fang Yan's mind was not on the question of who this beautiful figure was, but the fairy in white was practicing the saber technique. Kowloon sword technique. Fang Yan watched it carefully for a while, and instantly realized that the sword technique used by the fairy in white was exactly the Kowloon sword technique he had just practiced. Wrong. Soon, Fang Yan narrowed his eyes tightly. It's definitely not the Kowloon sword technique. Fang Yan had a judgment in his mind. Although the sword technique used by the fairy in white is similar to the Kowloon sword technique, its spirit is not the same thing at all. The white-clothed fairy's sword skills are even better. Fang Yan couldn't see why for a while. Too profound. Too mysterious. Every knife seems to contain the rules of heaven and earth. Fang Yan couldn't help yearning. Gradually, Fang Yan subconsciously followed the fairy in white, waving the cold moon knife in his hand, even he didn't know what he was doing. Time passed bit by bit. Endless knife shadows appeared around Fang Yan's body, but the knife in his hand was obviously as heavy as a mountain, but like a fairy in white, it looked light and light, like the autumn wind. Finally, the knife shadows around Fang Yan's body dissipated. The knife in Fang Yan's hand also stopped. The fairy in white disappeared. Isn't this Kowloon sword technique complete? Or is it flawed? Fang Yan suddenly had a strange idea in his mind. But Fang Yan didn't intend to delve into it. Obviously, the Kowloon sword technique learned from Bai Fairy is even more perfect. Then, Fang Yan raised his palm, and there was an inexplicable fluctuation in the void. This should be the rumored artistic conception of martial arts. Fang Yan finally realized something and murmured. He never expected that he would cultivate a martial arts artistic conception that countless warriors could not touch in their lifetime. Sword intent. Suddenly, Fang Yan understood why he could easily kill Lu Yezi with a single blow. Obviously, at that time, he cultivated the embryonic form of sword intent. After being instructed by the fairy in white, Fang Yan has completely mastered the saber intent. But Fang Yan has heard that there are 9 levels of artistic conception in martial arts. But the sword intent he has now only has 1 layer, and he still needs to work hard. Good harvest! Fang Yan laughed, then glanced at Lin's Hixie in the phoenix flower, and then left. Lin's Hixie is a very important chess piece for Fang Yan now. He naturally does not want anything to happen to Lin's Hixie. He planned to visit Lin's Hixie in a few days. The next day, it was just dawn. Fang Yan slowly opened his eyes. 1 floor. Fang Yan circulated his body's Genkai for a whole week, showing surprise on his face. He unknowingly practiced Swanyu ice art to the first level. There was an icy atmosphere all around, causing Fang Yan to be shrouded in white mist. Amazing! Fang Yan couldn't help sighing. Although he knew that his super black hole clone was outrageous, the degree of outrageousness far exceeded Fang Yan's cognition. Look for the captain to practice both hands. Soon, Fang Yan had a decision. He believed that Feng Yongzi must be at the training ground right now. Really? Feng Yongzi stood on the training ground, holding a steel spear, and constantly practiced the marksmanship that Fang Yan couldn't see through. Captain, take my knife. Before the words were finished, Fang Yan was the first to steal the crowd, appearing behind Feng Yongzi, holding a steel knife, and without hesitation slashed towards Feng Yongzi's back. Feng Yongzi didn't even look back, but returned the gun with his backhand, as fast as thunder. Clang! Before Fang Yan could react, the tip of the steel gun collided with the blade of the steel knife, and sparks shot out. Hey! Feng Yongzi suddenly turned her head to look at Fang Yan, and said in surprise, "You succeeded in cultivation." "That's right." Fang Yan said modestly. "Come again." Feng Yongzi's fighting spirit was instantly soaring, as if he had transformed into a war god. Fang Yan was naturally not to be outdone. Then 3 hours passed. Both Feng Yongzi and Fang Yan were lying on the training ground with no manners, panting continuously. If people who don't know this scene see this scene, they will definitely have imaginations. "We'll have something to eat later, and we'll set off," Feng Yongzi suggested. Originally, she planned to go to the mysterious laboratory after Fang Yan had practiced Swanyu Ice Ju and 9 Dragon Sword technique to a certain level in a few days, and retrieve some important information. But after the competition in the morning, Feng Yongzi changed his mind. For this matter, the sooner the better, so as not to have long nights and dreams. Regarding Fang Yan's progress, Feng Yongzi was really surprised. She really did not find the wrong person, and she even took advantage of it. If Fang Yan had resources like hers, his cultivation would not be lower than hers at this time. Naturally, Fang Yan had nothing to object to. After all, he had already agreed. Chapter 38. Lingnan Area. Today, alien beasts are rampant, and there is very little living space for human beings. This is one of the reasons why there are no countries, but only cities. Human beings have long been separated by endless alien beasts. If you are not a martial artist, it is basically difficult to travel between major cities. Unless the space fixed point portal is used. It's just that the price of using a portal once is definitely not acceptable to ordinary people. Certainly. You can also use transportation such as spaceships, but it takes a little time, but the price is affordable. Lingnan area is located in the north of Huahe City. On foot, Fang Yan and Feng Yongzi only need 1 day to go there. After all, it was less than 500 kilometers. The running speed of the red rank martial artist has already exceeded 50 kilometers per hour. It can be even faster if you cultivate your high-skilled identity. Certainly. The burst speed of a red rank martial artist is even more terrifying, basically reaching more than 30 meters per second, that is to say, 3 seconds per 100 meters. But, in order to save her energy, Feng Yongzi drove Fang Yan to the Lingnan area in a fully armored camouflage super speed car. After 1 hour, the camouflage super speed car landed in a quiet river valley. This place is still a bit hidden. Fang Yan got out of the car and found that the place was quite safe, and there were no traces of large alien beasts around. For humans, large alien beasts often bring disasters. The road ahead can only be walked. Feng Yongzi got off the camouflage super speed car and took a look at Fang Yan. Fang Yan nodded, took out a huge backpack from the trunk, and followed Feng Yongzi. Feng Yongzi has a space bracelet, which is obviously much more convenient, and she looks relaxed. Do you want to put it in my space bracelet? Feng Yongzi suggested. No. Fang Yan said, they are all things that may be urgently needed. Okay. Feng Yongzi didn't say much. In fact, Fang Yan can put things into the ultra-miniature black hole, but it may not be convenient to take them out. After all, there is no space device, but he can take things out of thin air, which will definitely attract the attention of interested people. Fang Yan is obviously well prepared. After all, this world is no longer dominated by humans, but powerful alien beasts. Since decades have passed since the mysterious underground laboratory changed, the nearby terrain is likely to undergo a huge change. Especially the battle between alien beasts, changing the terrain and the like, is really not difficult. Not for a while. Fang Yan took out a super microcomputer the size of a palm from his backpack. Perform terrain comparison and analysis. Fang Yan gave the order. Start scanning and compare. A neutral voice came from the super microcomputer. Fang Yan began to use the infrared camera to scan the terrain in this area. Seeing this, Feng Yongzi gradually walked behind Fang Yan to prevent unexpected situations from happening. She knew very well that danger not only existed from alien beasts, but also from humans. Feng Yongzi was not worried at all about whether Fang Yan successfully found the underground laboratory. This is the important reason why she recruited Fang Yan into the team. When Fang Yan began to search for the underground laboratory, 4 figures were standing on the top of a forested hill, using ultra-long-distance telescopes, looking at the backs of Fang Yan and Feng Yongzi. The 2 of them were the number 7 Oni Yan mercenary group Michio Yamamoto, and the number 8 Oni Yan Kim Tae-hoon. The other 2 are Giyan number 16 and number 17 of Giyan mercenary group. Giyan number 16, named Basil, is a typical Westerner, with a burly figure, with short blonde hair like the sun, and a row of machine gun bullets wrapped around his waist, full of the smell of gunpowder. Giyan number 17, named Sir, has a skin like black paint, a slightly slender figure, a bald head, and an extremely eye-catching bazooka on his back. Basil and Sir are both red-rank early-stage martial artists, and their strength is unquestionable. In fact, to be able to join the Ghost Flame Mercenary Corps, martial arts cultivation must be at the level of a martial artist. This is also the reason why the Lion War Battalion was dispatched to wipe out the underground world of Suanhua town. Are we just waiting here? It was Michio Yamamoto who spoke, showing a look of impatience. They could obviously go forward and kill Fang Yongzi and Fang Yan, but now they have to obey the orders of the head of the group, Ba Long, wasting time here. 2 orange-rank martial artists and 2 red-rank martial artists couldn't kill an orange-rank martial artist and a red-rank martial artist, especially the latter two, who broke through not long ago. Obviously. Michio Yamamoto didn't put Fang Yan and Fang Yongzi in his eyes at all. The reason why the black bear died at Fang Yongzi's hands, Michio Yamamoto believed, must be Fang Yongzi's use of some kind of conspiracy or black technology, such as poisoning, to achieve this. As for Fang Yan's instant killing of Lu Yezi, although Michio Yamamoto did not deny that Fang Yan's knife was amazing, in his eyes, it was like playing a house. Most critical. Michio Yamamoto believed that Lu Yezi must have been too careless and underestimated the enemy to die like that under Fang Yan's sword. Wait. Kim Tae-hoon said helplessly. They are very clear about the character of the head of the group, Ba Long, and they say what they say, even if they are members of the group, once they violate his orders, they will not be too polite. What about you? Yamamoto glanced at Basil and Sir. Basil and Sir looked at each other upon hearing this. Basil said, I don't want to wait any longer. I don't even know what the head of the group is thinking. There's nothing to be afraid of, just 2 Hyuxia pigs. Sir said angrily, give them a cannonball and send them back to the west. When Michio Yamamoto heard this, he immediately paid attention. If he is the only one who has this idea, he really needs to endure it. But 4 people have such an idea, and they can take a risk. As long as Fang Yongzi and Fang Yan are killed, the leader Belong will definitely not pursue their violation of orders. I'm going to kill them. After all, Michio Yamamoto rushed down the mountain. Let him watch Fang Yan and Fang Yongzi search for the underground laboratory. Yamamoto thinks he can't do it. Yamamoto. Although Jin Taegsun had the idea of rushing to kill Fang Yan and Fang Yongzi, but the fear of the head of the team, Belong, made him dare not take the risk, so he shouted, hoping that Michio Yamamoto would come back. If Michio Yamamoto successfully killed Fang Yan and Fang Yongzi, everything would be fine. Once something happened to Michio Yamamoto, Kim Tae-hoon could not escape the responsibility. You stay. Michio Yamamoto said a word without looking back. I am coming too. Before the words fell, Basil chased after him. Hey hey! Sir laughed and immediately followed. Seeing this, Jin Tae-hoon smiled strangely, and followed immediately. At least, if he really wants to be held accountable by the leader Ba Long, he has enough reasons to defend himself. Chapter 39. In fact, Kim Tae-hoon didn't think that an accident would happen so easily, and Fang Yan and Fang Yongzi would definitely die. But Kim Tae-hoon still approves of the leader Ba Long, even if the leader is very domineering. He really didn't understand why Tyrannosaurus was so cautious, but there must be reasons they didn't know, or the leader, Tyrannosaurus, had another purpose. But now, Kim Tae-hoon can't control that much. He still has his own private goals. Kim Tae-hoon stared at the space bracelet on Fang Yongzi's wrist. Today, in the Union mercenary group, there are only 3 space treasures, 1 for the head and 1 for the deputy head, and 1 for Michio Yamamoto. This made Kim Tae-hoon very upset. Obviously, Kim Tae-hoon and Yamamoto Michio have been competing secretly. It has to be said that among Michio Yamamoto's luck, Kim Tae-hoon is very jealous. In a beheading operation not long ago, Michio Yamamoto got a space ring from a rich kid. Even though the space inside is less than 10 cubic meters, it is still priceless, and you can't buy it with money. The Ghost Flame mercenary group has a rule that the loot does not need to be handed in, it belongs to whoever gets it. This is also a means for Belong to buy people's hearts. A low-lying depression. Fang Yan and Fang Yongzi stood quietly on the side. The bottom should be one of the entrances to the underground laboratory. Fang Yan put away the ultra-miniature computer in his hand. Are you coming, or am I coming? Feng Yongzi did not doubt Fang Yan's judgment. I come. After finishing speaking, Fang Yan drew the Hanyu knife from his back. Seeing this, Feng Yongzi took several steps back and landed on a small hill. Drink! Fang Yan swung his saber violently, and an ice blue wave of the saber cut across the depression in an instant, splitting it in two. Sword intent! Feng Yongzi looked at the icy blue knife wave, a trace of shock flashed in her beautiful eyes. She really didn't expect that Fang Yan would hide this trick, let alone that among her peers there are people who can cultivate the artistic conception of martial arts, right by your side. Obviously. Feng Yongzi also cultivated a powerful artistic conception of martial arts. With the disappearance of the knife wave, a huge knife mark emerged on the ground, tens of meters long, tens of meters deep, and several meters wide, enough for an ultra-heavy truck to pass through easily. At the end of the knife marks is a grey steel gate, which is sunken deep into the ground and looks a bit dilapidated. Really? When Fang Yan saw the 3-meter-high steel gate, a smile appeared on his face, which showed that his judgment was correct. It was the sword intent just now. Feng Yongzi quietly stood beside Fang Yan. Fang Yan knew that he couldn't hide it, so he nodded and confirmed his own strength at the same time. Saber intent is really powerful and incomparable. Fang Yan was confident that it would not be difficult to kill an orange-rank martial artist. Feng Yongzi suddenly turned his head to look backward, and said, "Someone is coming." 4. Fang Yan added, "You go in first." After a pause, before Feng Yongzi could speak, "There is more than one entrance, I'm worried that these people are here to delay us." Hearing this, Feng Yongzi did not deny Fang Yan's guess, and said, "Then be careful." If she didn't know that Fang Yan had comprehended the sword intent, Feng Yongzi would really feel worried. After all, she sensed that among the 4 people who were rushing over, 2 of them were orange-rank martial artists. But now, Feng Yongzi is not worried. Warriors with sword intent can leapfrog to kill enemies. The reason why Feng Yongzi is so powerful is also related to her understanding of spear intent. Soon, Feng Yongzi took out a fiery scarlet long spear. From the looks of it, he knew it was a very powerful soldier. As Feng Yongzi held up the scarlet spear and stabbed towards the steel gate, a huge hole appeared in the seemingly indestructible steel gate, as if it had been melted by something. Feng Yongzi passed through the hole like the wind and disappeared from Fang Yan's sight. Seeing this, Fang Yan sighed in his heart, "This captain is really powerful." Even if Fang Yan has now realized the sword intent, he knows he is still no match for Feng Yongzi. From Feng Yongzi's seemingly random spear just now, Fang Yan already felt a powerful spear intent, and it was stronger than his saber intent. Little day? Little stick. Fang Yan didn't pay attention to Feng Yongzi anymore. Now he not only needs to block the future, but also kill them. At this time, Michio Yamamoto rushed to the forefront. Although he didn't know what happened just now, when he saw the knife marks behind Fang Yan, a trace of vigilance flashed in his eyes. A red-rank martial artist cannot do this scene. It should be Feng Yongzi. Michio Yamamoto had some guesses in his mind. He didn't think Fang Yan's saber technique could be that powerful. After all, he had seen it before. The knife that Fang Yan killed Lu Yezi should be Fang Yan's limit. Jin Taizun followed closely behind Michio Yamamoto. When he saw Feng Yongzi stepping into the underground laboratory first, he couldn't help frowning. After all, his target was Feng Yongzi. "I'm going to chase Feng Yongzi." With a loud shout, Kim Tae-hoon passed Michio Yamamoto, preparing to go around Fang Yan. "I come." "Sir!" behind Kim Tae-hoon roared. At some point, Soo-er was already carrying a bazooka on his shoulder, and with a missile the size of an arm flew out, flying towards Fang Yan. This kind of rocket has been specially processed, and a red-rank martial artist, even a peak-level martial artist, will be smashed to pieces once hit. Because of this, even an orange-ranked martial artist must avoid the edge when facing this kind of specially made rocket. Certainly. The speed of the orange-ranked martial artist is much faster than that of the red-ranked martial artist. It is estimated that before Sir can launch the rocket, he may be decapitated. Madman! Michio Yamamoto and Kim Tae-hoon felt the rockets passing by, broke open and cursed, and immediately scattered towards the two sides. They are well aware of how terrifying the power of this rocket is. Basil, who was behind Sir, stopped immediately, stared at Sir's back in displeasure, and cursed viciously in his heart, "This NR is so messy, he doesn't care about his own life at all." As for Sir, at this moment, he showed confidence. Fang Yan is sure to die. However, before Su'er had time to put away his smile, a figure, like a ghost, appeared behind Su'er out of thin air. "Careful!" Basil yelled. Sir had long sensed the sense of crisis coming from behind, but it was too late. "Call! The sword is like thunder." Su'er's head flew high, with that confident smile still on his face that he hadn't had time to put away. Chapter 40. That figure was none other than Fang Yan. Holding Hanyu in his hand, Fang Yan ruthlessly cut Su'er's life. "Die!" Basil finally reacted, holding Gatling, and started to shoot Fang Yan crazily. Only Fang Yan disappeared again. Countless bullets fell mercilessly on Sir's body. In an instant, both Sir's head and body turned into sieves, and even flew up. Later, Michio Yamamoto's voice came, full of eagerness. "However, it's still too late. Hands up and down." Before Basil could react, his head flew up high just like Sir's. "Flames, gone." "Call." Fang Yan stood next to Basil's body and exhaled, but his gaze was still on Michio Yamamoto. At this moment, not only Michio Yamamoto, but also Kim Tae-hoon were staring at Fang Yan. Obviously, Kim Tae-hoon finally realized that Fang Yan is by no means an ordinary warrior. "Do you know space transfer?" Michio Yamamoto said in disbelief. According to the rumors, even Emperor Wu could not achieve space transfer. Obviously, Yamamoto believes that Fang Yan must have some kind of super technology. "Are you from the Juquan military department?" This time it was Kim Tae-hoon who spoke. Juquan military headquarters has the world's top technology, including the current space portal, which was created by scientists from Juquan military headquarters 100 years ago. Kim Tae-hoon knows that the Juquan military headquarters has many super technologies that have never been made public. For example, Fang Yan's space transfer, Kim Tae-hoon believes that only the Juquan army can do it. Because of this, Kim Tae-hoon suspected that Fang Yan was one of the trump cards of the Juquan army. Hearing this, Fang Yan didn't plan to answer Kim Tae-hoon's words, but he kept this in mind. His space transfer, of course, is the use of ultra-miniature black holes, and has nothing to do with the Juquan military headquarters. Facing the two early-stage orange-rank martial artists, Fang Yan did not dare to take it lightly. Kim Tae-hoon's questioning was likely to distract him and give Michio Yamamoto an opportunity. At this moment, Michio Yamamoto and Kim Tae-hoon already exuded an orange-yellow true energy, reminding Fang Yan that they are orange-rank martial artists all the time. In fact, Kim Tae-hoon's question was so distracting to Fang Yan's attention, but it was not the most important. Seeing how cautious Fang Yan was, Yamamoto shouted loudly, "You come to support me." Before he finished speaking, Michio Yamamoto rushed towards Fang Yan, holding the samurai sword hanging on his waist tightly in one hand, and could draw out the sheath to kill the enemy anytime and anywhere. Hearing this, Jin Taegsun immediately understood Michio Yamamoto's intentions, and pulled out an extremely sharp purple-black dagger from his back, and he knew it was not ordinary. This purple-black dagger, named Poisonous Bee, is a genuine elite-level soldier. Even for the entire Gion mercenary group, there are only 5 members with warriors. Kim Tae-hoon is one of them. This is also one of the important reasons why he became the 8th seat of the Ghost Flame Mercenary Corps. The poisonous bee, as its name suggests, exudes a kind of poison from the blade of the dagger. Even if it is a martial artist of the Huang rank, once it is contaminated, the body will feel uncomfortable and even age rapidly. Poison fog. Without hesitation, Jin Taizun swung the poisonous bee dagger violently, and in an instant, a cloud of dark green poisonous mist filled the air like a whirlwind, completely enveloping Fang Yan and Michio Yamamoto in an instant. At the same time, Michio Yamamoto sacrificed his protective chi to block the dark green poisonous mist. The distance between Michio Yamamoto and Fang Yan was less than 10 steps. Release your true energy. Fang Yan did not use the ultra-miniature black hole to transfer away at the first time. The release of true energy is one of the most distinctive signs of an orange-rank martial artist. In fact, it wasn't that Fang Yan didn't want to, but that he couldn't. The previous 2 consecutive space transfers have consumed a lot of his true energy and mental power, and he may be able to use it again in a short time. Fang Yan must not use the remaining space transfer indiscriminately. Most critical. The moment the dark green poisonous mist appeared, Fang Yan had already released his body-protecting Genkai. Since Fang Yan is only an early-stage red-rank martial artist, the quality of the red Genkai is far inferior to that of Kim Tae-hoon's orange-yellow Genkai. The poisonous mist formed by the orange-yellow Genkai crazily devours Fang Yan's body-protecting chi, consuming it to a great extent. There was not much crimson true energy left in Fang Yan's sea of energy. Facing Michio Yamamoto's oncoming attack, Fang Yan did not have any timidity. 1 against 2, although it is a bit difficult, but Fang Yan is a little excited. Ha! Accompanied by a shout, Fang Yan advanced instead of retreating, and rushed towards Michio Yamamoto. Michio Yamamoto was taken aback when he saw this, but he didn't stop the movements in his hands. When he stopped, he assumed a very standard iai chop posture. As long as Fang Yan stepped into the 6-step cordon, he would be decapitated. Michio Yamamoto is just so confident. 8 steps. 7 steps. 6 steps. Cut. Michio Yamamoto drank suddenly. A sword light as bright as a galaxy flew out from the silver katana in Yamamoto Michio's hand, and appeared in front of Fang Yan in a blink of an eye, only a palm away. When Kim Tae-hoon saw this scene, a gleam of joy flashed in his eyes. Fang Yan will surely die. However, when the smile on Kim Tae-hoon's face just appeared, it froze completely. Seeing that the sword wave erupted by Michio Yamamoto was about to split Fang Yan in 2, an icy blue sword light erupted from the Hanyodeo in Fang Yan's hand. Last come first. Destroy. In an instant, the icy blue knife light mercilessly broke through the galaxy-like knife light, and its momentum continued unabated. Clang! Before Michio Yamamoto could react, the ice-blue light of the knife ruthlessly sliced through the silver katana, pierced Michio Yamamoto's body shield, and flew past his neck without bringing out anything, also does not seem to leave any traces. Boom! A loud sound came from behind Fang Yan. After the knife light like a star river was divided into 2, it landed on a hill at the same time, and the dust was flying. It can be seen that the power of Michio Yamamoto's knife is extraordinary. It is a pity. Michio Yamamoto meets Fang Yan, who masters the sword. Yamamoto! Kim Tae-hoon yelled out immediately, and rushed towards Michio Yamamoto. However, a figure quietly appeared behind him. Be careful, it's the sword intent. Before the words fell, Michio Yamamoto's head fell to the ground, and he couldn't die anymore. The eyes on that head were wide open, and the pupils of the eyes were full of shock and horror. Michio Yamamoto couldn't figure out how Fang Yan could comprehend the powerful and unparalleled artistic conception of martial arts. If Fang Yan hadn't realized the sword intent, he would have died under Michio Yamamoto's sword. Pity. Michio Yamamoto understood too late. Michio Yamamoto, dead. Die with peace. Chapter 41. Naturally, Kim Tae-hoon was shocked when he heard Michio Yamamoto's reminder before he died, no less than Michio Yamamoto's shock when he learned that Fang Yan had comprehended the sword intent. Only Kim Tae-hoon has no time to think about these issues. Clang! Without looking back, Kim Tae-hoon swung the poisonous bee dagger backwards, just in time to block the blade falling from the sky. Boom! When the true chi collided, a terrifying storm of air waves erupted, making the clothes of the two of them rattle. The figure that appeared behind Kim Tae-hoon was naturally Fang Yan. Fang Yan did not expect that Kim Tae-hoon's reaction was so fast. But Fang Yan did not give up. Yuanlong's pride. The hand rises and the knife falls. A dragon chant resounded through the sky. The Hanyudao in Fang Yan's hand seemed to have turned into a real ice dragon, and rushed towards Jin Taegsun. This is the first time Fang Yan has used martial arts to fight against people, and he can't even control his strength. Not good. Mysterious level skills and saber techniques. Jin Taegsun's heart jumped suddenly, and he knew that this moment was the most dangerous moment in his life. He was sure that Fang Yan must be the trump card of the Juquan army, otherwise how could he have such abnormal strength? Without hesitation, Kim Tae-hoon raised the poisonous bee dagger again, trying to block Fang Yan's full blow. His body protection Genkai was not enough to block the knife. As long as it is blocked, Kim Tae-hoon is confident that he can counter-kill Fang Yan. He could tell that Fang Yan's true energy was running low. After all, the poisonous fog had consumed a lot of Fang Yan's true energy. However, Jin Taegsun still underestimated the power of Fang Yan's knife. Or rather, Jin Taegsun couldn't see at all what kind of power Fang Yan's knife contained. If it was an ordinary Xian-level sword technique, Kim Tae-hoon might indeed be able to resist it. It is a pity. This is not an ordinary Xian-level sword technique. Fang Yan suspects that the Nine Dragons sword art, perfected by the fairy in white, may surpass the Xian level and reach the earth level. As for the sky level, Fang Yan dare not imagine it, nor is he greedy. Clang! Accompanied by a clear sound of metal breaking, the Hanyu knife easily cut off the poisonous bee dagger with the air of ice, and the terrifying cold air invaded Jin Taegsun's body in an instant, turning him into an ice sculpture. Boom! With a sound of shock, from top to bottom, the Hanyu knife slashed across Jin Taegsun's body, not only splitting it into two, but the terrifying knife energy instantly engulfed him, leaving no bones left. Boom! After the saber chi devoured Jin Taegsun's body, it continued unabated, and immediately submerged the corpses of Michio Yamamoto, Basil, and Sir, and stretched away for a distance of 100 meters. A terrifying knife mark appeared in front of Fang Yan. Watching this scene, Fang Yan was also terrified. Obviously, the power of the current Nine Dragons saber technique is far beyond Fang Yan's expectation. It's a pity that the elite warrior. Fang Yan glanced at the two poisonous bee daggers on the ground, a trace of regret flashed in his eyes. They shouldn't be destroyed, after all, they are worth a lot if sold, but this emotion was fleeting. Life is at stake, so Fang Yan will naturally go all out. I don't know if it can be repaired. Afterwards, Fang Yan picked up the two poisonous bee daggers, intending to show them to Yan Taiguo, hoping that the master trainer could find a way to restore them. When Fang Yan was about to leave and walk into the underground laboratory, he stopped suddenly. Where his gaze was, there was a bright spot on the ground, like some kind of metal shining in the sun. Ring! Fang Yan finally saw clearly what was buried in the ground. Only a small section of bright spot was exposed. It turned out to be a ring. Wrong! Fang Yan thought of something. Even elite fighters like the poisonous bee dagger were destroyed by him. Logically speaking, it is impossible for Michio Yamamoto to have anything left. Fang Yan remembered that the place where the bright spot was located was the place where Michio Yamamoto's body was located, at least the two would not be too far apart. It can be inferred that this ring is likely to belong to Michio Yamamoto. Thereafter, Fang Yan picked up the silver-grey ring, which looked inconspicuous, except that it was inlaid with a crystal-clear spar, showing a faint silver glow. Space spar. Fang Yan instantly recognized what this crystal-clear spar was. It was exactly the same as the space spar in the space bracelet on Feng Yongzi's wrist, except that it was smaller in size. Space ring. Fang Yan laughed. How to open it? It was the first time Fang Yan came into contact with space appliances, but he really didn't know how to use them. Yes, just ask the super microcomputer. Soon, Fang Yan knew how to use this space ring. It's so convenient. Fang Yan saw that the space in the space ring was almost 10 cubic meters, and felt joyful in his heart. Although it is not a drop of blood to recognize the master, it needs brainwave locking. Fortunately, this space ring is only a basic space device, and the security measures are relatively simple. Fang Yan easily forcibly broke the brainwave lock inside, allowing it to relock Fang Yan's brainwave. The only pity is that there are not many valuable things in it, except money. Good guy. 10 zeros. 400 billion yuan. Fang Yan saw the only bearer check clearly and was taken aback. So rich. These robbers are so good at stealing money. But if you think about it carefully, you can basically use body strengthening potions as soon as you buy them, and generally there will be no leftovers. It really is his. Fang Yan found Michio Yamamoto's things, including his ID card, among some sundries in the space ring. As for whether it was true or not, Fang Yan didn't care. In fact, Michio Yamamoto had just obtained this large amount of money, and it fell into Fang Yan's hands before it was warmed up for a long time. Afterwards, Fang Yan stuffed the backpack on his back directly into the interspatial ring. Fang Yan destroyed all of Michio Yamamoto's original possessions, except useful ones. We must catch up with the captain as soon as possible. Fang Yan hurriedly ran to the entrance of the underground laboratory. He felt that things were not easy this time. An orange-rank martial artist is not a common existence for most people. Two of them appeared at once, which really made Fang Yan vigilant. Most critical. Fang Yan discovered ghost flame tattoos from Kim Tae-hoon and others, which means that these people are related to the ghost flame mercenary group. It was Yan Chuangxiu who told Fang Yan about the Giyan mercenary group. Fang Yan believed that Michio Yamamoto and the others should have come for Feng Yongzi. Chapter 42. Underground Laboratory. It is not so much a laboratory as an experimental base. It occupies a very large area. It's as big as several football fields. And it's divided into several layers. After Feng Yongzi entered the underground laboratory alone, the moment she stepped into the living area, she saw bones all over the floor, obviously former researchers. In fact, Feng Yongzi is not very clear about what happened in the underground laboratory. The only thing he knew was that his mother had been ordered by the military to enter this underground laboratory a few years ago. However, Feng Yongzi's mother never came back and never heard from her. Feng Yongzi asked his father, but did not get any answer, including grandpa and grandma. The insiders of the whole family kept it from Feng Yongzi. This is also the reason why Feng Yongzi wants to enter the underground laboratory. No matter what, Feng Yongzi wanted to find her mother. Live to see people, die to see corpses. In fact, Feng Yongzi did not receive any orders or tasks to enter the underground laboratory, she came here privately. Because of this, Feng Yongzi didn't dare to disturb those people in the military department. At this moment, Feng Yongzi had already left the living area and entered the experimental area. Around her, dozens of corpses were lying messily, and the ground was stained red with blood. These corpses are all members of the Ghost Flame mercenary group. Feng Yongzi found out that Fang Yan's feeling was correct. The people outside were probably trying to delay her and Fang Yan, while the rest of the people had already entered the underground laboratory, looking for something. Not long ago, members of the Gian mercenary group ran into Fang Yongzi. The Gian mercenary group did not expect this scene either. When the head of the group, Ba Long, ordered Fang Yongzi to be besieged and killed, a tragedy happened. One shot one man. The guns are not empty. Then, with this scene now, Fang Yongzi stood among the corpses of members of the Gian mercenary group. Only the group leader, Ba Long, was left. Fang Yongzi and Balong stood facing each other. No one made a move. Or rather, no one took action immediately, and was alert to possible accidents. Huang Ji. Ba Long finally spoke, staring at Fang Yongzi closely, his eyes full of unparalleled shock. A few days ago, Balong received a report that Fang Yongzi broke through and became an orange-rank martial artist. But at this time, only a few days later, Fang Yongzi broke through and became a Huang-rank martial artist. This speed of cultivation made Tyrannosaurus unbelievable. However, that's the way it is. Fang Yongzi's body exuded a faint golden body protecting true energy, which was enough to illustrate this fact. The moment she stepped into the experimental area, Fang Yongzi felt that the air here was a bit weird, containing a toxin she couldn't distinguish, so she had to release the body protecting true energy to prevent this toxin from invading the body. Tyrannosaurus was no exception. At this moment his body exuded a rich golden yellow true energy. Obviously, Balong's martial arts cultivation is far superior to that of Fang Yongzi, and he is a peak martial artist of the Huang rank. Even so, Tyrannosaurus still did not dare to act rashly. The reason is simple. The fiery red long spear in Fang Yongzi's hand was not an ordinary warrior, but an emperor-level warrior named Red Phoenix. The Scarlet Phoenix spear alone is enough to make Tyrannosaurus fear 3 points. The soldier in his hand is only an elite one, named Tyrannosaurus Hammer. The origin of the nickname of Tyrant Dragon is related to Tyrannosaurus Hammer. Balong knew that the Scarlet Phoenix spear originally belonged to Fang Yongzi's mother, who was known as the strongest woman under Wu Jun. It's just that for some reason, the Scarlet Phoenix spear is now in Fang Yongzi's hands. And the most terrifying, Fang Yongzi can actually control the Scarlet Phoenix spear. This made Tyrannosaurus fearful even more. Although the higher the level of soldiers, the bigger and stronger they are, and the more they are liked by warriors, but the higher the level of soldiers, the more difficult they are to control. It is not uncommon for them to disappear if they are not careful. To put it bluntly, if you don't have enough strength, once you use soldiers with too high a level, it is very likely that you will kill yourself. Generally speaking, if a martial artist can control a true spirit-level soldier, it is already very remarkable, and he is known as a martial arts genius. Once the warriors use the emperor-level soldiers, most of them will not end well. Or rather, if the true spirit-level fighters have a certain degree of spirituality, then the Earth Lord-level fighters will choose the master. If you can't get the approval of the emperor-level soldiers, it is impossible to display the power of this soldier, and you will be backlashed by its powerful power. Earth Lord-level warriors are very precious. For hundreds of years, no more than 20 Earth Lord-level warriors have been born. And the number of true spirit-level warriors has already exceeded 1,000. It can be seen from this that the birth of a Daijun-level soldier is very difficult. Not all warriors used by Wu Jun can become Daijun-level warriors. It would be a lie to say that Balong was not moved when he saw the Scarlet Phoenix spear at this moment, but he knew very well how powerful it was. Even if he got the Scarlet Phoenix spear, he would not be able to control it, and it would cause him constant trouble. Even, whether he can take away the Scarlet Phoenix spear is a big question. Certainly, Balong's goal is to kill Fang Yongzi. It's just that he never thought that the emperor-level soldier would be in Fang Yongzi's hands. This is indeed a big trouble. Walk. Tyrannosaurus is not reconciled. Leave. Tyrannosaurus was not fully sure that he would not pay a huge price to kill Fang Yongzi. In fact, Tyrannosaurus appears in the underground laboratory, and there is another task to steal a strange beast egg hidden in this laboratory. However, The underground laboratory was too big. Before he could reach his destination, he bumped into Fang Yongzi and almost wiped out his entire army. Seeing that Belong didn't make a move, Fang Yongzi chose to wait and see what happened. Although Fang Yongzi was sure of killing Tyrannosaurus, he couldn't kill him with one move, and would even fall into a protracted battle. Fang Yongzi obviously knew Belong before. Although the leader of Giyan acted in a very domineering style, he was extremely cautious in character. It is impossible for the cautious Tyrannosaurus to reveal its flaws all of a sudden and let Fang Yongzi die with one move. But now, Fang Yongzi is waiting for someone to arrive. This guy, he's late again, it's really unreliable. Fang Yongzi couldn't help muttering in her heart. Anyway, as long as she doesn't let Tyrannosaurus escape. Certainly. There was another more important reason why Fang Yongzi didn't choose to make a move. She must retain enough strength to deal with possible emergencies in the future. After all, Fang Yongzi's main goal is to find his mother, not to kill Tyrannosaurus. Killing Tyrannosaurus was just Fang Yongzi following the trend. If you really can't kill Tyrannosaurus, you won't force it. Not good. Tyrannosaurus originally wanted to say something, but suddenly realized a crisis. Does she have backup? Belong guessed in his heart. Chapter 43. Although Tyrannosaurus received a letter from Michio Yamamoto and others a long time ago, it was confirmed that only Fang Yan and Fang Yongzi came to the underground laboratory. At this time, Ba Long believed that Fang Yan had already died under Michio Yamamoto's sword. Tyrannosaurus still knows Michio Yamamoto very well, and will definitely ignore his order and kill Fang Yan himself. Tyrannosaurus knew very well that Michio Yamamoto would always be very upset if he really wanted to forcibly stop Michio Yamamoto from doing things, so he came up with the current arrangement. Only Tyrannosaurus would never have imagined that Michio Yamamoto and the other four had died under Fang Yan's knife, leaving no bones left. "Captain, let me help you." Suddenly, there was a roar not far away, like thunder, as if worried that others would not hear it. "Do not come." Fang Yongzi immediately recognized who the roar was from. It was Fang Yan's, but she didn't expect Fang Yan to find her so quickly. However, before the words were finished, a majestic wave of swords came from afar and slashed towards Belong. "Hey? Not dead." Although Belong only saw Fang Yan in the video, he remembered it. After all, the knife that killed Lu Yezi was a bit outrageous, not something a red-rank martial artist could do at all. Surprised that Fang Yan is not dead, which means that Michio Yamamoto and others may die, Tyrannosaurus still reacted a little bit slowly. "Hammer, I plan to block it first." Belong is confident that he can easily block Fang Yan's knife. Wrong. At the moment when Tyrannosaurus raised his hammer instinctively, he suddenly realized something. How could it be possible for a red-rank martial artist to release a wave of swords, that is, to release his true energy? Sword intent. Ba Long thought of something, showing shock on his face. At this moment, everything made sense. Why Lu Yezi was beheaded by Fang Yan? Why Fang Yan can appear here? It is obvious that Michio Yamamoto and others should have died under Fang Yan's knife. Not good. The moment Daobo appeared, Fang Yongzi had already moved. She had been waiting for an opportunity. Although she was worried about Fang Yan's safety, after all, Fang Yan was powerless against a Huang-rank martial artist like Ba Long. Phoenix Tian Xiang. The fiery red scarlet phoenix spear leaped high with Fang Yongzi, and immediately the spear merged into one, and true energy surged out, transforming into a vivid phoenix figure, and flew towards the Tyrannosaurus. Die! Tyrannosaurus knew that there was no way to retreat, no way to stop, so he had no choice but to bite the bullet and meet Fang Yongzi's shot. He is very clear about one thing: the Scarlet Phoenix Spear, as a powerful and incomparably Earth-level warrior, is also bound with an incomparably precious Earth-level top-grade exercise called Tianfeng Shengxianju, and a tyrannical the extremely prefecture-level mid-grade marksmanship is called Six Spears of the Underworld Phoenix. The red phoenix spear, the heavenly phoenix sacred immortal art, and the underworld phoenix 6 spears, the trinity, move mountains and fill seas. The only thing Ba Long couldn't figure out was why Feng Yongzi was qualified to practice Tian Feng Sheng Xian Ju and Ming Feng 6 spears. At this moment, Balong knew that he still underestimated Feng Yongzi, or that the information was wrong, and he didn't know how much the Feng family attached importance to Feng Yongzi. It is estimated that all the cultivation resources of the Feng family were concentrated in Feng Yongzi body. As for Phoenix Tian Xiang, it was Ming Feng's 6 spear move. Overlord crossing the river. Without hesitation, Tyrannosaurus swung the Tyrannosaurus hammer, and suddenly the yellow glow was like the sun, and the majestic true energy burst out like a sea tide, forming huge waves one after another, and charged towards the flying phoenix shadow. Boom! There was a loud bang, straight into the sky, like thunder, shaking the entire underground laboratory, as if a major earthquake had occurred. The phoenix god's shadow collided ruthlessly with the huge waves of the sea, and the two strands of true energy erupted into a terrifying energy storm, sweeping away in all directions. Clang! Accompanied by a sound of shock, the phoenix divine shadow broke through the huge waves of the sea, and the red phoenix spear was like a sharp arrow. The sharp point of the spear was hitting the hammer body of the Tyrannosaurus hammer, and the latter shattered instantly. Scarlet Phoenix Spear and Tyrant Dragon Hammer are not at the same level of soldiers, how can the latter be able to block the former? Damn it! Balong knew that the Tyrannosaurus Hammer could not go head-to-head with the Scarlet Phoenix Spear, which was one of the reasons why he hadn't used it before. Most of all, Phoenix Tianxiang is a latecomer first-comer. Relying on the powerful saber intent, Fang Yan's saber wave broke through the energy storm and went straight to the tyrant dragon's body. What kind of lunatics are they? At this moment, Tyrannosaurus only had endless remorse in his heart. Why did he suddenly meet two monsters who had comprehended the artistic conception of martial arts? Balong knew very well that if Feng Yongzi hadn't also comprehended the spear intent, even though the Scarlet Phoenix Spear was very powerful, it would never be able to smash the Balong hammer so easily. Puff! A stream of blood spilled into the air. An arm fell from Tyrannosaurus' body. I have to say that Tyrannosaurus is still very decisive and a ruthless person. In order to survive, he categorically ignored Daobo and broke his arm to escape. At the same time, Balong retreated extremely quickly, and in a blink of an eye, he was about to disappear from the sight of Feng Yongzi and Fang Yan. Escaped. Holding the Scarlet Phoenix Spear, Feng Yongzi stopped, stood on a piece of ruins, looked at the direction in which the Tyrannosaurus was fleeing, and didn't intend to catch up, and even if he wanted to, he couldn't catch up. The underground laboratory is too big, like a maze, and it is not difficult to hide. As the head of the Giyan mercenary group, Balong's strength is unquestionable, and his ability to escape is first class. This is one of the reasons why the Juquan Army Department has been unable to catch Balong. Of course, the existence of ghosts is also an important reason. However, a tall and straight figure stood in front of Tyrannosaurus without knowing when. Fang Yan. When Feng Yongzi saw clearly the figure blocking Balong's path, she couldn't help but startled. Her beautiful eyes were full of surprise. Logically speaking, Fang Yan was still behind Feng Yongzi, let alone catch up to Balong. Yuanlong's pride. Naturally, Fang Yan didn't notice the shock in Feng Yongzi's eyes. He raised his saber and unleashed his strongest saber. Facing the mighty and unparalleled Tyrannosaurus, Fang Yan didn't dare have any reservations. Even if Tyrannosaurus is a veteran in the battlefield, he has killed countless people. Facing the sudden Fang Yan, he appeared in front of him silently like a ghost, and he instinctively froze for a moment. After a moment of hesitation, the Hanyu saber in Fang Yan's hand mercilessly broke through Tyrannosaurus' protective genkai, and the head, whose eyes were full of reluctance, immediately flew high. Tyrannosaurus, die with peace. If Fang Yan hadn't comprehended the sword intent, it would have been impossible to break through the true energy of the tyrant dragon's body. Chapter 44. Call. Fang Yan took a deep breath when he saw the head rolling to the ground. He couldn't let Tyrannosaurus escape. After all, this underground laboratory is too big. Once the Tyrannosaurus escapes, Feng Yongzi will naturally have no problems, but Fang Yan needs to be on guard against the Tyrannosaurus all the time, which is not conducive to what he and Feng Yongzi are going to do next. Fang Yan was able to appear in front of Tyrannosaurus out of thin air, naturally using the teleportation ability of the ultra-miniature black hole. Fang Yan knew very well that Feng Yongzi couldn't hide this ability forever. After all, they were teammates, and they would often go on adventures together in the future to obtain precious training resources. Now, let Feng Yongzi know that Fang Yan has such an ability. Feng Yongzi will naturally be able to cooperate with Fang Yan to kill alien beasts better. Feng Yongzi walked over quietly, and couldn't help but glance at Fang Yan more, but didn't ask anything, guessing that Fang Yan might have special abilities such as teleportation. After all, Fang Yan's ability to use this life-saving method in front of Feng Yongzi is enough to show his trust in Feng Yongzi. Naturally, Feng Yongzi will not live up to this trust, so there is no need to ask any more questions. A tacit understanding is enough. Pity. Fang Yan saw Feng Yongzi approaching, and subconsciously glanced at the shattered Tyrannosaurus hammer. Hearing this, Feng Yongzi looked a little serious, but couldn't help but burst out laughing. It's this time, and I still miss other people's soldiers. Is there no space device on him? Feng Yongzi changed the topic. Without. Fang Yan had already checked the body of Tyrannosaurus. It shouldn't be. Feng Yongzi pondered for a moment. She knew all the members of the Giyan mercenary group, and the Tyrannosaurus possessed a space device. Fang Yan was also silent. Crack! 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 Suddenly, there was a burst of crisp applause not far away, but there was an indescribable mockery, as if everything was under their control. Careful! Feng Yongzi immediately reminded her, and her eyes fell on the four figures who appeared at the entrance of the experimental area at some time. I saw the four figures walking in slowly, as if they were not at all worried that Fang Yan and Feng Yongzi would escape. Walking in the front was a young man with a handsome appearance, who looked to be around 25, but the brilliance of true energy emanating from him made people dreadful. Light emerald green. This means that this young man is an extremely powerful green-rank martial artist. It seems that he should be in the early stage and has just broken through. Mirong Fiyu. Feng Yongzi squinted her beautiful eyes, staring at the young man. Her voice had never been so cold, it made people shudder. Mirong Fiyu. Hearing this, Fang Yan subconsciously glanced at Feng Yongzi. He didn't know who Mirong Fiyu was, but he guessed something. It's Mirong Fifan's third brother with the same father and mother. Feng Yongzi explained. As soon as she saw Mirong Fiyu appearing here, Feng Yongzi immediately understood what happened. If there was only Mirong Fiyu, Feng Yongzi would not have any fear. But now, the situation is a little bit bad. The three people standing behind Mirong Fiyu were all acquainted by Feng Yongzi, except for Mirong Fifan. None of them were easy to mess with. Miss Feng, we meet again. A feminine voice came, and the young man on Mirong Fiyu's left took 2 steps forward, staring at Feng Yongzi's icy face. A trace of nostalgia flashed in his pupils, but it was fleeting. He is very clear that today's Feng Yongzi must die, and he must die. When Feng Yongzi heard this, she didn't intend to answer the soft young man's words, but instead glanced at the corpses on the ground. One of them actually looked exactly like the feminine young man. Obviously they were twins. He is the deputy head of the Giyan mercenary group. Feng Yongzi transmitted his true energy to Fang Yan, and explained, his name is Jins Hixian. If I'm not wrong, Belong is just the superficial leader of Giyan. At this moment, Jins Hixian's body also exuded a faint emerald green radiance, which was the body protecting true energy of a green-rank martial artist. Due to the complex toxins pervading all around, anyone who enters the underground laboratory needs to sacrifice their body protecting qi, otherwise they will die without knowing what will happen. Jin's Hixian. Fang Yan murmured, and suddenly thought of something. Did you kill Kim Tae-hoon? Suddenly, Jin's Hixian's voice floated over. Although the question was very sharp, the tone seemed very peaceful. Yes. Fang Yan said indifferently. Although the opponent has 3 green-rank martial artists, no one can stop him from leaving. Very good. When Jin's Hixian heard it, he laughed, still giving people a feeling of unpredictable joy and anger. Did you really kill Kim Tae-hoon? Feng Yongzi glanced at Fang Yan in surprise. It was still true energy sound transmission. Although Feng Yongzi guessed that Fang Yan might have killed the 4 people outside before, she was more willing to accept it, and Fang Yan finally escaped using the space teleportation ability. Obviously. Fang Yan's strength once again exceeded Feng Yongzi's expectations. With the martial arts cultivation of the early red-rank martial artists, Fang Yan killed 2 early orange-rank martial artists, and also included 2 red-rank martial artists. If the outside world knows, Fang Yan will definitely be famous all over the world. Fang Yan responded indifferently. Kill it. He never regrets it. Behind the Juxing group, there are 2 big chaebols in control. One is the Pu family and the other is the Jin family. Among them, the Pu family is in the open and the Jin family is in the dark. Feng Yongzi said seriously, Jin's Hixian is a direct relative of the Jin family, and Kim Tae-hoon has information that he is Jin's Hixian's younger brother, but he is an illegitimate child, so it has not been made public. Speaking of this, she paused, thought for a while, and then added, Jin Tae-hoon became an orange-rank martial artist in his early 20s at a young age, which basically confirms this point. Yet, Fang Yan still didn't care, just a little surprised. In this way, he was completely on the fence with the entire Juxing group. As for the Murong family, Fang Yan can only avoid it for the time being. After all, the background of the family that followed Emperor Wu Qin Tianhai to conquer the country is beyond what ordinary people can imagine. Or rather, Fang Yan's plan is to eradicate the Juxing group first, and then find a way to deal with the Murong family. In fact, Fang Yan's choice to join the Lion War camp also had this consideration. He may need a little strength from the Juquan army to deal with the Murong family. Brother Park Jinyun, you also killed him. A cold voice came from Murong Fiu's right side. Chapter 45. The voice that questioned Fang Yan also came from a young man. He had a typical sticky face, and he knew where he was from without saying anything. The young man's name was Pu Yuxian, Park Jinyun's half-brother, and his faint emerald green body protection chi was enough to show that he, like Murong Fiu and Jin's Hixian, was an early-stage green-rank martial artist. At this moment, Pu Yuxian stared at Fang Yan firmly. They are all revenge for killing their brothers, but Park Woo Hyun and Kim Ji Hyun have completely different reactions. Park Woo Hyun wished he could kill Fang Yan immediately. Yes. Fang Yan still said calmly, without any intention of hiding anything. I said Fang Yan, you are really amazing. A somewhat familiar voice came. It was none other than Murong Fifan. But Murong Fifan is different from Murong Fiu and others, he is not a martial artist, so he can only come in wearing protective clothing, his body looks very bloated, but Murong Fifan's face can still be seen clearly through the transparent mask. At this moment, Murong Fifan, with a smug smile on his face, looked at Fang Yan with a hint of sarcasm and disdain in his eyes. No matter how powerful Fang Yan is, he will die in Murong Fifan's hands. You planned all of this, right? Feng Yongzi asked suddenly. She has always known that Murong Fifan looks like a gentleman, but in fact he is a sinister villain, extremely treacherous, and this is why Feng Yongzi ignored Murong Fifan. What Feng Yongzi dislikes the most are hypocritical people, especially Murong Fifan, who say one thing and make another. That's right. Mirong Fifan became even more proud when he heard Feng Yongzi's question. They all knew that Fang Yan and Feng Yongzi were bound to die, so they were not in a hurry to kill them. Or rather, they planned to use words to delay time, wait for the arrival of others, completely surround Fang Yan and Feng Yongzi, and not give them a chance to escape. It's not me, how could you know about that map? It wouldn't be the current situation, haha. At the end, Mirong Fifan laughed out loud triumphantly. Turning back is the shore. As if Feng Yongzi didn't hear Mirong Fifan's words, she said something meaningful. Feng's family and Mirong's family have a deep relationship, even if Feng Yongzi and Mirong Fifan didn't have much contact with each other, and she didn't even have much contact with Mirong Fiyu, but she really didn't want the heroic family to decline like this. The internal friction in Zhuquan will inevitably give the West and other external forces an opportunity to invade. This was the last situation Feng Yongzi wanted to see. It's not her woman's opinion, it's just that she doesn't want the Datuang world left by Emperor Wu Qin Tianhai to be destroyed like this. Certainly. If Mirong Fiyu and Mirong Fiyu insist on looking for death, Feng Yongzi will also help them. Haha. Mirong Fifan understood Feng Yongzi's words, but laughed even more wildly, saying, if you had accepted me back then, there would be no situation where you have to die now. Feng Yongzi was silent. This person is hopeless. Feng Yongzi had already sentenced Mirong Fifan to death, and it was still the one with no bones left. Once Mirong Fiyu and Mirong Fifan die, the Feng family and the Mirong family will definitely come to opposite sides, especially killing Mirong Fiyu. The Mirong family attaches great importance to Mirong Fiyu, a potential martial arts genius. Captain, you go first. Fang Yan said suddenly. He knew that Feng Yongzi's background was very complicated, and although he didn't quite understand why Feng Yongzi said he was right, it didn't matter anymore. No matter who Mirong Fiyu and the others are coming for, but at this moment, they have already become dead people in Fang Yan's heart. Fang Yan is not as worried as Feng Yongzi. Those who should be killed must be killed. Feng Yongzi couldn't help being startled. There are a lot of people coming from outside. Fang Yan explained. Before he entered the underground laboratory, he placed many cameras outside to monitor everything on the ground. At this time, Fang Yan's ultra-smart phone is reminding him that someone has entered the monitoring range, and the intention is unknown. Needless to say, Fang Yan also guessed that these people must be related to Mirong Fifan. Obviously. Mirong Fifan took advantage of Feng Yongzi's weakness in human nature, and wanted to find his mother, so he came to this situation. Feng Yongzi clearly knew that this was a trap, and she still flew into the flames. Firstly, she had enough confidence and strength, and secondly, this was a rare opportunity. It was not certain who would take advantage of whom. In fact, even though Mirong Fiyu and Jin's Hixian teamed up, Feng Yongzi didn't take it seriously. But with one more Park Wuhian, it will become a lot more troublesome. What's more, Feng Yongzi has to take care of Fang Yan. Originally, Feng Yongzi planned to let Fang Yan escape first. After all, Fang Yan can teleport through space, so it is not easy for Mirong Fiyu and others to catch Fang Yan. Fortunately, Fang Yan let Feng Yongzi escape first. This made Feng Yongzi puzzled. Even if there were reinforcements from Mirong Fiyu and others outside, it shouldn't be like this. Believe me. Fang Yan didn't intend to explain anything. He didn't want Feng Yongzi to have anything to do with Mirong Fiyu's death. Anyway, the relationship between him and Mirong Fifan has already been formed. Fang Yan must kill Mirong Fifan, so sooner or later he will offend the Mirong family. Haha. Mirong Fifan naturally heard the conversation between Fang Yan and Feng Yongzi, and couldn't help laughing again. Even Mirong Fiyu and the other three laughed, as if they had never seen such a funny scene. It's ridiculous that two mice dare to discuss who should go first in front of three cats. Good. Feng Yongzi finally nodded. Obviously, Feng Yongzi already understood Fang Yan's intentions, and even more so, said, "Be careful yourself." As soon as the words fell, she turned and left without ambiguity at all. Feng Yongzi's idea is very simple. Once she escapes, Murong Feiyu and the others will definitely send out 2 people to chase her down. At that time, the pressure on Fang Yan will be much less. Relying on teleportation, he should be able to hold a green rank martial artist. As for Murong Feifen, he was directly ignored by Feng Yongzi. It's not that Feng Yongzi is too arrogant, but that a villain like Murong Feifen doesn't catch her attention, let alone a martial artist. She doesn't pay much attention to such a person. If there were only 2 green rank martial artists, Feng Yongzi would still be sure to kill each other with the forbidden secret technique. At that time, she could come back to support Fang Yan with a carbine and kill the remaining green rank martial artists. This is also the only way Feng Yongzi can think of to break the situation. In fact, if her best friend came over on time, people like Murong Feifen would not be enough to watch. It is a pity. Feng Yongzi's unreliable girlfriend let her go again. Even though Feng Yongzi had expected this result long ago, but this trip was too important, especially when it involved her mother, she had no choice but to ask her best friend to come over for help. For this best friend, Feng Yongzi is also very helpless. So far, the 2 of them have worked together, and the other party has never been on time once, or they have just released pigeons, and they have one reason after another, which is very sufficient. In the blink of an eye, Feng Yongzi disappeared from the sight of Murong Feifen and others. Chapter 46. When Murong Feifen and the others saw this scene, they couldn't help being stunned for a moment, feeling like they were being played by a monkey. Feng Yongzi really ran away without a trace of nostalgia. Not to mention, this is an underground laboratory, and Feng Yongzi can escape there again. Chase! Murong Feiyu reacted immediately. However, a scream filled with endless fear came from Murong Feifen's mouth. Fang Yan! Murong Feiyu immediately reacted. At some point, Fang Yan had already appeared in front of Murong Feifen. Spatial teleportation. This idea popped up in the minds of Pu Yuxian and Jins Hixian at the same time, but there was no hesitation in the movements of their hands. They wanted to rescue Murong Feifen, especially Pu Yuxian, who was closest to Murong Feifen. However, still a step late. Hands up and down. A cold light, blood stained the sky. Protective clothing is as fragile as tissue paper. Murong Feifen's head flew high, his eyes wide open were full of despair. Until the moment of his death, Murong Feifen didn't know what happened. As a martial artist, Murong Feifen couldn't stop Fang Yan's strike at all. Missing. Murong Feiyu was about to strike and kill Fang Yan, but found that Fang Yan had disappeared in place. It's really space teleportation. Murong Feiyu, Pu Yuxian, and Jins Hixian couldn't help but look at each other, seeing the shock in each other's eyes, and a kind of unexplained greed. No matter what equipment Fang Yan used, or what kind of secret technique he practiced, he had indeed achieved space teleportation, otherwise he would not be able to explain everything in front of him. If Fang Yan disappeared, it could be said to use invisibility, but Fang Yan appeared in front of Murong Feifen in an instant, which is not something that invisibility can do. At that time, Fang Yan and Murong Feifen were 100 meters apart. Even for a powerful green-rank martial artist, it takes 2 seconds for a distance of 100 meters. Fang Yan is only a red-rank martial artist, and it is absolutely impossible for him to be faster than a green-rank martial artist. However, when Murong Feiyu and the others were looking for Fang Yan, who had teleported away, Fang Yan had already appeared on an experimental table 100 meters away, standing proudly. This distance is enough for Fang Yan to have time to react, so naturally he is not afraid of Murong Feiyu's surprise attack. At this moment, the warrior Fang Yan held was no longer the cold moon knife, but the disillusionment star spear. He knew that to kill Murong Fiyu and the other 3 green-rank martial artists, he could only rely on the disillusionment star spear. As for the price, there must be some, but Fang Yan can't care about that much. Keeping Murong Fiyu and others, his situation is more dangerous than Feng Yongzi's. As soon as Murong Fiyu and the others saw Fang Yan, they were going to rush over, but when they saw the vanishing star gun, the 3 of them instinctively stopped. An unknown death breath spontaneously emerged from the solace of their feet, and quickly spread to every part of their bodies. It's like they've fallen into the swamp of death. In fact, the moment the vanishing star gun appeared, subtle changes occurred in the entire experimental area, and the surrounding air quickly gathered towards the vanishing star gun. Everything around seemed to become heavier. Boom! Accompanied by a loud shock, the experimental table under Fang Yan's feet shattered, and finally turned into powder, as if it was directly crushed and shattered by some terrifying force. How can it be? When Murong Fiyu saw this scene, his face turned pale with shock, his pupils were full of horror. Impossible! Park Yuxian even exclaimed. He is martial lord. Jin's Hixian was so frightened that he took a few steps back, but he didn't stabilize his body, and sat down on the ground. At this moment, Fang Yan was suspended in mid-air, and did not fall to the ground as the experimental table collapsed. From a distance, Fang Yan is like a martial god who is invincible. Murong Fiyu and the others knew very well that only martial lords and martial emperors can fly in the air. This is common sense in the martial arts world, and anyone who practices martial arts knows this. Fang Yan is only 18 years old, how could he be Wu Jun? Killing Murong Fiyu and others did not believe this result. But none of the 3 could explain the scene in front of them clearly, why Fang Yan could stand in the air. Although anti-gravity technology exists today, the scenarios where this technology is applied are all bulky, such as various space carriers, aerospace battleships, and so on. The super speed car is the smallest technological product born from the application of anti-gravity technology, and its anti-gravity engine is about the size of a suitcase. It is absolutely impossible for Fang Yan to have an anti-gravity engine the size of a suitcase hidden on his body, allowing him to fly. As for the latest flying swords and other small aircraft, they all need specific venues to fly against gravity, like being in a city. But now, here is pure barren mountains and mountains, there is no condition and environment for Fijian to achieve anti-gravity flight. Unfortunately, Fang Yan didn't intend to give Murong Fiyu and the others any time to think. At this moment, Fang Yan used the wordless heart formula with all his strength. This was his strongest life-saving method. Although Fang Yan had predicted it, he still underestimated the horror of the vanishing star gun. When pouring all his true energy into the vanishing star gun, Fang Yan clearly felt that this super sharp gun made of neutron stars had undergone a huge change. Get heavier and heavier. The terrifying gravitational force generated by the Mirage star gun has already begun to devour the surrounding air. However, Fang Yan clearly knew that the vanishing star gun had become extremely heavy, but in his hands, it was as if it had no mass, and even had a negative weight, so that he could be suspended in mid-air at this moment. Fang Yan had an illusion that the center of the world at this moment was on him. This scene is incredible. Finally, the light around the vanishing star gun disappeared, and Fang Yan was swallowed up by the endless darkness. How is this going? When Murong Fiyu and the others saw this even weirder scene, they were so frightened to death, it was as if they had seen a ghost. All of Fang Yan's actions are too abnormal. Escape. The 3 of Murong Fiyu didn't hesitate, they immediately turned around and fled. As for revenge for Murong Fifan, it has long been forgotten. Keep the green hills, and don't worry about no firewood. The matter of revenge will last forever. Cannon. Accompanied by a roar, it burst out from that round of darkness, and the tip of the disillusionment star spear pierced the darkness, turning into a ray of light that was more dazzling than a star, and together with a figure, flew towards Murong Feiyu and the three of them. Pao gun is a marksmanship practiced by Fang Yan based on Pao Chuan and Xing Ai Chuan, pursuing an ultimate destructive power. No. Murong Feiyu and the others didn't even have a chance to look back, they were completely engulfed by the dazzling brilliance. The green body protecting Genkai was like paper paste, without the slightest hindrance to activation. The bones of the three people were gone on the spot, like a hot laser beam falling on the ice and snow, leaving only the lingering sound of the three people's screams in the void, which lasted for a long time. The dazzling brilliance was destructive and unstoppable, penetrating the experimental area and the entire living area, extending to the boundless underground darkness before gradually dissipating. The ground shook violently immediately, as if an earthquake had occurred. Holding the disillusionment star gun, Fang Yan quietly appeared at the place where the three of Murong Feiyu disappeared. Only Fang Yan at this moment is really horrible. Skinny. It's like singing every night, being sucked dry. Chapter 47. Too much to play with. Fang Yan naturally knew his own situation. After all, it was not the first time, but the second time. Knowing this, he has always been very cautious in using wordless heart formulas. Not only is it too strong, but it also has too many side effects. Or rather, with his current strength, he is still unable to unleash the true power of the wordless heart formula. His body just couldn't bear it. Certainly. Fang Yan knew very well that there was another reason why he became so miserable, and that was the Star Annihilator. Fang Yan's current physical strength couldn't bear the burst of power from the Mirage Star gun. There will be very few soldiers like this in the future. With a decision in his mind, Fang Yan retracted the Star Annihilation gun into the ultra-miniature black hole. Pity. Fang Yan glanced around, and sure enough there was nothing left, so he couldn't get the relics of Murong Feiyu and others. The ground continued to vibrate. The experimental area looked like it was about to collapse at any moment. Fang Yan. A familiar voice came to Fang Yan's ears. Feng Yongzi appeared in front of Fang Yan like a gust of wind, and supported the precariously thin body. At this moment, Feng Yongzi revealed a face of extreme surprise, looking at Fang Yan, completely unaware of what happened just now, which actually made Fang Yan change from a robust body a minute ago to the scrawny one now. Puzzled. It's horrible. After Feng Yongzi left, wondering why Murong Feiyu and the others didn't chase after him, he felt a huge energy aura sweeping away in all directions like a storm. Before Feng Yongzi could react, the ground began to shake, like an earthquake. Then, Feng Yongzi rushed back without hesitation. She didn't want anything to happen to Fang Yan. Result. There is now this scene. It's okay, just take a rest. Fang Yan didn't explain anything, and couldn't explain clearly. Can I go? Although Feng Yongzi was really curious about Fang Yan's secret, but the situation was clearly not a good time, so she asked with concern. Able. After all, Fang Yan tried to take a step, but found that he couldn't lift his feet. It was already a miracle among miracles that he could still stand in front of Feng Yongzi. I'll carry you on my back. Before Fang Yan could react, Feng Yongzi picked up Fang Yan, who was as light as a feather, and left quickly. Boom! It didn't take long for Feng Yongzi to leave the experimental area with Fang Yan on his back. The entire experimental area collapsed. So close. Feng Yongzi turned around and glanced at the collapsed and blocked gate of the experimental area, sighed slightly, then turned to look at Fang Yan's skinny face, and was even more curious about what this guy had done. Obviously, Murong Feiyu and others must have all died in Fang Yan's hands. This point, Feng Yongzi is very sure. As for the reason, that's easier. A woman's intuition. Feng Yongzi believed in her intuition. What are you looking at me for? Fang Yan knew what Feng Yongzi was thinking. After all, he would be very curious if his identity was reversed. This kind of terrifying destructive power is no less than that of an indigo rank martial artist. Nothing. Feng Yongzi realized that she had lost her composure when she heard the words. Her pretty face blushed a little, but she quickly recovered, and said, "Are you still going to the core area?" "Go." Fang Yan said weakly, "I look miserable, but I'm actually fine." Feng Yongzi nodded, carried Fang Yan on his back, and quickly found the core area through the long corridor. Only. In the end, Feng Yongzi could only stand at the entrance of the core area like a statue, not daring to step in, as if there was a thunderstorm in front of him, which was insurmountable. The entire core area was shrouded in bloody poisonous mist visible to the naked eye. Even Feng Yongzi didn't dare to venture in. Although she had heard that the poisonous mist in the core area was very strong, after seeing it with her own eyes, Feng Yongzi knew very well that her orange-level true energy couldn't stop the bloody poisonous mist. "Is there something imprisoned inside?" Fang Yan asked curiously. Feng Yongzi nodded, and said, "Actually, I don't know much, I only heard a little from my grandfather." After a pause, she organized her words and continued, "About 150 years ago, Emperor Wu captured a 10th-order strange beast on Jupiter. A 10th-order alien beast." When Fang Yan heard this, a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. Alien beasts are divided into 10 levels by human beings, with the highest level 10 and the lowest level 1. A first-order alien beast is equivalent to the level of a human 10-star warrior. The second-order alien beast is equivalent to the level of a human red-rank martial artist. The third-order alien beast is equivalent to the level of a human orange-rank martial artist. An 8th-rank alien beast is equivalent to the level of a human purple-rank martial artist. A 9th-order alien beast is equivalent to the level of a human warrior. And the 10th-order alien beast is an existence that rivals Emperor Wu. You know, there is only one martial emperor on the entire planet. The 10th-order alien beast has 4 heads, namely the Lord of the Sky, the Lord of the Sea, the Lord of the Earth, and the Lord of the Night. The Master of the Sky is named Kang Yuswelyuan and occupies the highest peak. The Master of the Ocean is named Zhuwen Jiaolong and lives deep in the deepest part. The Lord of the Land is called Hurricane Lord, and he likes to travel around the world. The Master of the Night is named Night Wolf, located in the land of Polar Night. Fang Yan naturally knew about the 4 overlords of alien beasts, but now, how could he not be surprised to hear that Emperor Wu had captured a 10th-order alien beast from Jupiter? This planet's current situation is the result of negotiations between Emperor Wu Qin Tianhai and the 4 overlords of alien beasts. In fact, Emperor Wu was not as powerful as the 4 overlords of alien beasts back then, but human beings relied on some super technology to make the 4 overlords of alien beasts compromise. Feng Yongzi continued, "In order to allow human beings to live more stably on this planet, Emperor Wu has been looking for ways to allow more warriors to break through to Emperor Wu. That's why Emperor Wu captured the 10th order beast on Jupiter." Fang Yan interjected. Feng Yongzi said, "I intend to study 10th order alien beasts and find out a way to break through to become an emperor." After a pause, Emperor Wu said that it is unreliable to rely entirely on the martial tower, and human beings have to rely on themselves. Fang Yan nodded, probably understanding Emperor Wu Qin Tianhai's mood. After all, if the 4 overlords of alien beasts really launched an attack, humans on Earth would not be able to resist it. The 4 overlords of alien beasts are all existences that can forcibly resist mushroom eggs. Anyway, the most powerful weapons of human beings can't kill the 4 overlords of beasts. Human beings still exist on this planet. Apart from the reason of Emperor Wu Qin Tianhai, there is another very important reason. The 4 overlords of alien beasts are not of the same mind. Take another 10,000 steps back, not to mention the horror of the 4 overlords of alien beasts, the number of alien beasts alone far exceeds that of humans. Although super technology is extremely powerful, once some super technology is used, it will hurt 1,000 enemies and 800 damage to oneself. Regarding this point, the 4 overlords of alien beasts are naturally very clear. which is the result of this negotiation with Emperor Wu Qin Tianhai. Can humans really fly out of the solar system? Fang Yan suddenly thought of something and asked seriously. Chapter 48. Feng Yongzi heard Fang Yan's question, nodded, and explained. Emperor Wu said that the solar system is a cage for human beings, at least he can't leave, even space battleships are no exception, no matter which direction they go, they will eventually go around. Turn around, or return to the original place. This. Fang Yan didn't know what to say. Emperor Wu stepped into the martial tower again. He probably sensed something. Humans need to give birth to several martial emperors as soon as possible, so he will do it at all costs. Speaking of this, Feng Yongzi sighed, and said, "It's a pity that people's hearts are not enough to swallow an elephant." Ever since Emperor Wu disappeared for decades, careerists from various forces have started to move around. Is it related to the core area? Fang Yan thought of something. Feng Yongzi nodded, and said, "Without the restraint of Emperor Wu, this 10th level strange beast began to riot, so this underground laboratory became what it is now, but the 10th level strange beast also paid a heavy price. While sleeping, it was also completely sealed in the core area. The price of human beings is not small." Fang Yan sighed helplessly. "Do you know the history of Huahei Academy?" Feng Yongzi asked meaningfully. "Well, I've heard of it." Fang Yan nodded, and said, "The top martial arts academy back then, but for some unknown reason, it became a second-rate overnight." Speaking of this, he suddenly realized something, and said, "It doesn't have anything to do with this, does it? The strongest martial lord back then died here." Feng Yongzi seemed to speak calmly. Fang Yan was silent. The strongest martial lord back then was the dean of the Huahei Martial Academy, known as the genius warrior who had the best chance of becoming an emperor. Feng Yongzi continued, "More than half of the experts in Huahei Martial Academy, in order to trap the 10th order alien beasts, sealed them, and finally buried them in the core area." Fang Yan was silent again. He could imagine the tragedy of that year. Of course, the decline of Huahei Weiyuan is actually more due to human factors. Speaking of this, Feng Yongzi's eyes became colder, and he said, "Some people don't want the Huahei Martial Academy to be strong. Want to eliminate Emperor Wu's influence." Fang Yan said speculatively. Feng Yongzi couldn't help but take another look at Fang Yan. Unexpectedly Fang Yan could see this. Emperor Wu graduated from Huahei Martial Arts Academy, so it's easy to guess why. Fang Yan said lightly. "It's a pity that Emperor Wu attached so much importance to the Murong family back then. I didn't expect the Murong family to be the first to stand up against Emperor Wu among the 9 rivers." Feng Yongzi hated that iron could not be made into steel. After all, Zhuquan needs the power of the Murong family right now. People's hearts change. Fang Yan said something meaningful. Feng Yongzi couldn't help being stunned when he heard the words, feeling that these words, this intonation, and this kind of sentiment, seemed like they shouldn't come out of the mouth of someone of Fang Yan's age. "Couldn't my aunt be here to confirm the situation of the 10th order beast?" Fang Yan changed the subject and asked seriously. "I don't know." Feng Yongzi shook her head, and said slowly, "Although I don't want to believe it, I know that my mother's bones must be inside the core area." Although her tone was quite calm, Fang Yan could still hear a hint of sadness. "By the way, we are out of danger for the time being, and everyone outside has stopped." Fang Yan changed the topic. "Then let's take a break," Feng Yongzi suggested. When seeing the experimental area collapsed, Feng Yongzi believed that people outside would not dare to act rashly. "I've already contacted the Zhuquan military headquarters, someone will be here soon," Feng Yongzi said helplessly. If possible, she didn't want to disturb the Zhuquan military department. In a sense, Feng Yongzi came here on her own. And this underground laboratory is one of Zhuquan's forbidden places, no one can come here without the order of the military department. Because of this, even the map about the underground laboratory does not exist, it only exists in memory. There are too many things involved in this underground laboratory. Even the most powerful Juquan military department did not dare to act recklessly. Don't worry, nothing will happen. Fang Yan could only comfort Feng Yongzi, even knowing that with Feng Yongzi's excellent background, it is estimated that she would not receive any substantial punishment. Put me down first, Fang Yan suggested. At this time, he was still lying on Feng Yongzi's back. Are you really okay? Feng Yongzi asked worriedly. It's really fine. That's fine. So, Feng Yongzi put Fang Yan down. Fang Yan swayed his body before he stabilized his footing, then his eyes fell on the entrance of the core area, and he became thoughtful. Seeing this, Feng Yongzi sat down on the spot without asking. With her current martial arts cultivation base, it still consumes a huge amount of energy to cast Phoenix Tian Xiang, draining 80% of the true qi in the Sea of Qi. She also needs to recover as soon as possible. I'll go in and have a look. Suddenly, Fang Yan said seriously. Feng Yongzi originally closed her eyes, but she couldn't help opening them slowly, raised her head, and stared at Fang Yan. Inside, there may be something I want. Fang Yan explained a sentence meaningfully. What do you want? Feng Yongzi was a little puzzled. Fang Yan shook his head and said, I don't know either. In fact, there is still a word left unsaid. Rather than saying that he needs it, it is better to say that Xiao He, an ultra-miniature black hole, needs it. The ultra-miniature black hole suddenly reacted to the core, as if something inside had woken up. Feng Yongzi was silent. Obviously, Feng Yongzi has understood Fang Yan's character, and forcibly persuading her is useless. If possible, she didn't want Fang Yan to enter the core area. It'll be fine, Fang Yan said firmly. With the existence of ultra-miniature black holes, there is no problem with self-protection at all. Take the Scarlet Phoenix Spear. After finishing speaking, Feng Yongzi stood up, and took out a fiery red long spear from the space bracelet. It was the Scarlet Phoenix Spear of the Earth Monarch Warrior. Fang Yan was stunned for a moment. This is a land-level soldier, use it for self-defense. After speaking, Feng Yongzi handed the Scarlet Phoenix Spear to Fang Yan. Lord level. A trace of surprise flashed across Fang Yan's eyes. He really didn't expect that Feng Yongzi, a dignified king-level soldier, would hand him over like this. I'm not afraid that he would become greedy. Take it, Feng Yongzi said without doubt. Okay, thanks. Fang Yan is definitely not a mother-in-law, so he took the Scarlet Phoenix Spear. Chapter 49. Hey! Feng Yongzi saw that Fang Yan was holding the Scarlet Phoenix Spear easily, as if it had no weight at all. A trace of surprise flashed across her beautiful eyes. As a land-level soldier, the Scarlet Phoenix Spear will choose its own owner. It can be used if you don't want to use this spear, and you have to agree with the soldier, or you can't even pick it up, let alone use it. Obviously, Fang Yan did not encounter such a situation, which means that he was recognized by the Red Phoenix gun. Is it gun intent? Feng Yongzi murmured in her heart. In fact, she was also worried that Fang Yan wouldn't be able to hold the Scarlet Phoenix Spear. After all, if this long spear lost his temper, Fang Yan might not be able to handle it, let alone a red-rank martial artist, even a purple-rank martial artist. What's wrong? Fang Yan glanced at Feng Yongzi suspiciously. Nothing. Feng Yongzi smiled slightly and said, be careful. After all, Fang Yan held the Red Phoenix Spear and walked towards the entrance of the core area. I'll go with you. Fang Yan was about to open the gate of the core area when Feng Yongzi's footsteps came from behind him. Obviously, Feng Yongzi was still worried that Fang Yan entered the core area alone. Good. Fang Yan felt warm in his heart, although Feng Yongzi was very cold and ruthless to the enemy, but he was still very kind to him. He couldn't help feeling warm in his heart, and said, "Don't worry, nothing will happen." After that, he entered the password. These secrets are naturally mentioned in the memory recorded in that map. Squeak! The steel-like door opened slowly, covering 3 floors. A burst of violent airflow rushed from inside. The body protecting Genkai on Fang Yan and Feng Yongzi became stronger. The two were still forced to take a few steps back. Especially Fang Yan, who is as thin as a stick and is crumbling in the wind. Feng Yongzi hastily pulled Fang Yan. "These are not toxins." Fang Yan said something meaningful. Feng Yongzi glanced at Fang Yan. Feng Yongzi didn't know the nature of the toxins in the underground laboratory, but if human beings come into contact with them, and if they overdose, they will definitely die, and gods can't save them. At least, with existing technology, it cannot be saved. The weirdest thing is that it was still contaminated with toxins, and the death was very peaceful, as if it had fallen into a deep sleep. "This is alien energy," Fang Yan said seriously. From these so-called toxins, Fang Yan felt a sense of familiarity, which was similar to the energy transmitted by the super black hole clone, but not so pure. Perhaps, because it is not pure enough, once human beings come into contact with energy impurities, it will affect the soul and cause the soul to die. "Follow me." Fang Yan didn't explain too much, and after a few words of advice, he slowly walked into the gate of the core area. Feng Yongzi hurriedly followed. The two stood one behind the other, less than a step apart. As long as Fang Yan stops suddenly, Feng Yongzi will probably run into him. As the two of them gradually penetrated into the center of the core area, the dense energy mist containing toxins became more and more dense, and even in the end, Fang Yan and Feng Yongzi could see nothing, and they couldn't even penetrate their true qi. Go through. Or rather, the Genkai of the two people's body protection was crazily swallowed by the dense energy fog. "I can't hold it anymore." Feng Yongzi's weak voice came. She didn't have much Genkai before, but now it's even less, and the Genkai in Ki has bottomed out. "With me." Before the words fell, a black shadow quickly expanded like a balloon, and finally completely enveloped Fang Yan and Feng Yongzi. The pressure on Feng Yongzi immediately disappeared without a trace. The energy poisonous mist was isolated by the mysterious black shadow. This is one of the wonderful uses of ultra-miniature black holes developed by Fang Yan not long ago. With the growth of martial arts, Fang Yan found that it became more and more convenient for him to control the ultra-miniature black hole. Strong gravitational field. Fang Yan explained briefly, or found a plausible excuse. Strong gravitational field. Feng Yongzi didn't quite understand. Fang Yan didn't intend to explain, but changed the subject and reminded, "No matter what happens later, don't make a fuss." "Good." Feng Yongzi nodded without hesitation. Although she was full of curiosity, since Fang Yan chose to believe her, she could only trust Fang Yan. Although Fang Yan is not willing to reveal too many cards, but after getting along with her for this period of time, she feels that Feng Yongzi is still a very good captain, and letting her know some secrets may not be a bad thing. There will definitely be more collaborations between the two in the future. "Receive." Fang Yan yelled softly. "Call." There was a sudden gust of wind outside the shadow. But not blowing outward. Instead, draw inward. In the blink of an eye, the energy poisonous mist in the entire core area was directly absorbed by the ultra-miniature black hole. A large and empty core area appeared in front of Fang Yan and Feng Yongzi. Although there is no light, as a martial artist, he can still see and see clearly. This. Feng Yongzi had never been so shocked, even when she learned that she had inherited the Scarlet Phoenix Spear, she was not so exaggerated. Fang Yan just smiled, obviously satisfied with the result. "Black technology?" Feng Yongzi asked subconsciously. "That's right." Fang Yan said something vaguely. Feng Yongzi was silent. She finally knew why Fang Yan was always so confident. If this kind of black technology is known to outsiders, I believe Fang Yan will be very busy. The presence of humans has been detected, and the emergency equipment in the core area has been activated. Suddenly, a soft female voice came. It's Guanjiahu. Feng Yongzi reminded. Guanjiahu. Fang Yan glanced at Feng Yongzi suspiciously. The super-optical brain that manages this underground laboratory. Feng Yongzi explained. Fang Yan understood. The super-optical brain is one of the most outstanding technologies of mankind today. Super smart photonic computer. A being made of pure photons. Photonic memory chips are the most primitive application of super-optical brains. Start successfully. Before the words finished, a soft white light appeared in front of Fang Yan and Feng Yongzi. From a distance, this ball of white light looks like cotton candy, only the size of a black beauty watermelon, floating in mid-air. This is the super-optical brain. Guanjiahu. However, this is only the mirror image of Guanjiahu, not the real body. Guanjiahu's body is much larger. Who are you? A soft female voice came from Guanjiahu's mirror image, like the moonlight, making people feel an indescribable comfort. Fang Yan. Feng Yongzi. You are not in the laboratory, please leave as soon as possible. Guanjiahu reminded. Have you seen this man? Feng Yongzi took out a photo of her mother from the space bracelet. She was indeed very beautiful, she was 90% similar to Feng Yongzi. People who didn't know thought they were sisters, and handed it to Guanjiahu. Guanjiahu is the main control computer of the underground laboratory. If Feng Yongzi's mother has been here, she must know about it. Chapter 50. This woman has been here. Guanjiahu said without hesitation. Where is she now? Feng Yongzi asked excitedly, obviously a little bit unable to control her emotions. She left. Guanjiahu said seriously. Gone. Feng Yongzi was startled for a moment, then said, dead. Gone. Guanjiahu said seriously again, not dead, but dead again. After a pause, this woman said this to me. Feng Yongzi couldn't help being startled. Fang Yan was also a little confused. Blood egg wakes up, please leave as soon as possible. Guanjiahu still said solemnly, without emotion at all. Blood egg. Feng Yongzi and Fang Yan subconsciously looked at each other. The 10th order alien beast captured by Emperor Wu is the blood egg. Guanjiahu explained, and added, Mu Xian's spiritual energy has been absorbed by you, and you can no longer suppress the blood egg. Fang Yan was silent when he heard this. He can probably deduce something. What is Mu Xian Linky? Feng Yongzi asked a little unwillingly. She still wanted to stay here and continue investigating her mother's affairs. It's a strange energy that Emperor Wu found from Jupiter. Guanjiahu explained. Feng Yongzi had no choice but to fall silent. Even if she is so powerful now, it is impossible to go to Jupiter, because she will definitely die. Only purple-ranked martial artists can go to Jupiter. Jupiter is one of the strongholds of alien beasts. Or rather, alien beasts exist on planets throughout the solar system. Among them, the alien beast on Jupiter is the most powerful. Back then, Emperor Wu Qin Tianhai made a desperate move and went to Jupiter to capture the 10th order alien beast. The reason is also very simple. The 10th order alien beast with the most existence on Jupiter. There are only 4 10th order alien beasts on Blue Planet, but there are more than 100 10th order alien beasts on Jupiter. But, for some unknown reason, the alien beasts on other planets cannot leave this planet. Even if they use the planetary portal, it seems that there is an invisible big hand restraining these extremely tyrannical planetary alien beasts. Girl Guanjiahu, die quickly. Suddenly, not far away, there was a screaming female voice, which sounded a bit like Yuji's voice. Before the words were finished, a red oval shadow, like light, appeared in front of Fang Yan and Feng Yongzi. I won't die. Guanjiu replied solemnly. That red oval shadow is exactly the bloody egg in Guanjiu's mouth. I saw that the blood shadow was really an egg, a circle smaller than an ostrich egg, and it looked fleshy. The only thing that surprised Fang Yan and Feng Yongzi was that there was a pair of light on the blood-red egg. Wings, from a distance, look like an eagle spreading its wings. Eggs with wings? To be honest, it was also the first time I saw Fang Yan. Feng Yongzi is no exception. However, what shocked the two of them the most was that this blood egg turned out to be a 10th-order strange beast, which was unbelievable. This deity has 10,000 ways to make your life worse than death. Sweden said viciously, completely ignoring the existence of Fang Yan and Feng Yongzi. In the past, it was because of Guanjiu that the blood egg could not escape from this core area. Now, without knowing what happened, Mu Xian's spiritual energy disappeared, and her blood egg was finally free. Mu Xian's spiritual energy will seriously affect Sweden's soul, leaving her in a daze and unable to control herself. I'm not living a life worse than death. Guanjiu still said solemnly, I have no feelings. Yet. Sweden yelled out immediately. Obviously. What Guanjiu said was true. Hey? Human. Only then did Sweden notice the existence of Fang Yan and Feng Yongzi. For some reason, Fang Yan looked at the mysterious blood egg. Even though the other party had no face at all, it gave him an extremely expressive look. Hey? You look a lot like that woman. Suddenly, the blood egg disappeared out of thin air, and appeared in front of Feng Yongzi. The two were only one step away, and said, she promised to come back to save me. After a pause, what are you to her, people? When Feng Yongzi heard the words, she was confused, and the only one who understood was that the woman who looked like her was probably her mother. Careful! Fang Yan grabbed Feng Yongzi's wrist and pulled him behind him. In any case, the blood egg is a genuine 10th-order alien beast. The space teleportation alone is enough to show that this blood egg is not simple. Boy, do you dare to learn from a hero to save the beauty? Seeing this, Sweden didn't intend to make a move. Instead, he took a second look at Fang Yan and laughed. Naturally, she would not take a red-rank martial artist seriously, not to mention that Fang Yan was skinny at the moment, and he believed that a gust of wind could blow him up. Most critical. Sweden is confident that he can kill Fang Yan and Feng Yongzi with just one breath. This is between me and you. It has nothing to do with those two people. Let them go. Guanjiu said seriously again. No. Shuedan seemed to be smiling, and said, now that there is no Mu Xian spiritual energy, you can't trap me. I have. Before he finished speaking, darkness erupted from Fang Yan's body, covering the blood egg in an instant. You. Before Sweden could react, she disappeared. At the scene, Fang Yan, Feng Yongzi, and Guanjiu were left again. Obviously. With the help of the wood spirit's profound energy, Fang Yan directly collected the blood egg into the ultra-miniature black hole. The presence of blood eggs cannot be detected. Guanjiu said seriously. Fang Yan didn't say anything. Feng Yongzi chose to remain silent. Although she really wanted to ask what happened, and even more wanted to ask blood egg about her mother, but now was obviously not a good time. Leave quickly. Guanjiu changed the subject and suggested. The scene in front of him was still beyond Guanjiu's perception, so it could only be judged that the blood egg had fled away. Or, you come with us. Fang Yan said seriously. Guanjiu made a huge question mark. Your mission is accomplished. Fang Yan said, staying here is just a waste. I can't leave here. Guanjiu said seriously. Why? Fang Yan asked curiously. You come with me. After finishing speaking, Guanjiu drifted away. Fang Yan handed the Scarlet Phoenix spear to Feng Yongzi, and immediately followed. Holding the Scarlet Phoenix spear in hand, Feng Yongzi hurriedly chased after him. The matter of mother can only be postponed. If Fang Yan can really take Guanzhaihu away, maybe it will be easier to investigate his mother. At least, Feng Yongzi thinks so. Not for a while. Guanzhaihu took Fang Yan and Feng Yongzi to a sealed house. Except for a circle of light gates, there was actually a circular gate made of photons. The gravity inside is 300 million times stronger than outside. Guanzhaihu spoke again. Feng Yongzi was silent when he heard the words. Even now, once she stepped into the sealed room, she would instantly turn into flesh. Is this place opened up by Emperor Wu? Fang Yan asked curiously. Guanzhaihu said, although there are other super-optical brains, they are all based on me, and their structure is relatively simple. I see. Fang Yan responded, expressing that he could understand this. After all, there is only one Emperor Wu. Maybe, I have a way. Fang Yan changed the subject and said seriously. Chapter 51. Feng Yongzi immediately looked at Fang Yan, but knew that this guy would not make such a joke. Fang Yan felt Feng Yongzi's gaze, and didn't intend to explain anything, but just said to Guanzhaihu, you go back first. Good. After saying that, Guanzhaihu disappeared. Let's go. Fang Yan looked at Feng Yongzi. Where's Guanzhaihu? Feng Yongzi asked curiously, but her beautiful eyes were full of doubts. It was taken. After finishing speaking, Fang Yan turned and left. Feng Yongzi was startled at first, but finally had no choice but to trust Fang Yan, glanced at the sealed room, although his eyes were full of doubts, but finally followed Fang Yan. In fact, the airtight room was no longer airtight, and everything in it was directly collected by Fang Yan into the clone of the super black hole. Now, Fang Yan has discovered that the ultra-miniature black hole is connected with his own super black hole clone. Although Fang Yan can't really control the super black hole clone yet, it's still no problem to borrow the space in it. The existing space technology really cannot put everything related to Guanzhaihu into it, but the super black hole clone can do it. Beep, beep, beep. When Fang Yan and Feng Yongzi had just walked out of the core area, there was a piercing siren sound from all around. Guanzhaihu activated the laboratory self-destruct program. Feng Yongzi said. Go. Fang Yan naturally knew this, and it seemed that Emperor Wu was still holding back. As for what it was, he probably needed to have a good chat with Guang Yu. I'll carry you on my back. Before she finished speaking, Feng Yongzi picked up Fang Yan on her back and fled away like the wind. Thanks. Fang Yan was not pretentious either, and lay on Feng Yongzi's back naturally. Boom. In the sky, there was a roar. It's an air and space fighter, Suanyao. Feng Yongzi raised his head and glanced at the 10 Suanyao space fighters, and said, War Lion Battalion has arrived. It's really timely. Fang Yan smiled knowingly, the only surprise was that so many martial artists were dispatched. With the Battle Lion camp, things here are much simpler. Fang Yan, Instructor Yan is looking for you. A notification sound came from the back of Fang Yan's hand. Fang Yan was a little surprised that Yan Zhuangxiu would look for him at this time. She probably didn't come here in person. Feng Yongzi reminded. Is there something wrong? Fang Yan answered the phone. Come and report tomorrow, there is something important. After finishing speaking, Yan Zhuangxiu hung up the phone. Well. Fang Yan was taken aback again, but didn't think too much. The most important thing for him now is to recover his body first. If the other members of the Lion War Battalion saw his scrawny appearance, they would probably die of laughter. Let's go. After finishing speaking, Feng Yongzi walked towards the camouflage super speed car. That night. Squad base. As soon as Fang Yan returned to the room, he immediately lay down and slept soundly. Then, he fell asleep again. Super black hole world. Fang Yan sat cross-legged, practicing the Swanyu ice art, hoping to recover his body as soon as possible. At this time, he had already integrated the wordless heart formula into the Swanyu ice formula, and found that the effect was even better, so he became more interested in the wordless heart formula. Pity. Still not much to discover. The only thing that is certain is that the wordless heart formula must be of a very high level. Although Fang Yan still looks skinny, but the breath of life has become much stronger, at least he looks like a living human being. Not far from the divine phoenix tree, a room appeared, with an estimated area of no more than 400 square meters. The super-optical brain Guanjiu is among them. And on the other side of the divine phoenix tree, there is a cloud of blood-colored mist, which is the spiritual energy of Mu Xian. The blood egg was trapped in it, and there was obviously no obstacle around Mu Xian's spiritual energy, but the blood egg couldn't break through the siege of Mu Xian's spiritual energy. At this moment, Swaden was roaring and cursing crazily, but the sound was blocked by Mu Xian's spiritual energy. Fang Yan couldn't hear what Swaden said at all. Hey? Life essence! Suddenly, a weak but pleasant voice came from the phoenix sacred tree. Fang Yan immediately opened his eyes and stopped practicing. He finally waited until the divine phoenix tree woke up again. This world god tree can survive the engulfment of the super black hole, which is enough to show her extraordinary. Perhaps, there are many answers, especially in terms of martial arts, which can be found from the phoenix divine tree. Life essence. Fang Yan stood up and pointed at Mu Xian's aura. Right. The phoenix divine tree responded, but it's not pure enough. After a pause, I wonder if you can give me some. Of course, I can answer your doubts. It's no problem to send you some Muxuan spiritual energy, but I'm afraid that the 10th order strange beast inside won't be able to trap it anymore. Fang Yan expressed his difficulties. This is easy to handle. With me, this egg can't fly. The phoenix divine tree said confidently. Real. It's not that Fang Yan doesn't believe in the phoenix divine tree. Really, and with the wood spirit profound energy, I can recover faster. The phoenix sacred tree said seriously, with a hint of expectation in his tone. After waiting for millions of years, there is finally a day when he can recover. Regarding the existence of Fang Yan, the phoenix sacred tree was also very curious, but was more afraid in his heart. She couldn't deduce the relationship between this super black hole and Fang Yan, but Fang Yan can transform the virtual into the real, and dream into the super black hole, which is enough to show that this young man is not simple. All this, although it is a dream, is real. Dreams are just an entrance. In the cognition of the phoenix divine tree, only a strong person at the level of a holy king can do this. However, Fang Yan is obviously not at the level of a holy king. Especially in terms of cultivation, she is a pure newcomer. Then, the phoenix sacred tree was conflicted in his heart, but he still maintained a certain sense of awe. The powerhouse who destroyed 100 Flower Star back then was at the level of a holy king, but she, as 100 Flower Star's world sacred tree, was powerless to fight back. The holy king shattered the 100 Flower Star with just one palm, and the hundreds of millions of creatures on it were instantly wiped out. Okay. Fang Yan agreed. This is the inside of the super black hole clone. He is not afraid of any 10th order alien beasts. Even if he can't beat them, he can still trap them, but it's just very troublesome. Mu Xian Linky only reduces such unnecessary troubles. It would be great if the divine phoenix tree could control the blood egg. My game, my turf, my rules. Fang Yan naturally had nothing to cowardly. Soon, a wisp of Muxuan spiritual energy floated towards the phoenix divine tree, probably not even a 10,000th. At this moment, Fang Yan clearly felt the excitement and joy of the phoenix divine tree. About half an hour later, the phoenix divine tree spoke again and said, "You can release that egg." Good. Before the words fell, Mu Xian's spiritual energy dispersed and recondensed behind Fang Yan. Haha. You are dead. Xuedan never expected that Fang Yan would dare to let her out. Chapter 52. Although Xuedan didn't know where this was, let alone the divine phoenix tree, as a 10th order alien beast, nothing could stop her. Back then, Emperor Wu Qin Tianhai would not have been able to catch blood eggs if he hadn't relied on Mu Xian's aura. Boom! In an instant, thunder and lightning flashed, as if pouring out the resentment and anger in Xuedan's heart. However, before the thunder and lightning could move, a crystal-clear phoenix flower quietly appeared, wrapping the blood egg. The thunder and lightning disappeared. Let the deity out. Xuedan was startled for a moment, then subconsciously shouted. No matter how hard she struggled, she still couldn't break through the phoenix flower. What kind of beast is this? Fang Yan ignored Xuedan's struggle and curiously asked about the phoenix sacred tree. I am not sure as well. The phoenix divine tree hesitated, and said, perhaps, she is very likely to come from the legendary god-level civilization. A trace of surprise flashed in Fang Yan's eyes. Your world should be regarded as a 3rd-level civilization, not even a 4th-level civilization. The Phoenix Divine Tree continued, in the current universe, there are a total of 10 levels of civilization. After a pause, the world that can cultivate itself to the Emperor's realm is considered a level 4 civilization, and the world I used to be is a level 7 civilization. Civilization can cultivate a spirit emperor. That's it. Fang Yan nodded knowingly, and said, what about the god-level civilization? The Phoenix Divine Tree hesitated for a moment, and said, I'm not too sure. The strongest person I've ever seen is the Holy King, who comes from a 10th level civilization, is a god-level civilization. Does God really exist? Fang Yan asked instinctively. Have. The Phoenix Sacred Tree said firmly, I didn't believe it before. It wasn't until the 100-flower star was destroyed that I realized that there is a true God in this universe. True God? Fang Yan couldn't help being startled, but recovered quickly. After all, Fang Yan had read a lot of fantasy novels and was looking forward to them, but now that he finally had the opportunity to experience all of them, his heart suddenly became a little excited. The Phoenix Divine Tree obviously didn't intend to answer Fang Yan's question, because she didn't know how to explain it, so she changed the subject and continued, your planet lacks the Emperor's aura, so naturally you can't cultivate into a martial emperor, you can only rely on external force, like a panacea. Is that so? Fang Yan finally understood why there was only a martial emperor in Blue Star until now. I haven't thought of a good solution yet. The Phoenix Sacred Tree sighed, and said, however, you do have a chance, even sanctification. Hearing this, Fang Yan suddenly opened his eyes wide. There is her. After all, the divine phoenix tree shook the phoenix flower where the blood egg was. The egg. Fang Yan glanced at the blood egg. This deity is not an egg. Before the phoenix divine tree could speak, Xuedan seemed to have finally chosen to accept her fate, but when she heard Fang Yan calling her that egg, she became furious and roared, my name is Xuedan, the snow of Feng Xiu, the snow of the panacea. Dan, it's not Xuedan, I'll emphasize it again, it's not Xuedan, it's Xuedan. After a pause, she seemed not enough to relieve her anger, and cursed angrily, it's all the fault of Qin Tianhai, I hate him to death, and when I find him, I will eat him alive. Fang Yan fell silent for a while. It seems that the grievances and resentments between Emperor Wu Qin Tianhai and Xuedan are not that simple. The blood of that egg should be able to help you practice perfection. The Phoenix Divine Tree said. Flawless. Fang Yan showed doubts on his face, so he ignored Xuedan. Actually, above the pinnacle, there is a state of perfection, but it is very difficult to cultivate to this state, and the required conditions are relatively harsh. The Phoenix Divine Tree explained. What conditions? Fang Yan looked very interested. Perfect cultivation and perfect physical body can create a flawless state. The Phoenix Divine Tree said patiently. Obviously, she intends to invest in Fang Yan. Perhaps, when Fang Yan is sanctified, the 100 Flowers clan is expected to revive again, and even become great. Next, the Phoenix Divine Tree told Fang Yan in detail about the real path of martial arts. Turn out to be the avenue that Lansing is in is only the realm of martial arts. In the realm of martial Dao, there are also the realm of spiritual Dao and the realm of holy Dao. Between martial realm, spirit realm, and holy realm, there is a hidden realm. Flawless place. But to achieve perfection, the conditions are extremely harsh. Because every breakthrough in a small realm requires the combination of perfect cultivation and a perfect physical body. For example, Fang Yan is now a red rank martial artist. Before breaking through to an orange rank martial artist, if he cultivates a perfect cultivation base and a perfect body, he can break through to the flawless state first, and then break through to an orange rank martial artist. Although it seems to be a lot of trouble, but in this comparison, Fang Yan is also an orange rank martial artist, but in fact, Fang Yan has already surpassed others. Is anyone really successful in cultivation? After Fang Yan listened, he was very moved, so he asked a question curiously. This condition is indeed very harsh, especially with a perfect body, it is extremely difficult to cultivate successfully. Have. The Phoenix Sacred Tree said firmly, our 100 Flowers clan was wiped out precisely because someone succeeded in cultivation. This. Fang Yan remained silent. However, for millions of years, only one person succeeded in cultivation. The Phoenix Divine Tree added a sentence. Fang Yan showed doubts on his face. In the legend, the state of perfection is one of the ways to become a god. The Phoenix Sacred Tree revealed the biggest secret in its heart. Is this why you think there is a true god? Fang Yan suddenly realized. Yes. The Phoenix Divine Tree did not deny it. If I want to cultivate the state of perfection, does it mean that I will encounter the same risk? Fang Yan asked meaningfully. Yes. The Phoenix Sacred Tree said solemnly. Fang Yan was silent. Benefits and risks coexist. This truth, Fang Yan has always been very clear. Become a god? Destroyed? It's really a bad choice. But who is Fang Yan? His way is to go forward without hesitation. I made a decision. Fang Yan said firmly. The Phoenix Divine Tree didn't say anything, but Fang Yan could clearly feel that she had become agitated. I have limited time, you absorb this drop of blood first. Before the words fell, a drop of blood the size of a teardrop floated out from the phoenix flower that trapped Sweden, emitting a huge aura. You murderer! You dare to swallow the blood of this deity, and this deity is at odds with you. Ah! Sweden roared frantically. Pity! It's useless. Sweden never thought that he was still not out of the clutches of the devil, and this time it was even more extreme. It was fine if his blood was used for research by that kid Qin Tianhai before, but now he would be swallowed up. Unacceptable. Qin Tianhai didn't know how to swallow Sweden's blood, so he had to settle for the next best thing and use it as research material. However, Fang Yan is different. He really didn't know how to devour it, but the Phoenix Divine Tree knew it very well. I'm going to teach you a practice now. Before he finished speaking, a phoenix petal fell on Fang Yan's head, and then disappeared. The immortal divine phoenix art. Fang Yan murmured in his heart. Chapter 53. Fang Yan did a little research and found that although the immortal divine phoenix Ju is not as profound and mysterious as the wordless heart Ju, it definitely surpasses the existence of the heavenly level. Most critical. This is an extremely rare body training method. Fang Yan knew that there were no more than 10 body training methods in Blue Star, all of which were in the hands of major martial arts families. Obviously, most people will not be able to get in touch with body training exercises in their lifetime. Your weakness lies in your physical body. This exercise is enough to help you cultivate a perfect physical body before the Holy Land. The Phoenix Divine Tree said. I think, isn't this the skill of your 100 Flowers clan? Fang Yan suddenly changed the subject and asked a meaningful question. Having seen the extraordinariness of wordless heart formulas, Fang Yan's vision for exercises is still very reliable. The Phoenix Sacred Tree didn't deny it, sighed, and said, fortune and misfortune depend on each other. Fang Yan was silent. He naturally understood the deeper meaning of the words about the Divine Phoenix Tree. Success can never destroy the Divine Phoenix Art, and defeat can never destroy the Divine Phoenix Art. Perhaps, there was another reason why that Holy King wanted to destroy the 100 Flowers clan, and that was this immortal Divine Phoenix Art. Certainly. This is just Fang Yan's guess. I went to rest. Before the words were finished, the Divine Phoenix Tree was no longer alive. At this moment, the Divine Phoenix Tree was still a dead tree, with only a bare trunk and sparse branches, except for the 3 phoenix flowers. You can use these wood mysterious spiritual energy as you like. Fang Yan hesitated for a moment and said seriously. Thanks. A dreamlike voice came from the Phoenix Sacred Tree. At this time, in front of Fang Yan, there was a drop of blood, which was Xuedan's blood. Xuedan was still roaring crazily. Emperor Wu once said that if human beings can absorb the blood of the blood egg, it will not be difficult to become Emperor Wu. Suddenly, Guang Yu appeared in front of Fang Yan, and said solemnly, without emotion at all. Yet, Fang Yan was a little curious. Unfortunately, Emperor Wu has never been able to find a good way to let humans absorb the blood of the blood egg. Guanjihu said seriously. Too violent. What Fang Yan thought, after all, the energy transmitted by the super black hole clone is too violent, so that Fang Yan dare not absorb it directly, and can only let it transform itself. Guanjihu said, many experiments have been done, and many powerful beasts swallowed the blood of the blood egg. As a result, those beasts directly exploded and died, and there were no ashes left. This. Fang Yan glanced at the drop of Xuedan's blood Dangxiu, and hesitated for a moment. He understood what Guanjiu meant. Be careful and be careful. You finally know how powerful this deity is, right? Haha. If you are sensible, return that drop of divine blood quickly and let this deity out. When this deity is in a good mood, I will spare you all. As soon as Xuedan heard Guanjihu's words, he stopped roaring immediately, and said proudly, as if showing a proud expression. Fang Yan and Guanjihu didn't seem to hear it. It'll be fine. Fang Yan finally had a choice. Then, sitting cross-legged, he swallowed the drop of blood that had been wrapped in true qi in one gulp, and then sent it into the sea of qi. Boom! Fang Yan seemed to hear a huge explosion, and suddenly felt a mushroom egg explode in the sea of air, impacting his body crazily. Without further ado, Fang Yan immediately activated the immortal Divine Phoenix Art. At this moment, Fang Yan's originally skinny body swelled crazily, and his skin became extremely red, like red-hot steel. Huge energy detected. Guanjihu said instinctively. Ahaha! You just wait to die. How dare you not listen to this deity? Haha, wait to die. Seeing Fang Yan's appearance of exploding to death at any moment, Xuedan smiled even more proudly. However, the next moment, Xuedan's laughter stopped abruptly. At some point, an emerald green phoenix leaf fell from the sky and landed on Fang Yan's head. Fang Yan's originally swollen body recovered immediately, and he was no longer skinny, but became stronger and taller. In the middle of the red rank. In an instant, Fang Yan's martial arts cultivation has made a breakthrough. How can it be? Seeing this scene, Xuedan shouted out in disbelief. There is something that can suppress her blood. It's unbelievable. Especially in this extremely backward world. However, facts are facts. Late stage of red rank. Fang Yan broke through again. The color of true qi that emanates has obviously deepened a lot. Breakthrough again. Xuedan was not reconciled. Fang Yan not only survived, but also got a blessing in disguise, and his cultivation improved by leaps and bounds. Impossible! Xuedan suddenly roared. The pinnacle of the red rank. The red rank is flawless. At this moment, the crimson genkai overflowing from Fang Yan's body became as deep red as blood, and even shone with a colorful halo. This is one of the hallmarks of flawless land. Contains colorful light. However, this colorful halo just flashed by. Fang Yan still hasn't woken up from his cultivation state. Xuedan was completely silent. She really didn't want to believe that in this extremely backward and barren world, there were still people who could cultivate the flawless realm, even if it was just a low-level flawless realm. She was still deeply shocked. But the next moment, Xuedan was shocked again. The genkai on Fang Yan's body is no longer crimson, but has turned into bright orange. Although it is very faint, it does indicate that he has successfully broken through to an early stage orange rank martial artist. Most critical. It seems that Fang Yan's martial arts cultivation base is still breaking through. Who is this? Xuedan couldn't help complaining to Fang Yan. Did she underestimate Fang Yan, this weak little human being? The next day, early in the morning, Fang Yan was still sitting cross-legged on the bed, maintaining a state of cultivation. Suddenly, a ray of bright orange light erupted from Fang Yan's body, instantly turning the originally white room into orange. Fang Yan seemed to have turned into a big light bulb. But soon, the true energy overflowing from Fang Yan dissipated by itself. Peak. Fang Yan slowly opened his eyes, and subconsciously glanced at his palm. A ray of bright orange qi emerged, the kind that was still quite dark. This is enough to show that Fang Yan's martial arts cultivation at this time is the peak martial artist of the orange rank. Afterwards, Fang Yan felt the true qi in the sea of qi, all of which turned into a solid state, and he was unable to absorb any more true qi, which showed that he was indeed a peak orange rank martial artist. Good. Fang Yan exhaled slowly, smiled slightly, showing a satisfied look. I've only practiced the first level now, so it's so powerful. Fang Yan recalled the immortal divine phoenix art, still feeling a little surprised. Fang Yan really doesn't know what level of cultivation method the immortal phoenix art is, even the phoenix divine tree can't tell, but this cultivation method is indeed very profound, and it is definitely in existence beyond the heavenly level. Fang Yan comprehended for a whole night, and he only succeeded in cultivating Yizongtian. The immortal divine phoenix art has a total of 33 heavens, one for each heaven. Now Fang Yan has only cultivated to the first level, and his martial arts cultivation has improved by leaps and bounds. Certainly. Fang Yan knew very well that the phoenix leaf also played an important role, balancing the game between energy and the physical body. In addition, that drop of pill blood also played a miraculous effect. Chapter 54. Originally, Fang Yan could break through to the rank of Huang rank martial artist now. Fang Yan had no choice but to stop for the sake of the orange level. To successfully cultivate the second level of the immortal divine phoenix Ju, his martial arts cultivation base can reach the orange level flawless. Lei Yuan Snow Crystal. Fang Yan murmured, remembering that this kind of thing came from a strange beast in the deep sea. The second level of the immortal divine phoenix art requires the assistance of Yuan Swedging to cultivate successfully. After that, Fang Yan didn't think too much about it. Deep sea beasts are not so easy to find. He had to rush back to the Lion War camp to report. If you want to fight against the Pu family and the Jin family of the Juxing group, the power of the Battle Lion camp is indispensable. As for the Murong family, Fang Yan still chooses their edge first. As long as the Murong family doesn't come here to make troubles, Fang Yan won't bother. Let's settle the Pu family first. Lin's Hixie is quite talented, he has cultivated to the second level so quickly. Fang Yan sighed. Originally, he thought that it would take at least a month for Lin's Hixie to cultivate the Blood Moon 100 Flowers art to the second level. Next. After Fang Yan washed up, he hurried to Huahe Wei Yuan. As for Feng Yongzi, he did not see it. Training course. Is Fang Yan here yet? Yan Shuangxiu glanced at Tian Tingxian and other reserve members of the Lions Battalion, and asked coldly. Tian Tingxian and the others didn't dare to take a breath when they heard the words, for fear of offending Yan Shuangxiu, the cold instructor, if they opened their mouths. Fang Yan said something, maybe he will come later. Xia Yufei 073, who was not far away, said that although she looked a little timid, she still mustered up her courage. Her assistant is really not good. Later. Yan Shuangxiu frowned when she heard this, but she didn't expect Fang Yan to become more and more outrageous. Arrive. Suddenly, a familiar voice came from afar. Before everyone could react, Fang Yan appeared in front of Yan Shuangxiu, standing as straight as a pine. V3. Just when Yan Shuangxiu was about to say something, she opened her lips, as if seeing something unbelievable. She was so shocked that she forgot what she was about to say. Fang Yan just smiled lightly, knowing that his martial arts cultivation would be hard to hide from Yan Shuangxiu. In fact, until now, Fang Yan didn't know Yan Shuangxiu's martial arts cultivation, only knew that it was very high, far surpassing Feng Yongzi. Naturally, Tian Tingxian and the others couldn't see the change in Fang Yan, and when they saw Yan Shuangxiu's reaction, they all showed doubts on their faces. Orange steps. Yan Shuangxiu calmed down quickly, and slowly uttered two words in an unbelievable tone. You won't know until you try. Fang Yan took a step back. He really wanted to know how far the gap between himself and Yan Shuangxiu was now. At the beginning, he didn't even have the strength to resist Yan Shuangxiu's full blow. Good, said B. Yan Shuangxiu laughed and yelled violently. The proud snow is like a tide. Without hesitation, Yan Shuangxiu slapped Fang Yan. It was still the same palm as last time. Only Yan Shuangxiu will also improve. Now the power of this palm of Aoxurusheo is far better than before. In an instant, the entire training ground was plunged into the cold winter. The cold wind is coming. Tian Tingxian and others have turned into ice sculptures at some point. Well done. Fang Yan once again felt the horror of Yan Shuangxiu's palm, and immediately shouted. Fist instead of knife. Yuan Long pride. With a punch, it was like a dragon going out to sea, violent true energy emerged, and turned into a figure of a dragon, with the icy aura, and flew towards Yan Shuangxiu's palm. To add insult to injury. It's getting colder all around. The fists and palms collided, and the two icy chi collided together, and a terrifying ice and snowstorm erupted, crying and howling, and swept away in all directions. Dang! 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 Fang Yan took 3 steps back before stabilizing his body, but he had already turned into an ice sculpture. Yan Shuangxiu remained motionless, like a mountain, unshakable. Peak of the orange rank. Yan Shuangxiu stared at Fang Yan firmly, and murmured. Although Tian Tingxian and the others did not show shocked expressions, they were frozen after all, but the shock in their pupils was unparalleled. Especially Zhou Dachuan, he was the first reserve player to compete with Fang Yan. Even if Zhou Dachuan lost to Fang Yan at that time, he was very convinced, but he was confident that he could catch up with Fang Yan. But at this moment, Zhou Dachuan was completely desperate. In just a few days, Fang Yan broke through from the level of martial arts student to the level of martial artist, and became an orange-ranked martial artist. The terrifying speed of this cultivation is not so exaggerated by riding a rocket. Tian Tingxian also had similar psychological activities. At this moment, both of them were completely convinced. Fang Yan is a mountain they cannot surpass. Although Xia Yufei was shocked, she readily accepted it. After all, Yan Shuangxiu had mentioned Fang Yan's potential to her, so she was mentally prepared and reluctantly accepted this fact. She also knew how big the gap between herself and Fang Yan was. Suddenly, a soft sound came from Fang Yan. The ice sculpture shattered. Fang Yan stood in front of Yan Chuangxiu again, looking at this cold instructor in surprise. Blue rank. Fang Yan really couldn't believe that Yan Chuangxiu was actually a blue rank martial artist. While Fang Yan was surprised, Yan Chuangxiu was even more surprised that Fang Yan could break free from the ice sculpture. You know, Fang Yan at the time couldn't do this. Even though Fang Yan is now a peak orange rank martial artist, it is still impossible to do this. Your strength shouldn't be inferior to that of early stage Huang rank martial artists. Yan Chuangxiu quickly came to a conclusion. Fang Yan just smiled slightly. He also knew very well in his heart that at the last moment, Yan Chuangxiu withdrew his strength, otherwise he would not die or be disabled. Good. Yan Chuangxiu couldn't help but praise, she seemed in a good mood. Originally, Chuangxiu was still worried about Fang Yan's participation in the evaluation and assessment of the war camp today. Now, she doesn't have to worry at all. Fang Yan has been able to break the rules and join the Warrior Lions Battalion. But Yan Chuangxiu still intends to let Fang Yan participate in the evaluation and assessment of the Battle Lion camp. She wants to show those guys with eyes above the top what a real martial arts genius is. Most importantly, the rewards obtained from those assessments are extremely precious and cannot fall into the hands of others. Warrior, come out! Yan Chuangxiu suddenly yelled. Boom! All the ice sculptures were broken. Tian Tingxian and others regained their freedom again. Arrive! Tian Tingxian was the first to stand up. He did not disappoint Yan Chuangxiu, and finally broke through to the red rank martial artist the day before. Only Tian Tingxian stood up. Others still failed to break through to the martial master realm. Seeing this, Yan Chuangxiu was not disappointed, or in other words, everything was as expected. Martial master, how can it be so easy to break through? Now that Fang Yan is the trump card, Chuangxiu naturally cannot expect too much. Quantity is not enough, then quality tops up. One person wins 10. Xia Yufei, go get ready. Yan Chuangxiu glanced at Xia Yufei. Yes. Xia Yufei left quickly. You two, come with me. Saying that, Yan Chuangxiu looked at Zhou Dachuan and said, you are in charge of today's special training. Yes. Zhou Dachuan took a step forward, saluted a standard military salute, and his gaze became firmer. Maybe, he can't keep up with Fang Yan's pace, but he can't tolerate being too far behind. Chapter 55. Yan Chuangxiu took Fang Yan and Tian Tingxian away from the training ground and came to a parking lot. A gorgeous aerospace fighter has been waiting for a long time. Is this the mysterious bird? Fang Yan has always had a dream of flying, and he knows everything about fighter jets very well. This is the Xian Niao Kai. Before Yan Chuangxiu could speak, Tian Tingxian said excitedly. Mysterious bird change? The latest. Fang Yan asked curiously. Well, recently I just started to test the flight. Obviously, Tian is very concerned about this information. These days, Fang Yan was busy practicing, so naturally he didn't notice these things. Suanyao Kai is obviously bigger than Suanyao. Instructor, get ready. Xia Yufei came from not far away. Seeing Xia Yufei's appearance, Fang Yan couldn't help but startled. At this time, Xia Yufei put on a heavy flight suit, not to mention, although she looked small, she was really pretty and heroic. When did you learn to fly a fighter plane? Fang Yan couldn't help asking curiously. Fang Yan really didn't know much about Xia Yufei. She obtained a full range of pilot licenses at the age of 16. Yan Chuangxiu replied, then changed the subject and said, go. Yes. Xia Yufei immediately ran to Suanyakai. Let her drive. Fang Yan couldn't believe it. She passed the test. Yan Zhuangxiu replied indifferently. Envious. Tian Tingxian looked at Suanyakai, his eyes glowed. Come on, let's go up. Thus, the three of Yan Zhuangxiu rode in the back seat of Xian Niaokai. Suanyakai has 4 seats in total. Boom! With a roar, the Suanyaokai had taken off vertically, and then turned into a stream of light and disappeared into the sky. So fast! Fang Yan felt the speed of Suanyao's change, and he praised it in his heart. At least 30 times the speed of sound. This is an unimaginable speed for the former human beings. This morning, you are going to take part in a military assessment, and only if you pass can you really join the war camp. Yan Zhuangxiu said casually. No. Fang Yan and Tian Tingxian said at the same time. And in the afternoon, there will be a competition between the major military departments. If you are interested, you can also participate. The rewards are not bad. Yan Zhuangxiu added. The other military departments are still very interested in the assessment of the Battle Lion Battalion of the Zhuquan military headquarters, and will send some geniuses to watch it. Over time, there will be programs after the assessment. The elite contest between the major armies. This kind of competition has lasted for 300 years. Although it is now a world of Datung, the major military departments are still fighting openly and secretly. After all, there are only so many cultivation resources, one military department gets more, and the other military department must get less. Especially during the 100 years of Emperor Wu Qintianhai's absence, the open and secret struggles among the major military departments have become more intense, and there is even a sign of being uncontrollable. If Emperor Wu Qintianhai did not appear again, this great harmony world would soon fall apart. Less than 10 minutes. The mysterious bird changed to a halt, hovering over an extremely sci-fi city. Baichuan City. This bustling city is located in the central part of Zhuquan, and it is also the command center of Zhuquan's military department, known as the military capital. All major military headquarters have important officers staying in Baichuan City. Not for a while. Suan Yaokai then landed at the Air Force airport. I'm going to change clothes first. Xia Yufei quickly left after changing the Xian Niaokai. Fang Yan stood behind Yan Zhuangxiu and looked around curiously. He had to say that the guards were really tight. This is the first time he left Huahe City and went to other cities. Huahe City is 1,000 kilometers away from Baichuan City. If it wasn't for an aerospace fighter like Xian Niaokai, it would generally be impossible to pass through the sky occupied by Yulu. Yo? Isn't this Yan Zhuangxiu? Not far away, there was a molesting voice. Miyazaki Shinichi. When Yan Zhuangxiu heard this, she immediately turned her head and looked over. I saw 4 young men walking slowly. From the looks of it, he had just arrived in Baichuan City. The leading young man, who looked to be in his 20s, was wearing a clean and neat military uniform. The epaulets on his shoulders showed that he was a major-level officer, the same level as Yan Zhuangxiu. It has to be said that this young man is young and promising. He is exactly the Miyazaki Shinichi that Yan Zhuangxiu said, and he is from Dongchuan Military Headquarters. Dongchuan Military Headquarters is mainly based on the former Koryo Kingdom, Inaying Kingdom, and Austrian Rat Kingdom. It is one of the 7 major military headquarters in the 5-claw Datung world. At the same time, Shinichi Miyazaki is also one of the 12 golden seats, located in the 5th seat of Cancer. Obviously, Miyazaki Shinichi is not yet over 24 years old, but his martial arts cultivation has reached the level of a blue-rank martial artist. To sit firmly on the 12 gold martial seats, the cultivation of a blue-rank martial artist is essential. Most critical. Miyazaki Shinichi is the captain of the Hungry Wolf Battalion, an elite unit of the Dongchuan military headquarters, and his position is equivalent to that of Yan Zhuangxiu. The War Lion Battalion is the elite unit of the Zhuquan military headquarters, and the Hungry Wolf Battalion is the elite troops of the Dongchuan military headquarters. The Zhuquan military headquarters is relatively close to the Dongchuan military headquarters, so Yan Shuangxiu has often been in contact with Miyazaki Shinichi. There is an incompatible tit-for-tat. Although Yan Shuangxiu is the third seat of the 12 Golden Warriors, Miyazaki Shinichi doesn't think he will be weaker than Yan Shuangxiu. Is he really Miyazaki? Fang Yan looked at Shinichi Miyazaki for a while, and thought about it. Once, Lin's Hixie mentioned this name, telling him to be careful. At this time, Fang Yan probably understood what Lin's Hixie meant. I saw Miyazaki Shinken looking at Fang Yan, like a hungry wolf, who had been hungry for several days. Even the three people behind Miyazaki Shinichi looked at Fang Yan, filled with an indescribable hostility. If this is not the Air Force airport in Baichuan City, it is estimated that the three people behind Miyazaki Shinichi would have already started. Be careful with the man on Miyazaki Shinichi's left. Suddenly, Yan Shuangxiu's true energy was transmitted to Fang Yan. On the left. Fang Yan looked over subconsciously. It was a man in his early 20s, but his actual age should be more than that. His name is Miyamoto Oboro. Although his appearance is ordinary, his eyes are full of murderous intent, and he is obviously a strong man who has come out of blood and bones. Should be one of your main opponents today. Yan Shuangxiu added, a peak martial artist of the Huang rank. Peak of the yellow rank. Fang Yan remembered, but obviously didn't care much. Green rank martial artists have killed all of them, so naturally they won't be afraid of any yellow rank martial artists. It has to be said that Dongchuan military department is still full of talents. There are not many peak Huang rank martial artists in their early 20s, and there are not many people in the entire army. There are two other people, you will see them later, one is from the West American Army, and the other is from the Aochuan Army, both are peak Huang rank martial artists. Yan Shuangxiu continued to remind, these three people have all had glorious records of defeating early green rank martial artists, and even mid-green rank martial artists, and there are more than one of them. Yet, Fang Yan looked a little interested. Yan Shuangxiu probably knew what Fang Yan was thinking, and said, don't underestimate the enemy. Fang Yan nodded knowingly. Chapter 56. At this time, Miyazaki Shinichi brought the three of Miyamoto Oboro to Yan Shuangxiu. Miyamoto's eyes kept falling on Fang Yan, as if neither Yan Shuangxiu's glamorous beauty nor Xia Yufi's beauty who rushed over could arouse his interest. A burst of invisible coercion erupted from Miyamoto's body, and the golden light flashed past. Fang Yan smiled, as if nothing had happened. Seeing this, Miyamoto couldn't help frowning. He still underestimated Fang Yan. Originally, Miyamoto saw that Fang Yan was only a peak orange rank martial artist, and he dared to appear here. This is Dongchuan's trump card. Of course Yan Shuangxiu knew about the secret rivalry between Miyamoto and Fang Yan, so she looked at Miyazaki Shinichi and smiled. Shinichi Miyazaki just laughed without saying 600. Walk. Soon, Miyazaki Shinichi took Miyamoto Oboro and the others and left quickly. That Fang Yan is weird. Miyamoto took a step forward and said in Miyazaki Shinichi's ear. Shinichi Miyazaki turned his head and glanced at Hakuro Miyamoto. My coercion seems to be unable to concentrate on him, Speaking of this, Miyamoto pondered for a moment, and said, it seems to be absorbed by something. It is estimated that he practiced some strange exercises. Miyazaki Shinichi obviously didn't take this matter too seriously. After all, some people's Genkai attributes will be very strange. Not to mention, no matter how powerful Fang Yan was, he was only a peak orange rank martial artist, and there was no comparison at all with a yellow rank peak martial artist like Miyamoto. Should be. Miyamoto did not deny this. If he dares to participate in the military competition, let him not go. Miyazaki Shinichi said coldly. Must. Miyamoto gave a cruel smile. Although the military can't kill people in a martial arts competition, it is still possible to make the opponent lie in bed for half a year. Half a year is very precious for martial arts geniuses, especially Fang Yan's period, which can be described as the golden age of martial arts cultivation, and if he misses it, he will suffer heavy losses. Obviously, Miyazaki Shinichi didn't want a strong person to appear beside Yan Chuangxiu. This is why Yan Chuangxiu reminded Fang Yan to be careful. Miyazaki Shinichi often targets people around Yan Chuangxiu. There is no way, it is impossible for Miyazaki Shinichi to deal with Yan Chuangxiu in the open, but it is still no problem to destroy the people around Yan Chuangxiu with a little trick. Let's go too. After all, Yan Chuangxiu took Fang Yan and the three of them and left in another direction. Although Yan Chuangxiu was a little worried about Fang Yan, but thinking about this guy's many tricks, he felt relieved. Yan Chuangxiu felt that it was a bit unnecessary for a guy who had cultivated from a martial artist to a peak orange rank martial artist in just a few days. By the way, your superiors have instructed you to wipe out the underground black market in Suanhua town, and recorded 3 military exploits for you. Yan Chuangxiu said casually. Third-class meritorious service. Fang Yan was a little surprised. It was originally a second-class military exploit, but later other military departments objected, so it could only be changed to a third-class military exploit. Yan Chuangxiu said through gritted teeth. Others may not know it, but Yan Chuangxiu knows very well that the underground black market in Suanhua town must have the secret support of other military departments. In the absence of Emperor Wu, Shendu, the ghosts and snakes on all sides, became restless. Thinking of this, Yan Chuangxiu was a little worried. Fine. Fang Yan didn't care about military exploits or not. Come on, let's go. Yan Chuangxiu changed the subject, changed her mood, and smiled slightly. Although meeting Miyazaki Shinichi and Inazakura felt a bit disgusting, those guys from the Dongchuan military headquarters were the ones who opposed Fang Yan's second-class military exploits the most, but she is really in a good mood now. After all, Fang Yan has brought her too much surprise. Third-class military exploits, really good. Hearing this, Tian Tingxian was so envious that he almost drooled. Third-class military exploits, is that an exaggeration? Fang Yan was a little surprised when he saw Tian Tingxian's reaction. You can get a 7th order blood crystal for the third-class combat exploits. Xia Yufei knew that Fang Yan didn't care much about these things, so she explained. What? 7th order blood crystal? Fang Yan was very surprised. He naturally knew what a 7th order blood crystal was. The so-called blood crystal is a crystal formed by condensing the blood of alien beasts. The 7th order blood crystal is condensed from the blood of the 7th order strange beast. Generally speaking, after becoming a martial artist, the effects of various body-enhancing potions are basically not very good. Even if it is an S-level body-enhancing potion, it still has some effect on red-rank martial artists, but for orange-rank martial artists, its potency can basically be ignored. The resource that a martial artist really needs is blood crystals. A 7th level alien beast is equivalent to an indigo level martial artist. 7th rank blood crystals, even for purple rank martial artists, are very much needed. After all, the 8th level blood crystals are too precious, and most of the training resources used by Wu Jun are 7th level blood crystals. After all, the way to obtain them is much simpler and much more. As for the 9th order blood crystals, they are basically reluctant to use them. Only when hitting the bottleneck, do they consider using this super precious cultivation resource. As for the 10th order blood crystal, it has not appeared yet. How can it be so easy to obtain the blood of a 10th order alien beast? With the 7th order blood crystal, Fang Yan is more confident in cultivating the orange level flawless, even without using the blood pill. After all, Dangxiu still has huge side effects for Fang Yan at this stage. Pill blood is so violent that when it is absorbed, the body feels very uncomfortable. If it weren't for the help of Phoenix Leaf, which alleviated most of the side effects, Fang Yan estimated that he would not be able to break through to the orange-rank martial artist so smoothly. In fact, Fang Yan hasn't completely digested that drop of blood pill yet, it still remains in the sea of qi, and only consumed about 1/10 of it. From this we can see how terrifying the berserk energy contained in that drop of pill blood is. If there is a 7th order blood crystal to assist, you can temporarily not use the blood pill. 5.4 By the way, Instructor Yan, what is the reward for this military competition? Tian Tingxian asked curiously. I heard it's Lei Yuan snow crystal. Yan Shuangxiu thought about it for a while, and said regretfully, it's a pity that I can't participate. Obviously, Shuangxiu is very interested in Fu Yuan Xujing. Hey? Thunder Yuan snow crystal. Fang Yan was overjoyed when he heard this. There is no place to find when you break through the iron shoes, and it takes no effort to get it. No, it's delivered to your door. But Fang Yan is also very clear that the military competition is definitely not easy. Oboro Miyamoto must have come to participate in the military competition. This also means that the participants are all powerful Huang-rank martial artists. Let's take a look first. Fang Yan had a decision in his mind. Participation is a must. Chapter 57. Martial Arts Arena. At this time, the surrounding area was already full of people. The assessment of the Battle Lion Battalion is open to the outside world, but it is limited to the major military departments. Fang Yan followed Yan Shuangxiu into the martial arts arena, and saw soldiers from all over the world sitting in the auditorium, showing a look of great interest. As the elite unit of the Juquan military headquarters, the War Lion Battalion will inevitably receive the attention of other military departments. The content of the assessment is actually very simple, it is a competition. In a sense, the War Lion Battalion is the super special forces. Forces necessary. The assessment is about to start, you go and report first. Yan Shuangxiu glanced at Fang Yan and Tian Tingxian. Yes. Thus, Yan Shuangxiu and Xia Yufei were left behind. She glanced around, then walked to the instructor's seat not far away. Xia Yufei followed quietly. Although she was mentally prepared, she was inevitably a little nervous when she saw so many soldiers, and many of them looked murderous, but she soon recovered. Not all 24 of the people present were martial artists, but 80% of them were martial artists. Yan Shuangxiu, why are only 2 people here in Hawaii this time? As soon as Yan Shuangxiu sat down, a man walked towards her. 2 people, enough. Yan Shuangxiu met the man's gaze and smiled faintly. That man has golden hair, looking from a distance, it looks like a scorching sun. For this man, he dare not underestimate at all. The reason is simple. He is the chief of the 12 golden armored seats, occupying Pisces, named Chorus, from the West American Army, the captain of the West American Navy SEAL Battalion, and holds the rank of Major. Although Chorus is relatively mature, he is indeed less than 24 years old. On his sharp and resolute face, there is an unparalleled confident smile. Chorus sat beside Yan Shuangxiu very naturally, and said, "You are still as confident as ever." Each other. Yan Shuangxiu still smiled faintly. Normally, she must have a cold face. But thinking of Fang Yan's strength, Yan Shuangxiu laughed naturally. Strength, group can explain everything. It is undeniable that Yan Shuangxiu is still a little worried about Fang Yan, but she knows that these worries are unnecessary. Fang Yan already has the ability to take Yan Shuangxiu's palm. Facing the peak martial artist of the Huang rank, as long as he doesn't underestimate the enemy, even if he can't defeat the opponent, he is enough to protect himself. Cooperating with Fang Yan's incomparable martial arts moves, especially the saber technique, it is not impossible to drag the opponent to death. In general, Fang Yan has a good chance of winning. At least, Frost Snow thinks so. She didn't want Chorus to affect her mood. Just face it with a smile. My dear little swallow, you are finally here. Before the words were finished, a tall figure sat on the other side of Yan Shuangxiu. This voice is very crisp and full of sisterly feeling. It was a woman with long wavy curly hair, golden yellow, loosely scattered behind her back. There is a sweet smile on the face of a typical Western beauty. Krisha, I haven't seen you for half a year, and I've grown up a lot. Before Yan Shuangxiu could speak, Cruz jokingly said, looking at the blonde woman, a trace of nostalgia flashed in the blue pupils. At this moment, Xia Yufei sat behind Yan Shuangxiu and couldn't sit still. She didn't care as much as Fang Yan did. Xia Yufei had already known the important figures in the military department. Xia, known as the goddess of war of the Aochuan army, although she is tall, beautiful, and charming, her fighting power is unbelievably violent. Chrysia, the second seat of the 12 gold martial seats, occupies the Virgo seat, and her martial arts cultivation level is the same as that of Chorus, both of whom are peak blue rank martial artists. As for Yan Shuangxiu, her martial arts cultivation base is only a late blue rank martial artist. Of course, in terms of potential, Yan Shuangxiu was even better. Being young is an advantage. Cruz is 23 years old this year, Litzia is 22 years old this year, and Yan Shuangxiu is only 20 years old this year. When Xia Yufei saw the three heroes of the army gathered together, she couldn't help feeling nervous. At this time, Xia Yufei also sat down next to two tall men, both with typical Western faces, who were the assistants of Chorus and Chrysia. When the two Western strongmen saw Xia Yufei's delicate appearance, and her cultivation was only a 3-star martial artist, their eyes showed a trace of disdain. The people in the Juquan military department are nothing more than that. Certainly. The two strong men in the West also knew very well that the military's support personnel may not be strong, but they would not be looking for a delicate little girl like Xia Yufei. Xia Yufei naturally felt an invisible pressure, but she couldn't embarrass Yan Shuangxiu and Fang Yan, so she could only bite the bullet and summon up courage, sitting upright. As soon as Yan Shuangxiu saw Litzia appearing, she immediately felt a headache and her pressure suddenly increased. There is no other reason. Krisha is Lily. Yan Shuangxiu is very clear about one more thing, Cruz likes Litzia. Because of this, Chorus would target Yan Shuangxiu from time to time. Thus, a strange triangle relationship was born. If possible, Yan Shuangxiu really wanted to avoid Litzia, but as a soldier, she couldn't choose to escape, she had to deal with it head-on. Yan Shuangxiu's original good mood suddenly lost half. In fact, Yan Shuangxiu received information that Litzia was on a mission and shouldn't be here, but she didn't expect this guy to come here in person. It's about to start. Yan Shuangxiu didn't want to be caught between Chorus and Litzia, so she quickly changed the subject. At this time, the assessment of the war-winning battalion has already begun. It's my junior. Xia Yufei couldn't help being a little surprised when she saw that the first person to appear was Fang Yan. Naturally, Yan Shuangxiu saw Fang Yan stepping up to the large competition stage, and her mood improved again. Fang Yan, let them feel your strength and make them blind. Yan Shuangxiu smiled secretly in her heart. Although Fang Yan is not the youngest peak orange rank martial artist in history, he is definitely the strongest among his peers. In this regard, Yan Shuangxiu is still very confident. Not to mention, it was the first time for Fang Yan to participate in the Lion's Battle Camp assessment, and he would definitely shock everyone. Fang Yan's opponent is a soldier from the non-Sichuan army, named Li Li. The assessment of the Battle Lion Battalion did not limit that only people from the Juquan military department could participate. If people from other military departments were interested, they could also come and participate. The elite troops of the major military departments are the targets of soldiers. The Battle Lion Battalion is the elite of the elite, and is naturally the first choice for soldiers in various regions. When Rafa saw that his opponent was Fang Yan, he didn't care at first. Although Fang Yan was an oriental person, he was quite strong and tall, but compared to Rafa, he was still a little smaller. However, the moment he stood face to face with Fang Yan, Rafa regretted it. His dark face was full of remorse, and he shouldn't have chosen Fang Yan as his opponent. Chapter 58. The assessment and competition of the Battle Lion Camp is not through lottery, but on a voluntary basis. Whether or not one can join the lion fighting battalion does not depend on the outcome, but on the performance in the martial arts arena. The judging table has long been filled with vicious military officers. These people have all experienced the training of blood and sweat, and walked through the sea of blood. Among them, the chief judge is an extremely powerful purple rank peak martial artist, and also the one with the highest military rank present, at the rank of Major General. There are 5 judges in total, all of whom belong to the Jiuquan military department. After all, the assessment of the War Lion Camp is an internal matter of the Jiuquan military department, and other military departments have no right to intervene. That little guy is interesting. The one who spoke was a middle-aged man next to the chief judge, with a benevolent smile on his face. He looked a little approachable, but these were just appearances. The middle-aged man's name was Tianxing Yu. As a senior colonel who had been killed from the battlefield, it was impossible for him to be approachable. At this time, Tianxing Yu looked at Fang Yan's back, showing a playful smile. I heard that Ting Xian from your family has also come to participate in the assessment. The chief judge suddenly asked a meaningful question. Yes. Tianxing Yu was startled when he heard the words, and then suddenly realized, I will do things, don't worry, I will guarantee fairness. This person is Fang Yan, who was recommended by Yan girl. The chief judge changed the subject and said with a smile. His name is Lu Rongguo, and he is now the supreme commander of the Battle Lion Battalion. Lu Rongguo and Yan Zhuangxiu's grandfather are comrades in arms. Although he looks like he is in his early 40s, he is actually over 100 years old. Is it recommended by Miss Yan? When Tianxing Yu heard this, he immediately became interested, and said, this girl has always had her eyes above her head, and she originally wanted to let a few bastards in the family pursue her, but in the end they all got ashamed. Speaking of this, he couldn't help laughing. He didn't care at all that his family's children were rejected by Zhuangxiu. This girl only has martial arts in her eyes, aren't you looking for boredom? Lu Rongguo said something jokingly. Hey? It's over. Just as Tianxing Yu was about to say something, his eyes fell on Fang Yan's back. At this moment, Fang Yan was standing on the competition stage like an unmoving mountain. Rafa, a non-Sichuan soldier, lay down on the ground outside the competition stage at some point, and passed out. Just one punch. Tianxing Yu glanced at the playback video, and couldn't help showing surprise on his face. The scene just now happened so fast that even he, an indigo-rank martial artist, couldn't see it clearly at the first time. Hearing this, Lu Rongguo just smiled slightly, his slightly wrinkled face was filled with a satisfied smile, and said, he doesn't need the next assessment. Tianxing Yu was startled at first, then suddenly realized. He understood what Lu Rongguo meant. To hide Fang Yan, if the assessment continues, more strength must be revealed. Obviously. Lu Rongguo intends to let Fang Yan participate in the next military competition. This is the most important point. I'll make arrangements. After finishing speaking, Tianxing Yu turned around and left. For such a thing, you have to go there in person, so as not to be spoiled by people's hearts. Both of them are very clear that now the Sichuan military department is also full of internal conflicts. A peak martial artist of the orange rank. Lu Rongguo looked at Fang Yan who was walking down the competition stage slowly, and showed a more playful smile. Others might not be able to see clearly, but he could see clearly that this punch probably didn't show 10% of Fang Yan's strength. Certainly. Rafa is a little weaker, which is also a key point. In front of Fang Yan, the red-rank martial artist was indeed not enough. Yan Yan's vision is really sharp, this Fang Yan is really talented, I think he can fight against the peak of Huangji. Thinking of this, Liu Rongguo smiled even more happily, causing the judges around him to look puzzled, and finally he could only laugh apologetically. At the same time, Yan Shuangxiu didn't know what Liu Rongguo was thinking, but she knew what the two majors beside her were thinking. At this moment, Yan Shuangxiu always showed a faint smile, completely without the appearance of an iceberg goddess. There is no way, Yan Shuangxiu is so happy at this moment. Especially seeing the shocked faces of Cruz and Christina, Yan Shuangxiu smiled even more happily in her heart. If it wasn't for maintaining her image, she would have wanted to sneer. Let them look down on Fang Yan before. It's good now. Get slapped hard by Fang Yan. Rafa is quite well known in the Feichuan military headquarters. He is a peak red rank martial artist and has a very good record. He once hunted and killed a third-rank strange beast by himself. This is also Rafa's battle of fame. A third-tier alien beast is equivalent to an orange-rank martial artist. This is enough to show that Rafa's fighting power is more powerful. However, it was such a warrior who couldn't resist even a single punch in front of Fang Yan. Even scarier, Fang Yan never moved a single step from the beginning to the end. Xia Yufei was naturally very happy to see Fang Yan winning easily. When will I be as strong as my junior? Xia Yufei was longing for it. Since she was a child, her physique was different from that of ordinary people. She has never been sick, even if she has a cold or something, and even if she is injured, she will recover quickly. Kind of like a scar. But this secret has always been known only to herself, and she dare not tell others, including her parents. It's not that she doesn't trust her parents, but that the more people she knows, the worse it will be for her. Xia Yufei didn't want to become an experimental subject, and be caught and dissected and studied by interested people. Until I met Yan Shuangxiu. Yan Shuangxiu saw that Xia Yufei's physique was abnormal, so she asked someone to examine her in detail, only to find out that it was the mysterious body of wood spirit mentioned by Emperor Wu. In the martial pagoda, several special physiques are recorded, some of which are beneficial to the cultivation of martial arts, while others hinder the cultivation of martial arts. The wood spirit mysterious physique belongs to the latter, hindering martial arts cultivation. This is also the fundamental, Qinhe reason for Xia Yufei's slow cultivation. She's weak, it's not that she doesn't work hard enough. Certainly. The biggest feature of the wood spirit mysterious physique is its super invincible self-healing ability. Even if the head is broken or the heart is broken, as long as the self-awareness does not disappear, even if it is completely asleep, the body can still recover by itself, and there is no need for any external force. It was precisely because of this that Yan Shuangxiu asked Xia Yufei to learn to drive the Xian Niao Kai to make up for her lack of combat power. Xia Yufei is also very talented in this area. It is estimated that Xia Yufei also realized this a long time ago, so she went to obtain various pilot licenses early on, which can be said to be the whole series. Hey! The junior was exceptionally promoted to the Lion Warrior camp. Suddenly, a broadcast came. Xia Yufei couldn't help but startled, and then smiled happily. As expected of a junior, Xia Yufei was very happy. Yan Shuangxiu couldn't accept it anymore. Chapter 59. Yan Shuangxiu brought Fang Yan here to show off her power, but now, she is still showing off her power and showing off her power. Fang Yan will not be able to teach the talented warriors of other military departments a good lesson. It must be what Grandpa Liu meant. Yan Shuangxiu quickly thought of something. Although Fang Yan concealed his martial arts cultivation, how could he be able to hide it from Liu Rongguo? No. Suddenly, Yan Shuangxiu thought of something and couldn't help laughing. Obviously, Yan Shuangxiu guessed that Liu Rongguo planned to hide Fang Yan's strength to prepare for the military competition in the afternoon. No, the reward cannot be less. Yan Shuangxiu soon made a decision. The expressions of Cruz and Chrysia were even more ugly. This kind of thing has not happened for many years. This is enough to show that Fang Yan's strength is beyond doubt. We've all missed it. Cruz glanced at Ke Lijia through Yan Shuangxiu's face. Little swallow, you hide really well, I was deceived by you. Kelizia didn't respond to Cruz's words, but stared at Yan Shuangxiu with a bit of blame. Yan Shuangxiu still just smiled. Smiling without saying a word is the best response. 063 just die these two guys. Cruz glanced at Yan Shuangxiu, guessing that the Zhuquan army department wanted to hide Fang Yan, but he didn't care much. In the face of absolute strength, any conspiracy is like a moon in a mirror, a flower in the water, vulnerable to a single blow. Ke Lijia just glanced at Yan Shuangxiu resentfully, her beautiful eyes were full of regret. This kind of iron and simple girl who only focuses on martial arts is really difficult to deal with. Fang Yan's exceptional promotion was just a small disturbance during the assessment, which quickly subsided. Assessment, continue. Many newcomers came on stage one after another, only half of them were from Zhuquan, and the remaining half came from all over the world. Tian Tingxian also successfully defeated one person, and his performance was not bad. If there is no accident, he can join the warrior lion camp as he wishes. A few others performed quite well. One of them, named Lin's Haihao, was extremely eye-catching. He won 3 out of 3 battles, and all of them defeated the enemy once. Most critical. Lin's Haihao's opponents were all stronger than him in terms of martial arts cultivation alone, but the result was shocking. At this time, Fang Yan was sitting in the auditorium, looking at Lin's Haihao who had just won the contest and walked off the stage. Even if he didn't investigate, Fang Yan could be sure that Lin's Haihao was the big brother that Lin's Hixi called, a ruthless and profit-oriented person. After Lin's Haihao stepped off the competition stage, he suddenly turned to look at Fang Yan, his gaze was full of provocation. Obviously, this was Lin's Haihao's intention. Recently, Lim Jihe's great changes have attracted Lim Jiho's attention. After some investigation, although no clear evidence was found, Lin's Hixi discovered a coincidence. His intuition believed that Lin's Hixi's change had something to do with Fang Yan. During this period of time, there were not many people who had come into contact with Lin's Hixi, but Fang Yan's behavior was the strangest. Especially when Lin's Haihao was sure that both Fang Yan and Lin's Hixi had been to the underground black market, he was even more sure that the two had an extraordinary relationship. Only, there is no real evidence. Not to mention, now Lin's Hixi has become the most popular person in the Pu family. Although Park Jinyun is dead, Lin's Hixi still lives in the Park family as his nominal fiancé, enjoying luxurious treatment. After all, a martial artist is very important to a family. In particular, Lin's Hixi showed enough potential, and now he has broken through to the early stage of the orange rank. This point was never thought of by the Pu family, and it was something Lin's Haihao never dared to imagine. The current Lin's Hixi's status in the Pu family can be said to be at its peak. There was even a proposal from the core power holders of the Pu family to let Lin's Hixi remarry to other outstanding children of the Pu family to continue the bloodline. But in the end, this proposal was firmly rejected by Lin's Hixi. With strength, speaking is different. As the news of Pu Yuxian's death spread throughout the Pu family, those in power in the Pu family valued Lin's Hixi even more. Lin's Hixi has obviously become the hope of the new generation of the Park family. Seek Yun is dead, Park Yuxian is dead, and no one from the Pu family has stood up. Cultivating Lin's Hixi has become the Pu family's last choice. After all, there is no better one. The offspring of the strong can often get a certain amount of inheritance, and there is a greater chance of giving birth to a stronger person. Obviously, this is what the Pu family had in mind. As long as Lin's Hixi gives birth to offspring as soon as possible and continues the Pu family's bloodline, everything can be discussed. Lin's Hixi also knew very well that words should not be said to death, so she told those in power in the Pu family that if she did not break through to a green rank martial artist, she would not consider having children. Even if Park Jinyun is dead, there are seeds left in the freezer, which can be used for artificial insemination. Naturally, Fang Yan didn't know about the Pu family's affairs, so he didn't have time to ask Lin's Hixie about it. Facing Lin's high-house gaze, Fang Yan didn't care at all, just smiled lightly. Just like that, want to provoke him too? Fang Yan understood a little bit why Lin's Hixie didn't like this big brother, he really was awesome. Afterwards, Fang Yan stood up, turned and left. Yan Chuangxiu was looking for him. Afternoon. The military competition is going on as scheduled. Compared with the assessment of the Lions camp in the morning, the martial arts arena is now more lively, crowded with people, many soldiers are standing directly, there is really no extra seats. Although military competitions are held every year, the gold content is extremely high, and occasionally they will jump out of the dark horse and fight all the way to the finish line. The former Emperor Wu Qin Tianhai was such a dark horse that directly shocked the countries. Before Qin Tianhai became Emperor Wu, there was still a country. However, there will be martial arts competitions between countries, and military competitions are considered to be traditional events that have been preserved back then. After Qin Tianhai became Emperor Wu, he unified the world and had the current Datuang world. After so many years of development, human beings have long since lost the concept of a country, but there are always a small group of ambitious people who, desperately, want to reproduce their desire for power. You're the first one out, little dim sum. Yan Chuangxiu stood in front of Fang Yan and reminded him with concern. The first to appear first will often reveal a certain strength first, and will be targeted by the latecomers. No way. In this military competition, Fang Yan is the one with the lowest level of martial arts, so he needs to be the first to appear. Except for Fang Yan, who is an orange-rank martial artist, the rest of the contestants are all yellow-rank martial artists. It has to be said that Fang Yan, an orange-rank martial artist, seemed a bit out of place among a bunch of yellow-rank martial artists. But Fang Yan doesn't care. The strength of combat power does not depend solely on martial arts cultivation. Who is my opponent? Fang Yan asked. It's Lin's Haihao. Yan Chuangxiu said a little worriedly. Fang Yan didn't know Lin's Haihao very well, but Yan Chuangxiu knew him very well. In fact, Yan Chuangxiu still couldn't figure out why Lin's Haihao, one of the trump cards of the Hungry Wolf Battalion of the Dongchuan military headquarters, would suddenly want to participate in the assessment of the Battle Lion Battalion. On this point, Yan Chuangxiu had to pay more attention. Chapter 60. On the competition stage. Fang Yan and Lin's Haihao stood facing each other. The distance between the two is less than 10 meters. At this time, the competition stage even opened the energy shield to prevent accidents. Military competitions have always been very intense, and if one is not careful, the violent energy will spread to the auditorium. Start! With the sound of an order, Fang Yan and Lin's Haihao released the body protection Zhen Qi at the same time. Neither of them dared to be careless in this level of battle. Even though Lin's Haihao looked down on Fang Yan, as the trump card of the Hungry Wolf Battalion of the Dongchuan Army, he still had a good eye, knowing that Fang Yan must be hiding his strength. Most critical. A mere orange-rank martial artist dares to stand on this stage, and his real combat power is absolutely comparable to that of an ordinary yellow-rank martial artist. Hey? Why is it an orange-rank martial artist? Is there no one in the Battle Lion camp now? Isn't this Fang Yan who just joined the Battle Lion camp? How could he be sent to fight? Has the Juquan army fallen? They actually let a rookie fight. When they saw the bright orange radiance of Fang Yan's body protection Genkai, everyone immediately started talking. Especially the Goryeo Bangsa soldiers laughed outright. Lin's Haihao is the pride of their Goryeo stick soldiers and is known as the descendant of the sun. However, the Battle Lion camp of the Juquan military headquarters even asked a rookie to compete with Lin's Haihao. It simply didn't pay attention to them, the descendants of the sun. Unacceptable. Even some Koryo stick soldiers protested, but were quickly stared back by their officers. Shame! Since the Juquan army looked down on Lin's Haihao would naturally make Fang Yan pay a heavy price. Although the military competition clearly stipulates that no one can be killed, there is no problem with serious injuries. As for the soldiers of the Juquan military headquarters, seeing that Fang Yan was only a top-ranked martial artist of the orange rank, although they felt unwilling, they believed in the judgment and arrangements of their superiors. But the Juquan military department was still very excited to see that Fang Yan was so young and became a peak martial artist of the orange rank at the age of 18. This is a potential stock. Even if you lose now, your future achievements will be limitless. Perhaps, the Sichuan military department asked Fang Yan to accumulate actual combat experience in the military competition. It must be so. The people in the Juquan military department could only comfort themselves in this way. However, before everyone could react, the contest had already been decided. What happened? Everyone was shocked, but their eyes were full of doubts. I saw Fang Yan and Lin's Haihao clashed head-on and past each other, after which Lin's Haihao fell down. Impossible. These were Lin's Haihao's words before he passed out, full of disbelief. Boom! With a sound of shock, Lin's Haihao lay down on the stage like a dead fish. With his back to Lin's Haihao, Fang Yan stood on the stage like an unmoving mountain, but he didn't intend to leave the stage. Who else? Fang Yan put his hands behind his back, and said coldly, the voice was not loud, but it was clearly transmitted to everyone's ears, deafening like a torrent of bells. Mad. Crazy. Very crazy. Seeing Fang Yan's figure like a war god, many soldiers felt an inexplicable sense of oppression in their hearts. Obviously, Fang Yan intends to challenge the aces of the remaining 6 major armies alone. This boldness is so handsome. Fang Yan! Fang Yan! Fang Yan! The soldiers of the Juquan military headquarters couldn't help cheering. Although the Juquan military department has always been the most powerful of the 7 major military departments, they have been provoked by the rest of the military departments in the past 10 years, which made them feel very depressed. Carefully, 5. The deterrence of the Juquan army gradually weakened. Crazy guy. Cruz looked at Fang Yan's back and couldn't help laughing, but he still didn't care much. Others couldn't see what happened just now, but Chorus certainly could. This guy's knife skills are overbearing. Chorus gave the most accurate judgment. Very strong. K. Lijia slowly spit out 2 words, with a little bit of apprehension. If Fang Yan's martial arts cultivation was a blue-rank martial artist, Kelazia realized that she was not absolutely sure that she would take Fang Yan's knife just now. Although Fang Yan didn't use any warriors, just using his palm instead of a knife, he still erupted with such a terrifying power. With just one move, he defeated Lin's Haihao, one of the trump cards of the Hungry Wolf Battalion of the Dongchuan military headquarters. How powerful Lin's Haihao is, no matter whether it is Chorus or Chrysia, they are very clear. Even the ace of the aces in the Hungry Wolf camp, Miyamoto Oboro, it is impossible to defeat Lin's Haihao so easily. Most critical. Cruz and Chrysia knew very well that Fang Yan still had a hand. If Fang Yan strikes with all his strength, Lin's Haihao will surely die. If Fang Yan had a knife in his hand, then the power of this knife would be even more terrifying. TTT. He is the orange rank martial artist. Chorus said something meaningful. Chrysia remained silent, but she understood what Chorus said in her heart. Fang Yan will be their rival. Fang Yan will definitely have a place in the next 12 Golden Warrior seat competition. Every year, the Wu Tower will be opened once. The battle for the 12 Golden Warrior seats was held in the Crown Tower. Occupying the Golden Marshal seat naturally has many benefits, but there are only 12 places, and there is an age limit, no more than 24 years old. Chorus is 23 years old this year, and he can still participate in the 12 Golden Warriors competition. When he thinks of having an opponent like Fang Yan joining, he doesn't have any fear, but becomes excited. The strong are never afraid of real challenges. Kryxia stared at Fang Yan's back, and couldn't help but lick the corner of her mouth. Although she was a lily, she was eager for the battle between the strong. Yan Chuangxiu saw that Cruz and Kelazia were interested in Fang Yan, and for a while, she didn't know whether to cry or laugh. She is very clear about the strength of Cruz and Kryxia, they are two wolves in sheep's clothing. Yan Chuangxiu thinks that she is not yet the opponent of Chorus and Kryxia, but she is young and has potential. It's not that Yan Chuangxiu admits cowardice, but she has self-knowledge and realizes that Cruz and Kelazia are too strong. These two wolves in sheep's clothing are lunatics who can tear apart 7th-order alien beasts. A 7th-level alien beast is equivalent to the existence of an indigo-level martial artist. And Cruz and Kryxia are only the peak blue rank martial artists, and there is still a little gap from the indigo rank. If he didn't use warriors, Yan Chuangxiu wouldn't be fully confident in defeating the 7th-order alien beasts, especially the deep-sea alien beasts. The ocean has now become an absolute forbidden place for human beings. If humans step into the ocean, if they don't die, it can only be said that they are very lucky, even Wu Jun is no exception. In the ocean, there are too many 9th-order alien beasts. 9th-order alien beasts are equivalent to the existence of Wu Jun level. The two fellows, Cruz and Kryxia, are madmen who dare to dive into the deep sea. Certainly. Yan Chuangxiu also dared to dive into the deep sea, but she was as crazy as Chorus and Kelazia. I come. An indifferent voice came from the seat of the Dongchuan military headquarters. Oboro Miyamoto. Chapter 61. This Fang Yan is too crazy, Oboro Miyamoto, you must teach this kid a lesson. That's right. I really thought I was invincible after defeating Lin's Hai Hao. Childish. Long live the Inosakura nation. Oboro Miyamoto, the sword will last forever, party Fang Yan. Inao Ying and the others were extremely excited, as if they had already seen Fang Yan's tragic end. All the soldiers in the Dongchuan military headquarters are very aware of how powerful Miyamoto is, especially Miyamoto's sword skills, even Miyazaki Shinichi praised it. Miyazaki Shinichi is one of the 12 Golden Warriors, representing the strongest combat power of the younger generation. With his approval, Miyamoto's strength is naturally beyond doubt. Fang Yan really went a little crazy this time, so he should get off the court first and take a rest. It's hard to say, I don't think Fang Yan is the kind of stunned young man who looks reckless, but he knows it well. 750 doesn't know the sword skills of the two, who is stronger. The soldiers at the Jiuquan military headquarters were quite calm, even if they were excited for a while just now, especially seeing Fang Yan defeating Lin's Hai Hao in seconds, it was a joy. A little guy who steals the nation dares to be arrogant and doesn't know how to live or die. Just when everyone was discussing, Fang Yan and Miyamoto had already stood on the competition stage, facing each other. The fighting spirit from the collision of eyes affected the surrounding audience, and there was a kind of excitement and excited. Is this kid in a hurry? Tianxing, you really didn't expect Fang Yan to fight Lin Chan, which is obviously not conducive to the next martial arts competition. The rules of the military competition are very simple. Whoever stands on the stage until the end is the champion. Because of this, how to distribute true energy and physical strength is also a technical task. Although there have been situations where a single person crushed all opponents, such a scene is rarely seen in 100 years. Even the original Emperor Wu Qin Tianhai failed to do this. I think he is really in a hurry. Hearing this, Lu Rongguo chuckled. He didn't seem to care too much, and he didn't even care about Fang Yan's victory or defeat. That's why you like him so much. Tianxing, you really didn't understand. Although Fang Yan showed a strong potential, but such things as martial arts competitions really do not depend on potential. Do you know the reason why you are still an indigo martial artist after so many years? Lu Rongguo changed the subject and said something meaningful. Tianxing, you couldn't help but startled. Your eyesight still needs to be tempered, it's not even as good as a girl's. Liu Rongguo laughed again, looking at Fang Yan's back with satisfaction. He didn't seem to care, but he already knew the answer. In this military competition, Fang Yan will surely become the champion, overwhelming the 7th Army. Although the Zhequan military department is full of talents, among the same age, there is no one who can compete with Fang Yan, and the other 6 military departments are indeed so strong, but Liu Rongguo firmly believes that Fang Yan has the ability to defeat all powerful enemies' strength. This is not only a kind of intuition of Liu Rongguo, but also his unique vision accumulated over the years. After receiving such a lesson from Liu Rongguo, Tian Xingye was immediately speechless, and did not dare to refute anything. He has indeed stayed at the top of the indigo rank as a martial artist for 10 years. As a senior colonel, Tian Xingye has never been short of cultivation resources. A martial artist who has no shortage of cultivation resources can't break through for a long time, and indeed he can only find the reason from himself. Talent is a reason, and direction is also a reason. In Liu Rongguo's eyes, Tian Xingye's stagnation was not because of his talent, but because of his direction. Finally, Tian Xingye looked at Fang Yan silently, hoping to get some inspiration from it. Is this the source of your confidence? Shinichi Miyazaki walked over quietly, sat next to Chorus, looked at Yan Chuangxiu's side face through a resolute western face, and said jokingly. The moment the Air Force airport saw Fang Yan, Miyazaki Shinichi knew that there would be a battle between Miyamoto and Fang Yan, but he didn't expect it to be so soon. What surprised Shinichi Miyazaki even more was that Fang Yan's strength could defeat Lin's Haihao in seconds. This was a scene that Shinichi Miyazaki had never imagined. As one of the trump cards of the Dongchuan army, Lin's Haihao lost to Fang Yan in seconds, which made Miyazaki Shinichi a little uncomfortable. After all, Lin's Haihao is also a strong man from Miyazaki Shinzo. And Fang Yan now belongs to Chuangxiu. Lin's Haihao is not as good as Fang Yan, so it means that Miyazaki Shinichi is not as good as Yan Chuangxiu. This is something Miyazaki Shinichi cannot accept. He has to prove himself. For Miyazaki Shinichi is still very confident. Although Lin's Haihao is very powerful, he has a fatal weakness. Occasionally, he will underestimate the enemy and be arrogant. Shinichi Miyazaki believes that Lin's Haihao's instant defeat has a lot to do with his underestimation of the enemy. Before that, no one knew Fang Yan's true strength. Now, seeing Fang Yan's true strength, Miyamoto will naturally pay more attention to it. More critical. Miyamoto has always gone all out, no matter who the opponent is, even if it's just a red-ranked martial artist, he will use all his strength to strike without giving the opponent any chance to fight back. Yan Chuangxiu probably guessed Miyazaki Shinichi's thoughts, but just glanced back at him, showing a faint smile. Laughing without saying a word is enough. Needless to say, when Miyazaki Shinichi saw Yan Chuangxiu's beautiful eyes full of embarrassment, he could only snort coldly. Cruz and Kryzia just showed a look of fun. The 4 of them are all 12 golden warriors, and they know everything about each of them, including their personalities. It's about to start. Kei Lijia suddenly smiled, and a look of anticipation flashed in those blue eyes. Bright weapon. Miyamoto held the scabbard at his waist tightly and said coldly. He is good at swordsmanship. If he didn't use warriors, Miyamoto would not be able to defeat Fang Yan with full confidence. In martial arts competition, weapons can be used in the first place, which is not against the rules. Please. Before he finished speaking, Fang Yan took out the Hanyu saber from the interspatial ring, kicked his legs, and rushed towards Miyamoto like a tiger. Seeing this, Miyamoto still stood still at 4.7, gripped the tachi tightly around his waist, and then assumed a standard Iai chop stance. As long as Fang Yan entered his attack range, he would be defeated without a doubt. It's the Nirvana Slash. Dongchuan military headquarters couldn't help shouting excitedly when they saw Miyamoto's gesture of raising his hands. As soon as the silence comes out, cut off all directions. Not to mention, the Taideo in Miyamoto Oboro's hand is not an ordinary warrior, but a true spirit-level warrior named Mike, which is a well-known sword in the Inazakura area. Everyone could also see that the Hanyudeo in Fang Yan's hand was nothing more than an elite soldier. In this way, Miyamoto has an advantage in both martial arts cultivation and martial arts soldiers. How can Miyamoto Oboro have an invincible reason? However, the facts slapped the Dongchuan military department in the face severely. Chapter 62. Broken Knife. Accompanied by a shout, the true energy in Fang Yan's sea of energy instantly condensed on the cold moon, and the blade was as bright as the moon, and he slashed towards Miyamoto's Mi Quen blade. Obviously, Fang Yan intends to defeat Miyamoto Oboro head-on, not tricky, so that the opponent will be convinced. Beng Dao is a sword technique developed by Fang Yan from Beng Chuan. In Fang Yan's eyes, Miyamoto Oboro is not worthy for him to display Yuan Long's arrogance in this small day. When Miyamoto felt the light of the knife, his pupils shrank involuntarily, and finally realized the real horror of Fang Yan. Sword intent. Fang Yan actually comprehended the sword intent. At this moment, not only Oboro Miyamoto was shocked, but even Cruz, Kreisha, Miyazaki Shinichi and others all stood up at the same time. So shocked. Even Lu Rongguo, a major general who had seen big winds and waves, suppressed his excitement at this moment, pressed his palms under the table on his thighs, and trembled slightly. Fang Yan did not disappoint the old general. There were as many as 10,000 martial artists present, and there was no shortage of real strong ones, such as peak indigo ranked martial artists, or even purple ranked martial artists, but less than 10 people had comprehended the artistic conception of martial arts. Based on this point alone, it must have explained how difficult it is to comprehend the martial Dao realm. Fang Yan 24 is only 18 years old, and he has already comprehended the sword intent, so how can he not shock everyone? Cut. Although Miyamoto was shocked, he immediately calmed down and swung a knife without hesitation. At this moment, time seemed to stand still, even Fang Yan's saber light also stopped. This is only for a split second. Clang! The two knives collided, and there was a deafening bang. When the true chi collided, a terrifying energy storm erupted, sweeping away in all directions, making the clothes of the two people rattle. The saber energy erupted by Miyamoto Oboro was split into two at some point, and finally landed on the energy shield behind Fang Yan, and exploded with a bang. Fortunately, there is an energy shield, otherwise the people in the auditorium over there may suffer. Boom! A muffled sound came out. Miyamoto Oboro flew towards the auditorium like a fired shell, directly passed through the energy shield, and finally landed in the crowd. Everyone was stunned when they saw this scene. Fang Yan's knife is too domineering. Even Oboro Miyamoto couldn't stop it. Does this mean horror? Everyone couldn't help but recall the moment when Fang Yan burst out with the sword intent. Terrified. I remember this knife. Although Miyamoto was hit by an unprecedented impact, she didn't pass out. She stood up staggeringly, stared at Fang Yan, said something coldly, and then turned and left. This knife completely woke up Oboro Miyamoto. This is the realm that Dao of the sword should seek the most. One knife without me. Under one knife, all beings are equal. Soon, Miyamoto Oboro disappeared from everyone's sight. Fang Yan looked at the direction where Miyamoto was leaving, and just sighed. The trump card of the Dongchuan Military Department's trump card, there is indeed something. Fang Yan is confident that his knife is enough to make Miyamoto faint, but the opponent still persisted. Oboro Miyamoto's annihilation saber has never been released. Who else? Fang Yan glanced around slowly, and said calmly. The audience was silent again. If Fang Yan said this before, many people would say he was arrogant. However, Fang Yan's comprehension of sword intent means he has the capital of arrogance. Is he in such a hurry? Yan Shuangxiu finally knew Fang Yan's intentions, and wished to end the military competition immediately. Only Yan Shuangxiu couldn't understand why Fang Yan was in a hurry. Even reincarnation is not so rushing. Fang Yan was really in a hurry. He just received a message from Lin's Hixie, which seemed to be asking for help. Even if the other party didn't say it clearly, he probably didn't want him to worry too much. Anyway, Lin's Hixie is very useful to Fang Yan for the time being. Fang Yan naturally doesn't want Lin's Hixie to make trouble. It is actually very difficult to truly destroy such a behemoth as the Juxing group. If there is a way to control the Juxing group and use it for me, that would be great. Lin's Hixie has this possibility. Fang Yan just needs to magnify this possible probability. He wants to end this military competition as soon as possible. If you can defeat the enemy with one move, you will never use the second move. This kid doesn't have a whole card, does he? Tianxingyu looked at Fang Yan, and understood why Liu Rongguo was so optimistic about Fang Yan. There was indeed something. When Liu Rongguo heard this, he smiled and said nothing. Seeing this, Tianxingyu had an answer in his heart. And the cards? Tianxingyu didn't dare to imagine it. Saber Intent is definitely a warrior's strongest trump card. I'll meet you. Suddenly, a faint silent voice came from the seat of Aochuan's military headquarters. A muscular young man stood up, and with a kick of his legs, that tall mountain-like figure drew a gorgeous arc in midair, and his feet landed firmly on the competition platform, as light as a feather. Obviously, this young man has a very flexible skill. It's Stilin. When everyone saw that tall figure, they immediately cheered, especially those from Aochuan's military headquarters. Still lone. Fang Yan looked at the tall man standing less than 10 steps away, and clenched his fists. This is a master. This is Fang Yan's first impression and judgment of him. Strong. Do you practice boxing? Fang Yan asked meaningfully. Yes. The tall man named Stallone nodded. At this time, Stallone's fists had long been wearing golden gloves, and they were metal gloves. The elite soldier 897 named Tyrannosaurus. Even from a distance, one can still feel the bloody aura emanating from the Tyrannosaurus gauntlet. With this pair of fists, Stallone didn't know how many strange beasts were slaughtered. Good. Fang Yan responded, and withdrew the Hanyu knife. Seeing that Fang Yan didn't intend to use soldiers, Stallone frowned, apparently unable to figure out what kind of medicine was sold in Fang Yan's gourd. I also have a little research on boxing. After all, Fang Yan made a Bajiquan starting posture. Are you looking down on me? Stallone smiled coldly. Better not take it off. Fang Yan suggested. Stilton stopped immediately. He originally planned to take off the Tyrannosaurus gauntlet. Good. Stallone was also welcome. He really wanted to know where Fang Yan's confidence came from. Is this Fang Yan too bullying? What a crazy guy. Stallone, let him see your boxing. It's really young and energetic, and accidents will always happen. Everyone originally thought they had seen Fang Yan's madness, but at this moment, Fang Yan's madness had no limits. Although the Tyrannosaurus gauntlet is only an elite fighter, far inferior to a true spirit fighter like Miyamoto's Mi Quendeo, Fang Yan's plan to fight Stallone with bare hands is too conceited and overconfident. Even Yan Shuangxiu couldn't help feeling a little frightened when she saw this scene. Chapter 63. Yan Shuangxiu felt that she was already arrogant enough, but she didn't expect Fang Yan to be better than Lan. But there is one thing that Yan Shuangxiu can be sure of. It wasn't that Fang Yan looked down on Stallone, and planned to knock down his opponent with the least amount of strength to preserve his strength. As for why Fang Yan wanted to preserve his strength, Yan Shuangxiu was still puzzled. The only thing that is certain is that Fang Yan wants to end the military competition as soon as possible to save his strength and rush for time, and it should be for the same thing. His other hole card is probably about to be revealed. Lu Rongguo said something expectantly. Another whole card. Tian Xingyu is also very interested, what whole card is stronger than Saber Intent? In fact, Lu Rongguo was not sure what this whole card was, and it was just a guess. Fang Yan's explosive strength was far superior to that of martial artists of the same level, so Lu Rongguo guessed that Fang Yan probably practiced body training techniques. Lu Rongguo is well aware of how rare body training exercises are. Logically speaking, it is impossible for Fang Yan to come into contact with body training exercises, which is why Lu Rongguo is not sure. There are less than 10 body training exercises, all of which are in the hands of ancient martial arts families that have been passed down for hundreds of years. Even if the military needs body training exercises, they still have to say hello to these ancient martial arts families. Certainly, practicing body exercises is by no means an easy task. Even for powerful families like the Murong family and the Yan family, there are not many who practice body training techniques. It's not easy. But difficulty and reward are directly proportional. The body training method enables the warrior to have an incomparably powerful physical body, comparable to a soldier. Stallone is a martial artist who has practiced body training techniques. This also made Lu Rongguo look forward to Fang Yan even more. If Fang Yan beats Stallone, it means that Fang Yan has definitely practiced body training techniques. When Lu Rongguo was looking forward to it, the contest between Fang Yan and Stallone had already begun. Fang Yan did not intend to wait and see what happened, but chose to attack quickly. Stallone is no exception. He wanted to know why Fang Yan was so crazy. The two rushed towards each other as soon as the game started. Dragon Tiger Cannon. When the distance between the two was still 7 steps away, Stallone punched Fang Yan without hesitation. The violent true energy erupted from the Tyrannosaurus gauntlet. Xiang Fang Yan is bound to devour him. When everyone saw the shadow of the dragon and the tiger, they were frightened and trembling. Although the name of Dragon Tiger Pow is very common, it is a genuine low-grade mysterious skill, and its power cannot be ignored. However, just when everyone was shocked by Stallone's Dragon Tiger Cannon, a figure seemed to throw a punch at random, and immediately passed through the shadow of the dragon and tiger like a sharp sword. Boom! Accompanied by a bang, 2 fists, one big and one small, collided solidly, and the two completely different fire and ice chi exploded suddenly, forming a terrifying energy storm. Thump thump! Stallone quickly retreated a few steps, leaving a series of footprints on the competition stage, still unable to stabilize his body, dragged out 2 scratches again, slid directly out of the competition stage, and landed in front of the audience. Although Stallone stood proudly, he showed a look of astonishment, raised his head, and looked up at Fang Yan who was standing still on the competition stage. His blue eyes were full of disbelief. He actually lost to Fang Yan. His boxing actually lost to Fang Yan's boxing. Too unacceptable. For a long time, it has been the pride of Stallone's life to cultivate the way of domineering boxing. Most critical. Stallone has practiced body training techniques, and his physical strength is by no means comparable to that of ordinary yellow-ranked martial artists. Even if his martial arts cultivation is only a peak yellow-ranked martial artist, his physical strength is comparable to that of early green-ranked martial artists. In other words, in terms of barehanded combat alone, Stallone is not afraid of early green-ranked martial artists. However, it was such a powerful Stallone, he lost to one AI. Fang Yan, with just one punch, knocked Stallone out of the arena. More exaggerated. Fang Yan can still stand still like a mountain. Horrible. Stallone can be sure that Fang Yan's physical strength is definitely the strongest he has ever seen among 10 generations of his age. Accepted. Out of politeness, Fang Yan cupped his hands at Stallone and said, "Have to admit, Stallone is very strong." In fact, Fang Yan's punch seemed ordinary, but its power was far greater than that of Miyamoto's. Even so, Stallone just slid off the ring, not flew off the ring. In terms of combat effectiveness alone, there is still a certain gap between Miyamoto Oboro and Stallone. I also remember this punch. After all, Stallone turned and left resolutely. He is still not strong enough. When everyone saw this scene, they didn't dare to make a sound. Stallone even lost another move. At this time, everyone realized that Fang Yan only needed one move to defeat his opponent. Whether it's a knife or a punch, they all show unparalleled combat effectiveness. One move is more ruthless than one move. One move is better than one move. This is Fang Yan's true strength. Everyone's eyes focused on Fang Yan's face again. It was unbelievable that this Jiuquan native was only 18 years old. Yan Chuangxiu looked at Fang Yan's back, a trace of pride flashed in her beautiful eyes. Her vision was right. She was right. But Yan Chuangxiu wondered why Fang Yan had so many hole cards, and every time he had a different surprise. At least, Yan Chuangxiu can be sure that Fang Yan must have practiced body training techniques, and they are much more advanced than Stallone's, which is why the scene just happened. I really don't know which hermit cultivated his disciples. Yan Chuangxiu couldn't help thinking. She is even more convinced of her original judgment. Behind Fang Yan, there must be a super hidden powerhouse, even at the level of a martial lord. Otherwise, it would be impossible to have such an advanced body training method. After all, Fang Yan has never stepped into the martial tower, so it is impossible to obtain body training exercises. In today's world, all body training methods are obtained from the martial tower, including exercises. As for martial skills and body skills, there are quite a few super geniuses who can comprehend them and pass them on to the world. 10 days ago, was he really just a martial artist? Cruz suddenly looked at Yan Chuangxiu and asked curiously. Qian Niuzhao. He just investigated Fang Yan immediately, and from a lot of top-secret information, he can confirm that Fang Yan only started to practice martial arts after finishing the college entrance examination, and although his progress was good, it would not be an exaggeration. But ever since Fang Yan entered the Huahei Martial Arts Academy, his martial arts cultivation has been advancing by leaps and bounds, skyrocketing, making rapid progress, which is really an exaggeration. Chorus is undoubtedly a martial arts genius, but compared with Fang Yan, he is inferior in terms of cultivation speed. Perhaps Fang Yan concealed his cultivation from the very beginning, and his files and materials must have been tampered with. It must be like this. Before Yan Chuangxiu could speak, Kalizia couldn't help interjecting. Even if she was beaten to death, she would not believe it. In 10 days, she could break through from a martial arts student to a peak orange rank martial artist. After all, the information about Fang Yan that can be found on the surface shows that Fang Yan is just an ordinary person, not a talented child like Feng Yongzi who was born in a wealthy family of plutocrats. Chapter 64. When Fang Yan defeated Stalin, the happiest person was Liu Rongguo. It had been a long time since he had smiled so happily. Liu Rongguo was already certain that Fang Yan must have practiced the body training method. As for the body training method, he really couldn't tell it, but it didn't matter. The most important. Now Fang Yan is a member of the Jiuquan army. In recent years, although the Jiuquan military department is still the strongest among the 7 major military departments, few can really stand out, especially the young people of Fang Yan's generation. Yan Chuangxiu is one of them. Although she has great potential, she is too young, and her current strength is still not as good as that of Chorus and Kalizia. Feng Yongzi is also considered one, but her identity is extremely special. For a long time, among the 12 golden armored seats, people from the Jiuquan military department have basically occupied the chief position. But 10 years ago, the geniuses from the Western Army Division and the Aochuan Military Division caught up later, and snatched the chief of the 12 Golden Warriors from the people of the Jiuquan Military Division. In the past 10 years, the chiefs of the 12 golden armored seats have either been from the Western Army Department or the Aochuan Military Department, and the two have handed over pots to each other. Especially Chorus, who has served as the chief of the 12 Golden Warriors for 2 consecutive terms, is a big hit this year, and is expected to become the 3rd consecutive term. Certainly. Kreisha is not vegetarian either. And now, Lu 920 Rongguo finally sees a hope. Fang Yan. Although Fang Yan is very young, not only has potential, but also has the qualifications to compete for the chief of the 12 Golden Warriors. Lu Rongguo has been observing Fang Yan. With the vision of a purple rank peak martial artist, he can confirm one thing. With all his strength, Fang Yan is enough to fight against a green rank peak. This is scary. More critical. Fang Yan is now only a peak orange rank martial artist. Once one breaks through to a green rank martial artist, it is definitely not a problem to fight against a blue rank peak martial artist. In fact, although Fang Yan looks like a peak orange rank martial artist, because he has no time to break through to the red rank, his current martial arts cultivation is actually equivalent to the early yellow rank. Today, there is still half a year before the opening of the Wuda. Lu Rongguo believed that with his full support, it shouldn't be difficult for Fang Yan to break through to the green rank martial artist. Zhuquan Military Department, it's time for someone to stand up. This is not only a problem of the military, but also a problem of Zhuquan people. Although the world is united, there are some things that cannot be forgotten. The most important. The competition of conscience within human beings is conducive to the improvement of the martial art of the whole human being. Seek, I have to admit that the accumulation of human martial arts is still too little. Up to now, there is not a single cultivation technique comprehended by human beings themselves, and there is no second martial emperor born. Obviously. As a strong man at the core of human beings, Lu Rongguo knows a lot of secrets in this regard. After 3 competitions, Fang Yan also has enough awareness and judgment of his own strength. If he encounters Park Yuxian, Murong Fiyu, and others again, Fang Yan is confident that he can kill them all without using the wordless method. The price of wordless heart formula is still a bit high. If he didn't control it, Fang Yan worried that he would die directly. Obviously. Wordless heart formulas are at the cost of vitality. I practice the way of assassination, I shouldn't be standing here, but... Before the words fell, a figure floated on the competition platform, facing Fang Yan. Who is he? When everyone saw that there was one more person on the competition stage, they all showed doubts on their faces, and not many people even knew who he was. It is a young man with a beautiful appearance, but a typical Western face, and a long golden hair, which is scattered behind his back like a waterfall. This guy really couldn't hold back. When Chorus saw the young man, there was a hint of displeasure on his face, but he was more helpless. Terrace. Yan Shuangxiu's eyes fell on the young man, and a trace of worry flashed across her beautiful eyes. Now there's a play to watch. Kreisya said gloatingly. Just now Stallone lost to Fang Yan, and Stallone is the strongest trump card of the younger generation in Aochuan's army, so Kelazia is naturally a little upset. This is great. Fang Yan's powerful performance, especially that kind of incomparable pressure, finally brought out this monster. Teresa was hailed as a genius warrior who could surpass Chorus by the Western Army. Teresa is only 18 years old this year, the same age as Fang Yan, but his martial arts cultivation is already at the peak of the yellow rank, and he is only one step away from the green rank martial artist. In other words, Teresa can break through to the green rank martial artist at any time, but he chooses not to break through. Teresa is a super genius secretly cultivated by the Western Army. Because it has been hidden all the time, the major military departments basically don't know the existence of Teresa, even if it is the Western US Army, only a few people know about it. Chorus is one of them. Western US Army finally stopped hiding. Lu Rongguo was also one of the few people who knew of the existence of Teresa, and even heard that this pervert had once assassinated a powerful late-stage green-rank martial artist. It was also because of this incident that Liu Rongguo knew about the existence of Teresa. Thinking of this, Liu Rongguo became a little worried. If there is a head-on fight, Liu Rongguo is still very optimistic about Fang Yan. But it is impossible for Teresa to give up his advantage and choose to fight Fang Yan head-on. Although this is a competition arena, which is not conducive to the way of assassination, the strength of Tyrus is precisely reflected in this point. His assassination actions have always been fair and aboveboard. This has something to do with the exercises and martial arts that Teresa practiced. It seems to be positive, but in fact it is extremely sinister and hard to guard against. Most critical. The way of assassination is the way of killing. To kill means to divide life and death. This is what Liu Rongguo is most worried about. But in the end, Liu Rongguo did not stop Fang Yan from fighting with Teresa. Since Fang Yan wants to be the most dazzling genius warrior of this era, then this competition is indispensable. Please. Fang Yan saw Teresa take a step forward, so he said politely. He naturally felt an unprecedented sense of oppression from Teresa, especially the vague murderous intent that deliberately emanated from the other party. Most people would probably be too scared to move when they met Teresa. This is the strongest peer Fang Yan has ever met. Even Feng Yongzi is probably not as good as Teresa. It's not that Feng Yongzi is too weak, but the two people's cultivation methods determine their different auras. In the battle of martial arts, the momentum is also very important. Very good. Teresa smiled, like a hunter meeting prey, or a chef meeting ingredients, and said, "I hope you don't die on this arena." He speaks so eloquently. Bring it on. Fang Yan was too lazy to talk nonsense. Before the words fell, Teresa's figure flickered, and instantly turned into three figures, lifelike, and then the two figures quietly disappeared from everyone's sight. Teresa, still the same Teresa. Chapter 65. I don't know if you can take my sword. As soon as the words fell, Teresa took out a gorgeous western sword out of thin air, with mysterious patterns engraved on it. This is a well-known soldier of the Western Army, named Durandal, which has the same name as the three holy swords of Aochuan. Durandal is an épée-style Western sword, and it is an extremely rare Earth Lord-level soldier. The strength of Durandal is self-evident. When everyone saw Teresa take out Durandal, their eyes couldn't help but widen. Except for a few insiders such as Chorus, no one else would have thought that Durandal, a king-level soldier, would let Teresa inherit it. It can be seen how much the West American Army attaches great importance to Teresa. Durandal has not appeared for 100 years in the sight of the world. It's not that I don't want to appear, but that I don't have the most suitable heir. Obviously. Teresa's strength was recognized by Durandal. Fang Yan didn't know Durandal, but he felt a breath of death from this soldier. Very dangerous. If that's the case, then I won't hide my clumsiness. Fang Yan knew very well that the other two clones of Teresa were already lurking not far away, staring at them. Yet, Teresa couldn't help chuckling when he heard this. People who are so arrogant in front of him are dead. Fang Yan is no exception. Hope you survive. Fang Yan said the same sentence, with indescribable irony. Teresa is strong, but not invincible. Fang Yan jumped up, Han Yudao appeared out of thin air, raised the saber in his hand, and slashed towards Teresa. Yuanlong's pride. Accompanied by the dragon chant, the violent true energy turned into a lifelike dragon shadow, descending from the sky. Boom! The dragon shadow penetrated the energy shield, causing the energy shield to shatter directly. Not good. Teresa was the closest to Fang Yan, and could feel the horror of the knife most clearly. Without saying a word, he quickly backed away. Only. It's too late. Cut. With a shout, Long Ying opened his bloody mouth and swallowed Teresa directly. Boom. With the sound of a shock, Fang Yan's Hanyu saber fell mercilessly on the competition platform, and a terrifying energy storm erupted, devouring all directions, rolling up the sky. In a blink of an eye, the martial arts arena with an area of tens of thousands of square meters was razed to the ground. A tall and straight figure jumped up from the ruins of the martial arts arena, and after several consecutive jumps, it landed on the highest point of the auditorium. None other than Teresa. Although he successfully blocked Fang Yan's knife, his image became a mess, his long golden hair was missing more than half, and he looked messy. At this moment, Teresa looked down at the ruined arena, a trace of panic flashed in his pupils, and he felt lingering fear, but it passed by in a flash. He almost died under Fang Yan's knife. It was something Teresa had never imagined. This knife is too terrifying. Even if the green-level peak martial artist exerts all his strength, he may not be able to smash the energy shield around the competition platform. With this knife, Fang Yan did it. Fine. The shattered energy shield still resisted the frantic energy storm, so it didn't cause too much damage. The auditorium near the competition stage was already in a mess. Minor injuries are inevitable. Is this Fang Yan's martial arts cultivation really at the peak of the orange rank? It's horrible. If it were me, there would be no bones left. What about Fang Yan? I don't know how he is. Everyone looked at the ruined martial arts arena, which was full of dust, and they couldn't help talking about it. It was rare for Liu Rongguo and the others to show a trace of nervousness. This Fang Yan is a bit messy. Yan Chuangxiu didn't worry so much, she jumped down from the auditorium with a flash of figure, and after a few leaps, she landed on the ruins of the martial arts arena. Fang Yan! Yan Chuangxiu yelled, without any image at all. She didn't want anything to happen to Fang Yan. Although Teresa is not dead, it doesn't mean that Fang Yan will be fine. Some powerful moves, because they are too powerful, will backfire on themselves. Yan Chuangxiu has seen this kind of martial skill before, and she has also practiced it herself, just in case. Cough. A light cough came from the sky. I'm fine. Before the words fell, the dust dispersed, revealing Fang Yan's figure. Compared with the previous moment, Fang Yan's figure has become significantly thinner at this moment. Although he is not as skinny as last time, he does not look very healthy. Obviously. Fang Yan used wordless heart formula for this knife. In fact, Fang Yan really didn't intend to use wordless formulas. However, Teresa is too pretentious and threatened to kill him. This, Fang Yan can't stand it anymore. You. Seeing Fang Yan, who had lost a lot of weight, Yan Chuangxiu couldn't help being stunned for a while, and couldn't believe her eyes. Liu Rongguo and others are no exception. Who else? Fang Yan straightened his body, looked around at the crowd with complicated facial expressions, and asked calmly. Although Fang Yan didn't have any power to speak of at this time, the ruins of the martial arts platform under his feet were enough to demonstrate his strength. Many people firmly believe that Fang Yan's knife just now is powerful enough to rival the full-strength attack of an early blue-rank martial artist. Now, who else dares to challenge Fang Yan? Although Teresa really wanted to fight again, but in the end, he held back. The martial arts arena is still not suitable for his way of assassination. We'll meet again. Teresa threw down an aggrieved threat and left quickly. What upset Teresa the most was that facing Fang Yan's knife, he didn't even have a chance to draw the sword. Once the sword is drawn, he will surely die. It is such a domineering knife. Fang Yan didn't care at all when he heard this. If it wasn't for Juquan military headquarters, Teresa would have died long ago. Fang Yan didn't try his best. Even so, the side effects of wordless heart formula are not very obvious. The immortal divine phoenix art is really powerful. Fang Yan glanced at his body and sighed. If he hadn't practiced the immortal divine phoenix art, his physical condition would have gotten worse, at least he would have lost a lot of weight. Even the super ace of the West American military like Teresa was no match for Fang Yan, so naturally no one would dare to stand up again. Okay, I announce that the champion of this military competition is Yuan Fang Ai. Seeing that the timing was about right, Lu Rongguo stood up in good time and announced the result loudly, with a hint of pride for Fang Yan in his voice. Next, it was garbage time, various exhibition games and so on, waiting for the evening banquet. Although Fang Yan knew that there was a banquet, he didn't intend to attend. He has to rush over. If something happens to Lin's Hixie, his plan will fall short. Although there were still several hours before the evening banquet, Fang Yan still explained to Yan Shuangxiu, and found an excuse to hurry back. Finally, Yan Shuangxiu asked Xia Yufei to send Fang Yan back. Come back if you can. The protagonist of the banquet at night is obviously Fang Yan. Fang Yan could only agree first. He didn't know what happened to Lin's Hixie, so he couldn't guarantee anything. Xia Yufei remained silent the whole time. She originally thought that Fang Yan in her imagination was very powerful, but Fang Yan's strength was once again beyond her cognition. Chapter 66. Although Fang Yan's space transfer distance using ultra-miniature black holes has reached 50 kilometers, the distance between cities is still a bit short, requiring multiple space transfers, which consumes a lot of energy and mental power. With the improvement of martial arts, Fang Yan's space transfer range will become larger. In the end, Fang Yan could only ask Xia Yufei to send him back to Huahe City. Under Xian Niaokai's full speed, in less than 5 minutes, Fang Yan returned from Baichuan City to the Air Force Airport of Huahe Weiyuan. Xia Yufei did not leave, and first sent Suan Yao to be repaired. After all, she might have to go back to Baichuan City at night. Fang Yan left Huahe Weiyuan alone and went straight to Lin's Hixie's home. Lin's Hixie just told Fang Yan to come over as soon as possible, but there was no news after that. This made Fang Yan a little worried. In his impression, Lin's Hixie was not such an unrepentant woman. 367 Lin's Mansion. An underground chamber. Although Lin's Hixie's clothes were neat, his hands and feet were nailed to a giant cross. His whole body was soaked in the water prison, with only one head exposed. The blood-red liquid submerged Lin's Hixie's entire neck, and she could only raise her chin as hard as she could to prevent the blood-red liquid from flowing into her mouth and keep breathing. At this time, she didn't have any communication equipment on her body, so naturally she couldn't send information to Fang Yan. I hope Fang Yan doesn't come over. Lin's Hixie knew that when her father took away her communicator, he must have sent a message to Fang Yan. Although Lin's Hixie was temporarily unable to determine why her parents wanted to arrest her, and the Pu family was very cooperative, but he had already guessed something from his mother's words. Brother must have discovered something. Lin's Hixie thought about the escape strategy in her heart. Not long ago, Lin's Haihao had doubts about Lin's Hixie. Although there was no definite evidence, he used this to blackmail Lin's Hixie, and everything in the future must be obeyed by him, otherwise he will leave her with nothing. Facing Lin's Haihao's threat, Lin's Hixie has nothing to do for the time being. If you fight, you can't beat it. Lin's Haihao is an early-stage Huang rank martial artist, while Lin's Hixie is only an early-stage Orange rank martial artist, and has just broken through. Lin's Hixie is not a proud warrior like Fang Yan, he does not have the strength to leapfrog fighting. In the end, Lin's Hixie could only rely on the power of the Pu family to temporarily let Lin's Haihao have nothing to do with her. Lin's Hixie knew very well that the Pu family was definitely not of one mind. Although some people were on Lin's Hixie's side, such as the parents of brother Park Jinyun, most of them chose to wait and see and maintain a neutral attitude. Only when Lin's Hixie is strong enough, even overwhelming, will those neutral forces make the most correct and most beneficial choice. Lin's Hixie knew that he needed time, so naturally he would not force other people to choose sides. This is the most stupid way. Unfortunately, time is not on Lin's Hixie's side. Lin's Hixie believed that Lin's Haihao must have set some conditions so that the members of the Pu family would choose to stand on the opposite side of her and no longer maintain a neutral attitude. Hixie, Haihao has already rushed back. If you don't want to be beaten up by your brother, you can tell everything you know about Fang Yan, and you can't hide anything. A woman's voice came from outside the door of the secret room. I'm really not familiar with that Fang Yan, we only had one business relationship. When Lin's Hixie heard that her mother came to question again, it was like interrogating a prisoner, which made her disgusted for a while. You don't want to toast and eat fine wine? Lin's Hixie's mother snorted coldly. At this time, Lin's Hixie's parents were standing outside the door of the secret room. Lin's Hixie's father was named Lin Zhongxian, but his behavior was contrary to his name. When he was young, he was a 25-year-old boy with a sinister personality, which led to his current family background. Selling out his own brother and hugging the Pu family's thigh, this is Lin Zhongxian's family history. As for Lin's Hixie's mother, she is really beautiful, and she is 5 points similar to Lin's Hixie. Walking on the street, many people probably think that their mother and daughter are sisters. Lin's Hixie's mother's name is Lin Zioui, but like her husband, she behaves contrary to her name. It can be said that if you are not a family, you will not enter a family. Lin's Hixie is an exception. This damn girl just refuses to say it. Lin Zhongxian said a little unhappily. If you get some important information about Fang Yan from Lin's Hixie and sell it to the Pu family to show your loyalty, you will definitely get a lot of benefits. Now, the Park family all believe that Fang Yan killed the Park Jinyun brothers, but there is no conclusive evidence. Anyway, Fang Yan is a member of the Battle Lion camp. If there is no real evidence, the Pu family really dare not do anything to Fang Yan except to find someone. It's just that the current Fang Yan is not so easy to kill. They need to find Fang Yan's weakness. Lin's Hixie is a good breakthrough. Lin Zhongxian and Lin Zioui think they know their daughter very well, and they are sure that Lin's Hixie must have an ulterior secret with Fang Yan, especially Lin's Hixie's martial arts cultivation has improved by leaps and bounds, which arouses their suspicion. After all, Fang Yan's martial arts cultivation has also improved by leaps and bounds, and perhaps there is an important causal relationship between the two. Although at the beginning of the Pu family, some people would protect Lin's Hixie because she was Park Jinyun's fiancée, but when the conditions of sufficient interests arise, selling Lin's Hixie is a matter of course. Not long ago, someone told Park Jinyun's parents that as long as they handed over Lin's Hixie, someone strong would help them kill Fang Yan. At the beginning, Park Jinyun's parents didn't believe it, but soon, Lin's Haihao's words made Park Jinyun's parents completely believe it. They all knew that Lin's Haihao was the trump card of the Hungry Wolf Battalion of the Dongchuan military headquarters, and his credibility was very high. In fact, when the Pu family was willing to let Park Jinyun and Lin's Hixie get engaged, it was because of Lin's Hixie's potential. The 9-star group is very strong, and the Pu family is also very strong, but these so-called strengths are not worth mentioning in front of the Hungry Wolf camp of the Dongchuan military headquarters. It was Lin's Haihao's intention to let Lin's Hixie and the dead Park Jinyun have a ghost marriage in the first place, to please the Pu family. The Pu family liked Lin's Haihao's potential, and Lin's Haihao needed the resources of the Pu family, so the two sides coincided with each other and took what they needed. The competition in the Hungry Wolf camp is fierce. Lin's Haihao needs a lot of training 4.4 resources to maintain his status as the trump card. The Pu family happened to be able to provide Lin's Haihao with a lot of cultivation resources. As for selling his sister or something, Lin's Haihao didn't have any psychological burden. In Lin's Haihao's eyes, as long as they are women, they are resources that can be traded, including mothers, wives and daughters. But later, Lin's Hixie's sudden breakthrough to become a martial artist gave the Pu family more ideas, and they didn't want to put all their eggs in one basket. Then, the Pu family intends to invest in Lin's Haihao and Lin's Hixie respectively, depending on who will have greater achievements in the future and have a higher level of martial arts. Especially the death of Park Woo-hyun and Park Jin-yoon made the Park family really make up their minds. Lin's Hixie was confident that she would not die if she broke through to a red-ranked martial artist, precisely because she saw this. Now the balance of the PU family is completely tilted towards Lin's Haihao. Chapter 67. Outside the secret room. This dead girl, eat inside and out. Humph. I really don't know how that Fang Yan was fascinated by this dead girl. Lin Xiaohui said unhappily, and she was not worried about being heard by Lin's Hixie. Let's talk about it when Haihao comes back, this girl will be stubborn. Lin Zhongxian suggested. Standing in this dim place made Lin Zhongxian feel very uncomfortable. Lin Xiaohui didn't want to stay here either. Many people died in this secret room, without exception, they were all tortured to death by Lin's Haihao. Both Lin Zhongxian and Lin Xiaohui are only warriors at the martial arts level. Although the secret room can limit the true energy of the warrior, the two are still worried about accidents. They are not Lin's Hixie's opponents. Did Hixie say it? A cold voice came from afar. When Lin Zhongxian and Lin Xiaohui heard this, their bodies trembled subconsciously before they looked over. It was none other than Lin's Haihao. Waste. Before Lin Zhongxian could speak, Lin's Haihao said something coldly, as if the two in front of him were not his biological parents at all. Lin Zhongxian and Lin Xiaohui were silent when they heard the words. They are very clear about the character of Lin's Haihao's son, so naturally they dare not refute anything, but they also understand that as long as they are obedient, they will live a lifetime of prosperity and wealth. Go and entertain the people outside, remember, you must treat people well. Lim Jiho said the last thing, I want to emphasize it. Yes. Soon, Lin Zhongxian and Lin Xiaohui left quickly. Lin's Haihao pushed open the door of the secret room, walked in, came to the edge of the water prison, squatted down, lowered his head, looked at Lin's Hixie who had become weak, smiled slightly, and said, I met Fang Yan today. What did you do to him? Lin's Hixie had her eyes closed at first, but when she heard the word Fang Yan, she suddenly opened her eyes wide, staring at Lin's Haihao firmly. In Lin's Hixie's memory, Fang Yan's martial arts cultivation was definitely not as good as Lin's Haihao's, so he was naturally worried. I didn't kill him. Lin's Haihao said proudly, but there was a burst of resentment in his heart. He never thought that he couldn't even catch Fang Yan's knife, and he passed out after just a face-to-face encounter. What a shame! The moment Lin's Haihao woke up, he implemented the current plan. Or rather, when he knew that he was going to meet Fang Yan, Lin's Haihao had already started preparing the plan. Finally, Lin's Haihao still used this plan. As long as Fang Yan and Lin's Hixie have secrets and even have an affair, Fang Yan will definitely come to rescue her. Lin's Haihao believes that he is very accurate in judging people. When Lin's Hixie heard that Lin's Haihao said that Fang Yan was not killed, although he was dubious, but when he thought that Fang Yan was still alive, he felt a little relieved, but felt even more powerless and helpless. She is still too weak. Lin's Hixie believed that Lin's Haihao, the conceited big brother, would not lie about this. If Lin's Haihao really killed Fang Yan, Lin's Hixie felt that it was impossible for him to see Lin's Haihao here. Wrong. Suddenly, Lin's Hixie realized something. She felt a trace of anger from Lin's Haihao's voice. Lim Jiho is very angry. Lin's Hixie can be sure of this. Why are you mad? Lin's Hixie was puzzled. Could it be? Lin's Hixie suddenly had an unbelievable idea. It wasn't Lin's Haihao who defeated Fang Yan, but Fang Yan defeated Lin's Haihao. Lin's Hixie remembered that today was the once-a-year assessment of the Lions Battalion and the military competition. Fang Yan and Lin's Haihao must have met. This should be. Lin's Hixie laughed in her heart. Fang Yan must have defeated Lim Jiho. Lin's Haihao became furious and impotent, so he arrested Lin's Hixie and prepared to threaten Fang Yan. Lin's Hixie can be 100% sure that this is the case. Thinking of this, Lin's Hixie became worried again. She didn't want Fang Yan to fall into a desperate situation because of herself. Are you scared? Lin's Haihao saw that Lin's Hixie had a strong reaction when he heard the name Fang Yan, and said proudly, "You two will meet soon." "What are you up to?" Lin's Hixie asked angrily. She had to find a way to tell Fang Yan not to come over. Drag. Time must be delayed. How can you hide it from me with your little thoughts? Lin's Haihao stood up, smiled more wantonly, and said, "I believe, Fang Ruo is already on the way." After finishing speaking, he lifted the cross, lifted Lin's Hixie up, and then left the secret room. Lin's Haihao is looking forward to Fang Yan's reaction when he sees Lin's Hixie like this. You must be very angry, but very helpless. Lin's Hixie yelled frantically, but her voice became smaller and smaller, and she lost her strength. Obviously, Lin's Hixie was seriously injured, and there was no true energy in the sea of qi. When Lin's Haihao led Lin's Hixie away, a tall and straight figure quietly appeared beside the water prison, as if walking out from the wall next to it. It is none other than Fang Yan. Before Lin's Haihao came here, Fang Yan came to this place a long time ago, but he didn't show up immediately, but chose to wait and see what happened. Regarding Lin's Hixie, Fang Yan still kept an eye out, even if the two had that level of relationship. It seems that Lin's Hixie didn't betray me. Fang Yan murmured in his heart. Although it is said that there are no doubts about employing people and no doubting people, it is not possible to do so at any time. Is it going to change? Suddenly, Fang Yan had a bad feeling in his heart. If Lin's Haihao dared to do this, there must be someone behind him to support him. Hungry Wolf Camp. Fang Yan thought for a moment, then disappeared in place. In the large living room, 3 middle-aged men sat quietly on the sofa. Although the 3 of them deliberately wore luxurious brand clothes, they couldn't hide their murderous aura. They are all members of the Hungry Wolf Camp, and their martial arts cultivation base is Huang 923 peak martial artist. These 3 people were all invited by Lin's Haihao to help kill Fang Yan. Lin's Haihao knew very well that Fang Ai couldn't be killed by himself. This, he had to admit. His strength is far inferior to Fang Yan. Lin Zhongxian and Lin Ziyoi felt the murderous aura of the 3 people in the Hungry Wolf Camp, and they were already scared to death in their hearts. How could there be such a murderous person? I have received news that Fang Yan has just returned to the Huahe Martial Academy and will be here soon. Lin's Haihao walked over slowly. As for Lin's Hixie's cross, Lin's Haihao had inserted it at the door, as if worried that Fang Yan would not see it. This is Chi Kuokuo's provocation. Lin's Hixie was still nailed to the cross, and through the gate of the villa, he could clearly see the situation in the living room. Obviously, this is what Lin's Haihao did on purpose. He wanted Lin's Hixie to feel extremely hopeless. So slow. On the sofa, the tallest middle-aged man looked at Lin's Haihao, still a little impatient. Let's go out and wait. Another middle-aged man next to him suggested, it's a bit stuffy here. Don't go out and wait, you are too slow, I have been waiting for you for a long time. Just when Lin's Haihao was about to say something, an indifferent voice echoed in everyone's ears, like a Sanskrit voice demanding their lives. It's Fang Yan. Lin's Haihao immediately recognized who the voice belonged to, and couldn't help but be surprised. Chapter 68. Come out. When the 3 middle-aged men from the Hungry Wolf Camp heard the word Fang Yan in Lin's Haihao's mouth, they immediately stood up and were fully alert. Take it easy. As soon as Fang Yan finished speaking, a tall and straight figure quietly appeared at the gate of the villa, like a wall of size, separating Lin's Haihao and others from Lin's Hixie. It is Fang Yan. You guys came so slowly, I took a shower, changed my clothes, and made a breakthrough by the way, you just came, so slow, is this the style of your Hungry Wolf Camp? Fang Yan said as if he didn't see the horrified gazes of Lin's Haihao and others. At the same time, Bright is blocking all monitoring in this area, including satellite monitoring. Some things still cannot be revealed. It's like Fang Yan's space teleportation. Obviously. In Fang Yan's eyes, Lin's Haihao and others were already dead. Through words, Fang Yan is buying time for the light. Fang Yan didn't talk nonsense, he took a bath, changed his clothes, swallowed a 7th order blood crystal and absorbed a Lei Yuan snow crystal, both of which were received from Lu Rongguo for the military competition. The champion reward is to successfully cultivate the 2nd level of the immortal divine phoenix art, and then break through to the orange rank without time, and finally break through to the early stage of the yellow rank. Fang Yan at this moment is a genuine early stage Huang rank martial artist. The faint orange-yellow body protecting Genkai is faintly visible on Fang Yan's body. Although Fang Yan is very confident, but facing Lin's Haihao and others, he still dare not take it lightly, especially with Lin's Hixie who is dying behind him. Lin's Haihao was the first to react. He was shocked by Fang Yan's appearance out of thin air. He was about to say something when he realized that Fang Yan had broken through to the early Huang rank martial artist, which was really incredible. The faint orange infuriating is enough to illustrate this point. Lin's Haihao hoped that he was wrong, but the reality is very hard. How can it be? Lin's Haihao really didn't want to believe this fact. Fang Yan at the peak of the orange rank is perverted and powerful enough. Now that Fang Yan has reached the early stage of the yellow rank, the odds of winning for Lin's Haihao and the others have increased. Quick! Kill him! Lin's Haihao roared out. Kill! The leading middle-aged man shot first. The three of them also saw that Fang Yan was not easy to deal with, especially when his martial arts cultivation was not up to par, and he became stronger. Preemptive strike! However, the thoughts of Lin's Haihao and the others are good, but Fang Yan is too perverted. Kill! Fang Yan smiled lightly, as if his feet had never left the ground. The knife shines. 3 heads flew up high. No. Impossible. Just as Lin's Haihao was about to make a move, he saw that the heads of the 3 middle-aged men were in different places, and they didn't even have the strength to resist. Fang Yan is very powerful, but Lin's Haihao absolutely did not expect that Fang Yan would be so powerful after the breakthrough, as if he could kill the enemy with his eyes. Boom! Without hesitation, Lin's Haihao knelt down. Keep the green hills, and don't worry about no firewood. Kneel to beg the strong, don't be ashamed. There is a little life, there is hope for the group. Brother Fang Yan, since I am Lin's Hixie's big brother. Lin's Haihao resolutely begged for mercy, but before he could continue, Fang Yan raised his head abruptly. SHH. 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 8 sharp arrows exuding blue light came from the sky. No. Lin's Haihao let out a scream. The yellow body protecting Genkai he released was like paper. A blue arrow pierced through his eyebrows, brought his whole body to the ground, and nailed him to death. Clang! Clang! 2 shocks sounded. Fang Yan slashed a blue hualai arrow, blocked the one that was aimed at him, and also blocked the one that was aimed at Lin's Hixie. And the remaining 5 blue hualai arrows, without exception, all hit one person. Including the 3 headless corpses on the ground, they were obviously used to make up for the knife, fearing that they would not be able to see through death. As for Lin Zhongxian and Lin Zaihui, they were shot dead by arrows long ago, leaving no bones left. It can be seen from this that the power of these 8 blue hualai arrows is extremely terrifying. Obviously. Some people don't want Fang Yan to capture Lin's Haihao and others alive and force them to find out some key things. No proof. Destroy corpses and wipe out traces. Ruthless. Blue rank martial artist. Fang Yan looked at the direction of Lan Hualai's arrow and frowned. If it wasn't too far away, Fang Yan probably wouldn't be able to block these sharp arrows. The arrow technique of this blue-rank martial artist is too strong. Warning! High energy warning! Leave as soon as possible. The voice of light came directly in Fang Yan's mind. Not good. Fang Yan raised his head again, and there was a trace of anger in those eyes looking towards the sky. Boom! A beam of laser light, huge and dazzling like the sun, fell from the sky and landed directly on the Lin family villa. In an instant, the rays of light bloomed, and the sea of flames soared into the sky, burning everything. Both Fang Yan and Lin's Hixie were overwhelmed by the fiery blast. In a blink of an eye, there was not a single building in Fang Yuan, and all the trees were destroyed and razed to the ground. The Jiangnan district where the Lin family villa is located is where the rich gather, especially the Korean Bangsa people. Even so, the satellite laser cannon still bombarded here without hesitation. This cannon caused at least hundreds of thousands of casualties. In the flames, Fang Yan walked out slowly holding Lin's Hixie in his arms. Fortunately, he successfully cultivated the second level of the immortal divine Phoenix Ju, and broke through to the early stage of the Huang rank martial artist, otherwise he would be disabled even if he didn't die. So cruel! Fang Yan glanced at Lin's Hixie and heaved a sigh of relief. Lin's Hixie seemed to be seriously injured, but she recovered very quickly. It was related to the blood Yu Bei Waju she practiced, which gave her a strong self-healing ability. She will take some healing medicine later, and it is estimated that she will almost recover by tomorrow morning. Guanjiu, have you found that person? Fang Yan asked a question. All the monitoring satellites in the vicinity have been blocked. I just lost the information of that person. I haven't found it yet. Please give me some time. Bright said. All blocked? Fang Yan believes that there are not so many coincidences, including this laser cannon incident. It's going to change. Fang Yan thought of something and sighed. After all, he was still one step slower. The Huang rank martial artist, in the chaotic war, probably can only protect himself. If he can break through to a green rank martial artist, Fang Yan is confident that he can make a big difference. But Fang Yan did not intend to give up. His martial arts are indomitable. Just like his knife, whoever blocks the way will be beheaded. The flames of war have been ignited. Squad base. With nowhere to go, Fang Yan took Lin's Hixie back to his, Wang Lihao, room. Feng Yongzi is still missing. Fang Yan tried to contact Feng Yongzi many times, but he still couldn't get in touch. He just didn't know if she was being punished or was indulging in cultivation. Fang Yan didn't think much about it. Feng Yongzi didn't need him to worry. After taking care of Lin's Hixie's injuries, Fang Yan was curious and gave her a 1% drop of pill blood. After all, he still had half a drop of pill blood in his qi. Result: works wonders. Lin's Hixie got a blessing in disguise. Perhaps because of the Sui Bei Waju, Lin's Hixie easily absorbed that 1% drop of pill blood, and his martial arts cultivation base skyrocketed from the early stage of the orange rank to the peak of the species rank in 10 strokes. The injuries on his body have all recovered, and they are intact, but he is still asleep and cannot wake up. Fang Yan didn't bother Lin's Hixie anymore. At the same time, private Guangming is reporting various information to Fang Yan. The world is in chaos. The Datuang world is falling apart. This day came a little too soon. Chapter 69. The sun was setting. Fang Yan is sitting in the living room surrounded by holographic screens. The light is constantly conveying the information collected from all over the world. I have to say that Guangming is really powerful, worthy of being a super light brain. Fang Yan originally thought that his hacking skills were not bad, but compared with Guangming, it was scum. Thanks to Guangming's help, Fang Yan obtained a lot of extremely confidential information, and gained a deeper understanding of this world. The laser cannon incident in the wealthy area in the south of the Yangtze River naturally became a fuse, which officially kicked off the era of warlord separatism in this Datuang world. The 7 major military departments were divided into 11 major warlords. Even Jiuquan military headquarters is no exception. The core interest area of the Murong family is where the rich people in the south of the Yangtze River are located, including Huahe City. Then, the Murong family officially launched a war against the Dongchuan military headquarters on the grounds of the laser cannon incident. The reason is simple. That satellite laser cannon belongs to Dongchuan military headquarters. However, the Dongchuan military headquarters directly sent troops to occupy the area under the pretext that the Murong family did not protect the Koryo Bangzi in the wealthy area of the south of the Yangtze River. The rest of the major forces in the military department joined the battle with various weird reasons, and immediately formed a separatist regime. In addition, the major forces in the underground world have also emerged one after another, and the forces that were supposed to be neutral at the beginning are also ready to move. Chaos. Very messy. The only good thing is that none of the warlords dared to be openly independent. Shoot the bird. No one wants to be this early bird. Open and independent, the nature is different. If Emperor Wu really came back, there would be no room for maneuver. Although everyone believed that it was impossible for Emperor Wu to come back, what if? Emperor Wu Qintianhai once said that they are all from their own family, and their own family members can make troubles, but whoever dares to be independent will become an outsider, and they will fight together and kill without mercy. Emperor Wu Qintianhai also knew very well that it is impossible to live in peace forever, even if it is a family. After all, there is always a small group of ambitious people who want to make trouble. Kill? It must be impossible to kill. Just like weeds, they grow again when the spring breeze blows. At most, it can only be suppressed. But once a war breaks out, it is the civilians who will suffer. Fang Yan, I found that person. Suddenly, Guangming's flat and emotionless voice came into Fang Yan's mind. Found it? Fang Yan couldn't help being overjoyed. Her name is Fujido Yuhi, nicknamed Gakin Miao. She is of mixed race. Her father is from Jiuquan, her mother is from Inazakura, her parents divorced, both of them died in an accidental plane crash 20 years ago, and she has been following Dongchuan ever since. Grandma lives in the area. Guangming introduced in detail. At the age of 18, her grandmother passed away, and she became a lone ranger from then on, and then disappeared for 4 years. When she reappeared, she had already boarded the 11th seat of the 12 Golden Warriors. Occupies Sagittarius. The 12 Golden Warrior seats again. Fang Yan murmured, then changed the subject and said, where is your martial arts cultivation? The data shows that the early blue rank martial artist, but in reality it will be higher. Bright said. Sure enough, it's the blue rank. Fang Yan was not surprised when he heard this. Those who can become the 12 gold martial seats, without exception, are all blue rank martial masters. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, purple. Fang Yan is now a Huang rank martial artist, and there is still a little distance from a blue rank martial artist. Where is she now? Fang Yan asked. Not Revenge is not a gentleman. Located in the Nanchuan area. Bright said. Fair. Fang Yan pondered for a moment, then said, let's leave it alone. Fang Yan. Behind him, came a familiar voice. It's Lin's Hixie. You're awake. Fang Yan turned his head to look at Lin's Hixie, and asked with concern. Lin's Hixie nodded. At this time, she was wearing a thin satin nightgown, with long hair loosely messy. After Lin's Hixie woke up, she checked her body and was shocked. Her martial arts cultivation had broken through again. She immediately understood what happened. It must be Fang Yan's credit, so she walked out regardless of her appearance. There is food in the kitchen, go get some and eat yourself. Fang Yan reminded. Good. Lin's Hixie nodded. Now that you're awake, Sebage, I should go too. After speaking, Fang Yan stood up and was about to leave. Xia Yufei was still waiting for him to go back. In Baichuan City, Fang Yan felt that it was necessary to go again. The battle lions camp must be very busy at this time. Fine. The Zhenqi battalion is directly under the Juquan military headquarters, and the Murong family has no right to dispatch them. Certainly. It is an iron fact that there are ghosts in the war lion camp, which cannot be changed. Are you really not going to stay? Lin's Hixie walked over slowly, and naturally saw some news, knowing that the war is coming after all. She didn't want Fang Yan to take too many risks. Have a good rest. Fang Yan smiled and left the team base without hesitation. Lin's Hixie stared blankly at the direction Fang Yan was leaving, sighed, and then slapped herself twice, very loudly. On that beautiful pretty face, there were immediately 2 red palm prints. I am so silly. Lin's Hixie murmured. How can Fang Yan be a man who can stay with her body? My journey is not over yet. Lin's Hixie has motivation again. The moment she tried to keep Fang Yan with her own body, she was wrong. Big mistake. Her way should not only be like this. Since it is not too far from the wealthy area in the south of the Yangtze River, Huaihei was also affected by the laser cannon incident, and only a small part of the campus was destroyed, although it was not too serious. Fang Yan soon found Xia Yufei. Captain, takeoff is prohibited. Seeing Fang Yan approaching, Xia Yufei hurried up to meet him. At this time, Xia Yufei was still wearing her flight suit, looking like she had been waiting for a long time. Fine. Fang Yan said indifferently. There is light, and when you want to take off, you can take off at any time. Ah. Xia Yufei was a little confused. Let's go. Good. Then. Both Fang Yan and Xia Yufei boarded the Suanyao Kai that had just been overhauled. Xia Yufei sat in the driver's seat. Fang Yan sat in the rear passenger seat. Can it really take off? Xia Yufei made sure again. Okay. Fang Yan smiled slightly. Guangming, shield all the monitoring instruments in the vicinity. Yes. Xia Yufei skillfully manipulated the Xian Niao Kai, and took off vertically without receiving any warning. In a blink of an eye, the mysterious bird disappeared into the sky like a shooting star. The speed of Suanyao's change is so fast that the surrounding security personnel can't react at all, especially when the monitoring equipment is blocked. They are no different from blind people. Arrive in Baichuan City as soon as possible. Fang Yan warned. Yes. Xia Yufei said respectfully. She discovered again that Fang Yan's ability is not only great, but also many. At this moment, Xia Yufei felt that Fang Yan was like a black hole, unfathomable. Captain! There are missiles flying over. Seeing that 4 air-to-air missiles were approaching on the radar, Xia Yufei immediately grew a little longer. Chapter 70. Looks like he's been targeted. When Fang Yan heard Xia Yufei say that there were 4 air-to-air missiles coming, he knew that someone must have noticed his whereabouts. Light, get rid of it. Fang Yan said. Yes. Before the words fell, the laser gun modified by Suanyao fired 4 laser bombs. Before Xia Yufei could react, the 4 laser bombs hit the 4 air-to-air missiles accurately and exploded. Seeing this, Xia Yufei instinctively manipulated the Xian Neo Kai. While deploying the energy shield, it also avoided the aftermath of the explosion just right, and then continued to fly straight, and soon saw 2 Super Dongying fighters approaching. Team leader. Xia Yufei was about to speak when Suanyao fired 2 laser cannons in an instant, directly hitting the Super Eastern Eagle fighter. Sure enough, it's Dongchuan military headquarters. Fang Yan murmured a little annoyed, these guys really linger. The Super East Eagle fighter is the exclusive fighter of the Hungry Wolf Battalion. Captain, what happened just now? Xia Yufei calmed down and asked curiously. Nothing, just ask a friend to help you out. Fang Yan explained casually. Xia Yufei responded and stopped asking. Guangming, have you found any enemy planes? Fang Yan asked cautiously. Gone. Bright said. By the way, Emperor Wu really didn't have a backup. Fang Yan asked again. Fang Yan has asked Guangming about this question 3 times. He felt that Emperor Wu must have anticipated the current situation, and it was impossible not to have a backup. Without. Guangming said, before Emperor Wu leaves, let me tell you to stay in the core area. All right. Fang Yan got the same answer, so he completely believed that Emperor Wu really didn't have any descendants. Wrong. Fang Yan suddenly realized something. Perhaps, Guangming itself is the follower left behind by Emperor Wu. The light is too strong. When it comes to computers, light is like a god. All kinds of electronic devices, even if they are not connected to the internet, can be invaded by light. In bright terms, this is called gravitational wave technology. As long as it has quality, Guanjiao can invade it. To exaggerate a little more, even if the electronic equipment is turned off and the power is cut off, Guangming still has a way to invade it and obtain key information. Obviously. When Emperor Wu created the light, he used a super technology far surpassing that of Blue Star. Could it be Wuda? Fang Yan naturally thought of one thing. In the martial pagoda, maybe not only martial arts, but also other things. After Emperor Wu got it, he obviously didn't tell the world. For this Fang universe, Fang Yan is more and more interested. In the blink of an eye, 3 minutes passed. Xian Niukai returned to Baichuan City again. With Guangming contacting the Baichuan Air Defense Headquarters, the Suan Yaokai landed at the Baichuan Air Force Airport smoothly. The Suan Yaokai is the latest aerospace fighter. It has not yet been officially mass-produced, and there are less than 10 finished products, all of which are parked at the Air Force Airport in Baichuan City. In any case, only Lord Wu and Emperor Wu can fly in the sky, so Xian Niukai still has a great advantage when facing a martial artist. Most critical. The Suan Yaokai can carry 3 super mushroom eggs. In this world, the threat of mushroom eggs is actually not that great, far less than before, because there are various technologies to eliminate radiation, but the destructive power is still very powerful. Wu Jun and Ba are known as moving eggs. In other words, under the king, it is still very difficult to resist the mushroom eggs. Are you okay? As soon as Fang Yan changed from Suan Yao, Yan Shuangxiu walked towards him. Originally, she planned to send a fighter plane to support it, but she didn't expect that Xia Yufei would drive the Blackbird to land before the fighter plane had time to take off. No, just some clowns. Fang Yan said indifferently. That's good. Yan Shuangxiu hesitated for a moment, and said, there is a special mission, do you want to participate? Fang Yan looked at Yan Shuangxiu suspiciously. Talk as you walk. Yan Shuangxiu suggested. Okay. Thus, Fang Yan and Yan Shuangxiu walked side by side and left quickly. A conference room. What mission? Fang Yan asked curiously, especially seeing that Yan Shuangxiu was mysterious. Capture the thief first and capture the king. Yan Shuangxiu said firmly. You want to go deep into the Dongchuan military headquarters. Fang Yan understood in an instant. Only. This task is very dangerous. Going deep behind enemy lines means losing support and fighting alone, which is extremely dangerous. That's why I asked you if you are interested. Yan Shuangxiu said seriously, I won't force you. When to set off? Fang Yan asked. ASAP. Yan Shuangxiu said. Okay, I'll make arrangements. Fang Yan did not refuse. How could such an exciting task be without him? I was worried that I would not have a chance to settle accounts with those guys from the Dongchuan military headquarters. How many people are you planning to bring? Fang Yan asked again. No more than 4. Yan Shuangxiu said, too many, easy to expose the target. Fang Yan did not deny this, and said, let me decide. Can Yan Shuangxiu smiled slightly, as if relieved, really worried that Fang Yan would not agree. Fang Yan agreed, and this mission was half successful. At least, Yan Shuangxiu thought so. Outside the locker room door. "Captain, what's the matter?" Xia Yufei had just changed into her regular clothes and came out when she saw Fang Yan walking over. "Starting tonight, follow me to perform a mission." Fang Yan came to Xia Yufei and said seriously. Regarding which teammate to choose, Fang Yan still has a good idea. It doesn't need to be too strong, but you must know the bottom line. Both Xia Yufei and Tian Tingxian are candidates in Fang Yan's mind. Although Xia Yufei's strength is a little weaker, Fang Yan has found a way to let her quickly improve her martial arts cultivation. Ah! Xia Yufei couldn't help but startled. She knew that she was weak and not qualified to participate in the missions of the lion fighting camp. As an assistant, she could at most take care of Fang Yan's life and the like. Yes or no? Fang Yan asked again earnestly, and did not intend to explain anything. Okay. Xia Yufei said firmly. Good. Fang Yan smiled slightly and said, "Come with me." After that, he turned and left. Xia Yufei immediately followed. Her steps were light, which was enough to show that she was in a good mood, even a little excited. Afterwards, Fang Yan approached Tian Tingxian and surprised him, but readily agreed. As a soldier, or an elite of the Battle Lion Battalion, there is nothing that can make him shrink back. A closed training room. Time is limited. Fang Yan cut the long story short. I have a small drop of blood here. If you can refine it smoothly, your martial arts cultivation will definitely improve by leaps and bounds, but this process will be very painful. Fang Yan said seriously to Tian Tingxian. I accept. Tian Tingxian said without hesitation. For Fang Yan, he still trusts him a lot. Good. Therefore, Fang Yan took the remaining half drop of pill blood in his qi si, and took out 1% of it to Tian Tingxian. You come with me. After arranging Tian Tingxian's affairs, Fang Yan glanced at Xia Yufei and walked towards the training room next to him. In Guangming's huge memory, there exists a method of how to solve the wood spirit mysterious body. Although it is only a guess of Emperor Wu Qin Tianhai, Fang Yan thinks it is feasible. Chapter 71. Training Room. Xia Yufei walked in following Fang Yan, looking a little uneasy. Although she has always longed to practice martial arts to become stronger, but things backfired, even though she has always worked hard. At this time, Fang Yan told Xia Yufei that she could become stronger, which made her both excited and scared. Excited, it can become stronger. Fear, is worrying about disappointing Fang Yan's expectations. Come here, sit down. Sitting on the spot, Fang Yan glanced at Xia Yufei, saw the other party's unnatural appearance, smiled slightly, and said, it must be fine. Xia Yufei nodded, then walked over and sat cross-legged opposite Fang Yan, about 2 meters apart. Do you know what a wood spirit profound physique is? Fang Yan was worried that Yan Shuangxiu hadn't explained this special physique to Xia Yufei in detail. Know a little. Xia Yufei understood Fang Yan's meaning, and said, Zero Sankai, it's because of this that I practice slowly. Do you know why it's slow? Fang Yan asked again. Xia Yufei was silent. She really doesn't know. In fact, even Yan Shuangxiu and others don't know that researchers have been studying this problem, and only by finding the root of this problem can they use this special constitution. There was also a special physique that hindered his cultivation. Originally, this person planned to give up the path of martial arts, but Emperor Wu Qin Tianhai did not give up. With his help, this physique that originally hindered his cultivation of martial arts made his martial arts cultivation even worse. For step by step, the ultimate achievement of the strong. And this person is the strongest martial lord today. It is precisely because of the existence of this Wu Jun that the May 4th Army is as stable as Mount Tai. And his existence, although not as intimidating to all beings as Emperor Wu Di, is precisely his existence, so that those ambitious people can only engage in warlord separatism, and dare not declare independence openly. If a martial lord wants to make up his mind to kill someone, as long as it is not the Emperor Wu and the martial lord, he will surely die. After all, Lord Wu is a humanoid mushroom egg. Not many warlords can withstand the wrath of a Wullard. Wood Spirit Profound Physique is an extreme physique that transforms energy into vitality. Fang Yan explained, because of this, whether the blood energy or true energy you have cultivated, let the wood spirit mysterious body be converted into vitality and stored first. After a pause, your recovery ability is strong, it comes from these stored powerful vitality. Xia Yufei listened attentively and didn't intend to interrupt, but kept every word of Fang Yan in her heart. So, if you want to improve your martial arts cultivation, you must first convert your vitality into energy again. Fang Yan believed that Xia Yufei could understand, and continued, destruction is the correct way for you to practice martial arts. Destroy. Xia Yufei couldn't understand, so she couldn't help asking. This is a skill that you can practice. Fang Yan didn't directly answer Xia Yufei's question, but took out a photonic memory chip that Guangming gave him, and then handed it to Xia Yufei, saying, this exercise is called 9 Turns of Life and Death, which was left by Emperor Wu back then. Emperor Wu. Xia Yufei didn't seem to hear the name of the exercise, but instead focused on the word Lian. Fang Yan nodded and said, Emperor Wu firmly believed that this world would definitely give birth to the wood spirit profound physique. Although he had been looking for this physique all along, he still didn't come across it in the end. Is that so? Xia Yufei looked forward to it. For most people, especially ordinary people, Emperor Wu is a godlike existence. It is precisely because of Emperor Wu that the world of Datong came into existence, allowing mankind to develop peacefully for more than 200 years. After more than 200 years, human beings in various places have actually begun to tend towards great harmony and cultural integration, but the Zhuquan civilization is the main one. After all, Zhuquan civilization is very tolerant. Xia Yufei took over the photon memory chip, and a huge amount of information flooded into her mind. Soon, Xia Yufei closed her eyes and digested the unfamiliar information from the 9th reincarnation talk. Seeing this, Fang Yan was not in a hurry. He believed that with Xia Yufei's intelligence, it would not be difficult to understand this exercise. Afterwards, Fang Yan took out a wisp of Muxuan spiritual energy from the black hole world, about the size of a ball of marshmallow. When it comes to destruction, toxin is undoubtedly the most ideal carrier. For most people, the wood xian spiritual energy is highly poisonous, but for Xia Yufei who has the wood spirit mysterious body, it is a great tonic. Although Emperor Wu didn't say it clearly, Fang Yan felt that one of the reasons why Emperor Wu found the wood profound spiritual qi was that it was prepared for those who possessed the profound body of Shu Ling. Certainly. The most important function must be to suppress Xuedan, a weird 10th order beast. Will Emperor Wu know Xuedan's true identity? Suddenly, Fang Yan thought of this possibility. Wuda, what kind of existence is it? Fang Yan is very interested in Wuda, which is located in the center of the Pacific Ocean. Captain, I think I can do it. Suddenly, Xia Yufei opened her beautiful eyes, trying her best to hide a trace of excitement. Here is a mass of wood profound spiritual energy and a drop of Dan blood, you will try to absorb it later and digest it as quickly as possible. As he spoke, Fang Yan pushed the Muxuan linky floating in front of his chest, and then took out 1/100th of a drop of pill blood from the sea of qi, flicked it with his fingers, and it fell directly into Chang Yufei's mouth minister. Although Xia Yufei was very surprised, she made preparations long ago, immediately mobilized her blood energy, wrapped up the pill blood, and inhaled it into her body, then took a sharp breath, and immediately inhaled the Muxuan spiritual energy into her body. Ah! Xia Yufei screamed out in pain, blood flowed out of the gums in an instant, even her lips were no exception, her snow-white teeth were stained with blood, and her nails sank into her palms. Seeing this, Fang Yan just stood up indifferently. For the rest, she can only rely on Zhen Yufei herself. There's only so much he can do. Hope everything goes well. Afterwards, Fang Yan stayed away from Xia Yufei, came to a corner, and began to study various materials about the 9 stars group sent by Guangming. Since he was going to the Dongchuan area, Fang Yan planned to get rid of the Juxing group together to avoid future troubles. Not to mention 3.7. The 9-star group provided a steady stream of funds and resources to the warlords in the Dongchuan area. In war, fighting is resources. This Jin family needs to be taken care of. After Fang Yan read the information about the 9 stars group, he made a decision in his mind. The 2 big Chaebol families controlling the Juxing group, one is the Pu family in the open, and the other is the Jin family in the dark. It seems that the Pu family and the Jin family are equal in status, but according to the top-secret information collected by Guanjiu, the Jin family is the real master. Most critical. The Jin family has also cultivated a powerful force in the underground world. One light and one dark, Juxing group is bright, Tianyuan will be dark. Tianyuan Hui is the 3rd largest arms and martial arts resource dealer in the underground world. The underground black market in Suanhua town, which was destroyed by Fang Yan and Feng Yongzi, was provided by Tianyuan. Chapter 72. As for the Pu family, in Fang Yan's eyes, there is no threat, except for a lot of money. However, in troubled times, force is king. Money, but not necessarily can be turned into force. With the death of Pu Yuxian, the Pu family no longer has any strong martial arts fighters. The current head of the Pu family, Park San-pu, that is, the peak blue rank martial artist. Fang Yan believes that joining forces with Yan Chuangxiu is enough to take down Park San-pu. But the biggest problem now is that to completely control the Juxing group, the Jin family must be killed, or at least disabled. Although the head of the Jin family is also a top blue rank martial artist, the Jin family is full of talents. Even if Jin's Hixian is dead, the Jin family can still bring out a few contemporary talents to compete with the martial arts experts in the world. Especially the current eldest grandson of the Jin family, Jin's Hixian's eldest brother, who is less than 30 years old, but has already reached the middle stage of the blue rank martial arts. Don't look at the 12 golden martial seats, all of them are less than 24 years old and have broken through to blue rank martial masters, but in reality, many martial arts geniuses break through to blue rank martial masters, which is the pinnacle of their lives. There is an insurmountable gap between blue rank martial artists and fixed rank martial artists 24, and it is also the most important watershed in martial arts training. Before the age of 50, once you can't get over it, you can never get over it. In the hundreds of years of martial arts development, there has been no martial artist who has broken through from a blue-ranked martial artist to a fixed-ranked martial artist after the age of 5000. This point is related to the strength of the human soul. The lifespan of a normal person is only about 100 years. Once you break through to become an indigo-rank martial artist, your lifespan can exceed 150 years old, and if you reach a purple rank martial artist, you will have a lifespan of about 200 years. At the age of 50, that is, half 100 years of life have passed, and the human soul begins to gradually weaken until death. Human beings will die, that is, after the soul is weakened to a certain extent, it cannot be integrated with the body, and the soul and body are separated, that is, death. As the body declines, it also begins to reject the soul. In today's world, with a population of more than 10 billion, there are only less than 1 million martial artists. According to relatively conservative statistics, the combined number of indigo rank and purple rank martial artists does not exceed 1,000. As for the purple rank martial artists, there are even fewer, only 100 or so. Therefore, for a person to be able to cultivate to a blue rank martial artist, he is enough to look down on all sentient beings. Let's decide. Fang Yan carefully studied the strong men of the Jin family, and made a decision in his heart. This Jin family must be wiped out. Afterwards, Fang Yan saw that Xia Yufei hadn't woken up from her cultivation state, so she sat cross-legged and started her own martial arts training. Although Fang Yan's martial arts cultivation has improved by leaps and bounds recently, he feels that the sword technique of Yuan Long Hoki is not enough. It is very likely that he will face an indigo martial artist. If it's just a blue-rank martial artist, Fang Yan doesn't need to be afraid anymore. Even if he can't beat him, he still has enough confidence to escape. Soon. Dream. Fang Yan came in front of the phoenix sacred tree and called out, but did not get a response from the phoenix sacred tree. He guessed that the other party was still asleep, so he began to practice his own saber technique. When Fang Yan began to rehearse the second move releasing the dragon into the sea, the phoenix flower related to the saber technique finally reacted. Fairy in white slowly practiced releasing the dragon into the sea, which was obviously more advanced and mysterious than Fang Yan's second form of Kowloon sword technique. Fang Yan watched carefully, feeling deeply. Time passed bit by bit. Fang Yan is still practicing releasing the dragon into the sea, but compared to the beginning, it is obvious that he has improved a lot. The realm of minor success is not bad. Fang Yan put away the knife and smiled slightly. There are 4 realms of martial arts: the realm of entry, the realm of minor success, the realm of great accomplishment, and the realm of perfection. If it's just the Xian level 9 dragon's sword art, Fang Yan has already reached the state of perfection, but once the fairy in white has practiced it and released the dragon into the sea, it can only be regarded as a state of minor success, and there is still a distance from the state of perfection. However, Fang Yan is not in a hurry. As long as there is a lot of actual combat, releasing the dragon into the sea will reach perfection sooner or later, just like nylon arrogance. Fang Yan has already cultivated Yuan Long's arrogance to perfection, so he has such terrifying power. With the cultivation base of an orange rank martial artist, he can cross the realm of a yellow rank martial artist. It exploded with power comparable to that of a peak green rank martial artist. Of course, exercises are also a factor. As for the third form of the Kowloon saber technique, Fang Yan is even more in a hurry. When his own practice of letting the dragon into the sea reach the perfection, he will consider practicing the third form. This sword technique is a bit insidious. Fang Yan recalled the saber technique of putting the dragon into the sea again, with lingering fears in his heart. This is obviously a perfect sword technique, but to the enemy, this sword technique seems to be full of flaws, but it is actually perfect and extremely domineering, even more domineering than Yuan Long Hoki. In fact, the 9 Dragons Saber technique is an extremely domineering sword technique. Because it seems to be full of flaws, it is easy for opponents to take it lightly, so let the dragon into the sea invincible. Let the dragon into the sea? Let the tiger go back to the mountain? No. That is to lure the snake out of the hole, lure the enemy deep, and catch them all. Fang Yan did not expect such a domineering sword technique to be deceptive. Shuidan is asleep. At this time, Fang Yan realized that Shuidan, a 10th order strange beast, did not respond at all. In the phoenix flower, Shuidan was suspended in the air, like a dead fish. Fang Yan naturally did not believe that Shuidan was dead. It's time to go out. Soon, Fang Yan disappeared. In fact, the black hole world has no time velocity. As for how long he can stay in the black hole world, it depends on whether Fang Yan recovers his spiritual power in reality. Once the mental power recovers and is close to the full state, the black hole world will forcibly kick Fang Yan out. This point was discovered by Fang Yan only recently. It can be said that dreaming of the black hole world can speed up the recovery of mental power. When he returned to reality, Fang Yan found that it was only an hour past 650, and he felt as long as several months in the black hole world. Hey! Breakthrough! Fang Yan's eyes instantly fell on Xia Yufei not far away. A crimson glow erupted from Xia Yufei's sea of air, and immediately turned into a bright orange. Is it orange? Fang Yan was a little surprised. But if you think about it carefully, there is nothing to make a fuss about. This was the explosion of Xia Yufei's vitality accumulated over 10 years. It is the result of accumulation. In the end, Xia Yufei's martial arts cultivation remained at the middle stage of the orange rank. Team leader. When Xia Yufei opened her beautiful eyes with joy in her eyes, she realized that Fang Yan was looking at her. Her pretty face suddenly flushed slightly, and she forgot what she was about to say just now. Fang Yan's eyes are as charming as the starry sky. Pack up and get ready to go. After finishing speaking, Fang Yan turned and left the training room. Yes. Xia Yufei immediately stood up. Koryo Peninsula. A big river with rolling waves. Fang Yan lay quietly in the tall grass, staring at the field in front of him. Although there were no figures or even strange beasts, Fang Yan knew very well that there was a powerful mercenary group ambushing in the wilderness. Mountain Wolf. The strongest armed force secretly cultivated by the Kim family Chaebol. Chapter 73. With Guangming's help, Fang Yan is not worried that they will be found by the detection satellites of the Korean warlords. The original Dongchuan military headquarters is now divided into 3 major warlords. The Koryo warlords headed by the Pu family Chaebol, the Inazakura warlords headed by the Miyazaki Budo family, and the Osaka warlords headed by the Mosban royal family. Among them, the Anaying warlord has a Wujun sitting in it, which Fang Yan is most afraid of. Because of this, Fang Yan first chose to attack the Korean warlords. In fact, once the Wujun of the Inazakura warlord chooses to fight, the Wujun of the Sichuan army is not a vegetarian either. Soldier against soldier, general against general, that's about it. Fang Yan is also very clear that the real talker of the Korean warlords is the Jin family Chaebol. The wilderness ahead originally belonged to the sphere of influence of the Pu family Chaebol, but now there are mercenary regiments stationed by the Jin family Chaebol, which is enough to illustrate this point. Although Fang Yan couldn't see the Mountain Wolf mercenary group ambushing, he would not doubt Guangming's judgment. Wait until late at night before acting. Yan Chuangxiu lay beside Fang Yan and suggested. She couldn't see anyone, and the tiny detector on her body didn't respond, but Yan Chuangxiu chose to believe Fang Yan's judgment. Xia Yufei and Tian Tingxian just quietly lay on the other side of Fang Yan, waiting for instructions. With the help of Fang Yan, Tian Tingxian, who obtained the blood of Dan, also broke through to the rank of Orange Martial Artist, but it was only in the early stage, but it still made Tian Tingxian very excited. Right now, their Tian family owes Fang Yan a huge favor. The Tian family is still very powerful in the Zhuquan military headquarters and has a great say. Xia Yufei, why don't you try it? Fang Yan transmitted his true energy directly to Xia Yufei. Let me. Xia Yufei was a little nervous. It's you. Fang Yan said firmly. What should I do? Xia Yufei asked seriously. Wait for the wind. Fang Yan said something meaningful. Good. Xia Yufei agreed. What's your plan? Yan Chuangxiu glanced at Fang Yan. Just follow your plan and wait until late at night. Fang Yan explained, the Mountain Wolf mercenary group ambushing in that wilderness has about 100 people, but the top-level fighters, no more than 10 people, you and I should be able to deal with it, it's the rest. Having said that, he didn't go on. Yan Chuangxiu probably understood Fang Yan's intention after hearing the words. The top combat power in Fang Yan's mouth refers to green-rank martial artists and blue-rank martial artists. Among them, the Mountain Wolf mercenary group has only 1 blue-rank martial artist, but has 8 green-rank martial artists. To be honest, such a configuration, even if placed in the former 7 major military departments, is not inferior at all. In particular, there is a blue-rank martial artist. Although it is only in the early stage, it can still deter many mercenary groups. Obviously, Yan Shuangxiu didn't know Xia Yufi's strength yet. Not afraid of any toxins, this alone is enough to kill the quartet. It's not that Fang Yan didn't tell Yan Shuangxiu, but that he didn't have a suitable opportunity. Anyway, Yan Shuangxiu will know sooner or later, so it's okay not to say anything. As for Tian Tingxian, Fang Yan intends to let him make up the knife, especially those who can resist tenaciously after being poisoned. The first actual battle is of great significance to both Tianting and Xia Yufei. All is ready except for the opportunity. When the east wind arrives, the fields will be stained with blood. Gradually, the crescent moon sank, and the sky became even darker. In the vast wilderness, the silence was terrible, and the sound of insects that belonged to autumn had disappeared. Fang Yan and the other four were still lying in the tall grass, hiding. In fact, this field can be regarded as a strategic point. Although it is not a high point, 100 kilometers ahead is a super large arsenal. A lot of military equipment is produced from that arsenal. Taking that arsenal would definitely hit the Pu family. Although ignoring bullets and artillery fire, the strong belong to the minority after all. For example, Fang Yan and Yan Shuangxiu can ignore ordinary missiles, but Xia Yufei and Tian Tingxian cannot. Facing various heavy weapons with abundant firepower, such as enhanced machine guns, the two of them can only avoid its edge. A gust of cold wind came slowly. Finally it's windy. Yan Shuangxiu felt a bit of coolness, as if adding a little movement to this dead wilderness. Xia Yufei naturally felt the cool breeze coming, so she took out the poisonous bee dagger that Fang Yan gave her not long ago, crawled forward slowly, and the sharp poisonous bee dagger quietly drew a bottomless stroke on the ground mark. A wisp of purple mist, faintly visible, floated up from the scratches on the ground, as if something was burning and smoked. Another gust of cold wind came, and the purple mist was instantly blown away, becoming colorless and odorless, blending into the air, and following the cold wind, it spread towards the endless wilderness. The poisonous bee dagger was originally chopped off by Fang Yan, but Fang Yan took some time to find Yan Taiguo to repair it, and also strengthened the effect of the toxin, so it can be used by Xia Yufei. If a person who is not afraid of poison uses a poisonous bee dagger, the killing power will become even more terrifying. To be honest, Xia Yufei was really nervous. Don't talk about murder or anything, but just being on the battlefield for the first time made her thoughts rush, but she still restrained herself in the end. She didn't want to disappoint Fang Yan, a junior. In Xia Yufei's heart, she actually prefers to call Fang Yan junior brother instead of captain. Perhaps, it was just taking advantage of her words so that she would not look so mediocre. After all, she is also Fang Yan's senior. But this small thought, only she knows, usually in front of others, the one who should be called the captain, has to be called the captain. The more she got to know Fang Yan, Xia Yufei found that Fang Yan became more mysterious and powerful, and invisibly, she once again felt an inexplicable inferiority complex. Since childhood, Xia Yufei has been very contradictory, which is related to her strange physique. She used to work very hard, but she had to keep a low profile and stay away from friends and even relatives, worrying that her strange physique would be discovered and then arrested for living body research. Such things are by no means rare. Manos, the existence of light in the world does not mean that there is no darkness in the world. Facing her unchangeable physique, the petite and lonely girl had a negative attitude in her heart. She began to close herself, and gradually became a little inferior. An accident gave her an experience of flying. Then, only when she flew up did Xia Yufei feel her own existence, a free and unfettered self. Next, she decisively participated in various flight license exams. Zheng Jun. The sky is her only harbor. Now, Xia Yufei found that she had a new sky. In the dark night, Xia Yufei's petite and light figure became the advantage. The poisonous bee dagger was still inserted into the ground, and with Xia Yufi's small movements, it left scratches on the ground that emitted purple mist. This scratch, unknowingly, has been 1,000 meters long. Chapter 74. Do you want her to stop? Seeing that Xia Yufi was about to leave the grass and step into the field, Yan Shuangxiu also glanced at Fang Yan. Fang Yan shook his head, and said meaningfully, just let her let go once. Yan Shuangxiu was slightly taken aback, not quite understanding the meaning of Fang Yan's words. Fang Yan didn't intend to explain. This is the most secret in Xia Yufi's heart, so secret that she lost her memory because of it. If it wasn't for the light, Fang Yan really didn't know that Xia Yufi still had such a history. Just when Yan Shuangxiu was thinking, Xia Yufi stopped quietly, but the jade hand holding the poisonous bee dagger trembled violently for some reason. Perhaps the toxin had played a role. A huge head slowly protruded out of a depression less than 300 meters in front of Xia Yufi, as if she had to surface for a breath after being held in a dive for a long time. Good guy. Seeing that huge head, Fang Yan finally understood why Guangming could not accurately locate the location of the Mountain Wolf Mercenary Corps and others. There are universes in those depressions, and the soil in the depressions has been specially treated so that it looks no different from ordinary soil, but it can actually isolate energy from exploration, which is why the light cannot find out the precise location for a while. If Guangming can rely on detection satellites, 183 will definitely be fine, but in this way, it will be easy to expose their actions this time. I don't know how it is over there. Fang Yan murmured in his heart. This time he came to this place not only to obliterate the Pu family Chable and the Jin family Chable, but also to find out the ghost of the War Lion camp. Fang Yan did not discuss this matter with Yan Shuangxiu, but directly discussed it with Lu Rongguo, and they finally agreed. Fang Yan is bait. Although there have always been soldiers stationed in this field, the appearance of the Mountain Wolf mercenary group can only show that the Pu family and the Jin family are prepared. Obviously, both the Pu family and the Jin family got wind of it. For the Pu family and the Jin family, Fang Yan is the guy who gets rid of them first. Guangming, have you found it? Fang Yan asked a question in his mind. It has been found out that it is indeed him. Bright said. Major General Lu didn't do anything. Fang Yan asked again. Not yet. Bright said. Not yet. Fang Yan pondered for a moment, and said, find a way to pass the information to Lu Rongguo, and don't let other people know. Good. Guangming paused, and said, the transmission is complete. Our side has also started to act, so as not to have long nights and dreams. Fang Yan thought, Siba, in his heart, and saw Xia Yufi moving again, like a nimble cat, bent down, arched his back, lowered his head, and rushed towards that huge head. In the night, almost invisible. In order to hide, it is impossible for the members of the Mountain Wolf mercenary group to use the body protection chi. After all, the body protection chi is too eye-catching in the night, so the poison attack is the best choice, forcing them to come out. If you don't use body protection genkai, you can't stop the toxin released by the poisonous bee dagger. Not to mention, the toxin of the poisonous bee dagger was also incorporated into the Wood Xian spiritual energy, which made it even more poisonous. Really? The protruding big head finally couldn't bear it anymore, and left the depression instinctively. Mixuan spiritual energy can act on the human soul, causing the brain to become excited, until the brain dies, and the person dies, and the body does not seem to have any changes, and the death is very peaceful. When the member of the Mountain Wolf mercenary group wanted to climb out, he sank suddenly, obviously being pulled back. But Xia Yufi didn't give the Mountain Wolf mercenary any chance. The distance of less than 300 meters is only 10 seconds for an orange-rank martial artist. Say short is not short, say long is not long. Especially Xia Yufi broke out at the fastest speed. In a blink of an eye, Xia Yufei appeared at the edge of the depression. Even if she was lying like a cheetah, she would still be the target of the mountain wolf mercenary group. But Xia Yufei wasn't afraid at all. She is confident in her toxins. Those mountain wolf mercenaries who have inhaled the poisonous bee poison are less than half of their original combat effectiveness. Da-da-da. In an instant, the tongue of flames soared into the sky. In a depression 300 meters away from Xia Yufei, a cannon protruded, and endless bullets were fired at Xia Yufei crazily. But Xia Yufei had already got into the depression. Obviously, the shooter's reaction was a beat slower. How could the Mountain Wolf Mercenary Corps think that their antivirus system didn't work at all? Mu Xian Linqi is not a toxin in the general sense, but an energy toxin, which can easily penetrate into the soil, and then spread into the underground space and spread. Ah! A burst of screams, like killing a pig, came from the ground. Seeing this scene, Fang Yan made a gesture to make Yan Chuangxiu, who was about to go to support, stop. Yan Chuangxiu looked at Fang Yan, wanting to ask something, but finally held back. Even though Yan Chuangxiu should be in the dominant position, at this moment, she felt that following Fang Yan was the most correct decision. No! The devil! Do not kill me! In an instant, a terrifying cry came from below the wilderness. Under the moonlight, the originally pitch-black land glowed with a tinge of red. There was blood, gushing out from the soil. Afterwards, all kinds of broken limbs also flew out. This scene is like hell. Tian Tingxian was stunned watching this scene. He never thought that the one who caused this scene was Xia Yufei, who looked a little weaker by her side just now. It shouldn't be necessary for us to take action. Fang Yan stood up suddenly. Guangming just told Fang Yan that there is no other breath of life in the field, except Xia Yufei. It's over. Yan Chuangxiu couldn't believe it. Anyway, more than 100 people were killed like this? And this, but only after 5 minutes. Let's go and see. Fang Yan walked towards the nearest depression. Yan Chuangxiu and Tian Tingxian followed immediately. Their eyes were full of doubts, but they were more curious. Boom! Fang Yan raised the knife and slashed open the depression, revealing an underground world. Only at this moment, the underground world is full of corpses. This! Yan Chuangxiu was shocked when she saw this. Tian Tingxian is no exception. Compared to mushroom eggs, biochemical weapons are the scariest. Fang Yan sighed inexplicably. At this time, Xia Yufei was not much different from biochemical weapons. Fang Yan originally thought that there was only the Mountain Wolf mercenary group in the underground world, but he did not expect that there were also regular troops from the original Dongchuan military headquarters. There are as many as 3,000 people. However, these 3,000 people have all turned into corpses. All poisoned to death. Those broken corpses are the members of the Mountain Wolf Mercenary Corps. Has the Mountain Wolf Mercenary Corps ever done anything to Xia Yufei? Yan Chuangxiu suddenly thought of something and glanced at Fang Yan. When seeing those broken corpses, Yan Chuangxiu naturally thought of a word. Take revenge. Some people had more than 100 scars on their bodies, all of which were inflicted by poisonous bee daggers, even if these people had died long ago and couldn't die anymore. At this time, Yan Chuangxiu somewhat understood one thing. Just now, Fang Yan stopped her from supporting her because she was afraid that Xia Yufei would accidentally kill her own people by mistake. Xia Yufei's biological parents were killed by the head of the Mountain Wolf Mercenary Corps. Fang Yan said coldly. Chapter 75. Yan Chuangxiu was taken aback when she heard the facts Fang Yan said, obviously different from her perception of Xia Yufei. The current parents are only Xia Yufei's adoptive parents, but Xia Yufei has lost this memory. Fang Yan explained, to be more precise, someone deliberately erased this memory of Xia Yufei. District. Yan Chuangxiu understood a little bit, and for a moment, she didn't know what to say. Team leader. A weak voice came slowly. Xia Yufei came out of the depression, her whole body was covered with bright red blood, and there were even some minced meat and internal organs hanging on her clothes, which looked very scary. Remember everything? Fang Yan asked seemingly casually. Xia Yufei nodded, holding back tears from her blood-red eyes. She used to have a happy and beautiful super big family. However, when she had a certain understanding of the world, when she was 4 or 5 years old, she told her biological parents about the strange physique she possessed, but what greeted her was that all 46 members of her family were wiped out. She was left alone. There is no other reason. Those people wanted to use Xia Yufei as an experimental subject to conduct various human experiment research. And those people were the Mountain Wolf mercenary group, and even the head of the group personally led the team. The man behind the scenes, under Guangming's investigation, Fang Yan can basically confirm that it is the Nine Stars group, or more precisely, the Jin family Chabal behind the Nine Stars group. For a long time, the Juxing group has participated in various human experiments, especially in the years when Emperor Wu was away, and they didn't even hide it very much. In other words, human experiments can better help human evolution. Even Guangming told Fang Yan that Juxing Group is also conducting various experiments on the synthesis of human animals. If Guangming hadn't told Fang Yan, it would be hard for him to imagine it. Even though Fang Yan thinks he has great perseverance and courage, he can't help but want to vomit when he sees the pictures made of human bodies and animals. Not only cruel, but disgusting. Is this really something humans can do? In fact, is allowed. This point, Fang Yan is very clear. Some people's bottom line is that there is no bottom line at all. Maybe heaven favors Xia Yufei, a poor little girl. When the Mountain Wolf mercenary group was about to take Xia Yufei away, a powerful passerby came to help and easily took Xia Yufei away, but they didn't kill the Mountain Wolf mercenary group. As for who this passerby was, Guangming did not find out. After that, Xia Yufei lost this memory. It may also be that she has experienced such misfortune before, even if she does not have this memory, but her body remembers it thoroughly, so that in the days to come, she will not dare to tell anyone about her special physique, including her adoptive father and adoptive mother, but she didn't know that they were adoptive father and adoptive mother, and she always treated them as her biological parents. She even forced herself to forget about having a special physique. The light did help Fang Yan a lot, but it made him see more darkness. However, Guangming told Fang Yan that this passerby probably does not belong to this world. As for why there is such an inference, Guangming did not tell Fang Yan. Then, Fang Yan didn't bother to ask. The members of the Mountain Wolf mercenary group all have a wolf head tattoo on their shoulders. Fang Yan believes that if Xia Yufei sees the wolf head tattoo, her lost memories will definitely come back. As a result, as expected. Although it is very cruel, but Xia Yufei wants to go further on the road of martial arts, she must face all of this, otherwise it will become her inner demon for the rest of her life, and she will easily go crazy when she is practicing. Fang Yan removed the uncertainty from Xia Yufei. Xia Yufei at this time is the complete Xia Yufei. Don't cry. Yan Shuangxiu looked at Xia Yufei with pear blossoms on her face, even though she was stained red with blood, she still felt distressed for a while, so she stepped forward and hugged Xia Yufei gently, like a gentle big sister. Seeing this, Fang Yan didn't participate in the scene, took a look at Tian Tingxian, and said, "Go and see if there are any alive." Yes. Tian Tingxian was obviously stimulated, clenched his fists tightly, but he didn't know whether it was fear, excitement, or a little bit of both. Fang Yan's meaning couldn't be more clear. Still alive, kill with one knife. Some people really don't need to live in this world. It seems that Major General Liu is in trouble. Fang Yan looked up at Minjiu and murmured. I didn't meet the head of the Mountain Wolf mercenary group here, not even a strong warrior, like a green-rank martial artist, and the strongest is the mid-yellow rank. Xia Yufei killed her with a single knife. Obviously. The core members of the Mountain Wolf mercenary group all went to rescue the ghost in the War Lion camp, and there were even more than one. After all, Guangming is not omniscient and omnipotent, and it is impossible to accurately find out every inner ghost. A late purple rank martial artist is indeed worth saving. Half an hour later, Tian Tingxian finally came back, just like Xia Yufei, covered in blood all over his body. Let's go to Pu's house to have a look. After finishing speaking, Fang Yan walked towards the Pu family's ancestral house. Hearing this, Yan Shuangxiu frowned lightly. She really didn't know what Fang Yan wanted to do this time, but she didn't ask any more questions, and followed with Xia Yufei. Tian Tingxian is no exception. Park family ancestral home. I have to say, it is extremely luxurious. At a glance, the houses are in stretches. This mountain forest belongs to the Pu family. A classic and elegant three-story wooden building. A middle-aged man with a handsome appearance was sitting quietly in the study room. When he saw the news he had just received, he couldn't help clenching his fists. "Master, what happened?" The butler next to him asked with concern. He knew that his master was very angry. The middle-aged man is none other than Pu Sanpu, the current head of the Pu family. Completely annihilated. Park Sanpu said 4 words seemingly calmly. Hearing the words, the butler fell silent immediately, not daring to answer. At this time, Park Sanpu must be angry. The destruction of the Mountain Wolf mercenary corps meant that the Pu family's last line of defense was gone. Originally, when Park Sanpu heard that Fang Yan was coming, he was planning to leave to avoid his attack, but when he learned that the Mountain Wolf mercenary corps was coming to help defend, this scene happened. Watch the show. Now, it's too late to go. Unless you ignore the rest of the Pu family. As the peak martial artist of the blue rank, Pu Sanpu wanted to escape, but he thought Fang Yan and others couldn't stop him. Park Sanpu, don't leave too, today we will settle the grievances between you and me. Suddenly, a thunderous sound came from outside the study. Chapter 76. On a tall wooden tower. Fang Yan stood on the spire with his hands behind his back, looking down at Pu Sanpu who just came out of the study. As for Yan Shuangxiu and the other 3, their whereabouts are unknown. Pu Sanpu raised his head, squinted his eyes, and looked at Fang Yan in the distance. He really couldn't imagine this scene. A mere early-stage martial artist of the Huang rank dared to break into the Pu family's ancestral house alone. It was too ridiculous and deceptive. But Park Sanpu knew very well that she severely restricted Fang Yan from traveling with her. He could ignore Fang Yan's existence, but he couldn't ignore Yan Shuangxiu. As the third seat of the 12 golden martial seats, Yan Shuangxiu's strength is beyond doubt. At least, Park Sanpu was not sure about defeating Yan Shuangxiu. At this time, Yan Shuangxiu disappeared, and Pu Sanpu had to be on guard, so he didn't dare to act rashly, otherwise he would rush forward immediately and kill Fang Yan. The moment he asked Park Wu Hyun to follow Jin's Hixian to kill Fang Yan, Park Sanpo knew very well that the 640 grievance between the two had been completely settled. Although there is no evidence that Fang Yan killed the Park Jinyun brothers and Park Wuxian, it has become irrelevant now. Fang Yan wants the Pu family to die, and the Pu family also wants Fang Yan to die, it's that simple. Only you? Pu Sanpu asked tentatively, hoping to gain some time to find out where Yan Shuangxiu was. As long as Yan Shuangxiu comes, the Pu family will definitely be able to find out. Unfortunately, what Pu Sanpu didn't know was that with Guangming's help, Yan Shuangxiu took Xia Yufei and Tian Tingxian to sneak into the Pu family and wiped out all those secret whistles. In the face of light, electronic monitoring equipment is like nothing. Most critical. Fang Yan wanted Yan Shuangxiu to take Xia Yufei and Tian Tingxian with him to save the child hidden in the human laboratory. This matter was told to Fang Yan by Guangming. Fang Yan is not a saint, but if he can do it, he will still do it. Soon. This place will be reduced to ruins. Fang Yan doesn't mind killing people, but he doesn't want to kill those innocent civilians. In Fang Yan's eyes, the Pu family deserved death. Their prosperity and wealth are all based on eating people without spitting out their bones. I am alone, that's enough. Fang Yan said confidently upon hearing this. He knows that Park Sanpu is delaying time, so why is he not delaying time? Otherwise, how could he pretend to be so much with Park Sanpu here? Ignorant madman. Park Sanpu drank angrily. He is really angry. It is really hard to be looked down upon by a junior. It is still a martial arts cultivation base lower than him. Oh no. The butler suddenly came out of the study and whispered something in Pu Sanpu's ear. The Pu family finally found out the whereabouts of Yan Chuangxiu, but it must be too late to rush there now. What? Park Sanpu stared at Fang Yan immediately, and said, "You're going to die for me." Before he finished speaking, he jumped up, took 2 steps in the air, and arrived in front of Fang Yan. Since Yan Chuangxiu is not near Fang Yan, then everything should be over. Fang Yan must die. Wind walk? What a powerful movement! Fang Yan could tell that Park Sanpu was able to do this by relying on his powerful agility to walk in the air. As a result, Fang Yan thinks he is not as good as Park Miura in terms of speed. You still have to practice your body skills. Fang Yan has a decision in mind, but now is obviously not a good time to think about it. Not to mention, he had no intention of fleeing. Look at the sword. As soon as the words fell, Pu Sanpu took out a silver-purple long sword from the space ring. The sword was shining and extremely sharp, and stabbed towards Fang Yan's chest. Purple snake. Fang Yan could tell the origin of the silver-purple long sword at a glance. It was really extraordinary. The purple snake sword is a true spirit warrior that has been passed down by the Pu family for more than 300 years. More than 100 years ago, before Wu De Tianhai ruled the world, the Pu family gave birth to a powerful Wu Jun, thus creating a powerful Pu family chaebol. Pity. The good times don't last long. Because he forged a life and death enmity with another Wu Jun when he was young, and in the end this Wu Jun of the Pu family died under the sword of the other side. The purple snake sword is the sword of the Pu family martial lord. Although the Pu family's martial lord died, the Pu family had already become a prosperous family. In addition, there were 2 other martial lords trying to protect the Pu family. In the end, the purple snake sword was taken back, and it has been passed down to this day. With the defeat of the Pu family, the Pu family has no follower, and the Pu family began to go downhill, but the emaciated camel was bigger than a horse, lingering, until it cooperated with the Jin family to create the Juxing group, and at the same time boarded the express train of development after Emperor Wu ruled the world. The economic strength skyrocketed. With money, the Pu family's ambitions naturally swelled. It has been brilliant once, and who doesn't want to be brilliant again? As for the purple snake sword, Fang Yan naturally studied it. This is a true spirit-level warrior that is conducive to the way of the fast sword. What Pu Sanpu practiced was the way of the quick sword. With a sharp sword in one hand, he has practiced hard for more than 30 years, and has made some achievements. Because of this, Park Sanpu was confident that his sword was too fast for Fang Yan to catch, so he didn't even bother to use his sword moves. This point is enough to show that Fang Yan is still not enough to be a star in Park Sanpu's mind. For a mere early-stage martial artist of the Huang rank, how could he let Park Sanpu unleash his sword? Park Sanpu's willingness to show his sword is the greatest reward for Fang Yan. As the peak martial artist of the blue rank, Park Sanpu is indeed qualified and has the strength to think so. It is a pity. Park Sanpu's opponent is Fang Yan. Faced with the purple snake sword stabbing towards him, Fang Yan didn't panic at all. Even seeing that the point of the purple snake sword was about to pierce his chest, he still had a calm expression on his face, as if the person stabbed wasn't him. He is like a bystander. Die. Park Sanpyu firmly believes that Fang Yan can't avoid it, that's why the scene in front of him. Fang Yan was frightened, and Yi was frightened silly. Fang Yan is sure to die. However, at the moment when the point of the purple snake sword touched the clothes on Fang Yan's chest, a black shadow emerged from his chest, just in front of the point of the purple snake sword. Pu Sanpyu naturally saw the black shadow, even though it was just a flash, he still saw clearly that it was a spherical black shadow, but the next moment, he was surprised and felt a crisis in his heart. Not good. Pu Sanpyu immediately retracted his sword with his hand, forcibly retracted the purple snake sword, flipped it in the air, and landed on the top of the wooden building not far away, facing Fang Yan from a distance. How is this going? Park Sanpyu touched his chest subconsciously, and obviously felt a trace of blood. How could he be hurt? The strangest thing is that the wound position 3.3 is exactly where Park Miura stabbed Fang Yan's chest. Distorted space. An incredible idea flashed through Park Sanpyu's mind, it was simply whimsical. Except for Emperor Wu, no one can distort the space. Even the strongest martial lord today can't distort the space. If it wasn't for distorting the space, how could his purple snake sword hurt himself? Pu Sanpyu can be sure that the sword mark on his chest was caused by the purple snake sword. The reason is simple. Purple blood oozed from the wound on his chest. This is not poisoning, but the sword energy of the purple snake sword directly destroys the blood components, causing it to bleed continuously. Soon, Pu Sanpyu tapped the acupuncture points on his chest a few times to seal the oozing purple blood. It should be because of the black ball. Park Sanpyu stared at Fang Yan's chest, and naturally thought of that weird spherical black shadow. Chapter 77. Fang Yan still didn't intend to take the initiative to attack. Fang Yan is very satisfied with the ability of ultra-miniature black holes to distort space. With the improvement of martial arts, Fang Yan discovered that many powerful abilities can be developed with the help of ultra-miniature black holes. However, this trick distorts space and consumes far more than space movement. Under the effect of forcibly distorting the space, the purple snake sword originally stabbed at Fang Yan's chest, but turned back and stabbed at Park Miura's chest. It has to be said that Pu Sanpyu reacted quickly enough, otherwise he, the majestic head of the Pu family, would die under his own sword, and it would be ridiculous to say it. As for the spherical black shadow that Park Sanpyu saw, it was not the ultra-miniature black hole itself, but the spherical black shadow caused by the loss of light caused by the distortion of space. Fang Yan, Yan Chuangxiu has rescued those children, 39 in total, but one little girl is dying and cannot be saved. The voice of light came from Fang Yan's mind. No. Fang Yan replied faintly, but a silver-black spear appeared out of thin air in his hand. It is the Disillusionment 24-star gun. Long gun. Park Sanpyu was a little surprised when he saw the Disillusionment star gun in Fang Yan's hand. As we all know, Fang Yan's sword technique has no rival in the younger generation, after all, he has comprehended the sword intent, which is enough for him to be the leader in this age group. However, at this moment, Fang Yan actually used a spear. This made Park Miura a little confused. There is still a huge gap between the way of the spear and the way of the sword. But soon, Park Sanpyu understood why Fang Yan used a spear. Not good. Park Sanpyu was about to make a move, and at the moment of the preemptive strike, the sky seemed to sink, and then began to distort the visible Walai with an obvious arc. How is this going? Pu Sanpyu felt an inexplicable panic, even though he had experienced many storms, but he had never seen such a strange phenomenon. Could it be him? Park Sanpyu's eyes fell on Fang Yan again. At this moment, Fang Yan has already raised the disillusionment gun high, just like holding a big knife. The space around the disillusionment star gun became visibly distorted. The building behind Fang Yan looks like it has turned into a twisted roll from a distance. Impossible. Park Sanpua finally realized something. The spear in Fang Yan's hand is unusual. Lord level. Park Miura wasn't sure. He has seen the king-level warriors before, but the power that erupts is still not as exaggerated as the disillusionment star gun. Fang Yan didn't pay attention to what Park Sanpua was thinking at all, only knowing that the other party soon became a dead person. Let the dragon into the sea. Accompanied by Fang Yan leaping high, he replaced the saber with his strongest saber. Sword intent. Park Sanpua finally clearly felt the saber intent erupting from the vanishing star gun, like a tsunami, constantly washing over his soul, making him dizzy. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Pu Sanpua really didn't want to believe that a mere early-stage Huang-rank martial artist could erupt such a terrifying power star. This knife has already surpassed the peak martial artist of the blue rank, and is comparable to the peak martial artist of the indigo rank. It's a long gun. Park Sanpua was very sure that the spear in Fang Yan's hand must be causing trouble. Everything is an illusion. Only his body is mature. After all, Park Sanpua didn't stab any sword, but turned around and fled. Roar! A burst of dragon chant descended from the sky. Fang Yan merged with his gun and turned into a phantom of a dragon, bursting out an extremely terrifying storm of true qi, like a violent storm, flying towards Pu Sanpua. Even though he was using a long spear, he erupted with a terrifying sword intent. I can't escape. Park Sanpua made a judgment in an instant. It has to be said that Park Miura's strength is still very strong, but he just met people who shouldn't be met. Purple lotus blooms. Without hesitation, Pu Sanpua turned around and thrust out a sword. The purple snake sword suddenly burst into flames, as if turning into a gorgeous purple lotus, instantly enveloped Fang Yan. That's it. Haha. You are still too young. Park Sanpua burst out laughing out loud. At this moment, he realized that Fang Yan's saber was just very intimidating, but the saber technique was full of flaws, which made him strike first and succeed in counter-killing. When seeing the hope of victory, how could Park Sanpua be unhappy, especially after killing Fang Yan? He knew that Fang Yan was too young, and thought that the warriors were strong enough, and the power of martial arts burst out was strong enough. Too naive. Haha. Park Miura smiled even more happily. Only. His laughter stopped abruptly. His smile froze. Roar. The dragon's chant resounded through the heaven and earth, and a phantom of a divine dragon broke through the purple lotus and flew towards Pu Sanpua. No. Park Sanpua screamed out immediately, as scary as killing a pig. A violent burst of true energy instantly crushed Park Sanpua's body. Boom! The disillusionment star gun fell directly on Park Sanpua's head, and a terrifying force exploded from the contact point. Park Sanpua's blue body protection chi was as fragile as potato chips, and his whole body was instantly wiped out, leaving nothing behind. Even the purple snake sword vanished into thin air. Boom! The aftermath of the violent chi, like a storm, swept away in all directions. Run away! The members of the Pu family felt the terror of the storm and frantically fled outside. Unfortunately, it's still too late. Finally, an energy storm swept across the entire Pu family's ancestral house. Within hundreds of meters of Fang Yuan, it was razed to the ground. A huge pit with a diameter of 100 meters appeared under the sky. The mountain not far away was also cut off by the violent shock wave. The wind blows the dust. 823. When everything calmed down, Fang Yan stood in the center of the giant crater holding the Star of Disillusionment gun, slowly raised his head, and glanced at the cloudless sky. His strength has undoubtedly become stronger. This time I used the vanishing star gun, although my body was still a little thinner, but it was not so obvious, and I just didn't eat for a few days. Good. For this performance, Fang Yan is very satisfied. As for how many members of the Pu family died, Fang Yan didn't care at all. It's time to practice marksmanship. Fang Yan was thinking about something. Substituting a gun for a sword would not be able to exert the true power of the Miss Happy Star gun. Only good marksmanship is hard to come by. Guanjiu, how far away are Instructor Yan and the others? Fang Yan asked. It has entered the safe range. Bright still answered so impersonally. It's over. Before the words finished, Fang Yan disappeared in place. Yes. In the sky, there were several bright lights. Several laser cannons fell from the sky and landed in the remaining PU family's ancestral house. The flames soaring into the sky dyed the blue sky red. Within 100 miles of Fang Yuan, no one survived. The scene of the PU family's demise shocked the warlords again. Especially the Goryeo warlords of the Kim family. Chapter 78. Goryeo City. Kim's mansion. In the office conference room. There were 10 men sitting around the conference table, discussing something. The demise of the PU family brought unprecedented shock to the Jin family. Even if the PU family is in decline, the background is still there. How could it be wiped out overnight? If it hadn't been confirmed by many parties, the rulers of the Jin family would not believe it. However, the ruins of the PU family's ancestral house truly told the Jin family present that the PU family was really gone. Most horrible. Or was the PU family wiped out by satellite laser cannons? As a result, this had to make the Jin family have more ideas. The only ones who can use satellite laser cannons are the former 7 military departments. Not to mention, this time, a total of 4 satellite laser cannons attacked the PU family's ancestral house at the same time. This made everyone in the Jin family even more puzzled. There are a total of 36 satellite orbital laser cannons, which can basically attack the world without dead ends. Since the warlords are divided now, information is no longer exchanged, so the Jin family can no longer get more accurate information from other warlords, which 4 satellite laser cannons attacked the PU family's ancestral house. The one sitting on the first seat is the head of the Jin family. Jin Hunan. Blue rank peak martial artist. There is no doubt about its strength. Although Jin Hunan and Park Sanpyu have the same martial arts cultivation base, the difference in strength between the two is still not small. In the past, Jin Hunan fought undefeated for 30 rounds against early-stage Indigo warriors. This record is enough to brag about. At least it shows that Jin Hunan has the fighting power of an early-stage Indigo-level martial artist, but he can't last too long. Is there any movement in Juquan? Jin Hunan looked at a middle-aged man on the left, and saw that the man was wearing a gorgeous military uniform, and the epaulets showed that he was an officer of the rank of lieutenant colonel. The officer's name is Jin Taeyan, a direct relative of the Jin family, who was once stationed in Dongchuan military headquarters. They all escaped successfully. Jin Taeyan said, I don't know why, but Guo didn't continue to pursue them. What Jin Hunan and Jin Taeyan said about them refers to the inner ghost of the War Lion camp and the head of the Mountain Wolf mercenary corps. Lu Rongguo is an old fox, you should be more careful. Jin Hunan said meaningfully. They know. Jin Taeyan said. Any news about Fang Yan? Jin Hunan asked again. Not yet. A middle-aged man farthest away from Jin Hunan replied. No. Jin Hunan frowned. The middle-aged man chose to remain silent. The detection satellites on your heads are all vegetarians. Jin Hunan got angry and almost exploded. After 3 days, Fang Yan couldn't be found, which is really outrageous. In 3 days, not to mention a living person like Fang Yan, even an ant can be found out without any mistakes. The name of the middle-aged man is Song Tae-jun, the director of the Satellite Science and Technology Department of the 9-Star Group. Our satellites seem to be jammed. Song Tae-jun said softly, not daring to be too loud. Like. Jin Hunan became even more upset when he heard the words, and said, when you ask for money every year, why do you report the numbers one after another so accurately? Song Tae-jun was silent again. Jin Hoquan, bring another 3,000 elites there, and find Fang Yan no matter what. Jin Hunan looked at a middle-aged man sitting opposite Jin Taiyan, gave the order to die directly, and said firmly, Fang Yan must still be near Koryo City. Yes. Jin Hoquan responded immediately. He is Jin Hunan's half-brother, and also a blue-rank martial artist, but in the early stage. In fact, among the 10 people present, except Song Tae-jun, the Minister of Science and Technology, who is not a blue-rank martial artist, the rest are all blue-rank martial artists. This point alone is enough to show that the Jin family is much stronger than the Pu family. It is not without reason that the Jin family can stay behind the scenes. These 10 people are the core strength of the entire Jin family. Although Song Tae-jun's surname is not Jin, he is in the Jin family and is Jin Hoquan's brother-in-law. His martial arts cultivation is at the peak of the green rank, and he is not far from the blue rank. Let's all go away. Then, in the office conference room, only Jin Hunan was left alone. Jin Hunan really did not expect that the majestic head of the Jin family would be played with his palm bone by a young man of the yellow rank martial artist, which is simply extremely humiliating. There is no way to find out all the news about the demise of the Pu family. The only thing that is certain is the ruins of the Pu family's ancestral house. Who killed Park San Pu? No one knows. Who destroyed the Park family's ancestral house? Still no one knows. Although everyone is guessing that Fang Yan did it, but no one has full evidence to prove this. Not to mention, can Fang Yan really do it all? Everyone had to place a huge question mark. No one wants to believe this is true. The weirdest. All the detection satellites can't find Fang Yan's whereabouts, just like Fang Yan disappeared in the Blue Star. Wrong. Jin Hunan carefully recalled all the information about Fang Yan, and immediately found a breakthrough. Fang Yan seems to have a sister. The corners of Jin Hunan's mouth couldn't help but curl up. Since you can't find Fang Yan himself, let's start with the closest person around Fang Yan. Jin Hunan didn't believe it and couldn't let Fang Yan out. In a mountain forest more than 100 kilometers away from Koryo City, 3 figures surrounded a bonfire with a porcupine on it, about 2 meters long. The fierce porcupine is a 6th-order alien beast that lives in groups, but at this time, it is about to become the belly of Fang Yan and others. These 3 figures are exactly Fang Yan, Yan Chuangxiu, and Xia Yufei. It has been 4 days since the Pu family died. During these 4 days, Fang Yan asked Tian Tingxian to take care of those children's matters first. Fang Yan didn't deal with it himself, and couldn't bear to see their miserable conditions. Many children's organs were replaced with those of other animals, and it was not easy for them to survive. Fang Yan was not in a hurry to find trouble with the Jin family. He believed that when the members of the Jin family learned that the Pu family had been destroyed, they must feel very tormented and uncomfortable, as if they were waiting for the arrival of the god of death. After 4 days of recuperation, Fang Yan and others have already fully recovered. Hello, Wang. Fang Yan's martial arts cultivation base has also made a breakthrough. He is already a peak martial artist of the Huang rank, and half a drop of blood in the Sea of Qi has been completely digested. These days, Fang Yan, Yan Chuangxiu, and Xia Yufei are all hunting strange beasts to obtain some resources. For example, Yan Chuangxiu is preparing to break through to the peak martial artist of the blue rank, and Fang Yan is planning to cultivate the immortal phoenix art to the 3rd level god. Be fully prepared to break through to the yellow rank. As for Xia Yufei, her cultivation speed was even more frightening. She was already a middle-stage Huang rank martial artist, which made Yan Chuangxiu seriously suspect that Xia Yufei was cheating. At this time, Fang Yan was even more sure that the Mu Xian Lingqi was prepared for Xia Yufei, or it was for the holder of the Mu Ling Xian physique. The remaining Tian Tingxian, because he has to deal with children's affairs, his martial arts cultivation base has not improved much, but he is not in a hurry to improve, and intends to stabilize the existing cultivation base first. Fang Yan, the Jin family is making moves, and their target is your sister Liang Xiking. The voice of light came from Fang Yan's mind. Chapter 79. Sure enough, I will go to my sister. Fang Yan was not surprised when he heard Guangming said that the Jin family had taken action and was going to find his sister Liang Xiking. Fang Yan tried to contact Liang Xiking, but for some reason, he couldn't get in touch. Out of trust in Feng Yongzi, Fang Yan temporarily put this matter aside. Is my sister okay now? Fang Yan asked. The preparations are basically completed, and the regenerative treatment can be officially started 3 days later. Bright said. Does it take that long to prepare? Fang Yan still has a little understanding of regeneration technology. I made 2 preparations. Bright said again. Ready with both hands. In case. Is there a high probability of failure? The current probability of failure is no more than 100% death. That's good. Fang Yan finally felt relieved. It seems that the Dr. Feng Yongzi introduced is very reliable, and he also attaches great importance to Liang Xiking's regenerative treatment. Is there any action from Major General Lu? Fang Yan changed the topic and said seriously. Action has already begun. Guangming said, do we need to cooperate with them? Fang Yan thought for a moment when he heard this, and said, what do you think? As far as I am concerned, I suggest that you copy their homes. Guangming still said impersonally. Is it too dangerous? Fang Yan obviously didn't agree with this risky suggestion. Koryo City, after all, is the Jin family's stronghold, not a small place like the Pu family's ancestral home. 330 Although the Jin family deserves death, ordinary people in Koryo City should not suffer such harm, and many of them are from Zhuquan. After Emperor Wu Qin Tianhai ruled the world, marriages between various ethnic groups became more frequent. There are 60% of people in Jialai City, all of them are from Zhuquan. After their ancestors came here, they settled down. In a sense, the Goryeo warlords kidnapped the people of Kukan in Goryeo City. This is also one of the reasons why the Zhuquan military department has not acted. It is easy to defeat the Goryeo warlords, but how to preserve Goryeo City is a big problem, otherwise hundreds of millions of people will become the rations of alien beasts. Without the protection of the city, ordinary people are the rations of alien beasts. Easy to destroy, hard to build. This is the reality that both Fang Yan and the Zhuquan army have to face. In fact, warlords everywhere understand this truth, otherwise all kinds of mushroom eggs would have washed the ground. A ruined city is meaningless to any warlord. What they want is the resources and population in the city, not a ruin with nothing. According to my calculations, the Kim family now has gold reserves worth over 6 trillion yuan. Guangming said seriously, it's in their underground vault. This. Fang Yan was really moved. In fact, he was short of money. Although he can't use the money for the time being, and the 40 billion he got from Michio Yamamoto hasn't touched a penny so far, he still needs to prepare for it. It will consume a huge amount of resources to attack the indigo rank martial artist. At that time, he will need money up. Okay. Finally, Fang Yan agreed. I have to say, 6 trillion yuan of gold is really fragrant. Any clues about Qing Lang? Fang Yan changed the subject and asked about the whereabouts of the Mountain Wolf mercenary group. Qing Lang is the nickname of the head of the Mountain Wolf mercenary corps. Now head to Ayakawa City. Light replied. Ayakawa City? Isn't it my sister's current city? Fang Yan couldn't help being surprised. Yes. Bright said. Is Miyazaki Shinichi still in the rice building market? Fang Yan thought of something. I just left Daolo City, and the itinerary is temporarily uncertain. Bright said. Leaving Inazakura City. Fang Yan pondered. Chorus and Chrysia have not acted for the time being. Guangming continued to speak, and also told the whereabouts of the other 12 golden warriors. Maybe, their target is my sister. Fang Yan suddenly figured out something. Miyazaki Shinichi's itinerary has been confirmed, and the destination is indeed Ayakawa City. Bright added. These guys. Fang Yan cursed secretly. Pity. He is at his wit's end. There is only one Fang Yan. Jiakyun Miao is contacting you, do you want to connect? Bright said. Add money Miao. Fang Yan was startled for a moment, and said, go. Before he finished speaking, a holographic screen appeared in front of Fang Yan, which was as big as 50 women. A beautiful face appeared on the holographic screen and reflected in Fang Yan's pupils. Is there something wrong? Fang Yan asked directly, his eyes did not stay on that beautiful face for more than a second. Those who come, Xia, are not good, and those who are kind do not come. Fang Yan and Fujido Yuri met only once, and it was when the other party liked to shoot himself. 10 billion, I can help you kill a person at the level of a blue martial artist. Fujido Yuri is also very direct. Do you know who I'm going to kill? Fang Yan didn't expect that Fujido Lily would be so direct. According to the rumors, as long as the money is in place, there is no task that she will not accept. The name of Jiakyun Miao has been handed down like this. Anyone can do it. Fujido Yuri said solemnly. How about this, I'll give you 10 billion, and you help me protect someone. Fang Yan changed the topic. Protect someone. Fujido Yuri nodded and said, no problem, but in case of a battle, I only need to kill one of the other party, and you need to add money to me, 1 billion for orange rank martial artists, 3 billion for yellow rank martial artists, and 6 million for green rank martial artists. 1 billion, 10 billion for blue rank martial artists, and no money for red rank martial artists, and other situations will be discussed at that time. Fang Yan couldn't help but fell silent when he heard that. He really deserves to be a money-adding Miao. Do you still need protection? Fujido Yuri asked, still looking cold. Can. Fang Yan thought for a while. According to Guangming, Fujido Lily's reputation is very good, the money is in place, and the task completion rate is 100%. Make a deal. Fujido Yuri added, send me the name and location, preferably with a photo. Bye, Miao. After all, she hung up first. Am I at a loss? Fang Yan asked Guangming. Not bad. Guangming explained, you can only die when she is dead. This. Fang Yan understood a little bit, but he didn't want such a result, and said, you send her my sister's information first. Asking Fujido Lily to protect Liang Xiqing was just another layer of protection. Fang Yan naturally found other people to protect Liang Xiqing. Especially with Fang Yongzi around, Zhang Yan felt relieved. In a short time, Fang Yan couldn't rush back to Ayakawa City. Fang Yan found that, unconsciously, he owed Fang Yongzi a lot of favors. Sent. Light quickly responded. Captain, mission accomplished. When Fang Yan wanted to discuss something with Guangming, Tian Tingxian finally came back. Sit down first, you probably haven't eaten yet. Yan Chuangxiu glanced at Tian Tingxian who was standing upright. Thank you Captain. After finishing speaking, Tian Tingxian sat down, stretched out his big hand, directly tore off a piece of back muscle of Lai porcupine, and ate it hungrily. I'm going to the Jin family. Fang Yan stood up. Do you need me to go with you? Yan Chuangxiu asked with concern. Need not. Fang Yan shook his head, looked at Tian Tingxian instead, and said, are you going? Go. Tian Tingxian stood up immediately. Now he realizes that as long as he follows Fang Yan, life will not be boring. This is the passionate years he wants. Go. 1. Good. Then. Fang Yan took Tian Tingxian and ran towards Goryeo City. Chapter 80. The outskirts of Goryeo City. Fang Yan and Tian Tingxian hid on an old tree, looking down at several patrolling soldiers not far below through the gaps in the branches and leaves. "Captain, have they stepped up their patrols? I came here the day before yesterday, and it wasn't so serious." Tian Tingxuan's true energy was transmitted to Fang Yan. It strengthened. Fang Yan did not deny it. "Is it necessary?" Tian Tingxian didn't quite understand. "Their electronic equipment doesn't work well, so they can only borrow human power," Fang Yan said jokingly. "Electronic equipment not working?" Tian Tingxian quickly understood, and asked, "Could it be that the captain hacked their network equipment?" "That's right," Fang Yan said ambiguously. "Captain is amazing." Tian Tingxian sighed sincerely. Fang Yan just smiled, changed the subject, and said, "Let's go." "Good." Soon, Fang Yan and Tian Tingxian rushed towards Jiali City. The patrolling soldiers around seemed to be blind, and they didn't notice Fang Yan and Tian Tingxian. The difference in martial arts cultivation base is too big, that's how it will be. The martial arts cultivation of these patrol soldiers is only at the level of martial arts students. A few are red rank martial artists, and none are above orange rank. Naturally, it is impossible to detect Fang Yan and Tian Tingxian. But when approaching Jiali City, Fang Yan stopped and quickly hid in a bush. Seeing this, Tian Tingxian immediately followed and hid behind Fang Yan. The bushes blocked Fang Yan and Tian Tingxian just right. 3 soldiers came from the front of the bush, talking and laughing. "I said that the Jin family is just unnecessary. It's just a Fang Yan. What's so great about it? It's a waste of my time to go to war like this." "That's right. A mere brat of a yellow rank martial artist can still fly into the sky. Who made us soldiers? I don't want to be so boring every day. When I find Fang Yan, I must make his life worse than death." "You? Can you do it? You have just broken through to the early stage of the Huang rank martial artist, be careful to be counter-killed. Isn't there still you?" The 3 soldiers blew on the water one after another. Fang Yan observed the 3 soldiers, they were indeed from the elite army, but not from the Hungry Wolf Battalion. That's the private army of the Jin family. Tian Tingxian recognized the costumes of the 3 soldiers, and transmitted his true energy to Fang Yan. They are all engaged in private troops? The ambition is not small. Fang Yan couldn't help being sarcastic. At that time, Emperor Wu Qin Tianhai issued an order prohibiting individuals from raising troops privately. Once found out, the consequences would be very serious. Maybe people would not die, but Shen's property would definitely be lost. But with the disappearance of Emperor Wu Qin Tianhai in Wuda, many people have long forgotten this imperial decree. "Surprise them first," Fang Yan said. "Surprise?" Tian Tingxian understood. "Are you sure?" Fang Yan asked. "Have." Tian Tingxian nodded. "Walk." Fang Yan appeared in front of the 3 soldiers in a flash. "Who?" One of the leading soldiers let out a violent drink. The only response to him was a knife. The head with its eyes wide open flew high into the air. "B." Before another soldier called, Tian Tingxian appeared behind him, another flash of saber flashed, and his head flew up. "You are Fang Yan." The remaining soldier obviously recognized Fang Yan, and his eyes couldn't help showing. He believed that Fang Yan must have heard what they were talking about. Pity. Too late. Before the soldier could say anything, Fang Yan raised his knife and dropped the soldier, ending the soldier's life. "Don't deal with it." Tian Tingxian looked at the 3 corpses. "If it's messed up, I'll have a better chance to sneak inside," Fang Yan explained. "I see." Tian Tingxian nodded. "Remember, life-saving is the most important thing," Fang Yan warned. "Will do." Tian Tingxian nodded solemnly. "I'll leave it to you here." After finishing speaking, Fang Yan left quickly. If the elites gather outside the city, then the defense inside the city will be much weaker. This is an opportunity. Although Fang Yan can transfer space, the premise is that he knows the place. Guangming knew where the Jin family's underground vault was, but it was only an approximate location, so he couldn't tell Fang Yan the exact location, so Fang Yan couldn't teleport there directly. Tian Tingxian was in charge of attracting those elites, and Fang Yan was naturally more relaxed. With Guangming's help, it is not easy for those elites to find Tian Tingxian. I have to say that Tian Tingxian is quite bold. At least Fang Yan thinks so. Among this elite army, there are Huang rank martial artists, and Yu Tingxian is the peak orange rank martial artist. Hey! Fang Yan! When Fang Yan was walking on the street and was about to go to the Jin family's mansion, a young man came out of the restaurant, glanced at Fang Yan's back inadvertently, and suddenly narrowed his eyes. Even if the opponent turns into ashes, he will not forget this back view. It must be Fang Yan. The young man thought with great certainty. It was none other than Oboro Miyamoto. Although the Koryo warlords and the Inazakura warlords have been separated, they used to belong to the Dongchuan military headquarters, especially the Inazakura warlords. The Koryo warlords and the Inazakura warlords are facing each other across the sea. Then, the Inazakura warlord asked Miyamoto to lead the elite of the Hungry Wolf Battalion to support the Koryo warlord. Now there are more than 10 Hungry Wolf camp elites who have come to Koryo City, and the number is still increasing. It is estimated that there will be more than 100 people. In order not to attract the attention of the Juquan army, the elite of the Hungry Wolf Battalion entered Goryeo City secretly and alone. To become an elite of the Hungry Wolf Battalion, one must be a Huang rank martial artist in martial arts. Stimulated by the defeat and defeated by Fang Yan, Miyamoto devoted himself to training, and finally succeeded in breaking through to the early stage of the green rank martial artist, instead of being the peak martial artist of the yellow rank. Although Miyamoto is very confident that he can definitely kill Fang Yan at this time, but for the sake of safety, he still chooses to notify his teammates. 0. At this critical time, it is not desirable to be greedy for merit. Obviously, Fang Yan is also on the assassination list of the Inazakura warlord. Kim's mansion. Standing in front of the gate, Fang Yan had to lament that these chaebols really know how to enjoy themselves. But Fang Yan didn't intend to knock on the door. Boom! There was a loud bang, and the blade was as bright as electricity. The heavy iron door was split in two. If it's messy, make it even more messy. Soon, Fang Yan turned and left, but he didn't go far. When many people came out of the mansion of the Jin family, Fang Yan immediately used the ultra-miniature black hole to transfer space to the garden of the mansion. As for the monitoring systems in the Jin family's mansion, under the interference of the light at this time, they are as if they are in vain. By attracting many people away, it was much easier for Fang Yan to move around in the garden. Under here. Fang Yan asked about Guangming. It's down there. The vault is at a depth of 573 meters. Guanjiahu said clearly. 573 meters. Fang Yan was a little dumbfounded. With all his strength, he couldn't cut that deep. Not to mention, around the underground vault, there must be defensive measures such as super energy shields. It appears that brute force cannot be used. Fang Yan has made a decision in his heart, but he still has to rely on his brain. Can you calculate where the underground entrance is most likely to be located? Fang Yan asked. If you need more information, you can visit this mansion. Bright suggested. Okay. Fang Yan is definitely a bold artist. If you just walk around, it's not easy. Chapter 81. With Tian Tingxian distracting most of the Jin family's attention, and Guangming blocking the monitoring system, Fang Yan looked for the underground entrance in the Jin family's mansion, just like at home, very comfortable. In particular, Fang Yan uses the ultra-miniature black hole as a door, which can pass through any wall, and nothing can block his way. Before Fang Yan could take a tour of the entire Jin family mansion, Guangming had already calculated the location of the underground entrance. Located in a relatively remote room. Soon, Fang Yan opened the hidden door of the underground entrance, a steel staircase, extending towards the ground. Artists are bold. Fang Yan went straight down and came to a long corridor. Guangming told Fang Yan that at this time he was already at a depth of more than 100 meters underground, and there were still more than 400 meters to reach the underground vault. Isn't it just a treasury? Does it need such tricks? Fang Yan walked along the underground corridor, and couldn't help but complain in his heart. Although 6 trillion yuan of gold is a lot, it is not enough to set up an underground vault like a dungeon maze. Fang Yan saw an empty room at the end of the corridor. Fang Yan stopped. Along the way, he didn't see any humans or guards. Today's robot technology is very powerful, and there should be no shortage of robot guards. Life reaction detected ahead. Bright said suddenly. Life response. Fang Yan became more cautious. Roar. In the empty room ahead, there was a roar of a beast, full of blood and evil. Alien. Fang Yan took out the Hanyu knife, cautiously step by step, and slowly walked towards the seemingly empty room. There is no other exit for this corridor, so Fang Yan can only walk forward bravely, and he can't choose to go back. This is not his style. It's the synthetic life of a human body and an animal. Bright said. Fang Yan just stepped into the seemingly empty room, and was shocked by the sudden scene in front of him. The seemingly empty room was originally connected to an underground plaza. Because of the angle, Fang Yan could only see the seemingly empty room, but not the underground plaza. 217 meters from the ground. Guangming reports the depth of the underground where Fang Yan is. Good guy. Fang Yan quickly calmed down. All around, there were 10 human beasts that synthesized life, slowly walked over, stared at Fang Yan, and the saliva that flowed out did not indicate that they had regarded Fang Yan as something in their stomachs. They are all super large feline alien beasts and children. They are synthetic life forms of human alien beasts, all of which are more than 3 meters long. The faces of the children are all integrated into the backs of the alien beasts, showing a sleeping appearance, which is abnormal. Weird. The synthetic life of human body and alien beast is to use the wisdom of human beings and the strength of the physical body of alien beasts, and the fusion of the two will become a super alien beast with super high IQ. Even an 8th order alien beast has a very limited IQ and relies entirely on brute force. According to Guanjiu, the synthetic life of human body and beast is actually a byproduct of the super warrior's manufacturing plan, or a test product. In fact, the bodies of those children have already died long ago, only the consciousness of the head and some necessary nervous organs are left, and there is no memory of any previous life, which has been erased. The entrance on the left leads to the underground vault. Bright reminded. The underground plaza is huge, like a basketball court, with 3 entrances in total. Hearing this, Fang Yan just responded casually. Let's end it. Holding the Hanyu knife, Fang Yan didn't immediately rush to the door on the left, but instead slowed towards the synthetic life forms of the alien beasts who were besieging them. The bodies of those synthetic alien beasts are all powerful 5th order alien beasts, which are equivalent to the level of human green rank martial artists. Since the 5th order alien beast's IQ is not very good, and it has a violent personality and cannot obey orders, which is worse than Urha. Humans naturally cannot borrow this kind of power. But the synthetic life of these human and alien beasts in front of them seemed to be surrounded and killed like a very disciplined army, but Fang Yan felt that they were very organized, and their positions were also quite elegant. They learned from each other's strengths and even had the intention of joint defense. No matter which human alien animal synthetic life is attacked by Fang Yan will definitely be attacked by the other 2 human alien animal synthetic life at the same time. It's better for Fang Yan to face the synthetic life of 10 human alien beasts. If there are tens of thousands of these terrifying monsters, it will be really terrifying. Tier 5 beasts can basically ignore ordinary guns and ammunition. Even weapons such as rockets can only cause moderate damage to them, unless they hit the head directly. With such a powerful human body and animal synthetic life stationed in this underground world, it is natural that there is no need for any robot guards or powerful warriors. In terms of loyalty, the synthetic life form of human alien beasts is superior to warriors. Most importantly, once the technology is mature, it can be mass-produced. This is the most terrifying place. Fang Yan is naturally fearless. Even a strange beast with the consciousness of cooperation is still just a strange beast in Fang Yan's eyes. Hands up and down, one knife at a time. In the blink of an eye, Fang Yan was standing in a pool of blood, surrounded by broken corpses of human beings and animals. Fang Yan showed no mercy. It has to be said that the synthetic life of these human alien beasts is really powerful. Even if the blue-rank martial artists come here, they will hate the Northwest. Afterwards, Fang Yan walked towards the door on the left. Guangming told Fang Yan that there would be no surveillance system going on. Obviously. The Jin family was also afraid that what happened here would spread out, so they didn't leave any electronic monitoring system, and even didn't arrange robots, so as not to leave any clues. It is enough to have the synthetic life of human body and beast to defend against incoming enemies. Fang Yan walked into the door, and there was another long corridor, which looked endless and winding, really turning into an underground labyrinth. Fortunately, with the help of Guangming, Fang Yan can find the correct door every time. Not for a while. Fang Yan walked into an underground plaza again. There are still powerful human and animal synthetic life forms. But only one head this time. Fang Yan didn't dare to underestimate him. 7th step. Fang Yan felt a powerful aura unique to 7th-order alien beasts from the synthetic life of this human alien beast. Moreover, on the body of this 7th-order human body alien animal with 3.2 lives, there are 2 children's faces, one on the back and one on the abdomen, and it still looks like it is sleeping, which is extremely weird. The body of the alien beast is more than 4 meters long. It is an ice and fire griffin with ice breath and fire breath. It was originally a terrifying existence among the 7th-order alien beasts. Human, you shouldn't be here. A hoarse voice came from the belly of the synthetic life of human body and beast, and the extremely arrogant tone gave people a kind of eerie terror. Can talk. Fang Yan was very surprised. You go. The synthetic life of human body and beast said beyond doubt. Step aside. Fang Yan withdrew the cold moon knife, took out the disillusionment star spear, walked slowly like an ancient general, and took the head of the enemy general among the 10,000 troops. The synthetic life of human body and beast gave a cold laugh and said, "You're looking for your own death." Chapter 82. As a 7th-order alien beast, the synthetic strength of this griffin-like human alien beast is beyond doubt. It was full just now, and it didn't want to fight Fang Yan, and a human with a Huang rank martial artist was really not very tasty. It didn't even bother to eat it, and it was a man, so if it was a woman, it would be difficult to swallow it. Obviously. The synthetic life of the human body and the beast was not kind, which made Fang Yan leave, but because it was too lazy to do it. Before the words were finished, the synthetic life form of a human animal with the shape of a griffin opened its mouth, and a fiery flame shot out like a laser. The surrounding air seemed to be on fire. Die! Excited voices came from the belly of the synthetic life of human body and beast. However, the next moment, a spherical black shadow appeared in front of Fang Yan. The fiery breath was clearly about to hit Fang Yan, but it passed by Fang Yan's left hand, leaving no trace on Fang Yan's body, not even touching his clothes. Boom! There was a loud noise behind Fang Yan. A huge deep pit appeared on the steel ground, and molten steel splashed everywhere. The ground here is poured with special steel, which is so strong that even ground-penetrating bombs can't penetrate it. From this, it can be seen how terrifying this series of fire breaths is. If it falls on Fang Yan's body, his body will be melted directly. Seventh-order alien beasts should not be underestimated. The synthetic life of the human body and beast was stunned for a moment. How could it miss the spray? Must be dazzled. An icy breath overflowed from the corner of the mouth of the synthetic life of the human body and beast. It didn't believe that Fang Yan could escape this time. However, before the breath of ice came out of his mouth, Fang Yan appeared out of thin air on the back of the synthetic life form of human body and beast. It's over. Without hesitation, the annihilating star gun pierced through the body of the synthetic life of the human body and alien beast. The powerful coercion crushed the huge body of the alien animal into a paste, covering the ground, and the entire spear fell into the ground like a needle point. It's as good as tofu, but it's not as good as the minister of the steel ground. If Fang Yan hadn't held onto the end of the gun barrel in time, it is estimated that the Mirage Star gun would have penetrated the entire underground world. Sure enough, the Star Annihilation gun is even more powerful. Fang Yan pulled out the Disillusionment Star gun and couldn't help sighing. Being able to kill this synthetic life form of a human beast that was comparable to an early-stage martial artist so easily was not because of Fang Yan's strength, but because the Disillusionment Star spear was too perverted. Fang Yan felt that if he threw the star gun towards the moon, he believed that he could penetrate and shoot down the moon. Certainly. Fang Yan will not be so idle and boring to do such things. The current real strength is comparable to that of a blue-rank martial artist. To kill an indigo-rank martial artist, one has to use the Disillusionment Star Spear, but the price is definitely not small. Next, Fang Yan didn't clean up the blood on his body, and walked directly into the only door. According to Guangming, the underground vault is below. Really? Through a winding corridor, more complicated than before, Fang Yan saw an empty room. The room is not big, only about 300 square meters. Only. When Fang Yan stepped into this room, he was almost blinded by the light. Mountains of gold bricks. It's really the size of each piece of gold and a brick. Obviously. These are illegal gold. Get rich. Fang Yan couldn't help muttering. He never thought that he had the opportunity to see so much gold. 6 trillion yuan of gold. Guangming, is there a way to get rid of this gold? Only then did Fang Yan figure out how to turn gold into a useful resource. He can't eat gold to become stronger. Yes, but it's not necessary. Bright said truthfully. It's not necessary. Fang Yan became a little puzzled. Emperor Wu said that blood eggs love gold. Bright said. Blood eggs? No, Sweden loves gold. Fang Yan asked back. Gold is Sweden's favorite food. Bright said. Good guy. You really became a gold-swallowing beast. Fang Yan complained a bit, and said, perhaps, these gold can be exchanged for more Sweden's blood. Correct. Guangming still said so impersonally. Leave first. Before he finished speaking, Fang Yan directly summoned an ultra-miniature black hole, and took away a total of 6 trillion yuan of gold in one fell swoop. Afterwards, Fang Yan directly transferred space and left the underground world. No one knows, the gold here is gone. In other words, the head of the Jin family would never have imagined that Fang Yan would come to take away the gold here. The outskirts of Goryeo City. Tian Tingxian ran frantically, followed by 4 middle-aged men chasing after him. I don't know how long it will take for the captain to come back. Tian Tingxian thought in his heart. It's exciting, but it's too exciting. Every time it is hovering on the line of life and death. But give him another chance to choose, he will still do so, no regrets. Life, as it should be. Mediocrity, mediocrity, and mediocrity are not suitable for him. Although Tian Tingxuan's martial arts cultivation base is not high, but his body skills are outstanding, and in less than 10 breaths, he shook off the 3 middle-aged men behind him until they disappeared. Those 3 middle-aged men were all Huang-rank martial artists, while Tian Tingxian was an orange-rank martial artist. The people from the Hungry Wolf camp have come here. Tian Tingxian found that it was safe for the time being, so he stopped and took a rest, feeling a little puzzled. Although the 3 middle-aged men had changed their appearances, Tian Tingxian could be sure that the other party must be the elite of the Hungry Wolf Battalion of the Dongchuan military headquarters. If the Hungry Wolf camp had participated in this matter, the result might have been completely different. I hope the captain is okay. Tian Tingxian prayed. Although the overall strength of the Hungry Wolf Battalion is not as good as that of the War Lion Battalion, it is still worthy of the name among the former 7 military headquarters. Especially the Hungry Wolf camp has always been famous for its viciousness. Do you miss me? Suddenly, Tian Tingxian heard a familiar voice behind him. Who? Tian Tingxian didn't react for a while, probably still in a state of tension. He instinctively yelled before realizing something, turned around and looked over, and shouted, "Captain! Let's go!" Fang Yan smiled slightly. Yes. Tian Tingxian immediately stood up straight. So you want to leave? A mocking voice came from the sky. Sorry. Tian Tingxian heard the words and probably understood something, but he was still being followed. He also knew that if he wanted to find Fang Yan, following him was the best choice. At this time, Tian Tingxian realized that he is still alive, and it is very likely that the enemy did it deliberately, just to wait for Fang Yan to appear, or to find Fang Yan through him. Miyamoto Oboro. Fang Yan raised his head and glanced at a figure standing on the top of the tree at some point, with a meaningful smile on his face, as if meeting an old friend he hadn't seen for a long time. It was none other than Oboro Miyamoto. Swish, swish, swish. 14 silhouettes rushed out from the woods not far away like a strong wind, and surrounded Fang Yan and Tian Tingxian in an instant. Hungry Wolf Camp. Tian Tingxian frowned tightly.